Chapter 161 It's not necessary. Puff. Ashur tried to hold back his laughter. The scholar's mouth twitched when he heard this. Is this a new god? Why hasn't he heard of it? But he still gritted his teeth and made the same gesture. Then he raised his hands high and shouted to the sky in a sincere tone. Ah! Great Ultraman! Your messenger saved my life. From now on, I will be your loyal supporter and the most devout believer. After shouting, he looked at the little baby with bright eyes. So, for my piety, for the sake of everyone believing in the same God, quickly give me a portion of the holy water that can cure all diseases. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and tried not to laugh. I should have called Monkey Brother just now. She struggled to wriggle, trying to save her legs from his hands. But her little face turned red, and she couldn't move at all. Chu Yaoyao puffed up her cheeks angrily. Go back and draw a lottery. Try to draw a powerful pill. You, get up first. The scholar refused to let go and wanted to continue grinding. But Ashur didn't give him a chance, and pulled him up by the back of his neck. Suddenly, she found that there was something abnormal behind the man's ear. She narrowed her eyes slightly, pressed his shoulder with her left hand, and tore it with her right hand. With a rip sound, a human skin mask fell into her hand. Seeing the familiar face, she pulled out the short knife directly and placed it across the man's neck, only a line away from his Adam's apple. You followed us again and again. What is your purpose? The man swallowed nervously. His throat slid up and down, rubbing against the sharp blade. The fear of death shrouded his heart. He felt his mind was blank, and he couldn't speak. Yaoyao. Hearing the voice of her mother, Chu Yaoyao lowered her head a little guilty, turned around reluctantly, and called softly, Mother! After pulling her to check carefully, the imperial concubine and Li Wanning breathed a sigh of relief. Master, I caught a suspicious person. Hearing Ashur's voice, the imperial concubine looked over. After seeing the man's face clearly, she was slightly stunned and couldn't help but exclaimed, The third prince of Jinyu Kingdom? The man looked at her in disbelief. You actually know me? The imperial concubine nodded politely at him. She had seen the portrait of this man with the emperor, and had seen that the king of Jinyu Kingdom had sent a letter. The letter said that the third prince was traveling, and would come to Daki because he had admired the old tutor Zhou for a long time. Prince? Chu Yaoyao looked at him suspiciously. Can anyone be a prince now? Are all princes now so idle? Chu Yaoyao was taken back to the Jinshi Marquis's mansion with a confused face. At the gate, the doorman knelt on the ground with a plop, crying with snot and tears. Princess, you are finally back. I was so scared. Seeing him like this, Chu Yaoyao felt a little guilty. Get up quickly. The doorman stood up while wiping his tears, and his eyes suddenly fell on a man in green behind him. This man looked so familiar. In the main hall, the man in green put his hand on his heart, bowed slightly, and looked solemn. Jean Fanrin greets the imperial concubine of Chigua. Puff! Chu Yaoyao couldn't help but burst out laughing. You called me annoying? Yes, I am annoying. And I am a drama queen. Yaor. Don't be rude. The imperial concubine suppressed her smile and looked at her seriously. Jean Fanrin lowered his head embarrassedly. Today, the little princess was frightened, and I am the one who was rude. Chu Yaoyao swung her calves and asked, Why do you do these things? First, you directed and acted out a hero saving a child, and then a child saving a hero. It's outrageous. When it comes to this, Jean Fanrin's expression is much heavier. I came here to ask for medicine. After an instant stick, Chu Yaoyao blinked. It turned out that he saw her saving Aunt Lin before. Jean Fanrin's voice was choked with sobs. Grandpa has been bedridden for many years, and his body is getting weaker and weaker. Before I left the palace, he had been in a coma for several days. I went out to travel this time just to find a doctor. As he said this, he looked pleading, put his hand solemnly on his heart, and bowed deeply. Please give me some magic water. Princess Chiyuan, I will repay you for your great kindness one day. Seeing his grandfather being tortured every day, he felt like a knife was cutting his heart. The imperial concubine looked embarrassed. She also understood that the woman must have drunk the water that melted the detoxification pill. But it was not a magic pill that could cure all diseases. And it sounded that the emperor of Jinyu Kingdom was already dying. She sighed. Third prince, it's not that we don't want to help. It's really okay. Chu Yaoyao nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Jean Fanrin was overjoyed. Really? That's great. Yaor? The imperial concubine looked at her disapprovingly. Chu Yaoyao gave her mother a reassuring look, and then glanced at the map display on the panel. I do have a kind of elixir in my hand that can extend a person's life. Hearing this, the imperial concubine's hand trembled violently, and the teacup almost fell from her hand. The Li family members also looked stern. There is such a medicine, but the conditions for use are harsh. One pill can extend your life by 1 year. After taking it, no matter what your original state is, you can live a year of vigor and vitality. But you can only live for 1 year. And one person can only take 1 pill. For her, this is not a longevity pill at all. It's simply a life-burning pill. The kind that burns all vitality. She has several pills in her hand. But she doesn't want to give this pill to her relatives until the moment of death is certain. Hearing this, the Li family members were not so excited. This sounds worse than strengthening the body fluid. Chu Yaoyao took out a pill. 1 pill. Keep him alive for a year. Jean Fanrin stretched out his hands excitedly. Chu Yaoyao paused and said solemnly, but you can only take 1. That is to say, your grandfather may still struggle for 2 or 3 years if he is half dead. But after taking it, he only has 1 year left. Jean Fanrin's eyes were red. Enough? That's enough. The imperial physician said that the emperor's grandfather only has 2 years left. And he can only be in a coma for most of these 2 years. He is hanging on to life with precious medicinal materials and golden needles. Whenever he saw the pinholes on Grandpa Huang's body, he felt extremely heartbroken. Grandpa Huang was such a proud and free-spirited person. But he was trapped in a small room and desperately waiting for death. Even moving was difficult. Before he left the palace, Grandpa Huang woke up once and wanted to commit suicide. He also said that it would be better to die than to linger on. This medicine can make Grandpa Huang become like a normal person. Even for a year. It's enough. The imperial concubine looked at him solemnly. I hope the third prince will not tell others about this matter. Of course. Don't worry. I will never reveal a word. Jean Fanrin nodded repeatedly to ensure. Chu Yaoyao's chubby little face suddenly became serious. And she spoke word by word. You owe me a favor. You will pay it back in the future. Although the family doesn't need the longevity pill now. It is a good thing after all. Who would complain about it? She would help. Mainly because there is oil in the territory of Jinyu. And it has not been mined yet. In the novel, Shi Jingjing was the first to discover it. In order to seize the oil field, she directly sent troops to attack Jinyu. Jinyu was soon annexed by the expanded Xia. Asphalt road surface. Firearms. Chu Yaoyao clenched her fists. This time, she must strike first. Jean Fanrin knelt on one knee and saluted solemnly. Of course. As long as you ask. Even if it's my life. I will definitely offer it with both hands. Chu Yaoyao was frightened by his words, and lost control of her expression instantly. And goosebumps appeared all over her body. That's not necessary. Why do I need your life? She hugged herself tightly. No. I won't give it to you. I don't want yours. And you are not allowed to take mine. Chapter 162 Not worth so much. Why not give it? Hearing this, Jean Fanrin tightly held the pill in his hand. What does this mean? Are you going to change your mind? He thought. To be on the safe side. Why not just go for it, and lick it with your tongue? It's not good to ask for it back after it's stained with his saliva. Right? Here. This. I'll give it back to you. Chu Yaoyao took out a purse from her small bag. What is this? Jean Fanrin took it in a trance. Isn't this the reward he gave to that woman? How could it be in the hands of Princess Chiyuan? Ahem. Chu Yaoyao coughed twice. Raised her hand to suppress it. And signaled them to be calm. Her acting skills are not worth so much. Everyone. A scream suddenly came from a house somewhere outside the capital. Damn it! That bastard stole my purse? I walked several streets with that fat girl in my arms. And finally got a piece of silver? It's so unfair. After the mother and daughter returned to the palace, the imperial concubine hurried to the imperial study. What? Princess Xia was found? Emperor Qishuan explained in disbelief at first. And then his face was a little happy. In this way, there was a legitimate reason to let the fourth prince of Xia go back. Seeing his expression, the imperial concubine secretly glared at him, then turned her body and sighed faintly. I think Princess Mingyu is indeed a beauty. Your Majesty is so lucky. Hearing her sour tone, Emperor Qishuan shook his head helplessly, got up and walked to her side, holding her hand. I have no interest in her. The imperial concubine pulled her hand back. Then why is the emperor so happy? I just thought. now that the princess for marriage has been found. Why should we keep another hostage? As he said this, the corners of Emperor Qishuan's mouth curled up. Yao Yao must be very happy now. Right? The imperial concubine thought and nodded. Then she asked tentatively, how does the emperor plan to place Princess Mingyu? Looking at the posture of his second brother today, if he lets Princess Mingyu enter the palace, he will inevitably cause trouble. Seeing the worry between her eyebrows, Emperor Qishuan patted her hand, comforted her, and said indifferently, didn't my beloved concubine just say that she and Li Huafeng are in love? Then I will grant them a marriage. Really? The imperial concubine was a little surprised. Of course. After hearing this, Li Wanji, who had been frowning and worried since returning to the palace, finally smiled and bowed slightly. Then I will thank the emperor for his grace on behalf of my second brother. One more thing. When she mentioned this, her expression became serious, and she slowly talked about the life-extending pills and the Prince of Jinyu. Late at night, there were bursts of light and ethereal sounds in the imperial study, as if a spring was flowing through rocks, making a ding-dong sound, which made people feel comfortable. After a cup of tea, the imperial study became quiet again. After a long time, Emperor Qishuan blinked in a trance, and he said something meaningful. After all, he is just a child. How can the promise of a prince compare to the golden words of the ruler of a country? Hearing this, the imperial concubine bowed her head and kept silent, lowering her eyelids to hide the surprise and contemplation in her eyes. From what he said, could it be that the emperor wanted to interfere in the matter of the succession of the Jinyu kingdom? Chendong Su, Shangwan Jin's courtyard. Jin Shu hurried into the study, holding a bamboo tube thinner than his little finger. Master, a letter from Jin Mu. Hearing his words, Shangwan Jin put down the sword in his hand. His eyes softened a lot, and his face was warm. But is it the news of Grandpa? He took out the note inside, and his face became solemn. Those things were all from Lao Wu's hand. No wonder she is so afraid of that woman. After reading it, he put the note on the candle and burned it. The orange candlelight visually added a bit of warmth to his slightly cold face. He looked out the window at night and looked far to the west. Father has already given in. Now let's see what Emperor Daki thinks. Jinshi Marquis Mansion. Study. The Marquis of Jinshi sat behind the desk with a gloomy face. Whenever he saw his second son standing in front of him, he felt a throbbing pain in his forehead. Finally, he simply closed his eyes. Out of sight. Out of mind. But he forgot to plug his ears. Father, I don't agree to tell others about Ah Yu's identity. With a bang, the Marquis of Jinshi picked up a teacup and smashed it at his feet. Then stood up suddenly and pointed at him and shouted angrily. How dare you? Are you trying to deceive the emperor? Do you want our entire family to sacrifice their lives for your feelings and have their heads chopped off? Seeing his father's disappointment and anger, Li Huafeng lowered his head apologetically. His lips moved slightly, and his voice was as soft as a mosquito. Father, I didn't mean that. Father. Calm down. Li Wanjing quickly brought another cup of tea, advised him, and then winked at Li Huafeng frantically. Second brother, stop talking. As he spoke, Li Wanjing pushed him and motioned him up to go out first. Li Huafeng turned sideways and dodged his hand. Brother, don't persuade me. I will never give up. Jinshi Ho glared at Li Wanjing. You want to plead for him. But look at him. Does he appreciate your kindness? Li Huafeng raised his head. His eyes were more determined than ever before. Father, I have thought about it. I am willing to leave the Li family and take you away from now on. Please remove me from the family tree, so that the emperor will not blame me. Asshole. Jinshi Ho rushed out from behind the desk, raised his big hand and slapped him. You rebellious son. After the beating, he was so angry that he covered his heart. His face was ashen, and he was breathing heavily. Li Wanjing and Li Wanming hurried over to support him and help him calm down. Li Wanjing looked over disapprovingly, with reproach in his eyes. Second brother, if there is anything, we can find a way together. Don't say angry words again. Li Huafeng stiffened his neck unconvinced, and looked at them stubbornly. This is not just a rant. Don't you think this is the best solution? Seeing his unrepentant look, the Marquis of Jinshi raised his palm again, fuming with anger. Asshole. Dare you say that again? At this time, the housekeeper knocked on the door. My lord, there is a letter from the palace. Hearing that it was his daughter who brought the letter back, the Marquis of Jinshi let out a long breath and his expression eased. After reading the letter, He glanced at Li Wanfeng unhappily. Let your sister worry about you. How can you be a brother? Wanji wrote in the letter that tomorrow morning, I will tell the story of Princess Xia in front of all the civil and military officials. Li Wanfeng refused without thinking. Father, you must not do that. Jin Shiho glared at him fiercely. Your sister also said that His Majesty wants to grant you a marriage. What? What? Li Wanfeng looked stunned. As if he didn't hear clearly and didn't react. Li Wanjing patted his shoulder heavily to help him come back to his senses. Second brother. Good news. The Emperor is going to grant you and Princess Xia a marriage. Is this true? Li Wanfeng jumped a few times in place with joy. He took the letter, read it word by word, and then ran out with the letter, shouting happily, I want to tell you this good news. Stop right there. Chapter 163 He stole my pillar. The Marquis of Jinshi shouted at him. Hearing this, Li Wanfeng slowly turned around, and his eyes fell on the old hands. The 5-finger marks on his face were still there, and half of his face was numb and painful. He couldn't help shrinking his neck. Father, the Emperor has agreed. You don't want to disobey the order? The Marquis of Jinshi. Is this guy really his child? Li Wanming spoke slowly, with a bit of contemplation on his face. Second brother, Princess Mingyu is here to marry. And this matter may not be easy. But it can also be easy. After all, those old ministers are very pedantic. That night, the candles in the study of the Marquis of Jinshi's mansion were lit all night. Early morning. Tian Hall. Emperor Qishuan sat on the dragon throne in high spirits. The Minister of War stepped forward. Your Majesty, General Li Wanfeng led his troops to clear the bandits in Shuzhou and made great contributions. I dare to report and beg your Majesty to reward General Li. Hearing this, many ministers glared at him in dissatisfaction. You are the one who talks fast and knows how to deal with things. Right? Although they were very dissatisfied with his behavior, the court officials still bowed and saluted. I second the motion. Emperor Qishuan nodded and said in a deep voice, since he has made contributions, he should be rewarded. After thinking for a while, the Marquis of Jinshi walked to the center. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Here it comes. Emperor Qishuan sat up slightly and looked at him leisurely. What is it? When my son was suppressing the bandits, he met a woman on the road. The woman was none other than Princess Mingyu, who was sent by Xia to marry. As soon as the Marquis of Jinshi said this, whispers came one after another in the Tian Hall. This? Your Highness just said that it was Princess Mingyu of Xia? Why did this princess suddenly appear in Shuzhou? Ahem. Emperor Qishuan cleared his throat heavily, and the court officials immediately shut up when they heard the sound. His face became serious. Really? Marquis Jinshi bowed slightly. Princess Mingyu is now outside the palace. Emperor Qishuan waved his hand. Announce. Shangwan Mingyu, dressed in Xia costume, walked into the Tian Palace. Shangwan Mingyu pays respect to His Majesty the Emperor of Qichao. An old minister with white hair and beard questioned. You said you are Princess Mingyu. Do you have any evidence? Hearing this, Shangwan Mingyu took out a jade pendant. This is a token that my father gave me personally when I left the palace. Emperor Qishuan took it from Su Maoan and took a look. It is indeed the thing of the Lord of Xia. The white-bearded Minister of Rites Lu Shu stepped forward and spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, even if the jade pendant is real, none of us has ever seen Princess Mingyu. We cannot recognize this person's identity just based on a dead object. Hearing this, the eyelids of the Marquis of Jinshi trembled slightly. Sure enough, Wan Ming was right. Emperor Qishuan nodded in agreement. Lord Lu is right. Then let's announce the fourth prince of Xia. Half an hour later, Shangwan Jin was pushed into the hall by the eunuch. Fourth brother. He suddenly heard this voice, and then saw a woman rushing over, hugging him and crying. Shangwan Jin was a little stunned for a while. What happened? This woman. Suddenly, his eyes touched the scar on the woman's left arm. Looking at this familiar face that vaguely resembled his childhood, his eyes gradually became moist, and he called softly, Mingyu? Seeing this, the ministers could only acknowledge Shangwan Mingyu's identity. Emperor Qishuan raised his hand slightly. Princess Mingyu has suffered so much. If you have any requests, please let us know. The Minister of Rites spoke again. Your Majesty, now that the fourth prince is in Daki, we should quickly send Princess Mingyu back to Xia. As soon as he said this, many old ministers echoed. I second your proposal. Even if this Princess Mingyu is real, she has been living alone for so long. It is hard to guarantee. She must not enter the harem. The royal family's reputation cannot be tarnished. and the royal bloodline cannot be mixed. What do you mean? Ministers? Shang Wanmingyu looked sad and indignant. This princess was ordered to come to Daki for marriage. I encountered robbers in Daki, so I was separated from the wedding procession. As she spoke, she lowered her eyes shyly. Fortunately, God has mercy on me, and I can return to the capital. Now, of course, I have to continue to complete the mission of marriage. Your Majesty, the Minister of Rights knelt on the ground with a thud, and said earnestly, No, Your Majesty, Prince Sia is still in Daki. If Princess Sia stays, then Daki will be called a person who does not keep his word by the world. Emperor Qixuan frowned slightly and sneered in his heart. It sounds good on the lips. What national justice? Reputation and reputation. In fact, his head is full of dirty thoughts. Just because someone has been stranded outside for a few days, he thinks so and so. The idea is extremely dirty, but it's just right, so that the plan can continue. Shang Wanmingyu's clasped hands were pinched tightly, and her nails almost sank into the flesh. Because she was too scared, her body trembled slightly. She tried to pretend to be angry and mad, but no one noticed anything wrong. Everything has its time. The marriage has been decided long ago. Now you refuse the marriage. Won't it make the world laugh at you? Emperor Qixuan nodded thoughtfully. Princess Mingyu is right. Your Majesty. The Minister of Rights rushed to the pillar with a sad tone. Emperor, it is my incompetence that has not protected the reputation of Daki. I will go down and apologize to you. Censor Zhou? Look, my late Emperor. There is a shameless scholar here. He even stole my pillar. Lord Liu. Wait a minute. No. Lord Liu. The ministers knelt on the ground one after another. Your Majesty, please think twice. Emperor Qixuan secretly glared at Censor Zhou. This guy set a good example. He sighed and looked very helpless. Then let's do this. Just now we talked about rewarding Li Wanfeng. Then I will grant Princess Sia and Li Wanfeng a marriage. What do you think? Lord Liu. Hearing this, Minister Wu let go of the pillar. Your Majesty is wise. Emperor Qixuan raised his chin slightly and raised his eyebrows. Catch it. Shang Wanmingyu was also very excited. She could finally be with Wanfeng legitimately. No, she couldn't show too much happiness. She suddenly shouted. This princess came all the way to marry for the sake of diplomatic relations between the two countries. How dare you bully me like this? After shouting, she chose the best way to avoid being exposed. She fainted directly. Mingyu? Shang Wanjin caught her, and was relieved when he saw her slightly trembling eyelashes. I plan to let Princess Mingyu stay temporarily in the Marquis of Jinshi mansion. Does Li Aiqing have any objection? The Marquis of Jinshi bowed slightly and said respectfully, I obey your order. After having Princess Mingyu helped down, Emperor Qixuan's eyes fell on Shang Wanjin. Since the princess for marriage has been found, the fourth prince should choose a day to go back. I don't keep idle people in the Great Qi. Shang Wanjin was a little surprised when he first heard this, but he quickly reacted. He clenched his right hand and covered his mouth with it, and coughed heartbreakingly. Cough, 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 cough. After a long time, he looked pale and spoke weakly. Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor of Qichao. The courtiers had different expressions and exchanged glances. Originally, they were reluctant to let the hostage leave, but seeing that the hostage was so angry that he wanted to cough out his lungs, it's better to send him away quickly to avoid trouble in the future. At this moment, the ministers who were competing openly and secretly rarely agreed, and bowed and shouted, Your Majesty's generosity is a blessing to the people of Daki. Emperor Qixuan was too lazy to listen to their flattery, and gave Su Maoan a look. Resign? Farewell, Your Majesty. Amid the shouts of the courtiers, Emperor Qixuan strode away, thinking in his mind as he walked, I must tell Yao Yao this good news as soon as possible. She will be very happy. And the matter of the longevity pill must be clarified. I don't even have such a good thing? Chapter 164 Unknown. On this side, the court officials walked out of the Tyne Palace in groups of 3 or 2. On the way, many ministers showed regret and sympathy for the Marquis of Jinshi. Although he had the title of a son-in-law, Li Wanfeng's career in this life could be seen at a glance if he married a princess of another country. What's more, the princess. Ah! Many ministers who were on good terms with him walked over and patted him on the shoulder. The Marquis is really a man of great righteousness. I am ashamed of myself. Facing the eyes of the crowd that were either sympathetic, regretful, worried, or looking forward to the show, The Marquis of Jinchi forced a smile, then shook his head and sighed and left. The moment he turned around, he was extremely grateful that he didn't let the second son, that stinky boy, come. Otherwise, this show really couldn't go on. Xianghua Palace. Chu Yaoyao woke up and heard two major events from the system. First, her second uncle became a son-in-law. Second, the villain can return to Xia. Asher heard the noise and knocked on the door. Princess, do you want to change clothes? Sister Asher. Hearing this voice with a hint of grievance, she quickly pushed open the door. As soon as she walked in, she saw a little guy struggling with his frizzy hair. She couldn't help but chuckle. Sister Asher. Chu Yaoyao, with a chicken coop hair, shook her sore and limp arms, stamped her feet angrily, and cried out in her heart. Oh, why? It's okay to not wear clothes well, but you raise your hand sore when combing your hair? I'll help you. Asher walked over with a smile on her face, picked up the comb, and carefully straightened the tangled hair bit by bit. Chu Yaoyao looked in the mirror, and a bun in the shape of a bun was formed bit by bit under Asher's dexterous hands. Wow! So amazing! After packing up, she pulled a small box from under the bed. After all, the other party has the aura of the protagonist, so I have to prepare some monster-killing equipment for my younger brother. Thinking so, she picked out a lot of odds and ends. I can give you 2 detoxification pills, and a longevity pill. I remember that the villain's grandfather died half a year after his 70th birthday. I'll remind him later. After half a cup of tea, she took Asher out of the Qianghua Palace and went to the direction of Chen Dong's residence, the small courtyard where Shang Wenjin lived. Chu Yaoyao stepped into the courtyard and saw several guards busy moving things in and out. Are you ready to leave? Shang Wenjin was reading a book under the shade of a tree. When he heard her voice, he turned around and looked over. Is Princess Chiyuan here to see me off? Yes. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and nodded. I'm here to give you something. After that, she looked up at Asher. Seeing her eyes, Asher put the small box on the stone table in front of him. This is specially prepared for you by the princess. It is extremely precious. I hope you don't forget what you promised the princess. Shang Wenjin nodded carefully. Of course. I will not let the little princess down. Chu Yaoyao hesitated and told him the cause of his mother's death and the physical condition of the old man of the Feng family. Shang Wenjin kept his eyes down and did not respond. But his nails that almost sank into his palm showed his anger. It turned out to be him. Thank you for the reminder, little princess. Shang Wenjin will definitely repay you for your kindness. They were supposed to set off early tomorrow morning, but in order to get back to Xia as soon as possible, Shang Wenjin led a group of people to leave the capital in the afternoon of that day. In the next few days, the progress of the task and the points did not decrease, and the villain was already on his way to cause trouble for the male and female protagonists. Chu Yaoyao ate and drank all day, and had fun, which was quite chic. On this day, the sweet-scented osmanthus was fragrant, and the prince took her out of the palace. Chu Yaoyao sat in the carriage, a little confused. Second brother is not coming? The prince handed her a piece of dessert, and then scratched her little nose lovingly. Second brother will set off to the south tomorrow. I guess he is busy now. How can he have the mind to go out of the palace to play with you? Looking at his rather scheming outfit, Chu Yaoyao wrinkled her little nose and took a big bite of the sweet-scented osmanthus cake. He even burned incense? What you said about playing with me is just an excuse. In fact, you want to see Sister Zhao to relieve your lustiness, right? Hearing this, the prince paused in pouring tea, and couldn't help but blushing. He coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. What do you mean by missing someone? She's just a baby. But she knows a lot. Unexpectedly, the brother and sister arrived at the agreed place, only to see Zhao Jingqi's personal maid. Your Highness, my old lady is ill, and the young lady has to stay with the old lady to take care of her. She can't keep the appointment today. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed across the prince's eyes. I know. Seeing his expression, Chu Yaoyao covered her mouth and laughed. It was all in vain. It's just a false alarm, right? Hearing her gloating tone, the prince felt discouraged and pinched her chubby face hard. Hiss! Feeling pain on her face, Chu Yaoyao raised her cheeks that were pinched red and looked at him accusingly. Big brother is bad. She clenched her fists and shouted angrily. Sister Asher, help me fight back. However, she forgot that Asher was not with her today. Hey! The prince shook his head and pretended to be hurt. I wanted to take you to Wantao Tower. Since you said I was bad, I'll be a bit worse. Let's go back to the palace directly. Wan Tao Tower. Chu Yaoyao's big eyes lit up immediately. And she immediately grabbed his sleeve and shook it back and forth. Don't. Brother is good. Brother is the best. Seeing that he was not moved at all, she gritted her teeth and stamped her feet, reluctantly offering the other side of her face. At most. This side? Let brother touch. The prince couldn't help it at all, and laughed out loud. The feeling of loss of not seeing the sweetheart dissipated a lot. He picked up Yao Yao and got back on the carriage. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious. The carriage continued to drive slowly on the street. And suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. The results are announced. There's something exciting to watch? Chu Yaoyao quickly lifted the curtain and looked out, only to see a group of people gathered outside. Seeing this lively scene, a hint of understanding flashed across the prince's eyes. So they have actually reached Shutian Prefecture? He jumped off the carriage with Yao Yao in his arms. Since we've seen it, let's go and take a look. The brother and sister walked to the periphery of the crowd. Chu Yao Yao stretched her neck to look inside, but could not see anything. I really want to see the legendary list of winners. She was thinking about how to see it more clearly, and suddenly fell into another embrace. When she looked up, she exclaimed with a grin, Uncle? Li Wanming curled his lips, then put her on his shoulders, pushed through the crowd with a clever move, and got to the innermost. Chu Yao Yao held his head, confused for a while. Can you see clearly now? This voice made her come back to her senses, and she nodded repeatedly. Well, Uncle is the best. System. It seemed to have heard this sentence not long ago. Let me see what it looks like. Seeing her staring with big eyes in a serious manner, seemingly looking carefully, Li Wanming found it quite funny. Do you know how to read? She was actually questioned. Realizing this, Chu Yao Yao couldn't bear it at all. She pointed at the name in front of her angrily. She wanted to prove herself. This is Ding. What followed was, looking at the two words below, she scratched her head anxiously. Ding. Ding, what is this? Looking at the eye-catching strokes, Chu Yao Yao wanted to cry, but had no tears. Damn. She didn't know traditional Chinese characters. Chapter 165 Revenge Consumption. Puff. Li Wanming was amused by her wrinkled face. Hearing this voice, Chu Yao Yao's face flushed red with anger. She comforted herself in her heart. It doesn't matter. Just like doing English reading. Skip the words you don't know. By reading on. Well, she skipped many names that she only knew the surname. Suddenly, her eyes fixed on the far right. Lin. What? Jean? Chu Yao Yao's big eyes lit up, and she stretched out her tender fingers. I know. Lin Yujin. Oh, I guessed it right. The prince also squeezed in, and as soon as he walked in, he heard the Milky shouting just now. Big brother is bad. Chu Yao Yao pouted and looked at him accusingly. Although it was indeed guessed. But how can you say that in public? Don't I have face? Seeing the faint tears in her big eyes, the prince felt a little guilty. Yao Yao hasn't started yet. And it's already amazing that she can recognize words. He shouldn't use that joking tone just now. I'm sorry. Yao Yao. Big brother didn't mean it. Humph. Chu Yao Yao turned her head away angrily, crossed her hands, and refused to communicate with him. She blinked her eyes, and dispersed the physiological tears in her eyes. The sunlight was too dazzling. Come. Uncle will teach you. Li Wanming patted her head. He didn't know how to comfort people, so he could only use practical actions to prevent her from being laughed at in the future. He stretched out his slender and well-proportioned fingers and pointed at the name she saw at the beginning. Ding. Qian. Zay. Do you remember it? Chu Yao Yao looked like she didn't care, but her big eyes were staring at the two words. She felt dizzy after staring at them for a long time. I can't remember it. I can't remember it at all. I am really impressed. With so many strokes. In the exam room, the opponent almost finished answering a question in the time it takes to write his name. Right? Forget it. Forget it. I won't learn it. I am not that kind of person at all. I can't bear the hardship of learning to read at all. The prince looked at her speechlessly. You are so proud of being illiterate? That won't do. How can a princess of Daki not know how to read? Thinking of the look of the little guy just now, he decided to fight back. The three of them withdrew from the crowd. The prince walked away, while chatting with Li Wanming seemingly casually. Speaking of which, the matters of the autumn examination are coming to an end. It's time to put Yao Yao's enlightenment on the agenda. Hearing her words, Chu Yaoyao stuffed the candy she had just taken out back. She instantly lost the desire to eat snacks. She looked at someone angrily, her little face fierce and fierce. Brother, let's not talk about this. We are still good siblings. Seeing her like this, the two shook their heads helplessly. Because of the sudden mention of school, Chu Yaoyao was so anxious that she didn't even want to go to Wantao Tower. The brother and sister sat in silence on the carriage back to the palace. Xianghua Palace Yao? Why are you back so soon? The imperial concubine put down the teacup in her hand and looked at her strangely. Have you had lunch? As soon as she said this, the little guy's stomach seemed to echo her and started to growl. Chu Yaoyao rubbed her belly twice and shook her head listlessly. Not yet. What happened? The imperial concubine was puzzled. Hearing that the little princess hadn't eaten yet, Chunshur didn't need to tell her at all, and hurried to the small kitchen. But what happened? Why are you unhappy? Did you have a quarrel with your prince brother? While asking softly, the imperial concubine picked up Yaoyao and put her on the chair, wiped her hands with a wet towel, and then pushed the snack to her hand. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and replied weakly with 2 words. Nothing. Just narrow-minded. Imperial concubine? Unable to bear the hunger in her stomach, Chu Yaoyao picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and took a small bite without interest. Little princess, I'm back. Let's eat. Chunshur walked in with 2 large bowls. Looking at the bowls that were 2 or 3 times bigger than her head, Chu Yaoyao's brain crashed. You may have misunderstood my stomach capacity. However, what made her even more confused was yet to come. After Chunshur put the tray on the table, the mother and daughter also saw clearly what was inside. That is, there was nothing. Chu Yaoyao pointed at the 2 empty bowls and looked at her in disbelief. Sister Chunshur, do you want me to eat air? Oh, there is one more. I almost forgot the most important one, Chunshur shouted, and then ran out in a hurry. The imperial concubine touched her little head. Be patient for a while. You will be able to eat delicious food soon. Chu Yaoyao nodded. Okay. The highlights are all the finale. My queen, princess, I'm back. Chu Yaoyao looked up expectantly, only to see Chunshur holding a kettle with hot steam coming out of the spout. Chunshur put the kettle on the table. Princess, I've thought about it. No matter what kind of food you cook, it's not as fast as instant noodles. Chu Yaoyao smiled. That makes sense. She had no choice but to take out a bag from her bag. Seeing her mother's expectant eyes, she took out another bag of instant noodles. While waiting for the noodles to be soaked, the imperial concubine comforted the wilted little guy. Don't be unhappy. I have good news for you. Your father said that old Master Zhou will open your eyes for you in 2 days. Yaoyao, you can go to school. Chu Yaoyao immediately covered her chest, and she was even more upset. What good news is this? The imperial concubine took out the sewing basket. Mother is going to sew a school bag for you. She took out 3 pieces of cloth and shook them. See, which color do you like? Chu Yaoyao jumped off the chair and walked out with her head down. This place? I can't stay. Yao, the noodles are ready. Don't you want to eat? Chu Yaoyao replied sullenly. I'm full. Angry and full. My queen, since the little princess doesn't want to eat, how about this one? As she said that, Chunshur looked at the other bowl of noodles eagerly. The imperial concubine put down the sewing basket and waved her hand. Come, let's eat together. In the room, Chu Yaoyao took out a lot of snacks from the space system. I want to draw a lottery. If you are unhappy, you have to eat. Eat, and buy. She wants revenge consumption. After 2 tin draws, she looked at the children's toy gift bag. Especially when seeing the types of toys, Chu Yaoyao fell into deep thought. Magic cube, puzzle, building blocks, water machine? You really think I'm a 2-year-old? Children's educational toys. Right. System, don't worry. Isn't there another game console? Chu Yaoyao took a closer look. It really is. Take it out and take a closer look. Okay. You can only play Tetris. But even if it can only play 1 game, it is quite attractive to a certain Yaoyao who has been away from electronic products for several months. She drank half a bottle of milk, ate a bag of potato chips, and then lay on the bed to play games. What enlightenment! What school! Today she is going to escape from reality and have a good day of fun. The sky gradually darkened, and only a small area in the room emitted a hazy light. That was the light from the game screen. Chu Yaoyao stared with big eyes, concentrating on the cubes falling on the screen. Her little hands pressed the buttons quickly. System, here it comes. In the middle. Quick! Quick! Turn it. Chu Yaoyao's fat and weak fingers are particularly nimble at this moment. System, quick! The far right. Turn it. Turn it again! Oops. You turned it too far. System. Don't make a noise. It's all your fault for always being around and affecting me. Chu Yaoyao started again angrily, and suddenly heard a faint voice in his ear. Is it fun? Chapter 166. Are you serious? Finished. Hearing this voice, Chu Yaoyao shuddered instantly. Her chubby face trembled, and she subconsciously stuffed the game console into the quilt and sat on it. System. Why don't we just put it back into space? She stiffened her neck, turned her head woodenly, looked at the person who came, and shouted with guilt. Mother! Mother concubine? System. Why didn't you remind me? System. Didn't I see you were fascinated by playing games? Chuncher lit the candle and went out. The room was bright, and the guilty look on a certain milk ball's face was clear at a glance. The imperial concubine dragged out the box under her bed, put the small tray on it, and then stretched out her hand with a serious tone. Hand it over. What? What? Chu Yaoyao's eyes rolled around, and she turned her head to look aside, but didn't look at her. I don't understand. Seeing that she didn't repent and was still lying, the imperial concubine clenched her fists. She was really going to piss her off. She thought this little girl was throwing a tantrum over enlightenment. Although she knew that the little girl had plenty of food, she still went to the small kitchen to make her favorite chicken soup wontons and roasted sweet potatoes. She just wanted to coax her. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the door, she saw this guy playing all day and night. He really deserves a beating. Facing her mother's angry eyes, Chu Yaoyao moved her little but guiltily, and her little hand slowly touched it, preparing to put the game console into the space. Sensing her intention, the imperial concubine directly grabbed her up, and the blue game console was exposed to her sight. What is this? She picked it up, and didn't know where she pressed it. And suddenly there was a sound of woo-woo bye-bye. She was so scared that she almost threw it out. Looking at the black cubes that kept falling down, the imperial concubine scratched it with her fingernails. Well, I can't touch it. Chu Yaoyao stood on the bed and pointed at the button representing cashback. Up and down, left and right. Then she pressed the largest button. The vertical strip of squares on the screen instantly turned horizontal, and then a whole row of squares disappeared. Seeing this, the imperial concubine's eyes widened slightly. This object is so magical? It's really interesting. Ahem. The imperial concubine gently patted her hand away, then raised her chin and motioned her to stand up. I know. Concentrate on eating your meal. This thing. Mother will help you hold it first. Chu Yaoyao carried the tray herself, climbed onto the chair, and scooped up a small wonton. The wontons were very small, and she could eat one in one bite. Just after eating 5, her mother's voice of "Ah hey hey" came to her ears. Why so fast? Wrong again. I don't believe it. Chu Yaoyao listened to this voice, and a sense of superiority inexplicably rose in her heart. I never thought that one day she would be able to crush others with her clumsy hands. A small bowl of wontons and a piece of roasted sweet potato soothed her empty stomach. She rubbed her belly and burped. Mother, I'm done. Yeah. The imperial concubine didn't even raise her head and responded absent-mindedly. Seeing that she had no intention of returning the favor, Chu Yao puffed up her cheeks, then stretched out her hand to rub her eyes, and acted coquettishly. Mother, I'm so sleepy. Just at this moment, the 5 elements were successfully eliminated, and the imperial concubine pressed the pause button with satisfaction. Yes, it's getting late, and Mother asked Chuncher to help you bathe and wash. Chu Yaoyao nodded her head frantically, then spread her hands, stretched forward, and looked at her eagerly. Can you finally return the game console to me now? So this thing is called a game console? The imperial concubine raised her eyebrows slightly, and then looked at her seriously. You will go to school in 2 days, and you must not lose your ambition because of playing with things. So this thing will be kept by Mother for you. After saying that, she naturally stuffed the game console into her sleeve. Chu Yaoyao watched her mother wave her sleeves and took away her source of happiness. She stomped her feet angrily. Too much. Hearing this accusation, the imperial concubine did not stop and touched the game console in her sleeve. She was in a good mood. As long as she kept it for a long time, the object would always be in her hands. Then it would be equivalent to this palace's? After helping to clean up, Chuncher also left. Chu Yaoyao just lay down. System, your trading partner sent a video application. Do you accept it? She looked up and saw that it was Leah, whom she had not contacted for a long time. Accept? In addition to Leah, another young man who looked like him appeared in the picture. Of course, he just looked young. She knew this when she traded last time. As soon as she saw her, Leah started to complain with a sad face. Child, you don't know how I got through the past half-month. I only ate half of the fruit you gave me last time, and the rest was snatched away by others. As he said this, he gritted his teeth and glared at the person next to him. Li Kan shrugged. It was obviously eaten by Grandpa. Why was he looking at him? Hearing his words, Chu Yaoyao's eyes widened slightly, and her mouth opened wide. Half a month? But it's been almost 2 months here. Is there a time difference? On the opposite side, the man next to her patted Leah hard and threatened with his eyes. Hurry up and get to the point. Then, the man turned his head and looked at Chu Yaoyao with a smile, and greeted her. Hello, little friend. I am Leah's brother, Li Kan. I contacted you today because I want to trade some more fruits. As he said, he turned on his light brain and showed her the pictures on it. We can provide spaceships, aircraft, light energy weapons. Chu Yaoyao became more and more excited as she listened, and wanted them all. She suppressed her excitement and raised her little hand to interrupt. Wait a minute. Are there weapons that are easy to carry, take out, and not conspicuous? What he just said is suitable for reselling to Wan Nuo. But compared to spaceships and aircraft, which they can't make even if they develop for another 100 years, she is more concerned about what she can use now. Hearing her words, Leah was obviously stunned for 2 seconds. Then he smiled and nodded. Of course. Wait a moment. He flipped through the space button for a while, and took out a small silver ball the size of a glass bead. Found it. It's this air bomb. It's a small one, and the air wave generated after it explodes can knock over and stun all people within a radius of 10 meters. And it won't cause any pollution to the environment. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao's eyes lit up instantly. Good stuff. Thinking of the 2 invisibility charms she had just drawn, Chu Yaoyao rubbed her hands with anticipation. Do you have something to hide your body? Of course. Without waiting for Li Kan to speak, Leah nodded and began to look for things in boxes and cabinets. When I was a kid, I loved to wear an invisibility cloak to play pranks. If you wear it, it should be about the same, although it may be a little long. This child is much wider than he was at that time, so it should be about the same after a little stretch. Found it. This is it, Leah shouted at her, holding a silver cloak. Chu Yaoyao waved her hand directly. I want everything you just said, including the data drawings and the cloak. Name your price. Please wait. In the picture, the 2 brothers turned their backs to the camera, as if they were discussing. Chu Yaoyao didn't bother them, holding the kettle and taking a big sip of water. It's really tiring for a child to want to make his words clear. I don't know if I have enough points. If not, I'll just give them a few kilograms of fruit. 3 minutes later, Leah turned around, hesitated, and reported a number. 30 peaches and 30 strawberries each. Okay? Puff. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao spat out a mouthful of water. She took out a small handkerchief and wiped the corners of her mouth, staring at them in disbelief. Are you serious? Chapter 167, A Big Harvest of Points. Seeing her expression, Leah thought the offer was too high and quickly changed her words. 10 each is fine. Hearing him say that, Li Kan's expression remained unchanged, and he even smiled. In fact, the hand under the desk twisted Leah's arm tightly, tilted his head slightly, and glared at him with gritted teeth. At least you should try harder. Is it okay to cut directly below the knee? Leah dodged to the side while gritting her teeth, so she didn't cry out in pain. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and thought for a while. How about this? 10 kilograms of peaches and strawberries each, and 5 kilograms of grapes for you. This is all the fruit in her space. Really? You are such a good person. Kid. No, no, no. Sister. Leah was so excited that she jumped up directly. From now on, you are my real sister? Raised his fist. But considering the little girl opposite, Li Kan had to put it down. He couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead, wanting to sever his brotherly relationship with this guy. But it was worth it to get so much. And getting an extra fruit was a pleasant surprise. Chu Yaoyao smiled a little embarrassedly, stretched out her hand and pressed it down. Calm down. Calm down. After an instant stick, Chu Yaoyao sat back on the quilt contentedly, looking at the pile of extra things in the space. She smiled so hard that her teeth were showing. This transaction netted more than 300 points. Great harvest. I'm really capable. Today is a good day. Good luck. System. Number 1089 came to complain to it again, saying that the balance of its host was drained by its own host again. Chu Yaoyao yawned while tidying up the space. When she saw the blue fragment, she was so shocked that the tears in her eyes dried up. Huh? Plot fragment? Oh my god. How long ago was this? I actually forgot it. After clicking use, she was once again overwhelmed by sleepiness. This time, she could no longer hold on and fell asleep. EVA Galaxy. Central Star. Area A. After taking out the 3 kinds of fruits, Leah rubbed her hands excitedly, her eyes fixed on the purple bunches. New fruits. He wants to try them. As soon as he reached out, before he touched them, Li Kan, who was standing beside him, slapped them away. Stop it! Li Kan waved his hand and put all the fruits into his space button. I want to take all these back to the research institute. Leah roared. You're going too far. Aren't you? However, Li Kan only glanced at him with a cold look, and he shrank his neck in a useless way, changing his high voice just now and muttering in a low voice. If it weren't for me, how could you have fruits to study? You don't even treat the heroes better. You are ungrateful, and you are destroying the bridge after crossing the river. Hearing what he said, Li Kan snorted coldly. Except for your useless invisibility cloak. All the items used in the transaction were used by the Institute. How dare you mention that? Leah was not convinced. But the little sister obviously likes my invisibility cloak more. Hearing his name, Li Kan rolled his eyes. What is this called? Does having fruit mean being a sister? Leah continued to ask with her neck stiff. I haven't said anything about you yet. You know that the technological level of her plane is low. But you still recommend those flashy things to her. When he thought of his partner being deceived, his loyalty overcame his fear. At this moment, he was full of strength. He looked directly at Li Kan and shouted, Don't you think you've gone too far? Li Kan took a step forward. His expression was more serious than ever before. I must remind you that even if you are the host of the system, you are first and foremost a citizen of the Empire. Also, those things are what she wants. And none of us force her. When he mentioned this, his expression became cold. As for whether they will use it, and how long they can use it, what does it have to do with us? It's best if they don't, so that the initiative is in their hands. After that, he hurried away. Leah waved her fists at his back twice, silently cursing. Then, he ran to the door like a thief and took a look, making sure that Li Kan had completely left. He chuckled and took out a peach from the space nun. Do you think I will be the same as last time? Looking at the pink peach, he swallowed his saliva, opened his mouth and bit it. But he bit nothing. Slurp. Delicious. Looking at an old man who was chewing peaches with vigor, Leah wanted to cry, but had no tears. Grandpa. When did you come? While he was talking, Old Man Lemuri had finished eating the peach. The old man licked the juice on his fingers and looked at him with a smile. Although the smile was kind, Leah smelled a hint of danger. Hand over all the fruits. My good grandson. Daki. Cheonghua Palace. The bedroom of the Imperial Concubine. With the cheerful game sounds filling her ears. Chunshur has gone from being curious at the beginning to being calm now. To be precise, she has become numb. Looking at the moonlight outside, she reminded him, My queen, it's getting late. You should rest. Don't rush me. Don't interrupt me. The Imperial Concubine said without raising her head. After successfully eliminating 2 lions, she took the time to pick up the teacup. But it was empty. Chunshur, pour me a cup of tea. However, Chunshur did not respond. Hurry up. You? What is my beloved concubine playing? Hearing this voice, Li Wanji froze. Her eyes moved away from the game console, and a pair of square-toed dragon-pattern court boots appeared in her sight. She quickly stood up. Your Majesty? At this moment, she seemed to empathize with Yao Yao's feelings at that time. Emperor Qishuan nodded slightly and continued to look at the object in her hand. My beloved concubine has not answered my question yet. She handed it over with a wry smile. This is a game console. Emperor Qishuan checked it. Yao took it out? That's right. The immortal is too fond of her. Thinking of this, Li Wanji was surprised and helpless. It is of course a good thing that Yaoer can get such a great opportunity. But the immortals are almost better than their parents. Hearing this, Emperor Qixin smiled and replied, "Anyway, this is a good thing." His hand accidentally pressed the button, and the game console made a sound again. Emperor Qixuan tried to press a few more times, and his eyebrows slightly raised. It seems quite interesting. He simply sat down and played attentively, but his eyebrows were getting more and more tightly knitted. The imperial concubine saw that the foundation she had laid with great difficulty was destroyed in an instant, and she felt very uncomfortable. "Your Majesty, let me teach you." Hearing this, Emperor Qixuan was a little dazed. No one has said that they would teach him for many years. While she was lost in memories, the game console fell into the hands of the imperial concubine again, while she manipulated the blocks of various shapes to fall in the right place. She introduced the buttons. 4 of these can control the direction. The largest one. Emperor Qixuan nodded and took it impatiently. "I understand. I will do it myself." Seeing the two people's posture, Chunshur shook her head and sighed silently. "Well, another one is fascinated." In the middle of the night, Chu Yaoyao, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly frowned, and the eyeballs under her eyelids moved quickly and restlessly. After a while, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and shouted, "Second brother." Chapter 168. Prepare for action. Princess Ashur, who was outside the door, heard the noise and pushed the door open for fear of an accident. She took out the tinder and scanned every corner of the room with vigilant eyes. She ran to the bed in 2 or 3 steps. When she opened the curtain, she saw the little guy sweating and panting. Ashur quickly took out a handkerchief and helped wipe it. "Princess, what's wrong with you?" Thinking of the scene in her dream just now, where the carriage was blown to pieces, Chu Yaoyao couldn't help but shudder again. Explosives? Is someone in Daki trying to harm the second brother? Or, the heroine made explosives? She looked at her in shock, with a trace of moisture in her big dark eyes. "I had a nightmare." Hearing this, Ashur's heart was half relieved. She whispered to comfort him, "It's just a dream. It's all fake." As she said that, she brought a glass of water. Chu Yaoyao took the cup and took a sip. "We can't let Ashur stay here all the time." Thinking of this, she pretended to yawn. "Sister Ashur, I'm sleepy again." "Okay, let's go to sleep." Ashur helped her lie down, and helped cover the quilt, and then walked out quietly. When she got outside, she didn't completely let go of her worries, and listened carefully to the breathing inside, until the sound became long again. She was completely relieved. "Ashur, I'll take care of the little princess. You go back and rest." The maid Xuangyi walked to her side with a lantern, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Ashur carefully instructed her, his tone serious and earnest. "The princess was scared by a nightmare just now. You must pay more attention to the movement inside." Xuangyi nodded, patted her chest and assured, "Don't worry." In the room, after hearing the news of Ashur's departure from the system, Chu Yaoyao opened her eyes instantly. "Let's take action." She stuffed the formula of the tonic liquid under the pillow, and then tiptoed to put on her shoes. She crawled under the bed and put the 2 boxes of gold, silver and jewelry into the space. "When you go out, money is the most important thing." She put on her clothes casually, not caring about her messy hair, and directly put on the invisible cloak. In the moonlight, she watched her figure in the mirror become transparent little by little, and finally seemed to disappear completely. "It's amazing." With a sigh in her heart, Chu Yaoyao tiptoed to the door carefully, and put her little ear against the door to listen carefully. This sound. Frost Leaf outside seems to be dozing off? Good opportunity. Chu Yaoyao quietly opened the door, just stepped out, and was about to close the door. Frost Leaf was awakened by the sound of squeaking. "Huh?" Frost Leaf rubbed her upper and lower eyelids that were almost stuck together, got up and walked to the door. "It's quite windy tonight." While muttering to herself, she closed the door again. Seeing this, Chu Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Ashur went back. Otherwise, with her cautious nature, she would definitely go in to check. "System, do me a favor and leave a letter." Then, Chu Yaoyao rubbed her hands while looking at the speed rune in the space. Hee hee. Let me see how fast it can be. 2 hours later, just after dawn, Chu Yu led a large group of people out of the capital. Along the way, Chu Yaoyao sat in the carriage loaded with goods, leisurely, and took several naps. The team walked quickly, and arrived at a post station 20 miles away from the capital in the morning. Chu Yu entered the post station to eat and rest. Chu Yaoyao huddled in the truck, ate 2 small pieces of bread, and drank half a bottle of milk. She got up and moved around for a few times, then lay down again. System. I think I have the potential to be an agent. System. Well, as long as the host is happy. She is complacent here, and the palace is in chaos because of her. Qianghua Palace. At 1 p.m., the imperial concubine came to Chu Yaoyao's door on time. Greetings, madam. Shuangyi bowed and saluted. The imperial concubine who stayed up late to play games also looked tired. You worked hard last night. Yao, you can go down and rest after you wash up. Thank you for your grace, my queen. Walking to the bed and pulling open the curtain, she shook her head helplessly at the little guy who covered her from head to toe. He didn't even sleep properly. Yao, wake up quickly. But there was no movement under the quilt. Okay. Don't be angry. I'll let you eat an extra chicken leg today. Okay? Okay. Mother will return the game console to you. Is that okay? Speaking of this, she felt a little guilty. She didn't know why the game console didn't light up. Is it broken? Feeling guilty, the imperial concubine gently lifted the quilt. Ah! Hearing her shout, Chuncher hurried over. There was no one on the bed. Damn you! Seeing this scene, Shuangye's face turned pale, and she was so scared that she didn't know what to do. Her legs softened, and she knelt on the ground with a plop. The imperial concubine seemed to have lost all her strength, and she trembled and fell on the bed. She suddenly grabbed Chuincher's hand. Quick! Send someone to report to the emperor, and search the entire Qianghua Palace carefully, and don't miss any place. Yes! After Chuncher agreed, she hurried out to gather people. The imperial concubine shot an angry look at Shuangye, and her tone was cold. What's going on? Shuangye trembled all over, and her lips trembled. Your servant has been guarding outside. No one has entered the room, and the princess has never come out. After saying that, she kept kowtowing. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Majesty, please spare my life. As soon as Ashur walked to the door, he was immediately relieved when he saw her say this. After quickly entering the room, she didn't bother to salute the imperial concubine, and quickly checked the room. The windows, the roof, and every corner were not spared. After checking, her face became more serious. Madam, no one has come in. Suddenly, her face became stern, and she pointed to the bottom of the bed and shouted, The princess's treasure chest is gone. Hearing her words, the imperial concubine quickly got up and checked under the bed. Sure enough, the 2 boxes of jewels, one large and one small, were gone. The 2 boxes were heavy, especially the large box, which was full of gold. It was carried in by 4 young eunuchs. It was impossible for someone to take it out without anyone noticing. Li Wenji clutched the handkerchief tightly. There was only one possibility. What happened? Dense beads of sweat oozed from Emperor Qishuan's forehead, and his breathing was a little hurried. He was on his way to Qianghua Palace, and he didn't want to run into Chuncher in a hurry. When he heard that Yaoyao was missing, he jumped down from the sedan chair and ran over. Your Majesty! As soon as she saw him, Li Wenji, who had been holding on, could no longer hold on. Her eyes were red in an instant. She ran over and threw herself into Emperor Qishuan's arms. Do you think Yao was angry about the enlightenment? So she sneaked away? No matter how powerful she is still a child. What if? As she said this, tears fell down in big drops. Emperor Qishuan was also very anxious. His eyebrows were twisted, but he still comforted her softly. Don't worry. I will definitely find her back. On the other side, Ashur carefully checked the bed, and suddenly, she paused. Your Majesty, Queen, there is a letter here. Emperor Qishuan walked over quickly, opened the envelope, read it at a glance, and his eyebrows relaxed a lot. Look at what it says. The immortal wants to take Yaoyao to find Chuyu. He also said that during this period, they should be together as siblings, which is good for each other. The imperial concubine read the letter again, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. So that's it. But she was still worried. Your Majesty, why not let Ashur chase after him? And he could also help protect the second prince. Right? She didn't dare to say that she was afraid that the immortal would not take good care of Yao. So she could only think of a euphemism. Emperor Qishuan nodded slightly. Then go. After that, He opened the formula for strengthening body fluid mentioned in the letter with excitement. Just after reading a word, the eyebrows that were originally stretched gathered together again. This word? They can't understand it even if it's missing arms and legs. Chapter 169. This guy is going to cause trouble. In the carriage outside the post station, Chu Yaoyao was leaning on the cushion and cracking melon seeds. System, host. There is one thing that has not been done. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao sat up straight. You didn't leave a message for me. Did you? System, yes. It's the recipe. Chu Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief and nestled back in. What's wrong with the recipe? Haven't my father and mother found out yet? System, it's in modern font. Hearing this, the melon seeds in Chu Yaoyao's hand fell down. And then she slapped her forehead. I'm dizzy. How could I forget about this? System, host. Don't worry. I can actually provide a font change service. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips. She knew it. Just tell me. How much do you want? System, 2 points. Chu Yaoyao was a little surprised. She thought it would cost how much? Just received a huge sum of money last night. 2 points? Sprinkle some water. Deal. System? Is this still the stingy host and its family, who doesn't even want to upgrade? This time it's so happy? In fact, it just reported a high price. And it only needs 1 point to change it. It originally thought that if the host thought it was too expensive, it would be a waste of work at most. Unexpectedly, another sum of money came into its small treasury. Is it changed? After a long time without hearing its voice, Chu Yaoyao couldn't wait to ask. System, oh. Okay. Right away. Zhonghua Palace Main Hall. Zhang Yuanshou held the formula devoutly and read it word by word. After reading a word, his face became solemn, and he frowned and thought hard. After a moment, he wrote with joy. Half an hour later, he put down the pen in his hand and shouted excitedly to the side. Your Majesty, I recognize it. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan put down his teacup, stood up and hurried to his side. Really? Sure enough. Just like Yaoyao said, professional matters should be left to professionals. Some of the words on the formula are the same as the words here, but most of them are missing limbs. He thought hard for a long time, and could only barely recognize a few words. As a last resort, he asked Zhang Yuanshou to come. It seems that he really found the right person. Emperor Qishuan looked at the paper on the table. Huh? He took the formula back from Zhang Yuanshou's hand and compared it. The number of words on it is different from the formula. Right? Hearing this, Zhang Yuanshou looked ashamed. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I am ashamed. I can only recognize some of the names of herbs. As for the others, how can he be as knowledgeable as Your Majesty? What's more, this is a miracle drug, and the production process cannot be sloppy in the slightest. Emperor Qishuan sighed with melancholy. Is there no way out at all? At this moment, he was thinking about bringing Yaoyao back. The Emperor Qishuan, who was lost in thought, did not notice that a golden light flashed across the recipe in his hand. This, Zhang Yuanshou rubbed his eyes and pointed at the recipe in disbelief. Your Majesty, just now, a golden light flashed across the recipe. The words that were originally unrecognizable had turned into a font that they were familiar with. This is truly a miracle, Zhang Yuanshou shouted, then knelt down excitedly and kowtowed devoutly to the recipe. Although Emperor Qishuan was not as exaggerated as him, he also put down the recipe carefully. Okay, it's not the first time I've seen such a magical scene. Let's do business first. Zhang Yuanshou stood up and admired him for being so calm. Your Majesty, can I copy it? Emperor Qishuan pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Yes, but it must not be leaked. Yes. At the post station, after lunch, the soldiers gathered in groups of 3 or 2 to chat. This glass and soap were all made by the second prince. With such a great talent, Your Majesty actually let His Highness leave the capital. This is not. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao, who was playing the water machine in the carriage, raised his eyebrows. This person wants to make trouble. A soldier next to him glared at him. Shut up. You dare to talk about the royal family. You don't want to live anymore. We haven't lived enough. After saying this, the man walked away and ran far away, fearing that he would hear something he shouldn't hear again. The man just now snorted at his back and continued to mutter with everyone. What about going south to set up a business? Who doesn't know that there is a century-old Bransu family in Luozhou? Break into someone else's territory and grab meat from them? The soldier slapped his palm heavily with the back of his hand, shook his head and sighed. This trip is difficult. A soldier next to him pulled him. You mean? Lioli and soap were all made by the second prince? The soldier who said this just now had an unnatural expression. I also heard this. What are you whispering about? A man in a dark blue guard uniform came over, with a dark face and a stern voice. Can you discuss the master's affairs? The soldier who first brought up the topic looked at him, and smiled flatteringly. Guard-chun, aren't we here to speak up for the second prince? Chinwu looked at them seriously, and scolded them loudly. No matter what. If anyone dares to talk about the master behind his back again, don't blame me for being merciless. Okay. Okay. Several people nodded in response, and then ran away. Guard-chun. A slightly shrill and feminine voice came from not far away. Hey. Yunaki? Chinwu stepped forward. She came over and patted him on the shoulder. We all saw it just now. You did a good job. Hearing this, Chinwu bowed his head politely and smiled. What are you talking about? This is what I should do. Seeing him like this, she nodded with satisfaction. Chinwu glanced at him, then hesitated and said, Yunaki, those brothers were just angry for a while. So don't let the second prince know about this? With the second prince's intelligence, if he knew what happened just now, he would definitely find something wrong. She sighed. Isn't it possible that we are not speaking up for His Highness? Forget it. I don't want to cause trouble for His Highness. Hearing this, a dark light flashed across Chinwu's eyes. And then, he showed a puzzled expression. Yunaki, is what they just said true? Did the soap and glass really come from His Highness? Hush. She signaled him to be quiet, then looked around and pulled him to the back of the carriage to avoid the crowd. I don't know who spread it, but that person is right. My prince is a genius. Not to mention the glass soap. Even the explosives. In the carriage. Chu Yaoyao shook her head helplessly. You believe him just because he puts on a show for you? How did he survive in the palace for so many years? System, well, I'll give the host a piece of gossip. He seems to be the godson of Su Zongwan. Chu Yaoyao's mouth twitched slightly. No wonder. So he has a backstage. By the way, Su Zongwan's vision in selecting people is really not good. Outside, she seemed to realize that something was wrong, and he immediately shut up and stopped talking. Chinwu suppressed his anxious mood and scratched his head blankly. Yunaki, what is explosives? Why are you asking these questions? This is not something you should know. And you are not allowed to mention this matter again in the future. After that, she said this with a dark face and a rage, and then left in a hurry. He naturally did not notice the thoughtful look of the man behind him. After she left, Chinwu did not leave, but continued to wander around. Suddenly, a deliberately low voice sounded. Captain Chin. Chu Yaoyao secretly lifted the curtain, revealing a gap. This voice sounds familiar. System, it's the one who caused trouble before. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao's eyebrows stood up, and she clenched her fists angrily. There is indeed something fishy between the two of them. Chapter 170. Where's my hat? Outside the carriage. Seeing the person coming, Chinwu lowered his voice, patted the man on the shoulder, and praised, You did a good job just now. It should be. The soldier smiled at him flatteringly. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes, and made a money-twisting gesture with his hand. This thing is done. Then, seeing this, Chinwu sneered in his heart. Then he took out a silver ingot from his waist, and threw it into the man's arms. Take it. Remember to watch your mouth. The soldier took it, and took a bite with a smile. Then happily put it close to his body. Okay. Don't worry. I have a bad memory since I was a child. And I forgot what you said as soon as I turned my head. Soon. It was quiet outside again. Chu Yaoyao thought they had left, and was about to stand up and move around. System, host. This person seems to have done something with the wheel. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao hugged her little body with both hands. My car? System, no. It's the one behind. First he tried to gain favor and test the waters. And now he's destroying the carriage. What on earth does that Chun want to do? While she was thinking, a loud shout came from outside. Let's go! The convoy was on the road again. The carriage was shaking and bumping. Chu Yaoyao lay on the thick cushion and didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, she fell asleep again. At dusk, there was a sudden shout. Oh no! The wheel is broken. This made Chu Yaoyao wake up suddenly. System, is there something wrong with that carriage? System, yes. The wheel fell off directly. Outside, Chu Yu frowned at the broken wheel and asked the driver beside him in a deep voice. How long will it take to fix it? After a careful inspection, the driver wiped the sweat from his head and said, Your Highness, this wheel can't be used. It will take at least an hour. An hour? Looking at the sunset in the distance, which was only a little arc, Chu Yu frowned. He wanted to go into the city quickly and find an inn for everyone to rest. But he didn't expect such a change. It seems that we have to spend the night here. She stepped forward and whispered, Your Highness, this is a desolate mountain. Why don't you let the guards escort you into the city first and find an inn to stay? Chu Yu shook his head. No need. Then he looked around and pointed to the woods 100 meters away. Everyone, rest outside the woods tonight. At night, Chu Yaoyao learned from the system that the officers and soldiers around the carriage were already asleep. And she jumped down carefully. She really couldn't hold it anymore. After walking deep into the woods and digging a small pit to solve the 3 urgent needs, she started to walk back. After walking only a few dozen meters, she suddenly saw a suspicious figure. It can't be the one with the surname Chen? Thinking of this, Chu Yaoyao quietly followed. She hid behind the tree for a while, and then went to the bushes. Just like the agents who follow others in TV dramas, she also knows to find cover to hide her body. Not too far. Not too close. Not too fast. Not too slow. Always keeping a distance of 7 or 8 meters behind the man. If the system had a body, it would definitely hold its forehead helplessly at this moment. It was so speechless. Did the host forget that he was wearing an invisible cloak? If it really reminded him, it felt that Chu Yaoyao would roll her eyes. What do you know? I'm just looking for excitement. The person in front suddenly stopped moving. Chu Yao looked around, and finally ran to the bushes and squatted down. As she walked, the dead leaves on the ground were crushed, making bursts of rustling sounds. Why don't you leave? Just as she was wondering, the person suddenly turned around. Who's there? Chu Yaoyao quickly reached out to cover her mouth and nose. No way. Did he find me? I saw you coming. There was no one behind you. As the voice sounded, a man in a black cloak walked out from behind a big tree. But I did hear the sound of dead leaves being crushed just now. She didn't have time to listen carefully to the sound just now. This time, Chu Yaoyao was 100% sure that this person was the guard named Chen. The mysterious man laughed sarcastically. I can't believe that the master actually bribed a coward like you. You? This is a forest. You don't think there are only 2 living creatures here, do you? Seeing his contemptuous attitude, although Chen Wu was angry in his heart, he didn't dare to show it on his face. After all, he still had to live in Sia in the future, and Dyer was still in her hands. I have already found out that those things were indeed made by the second prince, the mysterious man said in an expected tone. Sure enough, it seems that the master's guess was right. Then he asked again, have you ever heard them mention explosives? They even know about explosives? Chu Yaoyao squatted beside the bushes, trying to stick out her little head, staring at the 2 men with her big eyes. Who sent them? Explosives? Chen Wu exclaimed. You also know about this thing? Seeing his expression, the mysterious man's tone became a lot more excited. Have you really heard of it? Chen Wu nodded slowly. Eunuch Yang did mention this thing today. And from what he said, it seems to be from the hands of the second prince. In that case, tomorrow you will do this. The mysterious man moved closer and whispered something to him. What are you talking about? Chu Yaoyao wanted to get closer, and the system quickly reminded him. System, host, pay attention to your feet. There are dead leaves all around here. Be careful not to alert the snake. Chu Yaoyao looked at the ground angrily, unable to go over, so she could only stretch her neck hard. However, what she didn't notice was that the hood of her cloak was hooked by the short book branch, revealing half of her tender little face. In such a short while, the mysterious man had left. Only Chen Wu, who was furious, was left there. I will do the thing. You are not allowed to hurt Dyer. Chu Yaoyao stomped her feet in annoyance. I should have watched the live broadcast directly. She accidentally stepped on a dead leaf, making a slight rustling sound. This sound attracted Chen Wu's attention, and he pulled out the knife he carried with him and slowly approached. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. His pupils dilated, his whole body stiffened, and the hand holding the knife seemed to have Parkinson's disease. You, monster, system, host. That, seeing him like this, Chu Yaoyao was puzzled. System, look, what's wrong with this guy? Humph, spy, Big bad guy. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party couldn't see her. Chu Yaoyao gave him a middle finger and made a face with her teeth bared. The moonlight fell through the gaps between the branches of the tree, as if it had applied a layer of white fluorescence to her fair little face. But in the eyes of others, she looked like a pale, bloody ghost, coupled with the dark and silent environment, and the hair that fluttered without wind. In Chen Wu's eyes, it was extremely terrifying. He lowered his head with a stiff neck, and he could faintly hear the sound of crackling, as if it was rusted. There was a shadow on the ground. Not a ghost, but only a head. Ah! Monster! As soon as Chu Yaoyao finished making a face, Chen Wu let out this heart-wrenching scream. His eyes rolled up, revealing the whites of his eyes, and he fell straight down with a plop. Monster? Where is the monster? Chu Yaoyao also looked around. You? Who are you? No. What are you? A familiar voice came from behind, and Chu Yaoyao felt guilty, and she slowly turned around. No. My second brother can't see me, so he must not be talking to me. After seeing her face clearly, Chu Yu's face was completely bloodless, and he seemed to have lost all his strength. He took several steps back and raised the sword in his hand tremblingly. Who are you? Why did you turn into my sister? What did you do to my sister? Monster? Where? Chu Yaoyao's face was tense, and she looked around vigilantly. She held the air bomb in one hand and the immobilization talisman in the other, and gestured hee. Don't be afraid, second brother. I will protect you. We have both technology and metaphysics. There is nothing to be afraid of. System. Is there a possibility that they are afraid of you? System, host. You first. Shut up. Don't disturb me. I'm busy protecting my second brother. My second brother's safety is protected by me. Chu Yu blinked in confusion, as if it was Yaoyao's voice. Is Yaoyao trapped here? Chu Yu took a deep breath, suppressed the rising fear, and raised the sword high. Hurry up and give my sister back to me, or I will never let you go. What is the second brother saying? I can't understand a word. Chu Yaoyao was confused for a while, and scratched his head subconsciously. This touch is bad. Oh my god! When did my hat fall off? Chapter 171. Don't sleep. You'll be home if you sleep any longer. Chu Yaoyao wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. So, in the eyes of others, isn't she? A head dangling in the air? No wonder Chen looked like he saw a ghost just now. System. Why didn't you remind me? System, it's unfair. You didn't even give me a chance to speak. After digesting the thoughts in his mind, Chu Yu put down the sword with a blank expression. Yaoyao? Second brother. Chu Yaoyao grinned and ran towards him with his arms stretched out, looking at the head hanging in the air and floating towards him. Chu Yu was still terrified and took a step back uncontrollably. This is simply too scary. Seeing this, Chu Yaoyao stopped, pouted, and looked at him accusingly. Were you serious about taking that step back just now? Chu Yu, you still have the nerve to be angry? I'm scared to death by you. Ahem. Chu Yu tried to pull the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile, trying to make his voice less trembling. Yaoyao, put away your magical powers first. I'm scared of your brother. Oh! Chu Yaoyao then remembered that he was still wearing an invisibility cloak. The moment he took off the cloak, Chu Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the little figure, who was in good health and full of blessings. After calming down, his reason gradually returned, and he finally reacted. Why are you here? Chu Yaoyao held the silver cloak and kicked the dead leaves on the ground with his toes. I'm here to find my second brother. It's just nonsense. Chu Yu frowned, raised his voice, and blushed at her for the first time. You are so brave. You dare to run away from home? Your Highness. Where are you? Your Highness? In the distance, more than a dozen officers and soldiers were holding torches and looking for him everywhere. Chu Yu took a deep breath, barely suppressed his anger, and picked her up. Let's go back to the camp first. As for this person, he looked coldly at Chen Wu, who was lying unconscious on the ground. This person was here late at night. Even if he came out to relieve himself, was it necessary to go deep into the woods? When it came to this, Chu Yaoyao pointed and stared at Chen Wu fiercely. Second brother, I heard that he leaked the news. Hearing this, Chu Yu's eyes became even colder. There is really a problem. He had heard she talk about what happened outside the post station before. He had a hunch that something was wrong with this Chen Wu. So he just walked around the camp and found that this person was not there. He found him out then. Unexpectedly, He ran into Yao Yao. Chuyu turned his eyes away indifferently and put her down. Don't worry about him for now. You hide quickly. Okay. Chu Yao Yao unfolded the invisibility cloak again. Chuyu clenched his fists. He was really curious about how Yao Yao hid her figure. But he couldn't help but feel scared. I had no choice but to stare at her delicate little face. Well, I shouldn't be scared this way. Right? However, this time, Chu Yao Yao put on her hat first. Chuyu. He shouldn't have opened his eyes. System. The host can play with people's heartbeats. Watching her suddenly lose a head. Even though Chuyu was mentally prepared, his heartbeat still inevitably skipped a beat. The little figure completely disappeared in front of him. And he stretched out his hand and waved it around. Yao Yao? Chu Yao Yao walked to his side and held his left hand. Second brother. I'm here. Suddenly, he felt a warm and tender touch on his hand. And Chuyu's hair stood up instantly. He gritted his teeth to prevent himself from shouting. In his ears, he could hear his own violent heartbeat, which made his teeth tremble faintly. He said with a little stutter, Let's go. You. Don't make a sound later. The brother and sister walked towards the torches scattered in the darkness in groups of 3 or 2. Hey. My prince? Where have you been? She was sweating profusely in anxiety. When he saw him, he ran up to him. Chuyu stepped forward and blocked his steps to continue walking over here. He frowned and pointed to his right side with his chin. Stand over here. She walked to his right side and stood still in confusion. Your Highness. What are you doing? I'm so anxious. Chuyu whispered. I just went to the toilet. Then, he frowned and looked at she. Haven't I told you many times? Don't call me your Highness when you're out. Look at my brain. She slapped himself in the air. Then nodded respectfully. Yes. I'll remember. The group returned to the camp. After entering the carriage, Chu Yao Yao took off her cloak and put it away. Seeing her sweaty appearance, Chuyu shouted to the outside. Xiao Shizi. Go and boil some hot water. Yes. Chuyu looked at the sloppy little girl in front of him, pursed his lips, and tried hard to hold back his laughter. Chu Yao Yao pulled a handful of tangled hair in annoyance, looked at him angrily, pouted, and turned his head to look aside. Humph. If you want to laugh, then laugh. Hearing this angry little voice, Chuyu didn't want to tease her anymore and coughed lightly. Where were you hiding before? When it came to this, Chu Yao Yao raised her little head proudly. In the carriage. I hid in the truck in advance and slept all the way. Seeing her arrogant look of seeking praise, Chuyu reached out and scratched her little nose lovingly, and then pinched her dirty cheek. Our Yao Yao is so smart. It's really annoying. Sir, the hot water is here. She was waiting beside the carriage with a basin of water. Chuyu turned around and ordered. Just get in the car. You go and rest. Then he continued to help Yao Yao wipe the sweat. His Highness is really strange today. She muttered in his heart. Even though he was confused, he still put down the basin and handkerchief quickly, listening to the footsteps gradually fading away. Chuyu brought in hot water and used a wet towel to help the little guy clean his face and hands. He also helped to smooth the tangled hair. The conditions here are limited, so I can only wipe it simply. You can take a bath when you return to the palace tomorrow. Chu Yao Yao pulled her hand back instantly, staring with big eyes. Return to the palace? Chuyu's hands did not stop moving, and his tone was still so gentle. But there was no room for negotiation. I will send someone to escort you back tomorrow morning. Chu Yao Yao was also unwilling to give in. I won't go back. I want to stay and protect you. Otherwise you will be blown to pieces. Chuyu? Why does someone want to harm me again? He subconsciously thought of the guard named Chun Wu. Could it be because he leaked his whereabouts this time? Thinking of the scene in the dream, Chu Yao Yao's eyes suddenly moistened. Eyes filled with tears, pursed her lips, and looked at him stubbornly. I won't leave. I want to stay and protect my second brother. Although the little voice beside her ear was immature, it was extremely firm, which made Chuyu's heart soft. It felt warm. He stroked Yao Yao's full forehead. Thank you, Yao Yao. Then he didn't say anything else. Took out the blanket and made a temporary bed for her. Chu Yao Yao lay down and became dazed after a while. Before falling asleep, she kept holding his sleeves and muttered softly. I won't leave. Protect my second brother. Chu blinked his wet eyes. Okay. My second brother knows. Seeing that her breathing became long, it seemed that she was asleep. He tried to pull the sleeve back, but every time he pulled it, the little guy would frown and wake up. Helpless, he simply cut off the sleeve with a dagger. System. Sure enough, what is shown in TV dramas is all lies. In the early morning, Chu Yaoyao was snoring and sleeping soundly. System, host. Don't sleep. Hearing the sound, Chu Yaoyao turned over and covered her head with a blanket. Don't make noise. I'm so tired. I can't get up. I can't get up at all. She put her hands on her face and said who? Sleep for another 5 minutes. System, don't sleep. Your second brother will quietly send you back. System, if you don't get up, you will be home the next time you open your eyes. Chapter 172 Suffocating Fatherly Love. What? Go back to the palace? Chu Yaoyao opened her eyes suddenly. And she didn't cry out for sleepiness this time. There was a faint voice coming from outside the carriage. And it was her second brother's voice. 13. Take a few people and escort my carriage back to the palace. She beside him was puzzled. Your Highness, are you going back to the palace? Chu Yu glared at him. Of course not. 13 shook his head and refused without hesitation. Your Majesty's order is for me to protect you. And I will never leave. Chu Yu's expression was serious. It is precisely because you are sent by the Emperor that I will feel at ease to let you escort. Chu Yaoyao ran down the carriage, put her hands on her hips, and snorted heavily at him. I'm not leaving. Little princess? Why are you here? She rubbed his eyes hard several times, looking unbelievable. When did he come? Suddenly, a sound of horse hooves came from far away and reached the ears of several people. Wearing a light blue guard uniform and dressed as a man, Asher rode a horse and broke into the sight of several people. Seeing the familiar little figure, Asher's heart, which had been lifted for a day and a night, finally settled down. Princess, you? She glanced at the panicked guards around her, and she who looked confused. She subconsciously felt something was wrong and spoke after thinking. Why did you come out? Can't you wait? As she said that, she patted the bag behind her. I not only bought breakfast for you, but also bought some snacks for you. Chu Yaoyao gave her a thumbs up in her heart and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Sister Asher. You are so slow. I am hungry. She's heart suddenly skipped a beat. So, their defense is so lax? If someone wants to harm His Highness. She shuddered instantly. He secretly glared at the officers and soldiers around him. These useless things didn't even notice someone breaking in. How can we expect them to protect His Highness in the future? It seems that we still have to rely on him. After letting everyone leave, Chu Yu looked at Asher. But the Emperor sent you to pick up Yao Yao? Chu Yaoyao's heart tightened subconsciously, and she stared at Asher nervously. System, is the letter you left behind lacking some immortal spirit? The Emperor won't disbelieve it. Right? System, host. Calm down. Don't worry. Asher glanced at a little guy and slowly said, the Emperor allows the princess to go south with you. Chu Yu? Is the Emperor crazy? When he issued the decree, was he sober? Let a baby follow him on a long journey. It's outrageous. But no matter how reluctant Chu Yu was in his heart, he had to take Yao Yao with him after the order was issued. After packing up, the team set off again. Yangcheng. After entering the city, the group stopped outside an inn. Chu Yu was about to enter the house with Yao Yao in his arms when Chen Wu suddenly ran over, holding his stomach. Sir, I'm not feeling well. Can I go to the clinic to get some medicine? Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao curled her lips. He must be trying to stir up trouble. He's probably going to tip off again. Chu Yu's eyes flashed, and then he nodded slightly. Go ahead. Remember to buy some more commonly used medicine for injuries and bruises. A hint of smugness flashed across Chen Wu's face. Yes. As soon as he raised his head, he was slightly stunned when he looked at Chu Yaoyao's face. He had never been so close to the little princess. Today, he saw her appearance clearly for the first time. Why did he feel a little familiar? Why are you looking at me? Chu Yaoyao stared back with big eyes. Chu Yu slightly turned sideways to block Chen Wu's sight. Not going yet? This voice instantly brought Chen Wu back to his senses, and he hurriedly lowered his head. Yes. After he left, Chu Yu gave 13 a look, motioning him to follow. Witnessing all this, Chu Yaoyao smiled and took back his hand that was about to open the live broadcast, and nestled comfortably in his second brother's arms. Great. It saved another money. The brother and sister entered the inn, just sat down, and two people walked in from the door. Master, please slow down. Hearing this voice, Chu Yu looked over. I saw an old man with white hair and beard hurried in and was looking around. When the old man saw them, his old eyes suddenly lit up. While he was wondering, The old man walked straight to their table and bowed. My two young friends. I am honored. Chuyu stood up and returned the greeting. I am honored to meet you. Taoist priest. The old man smiled faintly and pointed to the seats. My two young friends. Can I share a table with you? How dare you? She shouted angrily. Then looked at the guards at the table next to him and signaled him to drive them away. Don't be rude. Chuyu raised his hand and stopped them sternly. Then nodded slightly at the old man and extended his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Of course. Taoist priest. Please. After the old man sat down. The young Taoist priest sat down without being told. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. After drinking, he wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and poured another cup. Seeing his rude action, she moved his lips. But when he thought of his master's attitude just now, he didn't dare to speak, but just glared at the man fiercely. He really couldn't figure out what was so special about this master and disciple that made the master look at them differently. The old man made a Taoist gesture. My name is Xianzai. Chuyu's eyes widened slightly. You are Taoist Xianzai? He stood up again and bowed. I was rude to you just now. I hope you won't be offended. Xianzai? Chu Yaoyao scratched her pigtail in confusion. It's really strange. Isn't he the national teacher of Xia? Why did he appear in Daki? Chuyu's eyes flashed with deep thought. And he was also very surprised. Taoist Xianzai is a guest of honor in Xia. How could the king of Xia let him leave Xia? These two people are really suspicious. When he looked up again, his eyes were calm, as if he was chatting. Is the Taoist out on a pilgrimage? Hearing his words, the young Taoist put down the teacup in his hand heavily, his face indignant. It's all because of that liar named Qin. Zilin. Master Xuanzi changed his amiable tone and suddenly became serious. Zilin shrank his neck and shut his mouth. Seeing their posture, Chu Yaoyao raised her eyebrows with interest. Like a badger smelling a melon. It seems there is a story. Then let me see what gossip there is. Xuanzi explained softly. I am no longer the imperial teacher of Xia. Now I am a commoner, and I live in the world. Chu Yaoyao looked like she was staring at the table in a daze. But she was actually reading some information. It turns out that Taoist Qin, who was arranged by the Xiao family, was taken to Xia by the male protagonist. The ruler of Xia actually squeezed out a person with real ability for a fake Taoist priest who cheated and deceived people. He is simply a tyrant. Seeing a certain content, Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and laughed in her heart. He actually took so many poisonous pills? He is probably not far from death. Gosh. 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 The ruler of Xia was full of energy after taking the pill. He was almost 60 years old. But he could have sex with 9 concubines in one night. Chu Yaoyao was so happy in her heart. Chu Yu's hands trembled. And he looked at her in disbelief. What are you looking at? Is this what a little kid like you should look at? Chu Yaoyao didn't notice his emotions. She was reading it with great interest at the moment. He even said that Taoist Qin's pills were good things. And that old fool ate alone. But he even let his favorite third son eat with him. Seeing this, she almost couldn't hold it in. Ha ha ha. What's that? Chu Yaoyao laughed so hard that she wanted to pound the table. I'm worried about leaving him alone. If I love him, do I have to take him with me? What a suffocating fatherly love. She suddenly sighed with regret. By the way, why does he only favor that one child? What a pity. Chapter 173. This guy is really good. Chu Yu. Yes, that makes sense. If the Lord of Xia gives elixirs to his sons, it is better to give Shangwanji double the amount. Wouldn't they have to do nothing and Xia would have finished itself? As soon as this thought came up, Chu Yu shook his head quickly. Taking shortcuts is not a long-term solution. How did he also get led astray by Yao Yao? Chu Yaoyao didn't know that she almost led her second brother astray. And she was sighing in her heart. Alas, at this rate, the Lord of Xia will only have a few months left. At this moment, she was extremely glad that her second uncle found Princess Mingyu. If the villain returns 2 months later, the opportunity will be gone. If the hero takes over Xia, I'm afraid there will be another war. After all, that person is a person who yearns to unify the world. Seeing the complex and changeable expressions of the two brothers and sisters, Xianzai looked puzzled. He was about to say something, but suddenly, his expression changed. He hurriedly took out 3 copper coins from his sleeve, shook them, and threw them on the table, looking at the hexagram with a frown. Are you two planning to go to the south? This voice brought Chu Yaoyao back to her senses. She blinked and looked at the 3 copper coins on the table in confusion. Is it really calculated? No. I don't believe it. Do you think there is anything wrong with it? Taoist priest? Xianzhe glanced at a little guy and then said softly. Although Yancheng is not as prosperous as the capital, it is also quite unique. You might as well stay with your sister for a few more days. Seeing his hesitation, Xianzhe pondered for a moment and added another sentence. If we are really in a hurry, wouldn't it be better to start from Yancheng and go to Moenqing, and take the waterway to Xuzhou? Asher frowned. But in this way, wouldn't we have to walk nearly 100 miles more? Xianzhe stroked his beard and looked at her meaningfully. What's the fear of being far away? It's better then. She and Asher looked serious, waiting attentively for him to continue. But Xianzhe just smiled and didn't mean to speak again. Two people. I hate you fortune tellers the most. You talk in a vague way, saying half and hiding the other half. It's really boring. Chuyu kept his eyes down and said nothing. To be on the safe side, he should have listened to Taoist Xianzhe and taken the waterway. But, did the person behind the scenes really just let it go? But those soldiers were also innocent. Oh, it's really tangled. Take the waterway. Did he calculate that we would be ambushed by explosives? It seems that this guy is really good. Chu Yaoyao stared at him with big eyes, looking at him curiously. Facing her dark, watery eyes, Xianzhe smiled kindly. He is willing to remind us that he is not in the same group as the people who want to harm my second brother. Then I can give that thing away. What to give? Chuyu was wondering when he saw her take out a booklet from her bag. Nice to meet you for the first time. This is for you. Hearing this familiar polite words and looking at her little adult posture, Xianzhe took the booklet in a daze. He was given a gift by a doll? This feeling is quite novel. Could it be a sketchbook or something like that? Thinking of this, he smiled faintly and shook his head, flipping through it and taking a look. This is a great look. He just glanced at the half page, then slammed it shut, looked around cautiously, and then carefully hid it in his arms. He stared at the little guy with a burning gaze. May I ask who your master is? Chu Yaoyao waved her hands repeatedly. I don't. No, master. We are not from the same school. I'm on the technology route. Before she finished speaking, Asher, who was standing behind her, raised his head with a proud look on his face. My lady is Ultraman's disciple. Chu Yaoyao? Facing the confused expressions of the crowd, Asher inexplicably felt a sense of superiority in his heart. It turned out that they didn't know Ultraman either. Great. This round, she won. Although the princess didn't mention the matter of becoming a disciple. In her opinion, the immortal has always been by the princess' side and often teaches the princess. Isn't that half a master? Well, she is right to say so. Taoist Xianzhe frowned and thought. Forgive me for my ignorance. This Ottoman. Don't worry about it. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, Chu Yaoyao didn't care about the embarrassment and interrupted him directly. Facing the eager eyes of several people, Chu Yao's face flushed and she muttered softly. Anyway, you can't see it either. Xianzhe was full of disappointment and sighed leisurely. That's really a pity. Such a strange man. If you can ask a few questions in person, you will benefit a lot for the rest of your life. Well, we won't change the way. Chu Yaoyao raised her little hand and began to change the subject seriously. This is a person with great luck. Although she won't die, Xianzhe couldn't bear to see her get hurt. So he advised earnestly. Although it's a bit far, you can see the scenery on the river. And you can also fish on the boat in your spare time. It's very interesting. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and shook her head slowly. What is coming cannot be avoided. She straightened her back. Her fair and tender face slightly tensed. Looking straight at him, her face calm and firm. If it is a disaster, it will be somewhere else if not here. If you avoid it, will it be safe? The unknown is the most dangerous. Right? And this disaster is like money. You have to spend what you should spend. If you are too frugal, you may lose more than you gain. She has a deep understanding of this. Sometimes, in order to save $2 on bus fare after get off work, she wanted to walk home and treat it as exercise. Unexpectedly, she couldn't help but eat all the way when she passed by the snack street. Losing money and gaining weight. I felt it was a waste to throw away the leftovers. So I ate them. As a result, I got gastroenteritis. I went to the hospital in the middle of the night, took a taxi and saw a doctor, and spent hundreds of dollars. It really came true. If you save, you will have a hole. When thinking of this, Chu Yaoyao couldn't help but wipe away a bitter tear for herself. The previous life was really hard. Coming back to her senses, she looked up and suddenly found that everyone around her was looking at her. Chu Yao Yao? What's going on? Well said, Taoist Qianzai suddenly shouted, stroking his beard and nodding, looking at her with appreciation. I was obsessed. I didn't expect that you are so wise at such a young age. I am so ashamed. So ashamed. After all, he is a person with great luck, and his understanding is really high. Qianzai sighed. It's a pity that he already has a master. It's a pity. It's such a pity. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and pulled the corners of her mouth. This is called knowledge comes from life. And I am talking about experience. Hearing this, Chu Yu thought of what happened during this period, and he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. At such a young age, she has to bear so much. It's really hard for her. Thinking back, Chu Yu smiled and looked at the master and disciple. Thank you for your reminder, Taoist priest. We still decided to hurry on as planned. In this case, this thing will be given to you. As he said, Qianzai took out a small peach with sword pendant from his arms, which was engraved with complicated patterns. Chu Yu was about to take it, but Qianzai dodged it. This is the return gift from the old Taoist. Chu Yu took his hand back awkwardly. Chu Yaoyao took it with a confused look on his face, and looked at it over and over again. To be honest, he didn't like it very much. This carving skill is far worse than that of his uncle. The old Taoist has accepted many disciples over the years. On this way, he will also pass by the Taoist temple. If you need it, you can ask them for help with this thing. Chu Yaoyao suddenly realized. It turned out to be a token of goodwill. After saying everything that needed to be said, the master and the apprentice had a simple meal and did not stay any longer. After watching them leave, Chu Yu whispered to Yao Yao, "What did you just send?" Chu Yaoyao smiled mysteriously. The master of metaphysics. The notes of experience. Chu Yu? At this time, 13, who had gone out to follow Chen Wu, ran over in a hurry. Seeing him, Chu Yu's face changed slightly. Why are you back? 13 lowered his head and said ashamedly, something went wrong, and I lost you. Lost you? Chu Yu was a little surprised. 13's martial arts were much stronger than Chen Wu's, but he actually lost someone. When mentioning this, 13's face was a little ugly. Someone stopped me. That person is outside and wants to see you and the lady. If it weren't for that person, he would definitely not lose someone. The most hateful thing is that he can't beat that person. Chu Yaoyao pointed at him in disbelief. You want to see me again? Chu Yu's expression was serious. Who? Shursen shook his head slowly. I can't see clearly because of the hat. Hearing this, Chu Yu lowered his eyes and thought. If it was an enemy, he would have broken in long ago. Which shows that this person has no ill intentions. Then let's go and take a look. After saying that, he motioned for Ah Shur to hold Yaoyao and go out first. Shursan led a few people to a remote alley, where a man wearing a brown guard uniform and a black hat was waiting. Chu Yu gave He-shi a look and asked him to look out at the entrance of the alley. Seeing the brother and sister, the man lifted his hat. The moment he saw his face clearly, Chu Yaoyao opened his mouth in surprise. Jinshu? Chapter 174, I have never seen her before. Meet Princess Chiyuan, and meet the second prince of Daki. Jinshu bowed and saluted. Chu Yaoyao looked at him in confusion. Why are you here? According to the time, Shangwan Jin should have returned to Xia. Right? Why did he come here instead of staying by his side to protect his master? Jinshu's face was solemn. When we were at the border, our people sent news that the fifth prince had sent people to sneak into Daki secretly. He paused and continued. At first, the master thought they were coming for us, but they didn't stop at all and went all the way north. Hearing this, Chu Yu frowned slightly and looked thoughtful. Could it be that they were coming for him? Soon. His guess was confirmed. Jinshu looked around, then lowered his voice and said, This morning, I saw Emoju next to the fifth prince at the city gate. Sure enough. Chu Yu smiled faintly and nodded at him. Thank you for telling me this. Jinshu glanced at Shursan behind them. He thought about it and decided to explain. The reason I stopped you just now is because their people have been monitoring the area around the house. If you follow them rashly, I'm afraid you will alert the enemy. Hearing this, the dissatisfaction in Shursan's eyes completely disappeared. He nodded and thanked him sincerely. Thank you. I have conveyed your message. I'll take my leave. Jinshu bowed his hands, then walked out of the alley quickly and mixed into the crowd. It turns out that the male protagonist wants to harm the second brother. Chu Yao wrinkled her little face. But why did he do that? She suddenly recalled the conversation she heard last night. They mentioned Lioli and explosives. Chu Yao suddenly realized. I know. Chu Yu looked at her with a relieved smile and expectation. My sister is really smart. Chu Yao's little face was tense, and a trace of resentment flashed in her big eyes. It must be because of the female protagonist. Chu Yu's lips gradually flattened. It's outrageous. I haven't even seen Shi Jingjing. Okay. The more Chu Yao thought about it, the more she felt it was right. She pursed her lips, squinted her big eyes, and pretended to be thinking with her cute little face. She looked even more cute. Chu Yu couldn't help it, and gently scraped her twice. Seeing that she didn't dodge, he gently pinched her twice. Chu Yao was immersed in her own thoughts, and didn't notice these. Otherwise she would have been furious. It must be because the heroine thought that Lioli and Dynamite were made by the second brother. And she believed that the second brother and she were from the same hometown. Then tell these things to the heroine. With Shang Wanji's character, he would never allow anyone or anything to be beyond his control and destroy his plan. So he wanted to kill the second brother. Chu Yu. Okay. He took back what he said before. Yao is still very smart. After figuring out the reason, Chu Yao looked at his second brother with some guilt. Speaking of which, the second brother is also protecting me from disaster. Chu Yu rubbed the back of her head and comforted her silently. Let's go. Now that we know who the enemy is, we should go back and think of a countermeasure. After an incense stick, several people returned to the inn. In the backyard, looking at everyone, Chu Yu loudly announced the decision. We will rest in the city for one night today and set off tomorrow morning. When the soldiers heard this, they all showed joy on their faces. Great. Thank you, young master. Amid the ecstatic cheers, there was a voice of disapproval, which was particularly clear and harsh. Young master, this is not right. The one who said this was naturally Chen Wu, who had just reported the news. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him with dissatisfaction. Facing the resentful eyes of everyone, Chen Wu continued to speak. Young master, I think that we have delayed our journey a little yesterday. The weather is so good today. We should hurry up as soon as possible. Hearing his words, everyone whispered. He said this? Isn't he just trying to show off in front of you? This man is very scheming. For his own future. He actually wanted to harm the interests of so many of them. In the crowd, the strong man, wearing the same guard uniform as Chen Wu, looked at him with doubts. Is it his illusion? These 2 days, he always felt that Chen Wu was a little strange. Seeing Chen Wu's righteous words and his consideration for the overall situation, Chu Yu laughed sarcastically in his heart. He ignored Chen Wu and looked at everyone. Gar Chen wants to continue on his way. What do you think? The soldiers were tangled on their faces, lowered their heads and hesitated to speak. After a while, one of them raised his hand hesitantly, looking uneasy. Sir, can you really say it? Chu Yu nodded lightly. Of course. We are a team, and everyone can put forward any ideas, as long as they are reasonable. I will consider them. The man was encouraged and shouted. Of course we want to rest. After he said this, everyone echoed one after another. Let's continue on our way tomorrow. That's right. Take a half-day break. In that case, then it's settled. Chu Yu nodded, then left this sentence and left slowly. The ears were filled with the joyful cheers of the crowd. But Chen Wu was not happy at all when he saw their joyful appearance. He just passed the message and told those people that at a normal speed, they would arrive at the agreed place tomorrow evening. But who would have thought that the second prince would change his mind at the last minute and want to rest here for a night? No. He must pass the message as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder, and he was startled. What are you thinking about? A muffled, slightly silly voice sounded in his ears. He breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head, and glared at the person who came. Feng Qi. You scared me to death. You are a little strange. Feng Qi looked at him, facing his inquiring eyes. Chen Wu looked a little unnatural. You think too much. I just feel unwell. Feng Qi glanced at his empty hands, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Didn't you say you were going to the clinic? Why didn't you bring back medicine? He looked even more puzzled. Besides, why did you take so long? Chen Wu's eyes were a little evasive. There are many patients in the clinic, and I took the medicine directly in the clinic. Isn't it okay? Then, he pretended to be annoyed and slapped his forehead. Look at my brain. The young master asked me to buy medicine, but I actually forgot. I'll go again. As he said that, He turned around and wanted to run outside. Wait a minute. Feng Qi stopped him. Aren't you feeling unwell? Don't run around. I just happen to have something to talk to you about. After that, he found a soldier and asked him to go to the clinic to buy common medicine. Chen Wu was very anxious. As anxious as he was, there was Chu Yao Yao, who had just finished taking a shower and was lying on the bed watching the live broadcast. Seeing someone dragging Chen Wu to drink in the picture, she was very anxious. Who is that tall guy? If you stop him from going out, how can I know their plan? Chapter 175. No one is inside. In lobby, Feng Qi asked the waiter to serve a pot of wine and 2 side dishes. Thinking about the message, Chen Wu was so anxious that his palms were sweating slightly. He rubbed his hands on his clothes, kept looking out, and asked absent-mindedly, Feng Qi, what do you want to say? Seeing his anxious look, Feng Qi's eyes were even more puzzled. Have you encountered any difficulties recently? Hearing this, Chen Wu's hands suddenly tightened, tightly grasping the corner of his clothes. No. Why do you ask? Feng Qi raised his head and drank a glass of wine. Sighing, we are all people who can only rely on ourselves. After all these years of hard work, we finally got promoted to the position of Deputy Captain of the Imperial Guards. I had given up and thought that this was the end of my life. Speaking of this, his face glowed with a brilliance that made people feel happy when they saw it. But this time, Commander Zhao is thinking about us. As long as you and I escort that person to Luo safely and return to Beijing next year, we will definitely be able to move up one more level. As he said this, Feng Qi drank another cup. This time, he was full of pride and hope for the future. Seeing his expression, Chen Wu sneered in his heart. Zhao Qianwen has risen to prominence thanks to his family background. And his sister has become the prince. There will be unlimited glory in the future. You start wagging your tail when a little bit of reward slips out from your fingers? What a good dog. He lowered his eyelids, picked up the chopsticks, and took a bite of the side dishes. I know. We work so hard to climb up. Isn't it just to bring honor to our ancestors? Live a good life. Marry a good wife. And have a warm bed with our wives and children? Hearing what he said, Feng Qi blinked. That's what he meant. But why does it feel like something is wrong? Chen Wu put down his chopsticks, grabbed the wine glass, touched it to his glass, and then raised his head to drink it. Okay. I'm still a little uncomfortable, so I won't chat with you anymore. Looking at his back, Feng Qi had a complicated expression. Didn't you say you were upset? Can you actually drink? Upstairs, Chu Yu ordered 13 to go out and investigate suspicious people, and then came to Yao Yao's room. This entry was a big deal. What is this? He stared at the square object with small squares of different colors in curiosity. It looks a bit like Luban lock, but it seems to be more fun than that. Second brother? Chu Yao Yao, who had been pouting and fighting with the Rubik's Cube angrily, put down the Rubik's Cube as soon as he heard his voice. Second brother? Are you done? I guess so. After replying, Chu reached out and picked up the Rubik's Cube. The beautiful and slender fingers were placed on the Rubik's Cube, and they turned it like she did just now. Seeing that the side that had been assembled was redisrupted, he looked at a certain milk ball with a little guilt. Seeing that the other party didn't pay attention to this side, he simply sat on the chair and started playing. It took Chu Yu only a cup of tea to figure it out. He held up the restored Rubik's Cube and looked at Yao Yao with a little pride. But he didn't expect that the little guy was sleeping soundly with his lips smacking. He laughed and shook his head. Then he went forward to help cover the quilt, and then closed the door quietly. After telling Ashur who was guarding the door, he took the Rubik's Cube back to his room next door. At night, Feng Qi, who had been thinking hard for an afternoon downstairs, decided to talk to Chen Wu again. He felt that this guy was about to go astray, and as a good brother, he had to help him. He didn't want to go back to the two-person room. But Chen Wu was not there. He was about to go out to look for it. And just as he was about to turn around, he glanced under the bed and found a purse. This kid, he lost things. He picked it up and looked at it, and his face suddenly changed. What are you doing? Chen Wu's voice suddenly came from behind. Chen Wu saw the purse in his hand, walked over quickly, and snatched it back. Don't touch this. Seeing his nervous and extremely cherished look, Feng Qi wanted to help him, and his heart cooled down, and he became more determined to guess. But he soon showed a playful expression and winked at Chen Wu. Oh, it seems that you have a crush on someone. As he said this, he nudged Chen Wu's shoulder with his elbow, with a look of you are really not nice. You kid. You kept it a secret. If I hadn't picked up this purse, I'm afraid you wouldn't even treat me to a wedding drink on your wedding day? Speaking of this, Chen Wu showed a shy smile on his face. And then? I don't know what he thought of. He looked at Feng Qi deeply, and said meaningfully, how could it be? No matter when and where, I will always treat you to a drink. Seeing his expression, and listening to the ambiguous tone, Feng Qi felt a chill in his heart. But he pretended not to hear it. By the way, where did you go just now? Chen Wu put the purse close to his body. My stomach is still uncomfortable, so I went to the clinic again. I'm going downstairs to have some midnight snack. Do you want to join me? As he said this, Feng Qi walked out the door. Chen Wu sat on the bed, smiled and shook his head. No. Go ahead and eat more. After all, there will be no chance in the future. Feng Qi closed the door with goosebumps all over his body. The moment the door was closed, his expression became solemn. He did not go downstairs to eat, but went up to the 3rd floor, Chu Yu's room. What? Are you serious? Feng Qi nodded cautiously, and then continued. My mother is an embroiderer, so I also have some knowledge of embroidery and fabrics. The fabric, silk thread and embroidery method used in the purse just now are clearly what Xia women usually use. Chu Yu pondered for a moment, then looked at Shan, and finally looked at Feng Qi. I know about this matter. Don't make it public for now. When you go back, keep an eye on Chen Wu, but don't let him notice anything, so as not to alert the enemy. Feng Qi bowed his head respectfully. I obey your command. After he left, Chu Yu looked at Shan. You continue. Chen Wu did go to tip off again. I heard vaguely that they said they would bury several barrels of medicine on the road we must pass. Shan carefully recalled what he overheard. They also said that they would definitely catch us all in one fell swoop. Medicine? It must be explosives. The weight of several barrels. I don't know if Xia's explosives are as powerful as the ones they mixed. Chu Yu rubbed his brows. Did they tell me where it was buried? If it really doesn't work, they will just change the route. But what if innocent people are hurt? When Chu Yu thought of this possibility, he felt uneasy. Shan shook his head slowly. They are marked on the map. I didn't see or hear them. Chu Yu paced back and forth anxiously. His eyes fell on the Rubik's Cube on the table. He turned around and strode out. Let's go and test Yao Yao's mouth. Come to the door of the next room. Well, there is no light. I guess she fell asleep? He raised his hand hesitantly, and then slowly put it down. In fact, it's not too late to ask again tomorrow morning. Right? In the end, Chu Yu still chose to knock on the door. Knock. Knock. Yao Yao. My second brother has something to talk to you about. After waiting for a while, there was no movement in the room. He knocked again. Still no movement. Now he looked a little flustered. Something is wrong. Even if Yao Yao was sleeping soundly, Asher was so alert. It's impossible that he didn't hear it. 13 listened carefully for a while, and exclaimed, Sir, there is no one in the room. What? Chapter 176. Am I still not as good as Asher? Chu Yu was shocked. He pushed open the door directly, and Shan took out a tinderbox to light the candle. The two looked around and found that there was no one in the room. Chu Yu's face turned green, and he slammed the table hard. This girl. She ran around again. She really deserved a beating. Sir, there is a note here. Chu Yu walked over quickly, took it, and saw that it was left by Asher. It said, Sir, don't worry. Miss will take me out to do something. After reading it, Chu Tian crumpled the note into a ball and held it tightly. Under the flickering candlelight, his expression was unclear, but just looking at the fist with protruding joints, you can tell how angry he was. Shan comforted him softly. Sir, don't worry. With Sister Sher here, Miss will definitely be fine. Hearing this, Chu Yu sighed heavily. I know she will definitely be fine. He looked a little lonely, and his lips moved slightly. Why don't you take me with you? In Yao Yao's heart, I, her biological brother, am not as good as Asher? 13. It's a bit sour. Who is jealous? If Chu Yao Yao were here, she would definitely cry out for injustice after hearing his resentful tone. She didn't even want to take Asher with her. Right? Half an hour ago, after hearing the system's reminder, Chu Yao Yao saw the conversation between Chen Wu and the male protagonist's guards from the live broadcast screen. She also heard the location where they were going to bury the explosives. Great. Start working. Chu Yao Yao's big eyes were shining with excitement. Make trouble. Make trouble. She put on her shoes quietly, and was about to put on the invisible cloak when she heard Asher's voice. "Little princess." "Ah!" Chu Yaoyao was frightened by this sudden voice, and she covered her little heart that was about to jump out. "Sister Ashi, when did you come in?" Ashi held up the fire starter and pointed at the beam. "I have been there all the time." Chu Yaoyao raised her head and took a closer look. There was a quilt on the beam. "Okay. Does Ashi want to live on her beam in the future?" Ashi stared at her closely. "Where are you going now?" Chu Yaoyao hid her invisibility cloak behind her. I want to go downstairs for a midnight snack." Ashi nodded. "Then I will accompany you. I am hungry too." Chu Yaoyao hurriedly shook her little hand. "No. I don't want to eat. I want to go to the toilet." Ashi said again, "I will accompany you. Last time I lost it in the toilet. This time I have to keep an eye on it." Chu Yaoyao glanced at the live broadcast screen. The 7 men in black had already set off. She stamped her feet anxiously. "Ashi, you are monitoring me." "Yes." Ashi's expression was frank. Chu Yaoyao was stunned. She actually nodded? She admitted it. "She is so confident. The Emperor and the Imperial concubine have repeatedly told me not to leave your side for a moment." At this point, she sighed. "Does the princess still remember Xuangyi?" Chu Yaoyao's heart suddenly lifted. This tone, this wording, is like talking about a deceased person. Her heart skipped a beat, and she stumbled over her words. "What happened to her?" "It's not because of me." "She was." Asher shook his head. "The Imperial concubine is kind, and only demoted her to the laundry department to be an ordinary maid." Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. But soon her mood became heavy again. Xuangyi was originally a first-class maid. "It's all because of me. It's all my fault." Seeing her guilty look, Asher comforted her softly. Speaking of which, she was also wrong in this matter. She dozed off during the night watch. No matter which palace she was in, she would be severely punished. You don't have to blame yourself. She is old enough. She can leave the palace in another 6 months. She often talks about her fiancé. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao looked up with her big eyes shining. "When she leaves the palace, I will help her prepare the dowry." Asher laughed. "The little princess is really kind. In that palace with strict hierarchy and servants, who were not treated as human beings. In front of these palace maids, the little princess didn't look like a princess. To be more precise, she didn't look like a master at all. She looked more like a friend." Asher blinked his slightly moist eyes, with a distressed expression on his face. "So, the princess doesn't want Asher to be punished, right?" Chu Yaoyao's big eyes flickered, and a hint of understanding flashed across her eyes. "Do you really treat me like a child? If you don't tell me, and I don't tell you, who would know?" "Forget it. There are not many speeding talismans left. And I also want to experience the feeling of lightness again." "Well, then, you stick this on." As she said that, she took out an invisibility talisman. Chu Yaoyao put on the invisibility cloak first, then pulled Asher's sleeve, and with a snap, she stuck the invisibility talisman on her. Asher didn't have time to be surprised that the little princess disappeared in front of him. He watched his own figure in the mirror suddenly. It actually disappeared. She looked down with a horrified expression. This is too magical. Ashi, let's go out of the city." Chu Yaoyao pulled her out. "Oh, okay." Ashi came back to his senses, followed the force of the hand pulling his hand, and picked her up. When passing the lobby downstairs, looking at people passing by one after another, but not seeing him, Ashi felt as if he was dreaming. She was in a playful mood for a rare time, and blew on the back of a waiter's neck. The waiter was so scared that he trembled all over. His face was pale, and he shouted that it was haunted. Seeing the waiter being scolded by the shopkeeper, she laughed so hard that her body shook. The invisibility talisman only lasts for 2 hours. Stop playing, and go quickly. Chu Yaoyao patted her shoulder and urged silently. "I didn't realize that Ashi was so childish before." Ashi sure looked serious and immediately took her out. Used Qingdong, took a shortcut, and rushed out of the city, on the mountain road 5 miles outside Yancheng. As soon as the two arrived, they saw 7 men in black carrying 3 wooden barrels and several hoes. Looking around furtively, a man in a black cloak circled 3 positions with a sword, then lowered his voice and gave orders to the men. "You guys, dig pits at these 3 positions." This voice? It's him. He's the one who met Chen with at night. Chu Yaoyao glanced at the 3 wooden barrels, which were about the size of ordinary people's water buckets, if they were filled with explosives. Plus, There were small hills on both sides of the road. Even if they were lucky enough to avoid the explosives, they would definitely be seriously injured by the rolling gravel. How vicious. Even if Daki and Sia had a grudge. Even if Shang Wanji wanted to harm his second brother. Didn't he think that this would hurt many innocent people? Chu Yaoyao became more and more angry. He is not worthy of being the male protagonist now. What are you doing? This voice interrupted her thoughts. Looking over the direction of the voice, the group seemed to have a dispute. The man in the cloak pointed at a slightly fat man in black. Why aren't you working? The man in black put one hand on his waist and pointed at him with the other, shouting arrogantly. My master paid you to do this. And all of this is your job. Why should I do it? Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao's eyes widened slightly. Are they not in the same group? So, there is another force that wants to harm my second brother? Chapter 177. Looking forward to their expressions tomorrow. Who is it? Chu Yaoyao opened the system, but found nothing. So angry. After being surprised, Asher looked at the man in black inquiringly. From the accent, he seems to be from the south? But she has never heard of anyone in the south who has a grudge against the royal family or the second prince. I don't care what your master says. When you join my team, you must abide by our rules. The slightly fat man in black was frightened by his momentum, staggered back 2 steps, and then stiffened his neck. What rules? I think you are the ones who don't abide by the rules. Do you still want the silver? The man in the cloak snorted coldly. Silver? If the master hadn't told him to find someone to take the blame, he wouldn't bother to take these good-for-nothings with him. He shouted to the side. Laojiu, teach him our rules. Hearing this, a man strode forward, grabbed the man's collar, and took him to the corner, followed by a wailing. Ah! Help! Someone is being beaten. The slightly fat man held his head and asked his companion for help. What are you waiting for? Come and save me! However, the 2 people he brought seemed to have become blind and deaf in an instant, not looking at him at all, waving the hoe wildly, working much harder than before. As she stood in the corner holding Yao Yao, secretly memorizing the location of the 3 wooden barrels. After a cup of tea, several men in black wiped off the traces and left quietly. When they could no longer be seen, the 2 men showed up and quickly walked to the location where the wooden barrel was buried. As she carefully dug out the wooden barrel with a dagger, a small hole appeared on the wooden barrel, and a rope made of special material extended from it, about 4 feet long. Pry it open. Chu Yaoyao knocked on the barrel. Be careful. Asher carefully pried it open along the gap of the barrel. There was a pile of black sand-like stuff inside. What is this? Chu Yaoyao snorted heavily. Explosives. What? Asher stared at the pile of powder in disbelief. Sia actually made explosives? I'll go find water. She remembered that the second prince had said that this thing would not work well when it came into contact with water. Chu Yaoyao held her back. No need to be so troublesome. Yao Yao, who was acting like a drama queen, put her hands together and looked at the night sky. Please help me put it away. Asher looked up at the night sky in confusion. But there was nothing? Looking down again, she was stunned. The gunpowder in the barrel disappeared completely. Asher. Chu Yao clapped her hands. Now, seal it again. After a long time, Asher blinked and gave a thumbs up. Great. She was looking forward to the surprised expressions of these people when they ignited the explosives and found that it would not explode tomorrow. After she sealed the barrel again, she walked to the next location. This time, without being told, she pried the barrel open quickly, and then stared at a little guy with sparkling eyes. Facing her expectant gaze, Chu Yaoyao waved her hand in disappointment, put it directly into the space, and then ran directly to the next place. I've had enough of the drama. I won't do that again. Asher sealed the barrel with a little regret on his face. When it came to the last one, the 2 did the same thing. Dug it out, pried it open, and took it away. When it came to the last step, Asher was about to seal the barrel, but Chu Yaoyao held her back. Wait a minute. Chu Yaoyao took out a small ball from her bag and carefully put it in. Now it's done. Watching Asher clean up the traces left and restore the ground to its original state, Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and showed a weird smile. Hee hee. This depends on your luck. After packing up, the 2 troublemakers turned invisible again and rushed to the inn. When they returned to the door of the room, Asher's invisibility talisman was invalid. Chu Yaoyao looked at the next door like a thief. Fortunately, the second brother fell asleep. Ashi, let's do this quietly. Chu Yaoyao whispered in a low voice. Then crouched down and carefully opened the door. The highly focused Tuanzi didn't pay any extra attention to Ashi behind him. Naturally, he didn't see the other party's complicated expression. Chu Yaoyao secretly gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. Return to the room and take off the invisible cloak. Even if the second brother hears the noise and comes out to check, he can only see Ashi. Hee hee. I'm so smart. System. Just as she showed her figure and tiptoed to the bed, the originally dark room suddenly lit up. Back? Oh my god. So scary. Chu Yaoyao was startled and took a breath of cold air. She turned around stiffly and looked at the figure next to the candle. Second brother? Chuyu sat on the chair. The dim candlelight made it difficult to see the expression on his face. But the low pressure emanating from his body made Chu Yaoyao feel palpitations. She laughed awkwardly, her voice full of guilt. What a coincidence. Second brother? You haven't slept yet. System. Oh. Host. You didn't expect it. Right? Your brother hasn't slept either. Chu Yaoyao shouted in her heart. Shut up. System. Let's sit together. Originally, I thought that today is your factory day, and I wanted to give you a big red envelope. System. Host. I was wrong. The main character is flexible. Suddenly, the eyes darkened, and Chu Yaoyao's little body was shrouded in shadow. Unfortunately, I was waiting for you. His second brother approached leisurely, with a smile on his face. But Chu Yaoyao smelled a hint of danger. Tell me, what did you do? The little guy pursed his lips, looked down at his toes, and pretended to be dumb. Chuyu didn't expect her to tell the truth, so he looked directly at Ashur. Ashur glanced at the little princess hesitantly, and then slowly told her what happened just now. When Chuyu heard that Yaoyao had touched the explosives, his hands behind his back trembled uncontrollably. After taking a deep breath, he gave a faint order to Ashur and Shursan. You two go out and close the door. Ashur was pulled by Shursan, and as soon as he closed the door, a wailing sound came from inside. Woo 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 wow wow wow. Then came the second prince's angry and slightly trembling voice. Do you dare to touch dangerous things? Hearing the crying, Ashur couldn't bear it and wanted to go in to persuade her. But 13 stopped her. Sister Shur, the second prince loves the princess so much. How could he really be so cruel? Let's not make trouble. As he spoke, he pulled Ashur downstairs with a gleam in his eyes. Sister, tell me again. Is it really that magical? In the room, seeing the little girl's neck and face were sobbing red, Chuyu felt a pain in his heart. With red eyes, he took out a handkerchief to help her wipe her tears. Chu Yaoyao didn't have time to dodge, and her eyes were covered by the handkerchief. Damn! Chuyu comforted softly. Don't cry. Don't beat. Looking at the handkerchief that was dry without a trace of water stains. Chuyu? It seems that this little guy is just thundering, but not raining. It seems that not beating is not okay. It's over. I was discovered. I should have wiped some saliva earlier. Chu Yaoyao quietly stepped back a little. Chuyu grabbed her directly, and unlike last time when he lifted her up high, he lowered her lightly. This time, the ruler in his hand landed heavily on her plump white palm. Chu Yaoyao burst into tears. This time it was real. She cried heartbreakingly. Wow. It hurts. Chapter 178. Is this guy here to make fun of me? The next morning, Chuyu led his team out of the city before dawn to avoid implicating innocent people. In the carriage, Chu Yaoyao was dazed and curled up on the cushion, her little head pecking at rice bit by bit. Chuyu reached out and wanted to pick her up, but unexpectedly, the little girl snorted angrily, hugged her arms, and turned her head to look away. I won't play with you. Chuyu. It was just a slap on the hand. This little guy is quite vengeful. The further he walked out, the more solemn Chuyu's face became, until Ashur outside approached the carriage and whispered, Your Highness, it's just 100 meters ahead. Chuyu nodded at her. Ashur immediately shouted to everyone, Hurry up. Speed up. Behind a big rock in the corner, and beside the weeds in the mound, several men in black took out the fire starters at the same time, lit the fuse, and then ran away quickly. Emoju, wearing a black cloak, watched the scene from afar, with a sneer on his lips. The second prince of Daki. A genius? He will die today. He counted silently in his heart, and then raised his hands to cover his ears. But he waited for a long time, and there was no sound. Not even the ground shook. The team had already walked out of the explosion range, and he shouted in disbelief. How could this happen? Lao Jiao strode over, pulled off the black scarf on his face, revealing a serious face. Fourth brother. We dug out the wooden barrel, and the weight is not right. What? Emoju's face changed drastically. After a careful inspection, Lao Jiao looked up at Emoju. It was pried open. The slightly fat man pointed at them and shouted, Mr. Emo, you swear to heaven and earth that you will make the second prince die here this time. The deposit has been received. What do you have to say in this situation? Shut up. Emoju glanced at him with murderous eyes. The man felt his throat tighten instantly. He shrank into the corner with a panic expression, not daring to breathe. Seeing this, Emoju retracted his sight, took a deep breath to suppress the murderous intent in his heart, and gritted his teeth at the wooden barrel. Open it and take a look. Lao Jiao disassembled a piece of wood. Empty. Emoju kicked the wooden barrel open with one foot, disassembled it again. Empty again. The second one was also kicked out far away, until the last one. There is something in it. Lao Jiao held up a bead high. What is this? The slightly fat man flexibly squeezed the people next to him, rushed over to grab the bead, and looked at it carefully. TSK. Isn't it just a broken stone? He curled his lips and threw it away. Don't. Emoju's eyes jumped for no reason, and a warning bell rang in his mind after years of wandering between life and death. Run! Hearing his voice, his subordinates quickly scattered to the side. But it was still a step too late. The bead hit the ground, and instantly there was a boom, which set off a huge air wave, directly shaking them against the stone wall and the big stone. Several people fainted before they even had time to wail. The movement could be faintly heard hundreds of meters away. Hearing this loud noise, all the horses were startled, and the team fell into chaos for a while. She even ran to the carriage of the brother and sister, looked around vigilantly, and shouted to everyone, Protect the young master. Protect the young lady. Chuyu lifted the curtain and looked out. 13. Go and take a look. His eyes stayed on Chenwu for a while, and then secretly gave Fengqi a look. Fengqi nodded, moved closer to Chenwu, and stared at him more closely. However, Chenwu, who was thinking in a mess, did not notice all this. He frowned and looked at the direction where the sound came from. You talk so powerful, but you can't do anything? What a bunch of rubbish. When Chuyu turned around, he saw a little dumpling holding his stomach, holding back laughter, and his face flushed. Chu Yaoyao covered her mouth tightly, laughing so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist. Laughing rat? Which family sent this funny guy? Is he here to make people laugh? Hearing her words, Chuyu lowered his eyes and looked thoughtful. I didn't expect that the ordinary little bead mentioned by Ashur could be so powerful. Chu Yaoyao laughed so hard that she fell down. Haha. I didn't do that. You threw it on the ground and blew yourself up. She read the information carefully yesterday and found out that the air bomb is a weapon used by interstellar cubs to protect themselves. It has no killing power and can only stun people. Of course. After all, interstellar people have good physiques. And when they come here, the damage to people is greater. But the system also said that most people will suffer some internal injuries, and there is no danger to life at all. Who asked them to kill the second brother? Compared with the two, she is already very merciful. Chuyu looked outside the car and was slightly absent-minded. Ashur later told him about what happened last night in detail. In addition to Sia, there is another force in this assassination, which comes from the south. Speaking of which, this trip to the south has been planned for a long time, and many people have received the news. Who could it be? He had never had any grudges with anyone, apart from Shang Wenji, who regarded him as a threat. He really couldn't think of anyone who would want to kill him. If it wasn't a personal grudge, then it was for profit. Could it be the Su family? They have a caravan that often goes out to sea, and most of the glass in Nanyang comes from them. Could it be them? Thinking of this, Chuyu shook his head. The Luo Su family is a century-old family with its own character and temperament. They should not let the family be stained for material things. Who else could it be? At this time, 13, who went out to investigate, came back. Sir, there are only 3 men in black over there. 3? Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao scratched his cheek in confusion. There were clearly 7 people last night. 13 looked ugly. And all. Seeing his expression, Chuyu frowned, coughed lightly, and raised his index finger to signal him to be silent. Then he stopped the carriage and turned to look at the little guy huddled in the corner. Yao Yao. Second brother will go down for a while. Don't run around. After that, he walked out of the carriage, took 13 away a little, and looked at him seriously. Go ahead. 13 said in a deep voice. The 3 men in black are dead. Chuyu subconsciously glanced at the carriage. At this time, a gust of wind blew, lifting the curtain on the window, revealing a delicate and carefree little face. Yao must not know about this. But was it caused by the loud noise? Shursen shook his head slowly. I checked it out. Those people were injured internally first. But it was not serious. The fatal wound was the knife wound on the neck, he said with certainty. The other party acted decisively. I think they were silenced. How cruel and ruthless. Nothing can go wrong. Chuyu sneered in his heart. Then he whispered. Take a few people to deal with it. Yao must not know about this. This matter is more secretive. So Shursen simply took Usher to do it. Back in the carriage, looking at the little guy playing with the Rubik's Cube on the soft couch, Chuyu sighed slightly. Even if the 3 people were not killed by the beads, Yao would definitely be scared if she knew. System. Then you think too much. The host already knows. Chu Yao asked proudly in his heart. System. Look at my expression and action. Isn't it quite natural? The system is still thinking about the big red envelope. How can it not hold it? System, that's right. The host is really good at acting. Hee hee. Since my second brother doesn't want me to know, then I'll pretend I don't know. System, ahem. Does the host remember what happened last night? Chu Yao crossed her arms and looked at someone angrily. Of course I remember. Yesterday was the day she was spanked. System, come on. I'm ready for the big red envelope. Chu Yao blinked her big eyes. What big red envelope? Where is the big red envelope? What are you talking about? Chapter 179 Shijingjing. You and I are just foils. System. It knew it would be like this. Damn. I was tricked by the host again. After Usher and Shursen came back, the team continued to move forward. For several days, everything was calm and there were no more incidents. No. There was still one person missing. Chen Wu. Considering that after this incident, Shang Wanji would no longer believe this person, Chu Yu found a reason to punish him and sent someone to escort him back to Beijing to be interrogated by the Ministry of Justice. In the next few days, the more normal the situation was, the more uneasy Chu Yu felt. He always felt that this matter would not end here. Although he looked normal, Chu Yao was still keenly aware of his emotions. She began to draw madly, trying to draw out more plot fragments. But except for the elixir and talisman, they were all a bunch of useless things. System. I want to see the scene of the 5th Prince's mansion in Xia. Why not? System. The distance is too far. Hearing this, Chu Yao collapsed instantly. What's the use of you? The 5th Prince's mansion in Xia. In the courtyard where the guards lived. Shang Wanji looked at the doctor with a gloomy face. How are the 4 of them? When can they wake up? The doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied tremblingly. To answer the 5th Prince, perhaps my medical skills are not good enough. The internal injuries of these 4 are not serious, but they have injured their heads. I have used all the methods that can be used. Next, I can only... The doctor glanced at him, and a big drop of sweat fell from his forehead. I can only wait. Maybe he will wake up soon. Or maybe he will never wake up again. You are talking nonsense. A woman in a guard uniform grabbed the doctor's collar and glared at him fiercely. How many times has Emoju's life been hanging by a thread over the years? He survived, and he will be fine this time. Emojo stepped forward and pulled her away. Xiao Dai. Don't be like this. Shang Wanji waved his hand and asked someone to take the doctor away. And then he looked at Emo Dai. What happened on that day? Tell me again in detail. Emo Dai wiped the tears from her eyes. That day, I led people to ambush at the designated location. But the cheese team had already walked out of the explosion range. And there was no sound over there. I felt something was wrong and was about to check. And then I heard a loud bang. Shang Wanji stared at her closely. Are you sure there was only one bang? Emo Dai looked at him and nodded firmly. I'm sure there was only one bang. In the past few days, she has heard this question more than once, and has been recalling the scene over and over again. When she rushed to the vicinity, she just saw several people falling from the stone wall. Shang Wanji's brows were furrowed. The 4 people had been checked, and except for the scars on their backs hitting the rocks, there were almost no external injuries. This was definitely not caused by explosives. What on earth is going on? Are you sure there are no signs of burning around? He stared at Emo Dai closely. Emo Dai frowned and recalled carefully. I also find it strange. If there hadn't been a pit on the ground and the big rock hadn't been pushed away, I would have thought that Emoju and the others were just pretending. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. Your Highness, please ask the Imperial Physician to come and see Emoju. Please. Shang Wanji closed his eyes tightly and was in a dilemma. If he asked the Imperial Physician, he would not be able to conceal the matter. At this time, a servant ran out of the room, and he shouted excitedly, Your Highness, guard Emoju is awake. Shang Wanji breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Several people ran into the room quickly and saw Emoju sitting on the head of the bed, rubbing his head. Emoju, are you okay? Emodai rushed over and held his hand tightly. Looking at her, Emoju's eyes flashed with confusion. How are you? Are you still uncomfortable? Emodai looked her up and down. Xiao Dai. Speak louder. I can't hear you clearly. Is your throat broken? Emodai covered her mouth instantly, and tears slowly slid down her moist eyes. She turned her head abruptly and looked at Shang Wanji. Shang Wanji and Emoju looked at each other. Quick! Go find a doctor. Noticing him, Emoju got off the bed and knelt on the ground. Your Highness, I am incompetent and have not completed the task. Shang Wanji walked aside and wrote 2 lines on a piece of paper. Emoju took a look and then answered his questions one by one. That Chenwu seems to have changed his mind at the last minute and betrayed us. The explosives in the barrel are gone. It's a small round ball. As he said, he circled his thumb and index finger and compared the size. After falling to the ground, we were lifted up and hit the stone wall. At this point, Emoju's expression became horrified. It was really weird at the time. Before he fainted, he took a daze and saw that it was clearly the power of the bomb. But there was no sign of burning around him. If it weren't for the pain in his body that made him unable to move, everything would have seemed like an illusion. After hearing his words, Shang Wanji's face became ugly. Did Daki create some new weapons again? You should have a good rest. After saying this casually, he strode out of the room. After he left, Emodai hurriedly helped Emoju up. Looking at the handwriting on the paper, her eyes darkened for a moment. Emoju was so seriously injured. But His Highness didn't even say a word of concern? And just now, His Highness hesitated. He didn't want to ask the doctor at all. After leaving Emoju's room, Shang Wanji hurried to the yard where Shi Jingjing was imprisoned. Opening the door and walking in, looking at the haggard figure sitting on the chair, Shang Wanji was in a trance for a moment. I still remember her agility, scheming and ambition all written on her face when they first met. But now, it seems that I haven't seen any emotion other than disgust and ridicule on her face for a long time. Thinking of this, he felt a little guilty. But it was only for a moment. I came here today to ask you something. Hearing this, Shi Jingjing raised a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth and glanced at him with her eyelids lifted. Fifth Prince? You really embarrass me. What do you want to know? Do you need to ask in person? Shang Wanji took 2 steps closer. I know you hate me. But if you were willing to cooperate, why would you have come to this point today? However, Shi Jingjing closed her eyes directly and didn't want to pay attention to him. Do you know that there is a kind of explosive that will only cause internal injuries to people after it explodes, and there will be no damage to the outside? Shang Wanji slowly talked about what Emoju had experienced. Hearing this, Shi Jingjing's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her hands under the table tightly grasped the corners of her skirt. If it is really as he said, that kind of thing can never be made in this era. Even the technology level of her original world has not developed to this point. Unless... Shang Wanji stared at her after noticing her subtle emotional fluctuations, with a hint of excitement in his tone that is difficult to detect. You know? Shi Jingjing raised her head, with pity in her eyes. For Shang Wanji and for herself. You can't beat him. How could an ancient person beat a time traveler with a golden finger? Shang Wanji strode forward, grabbed her shoulders and shook her hard. His eyes were cold, and he looked at her with gritted teeth. What do you mean by that? Ha ha ha. Shi Jingjing suddenly raised her head and laughed a few times. The sound was crazy and creepy. You can't beat him. And I can't beat him. As she laughed, her eyes gradually moistened. She had been thinking before. Why? Since she was allowed to travel here, she should be the heroine of this world. Why did she have to suffer this? Now she knew that the knowledge and insights beyond this era that she was proud of were worthless in front of the golden finger of the time traveler. Seeing her like crazy, Shang Wanji was a little dazed. Shi Jingjing took the opportunity to push him away, and then stood up suddenly. She pointed at Shang Wanji with a distorted expression. Foil. You? Me. All of us are foils. Shi Jingjing grabbed her hair randomly and frantically. The bun that was not well taken care of was directly messed up. Coupled with her distorted face, she looked more like a madman. Why? Chapter 180. Is it popular to cheat your uncle these days? No. I don't believe it. I'm a time traveler. I should be the protagonist. Obviously. I am the chosen girl of this world. Shang Wanji walked out of the room with a sullen face, listening to the crazy talk inside. He walked out of the yard with a look of disgust and gave an order to Moing. You don't have to stay here in the future. Find a servant to guard the gate and don't let her run around. Moing raised her eyes and glanced at him, then quickly lowered her eyelids and asked a little nervously, Then what about your subordinates? Shang Wanji's expression and tone were indifferent. Mo Zhu's body is temporarily unsuitable for continuing to perform tasks. You will take his place in the future. Then wouldn't she be able to follow His Highness all the time? Moing calmed down his excitement and nodded heavily. Your subordinate obeys your order. Then what plans does your highness have next? When Shang Wanji mentioned this, Shi Jingjing's words just now rang in his mind. His face became gloomy. His hands clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. A foil? This prince will never be a foil for anyone again. He narrowed his eyes slightly and ordered in a deep voice. Contact Soul Demanding Pavilion and tell them that I want to pay a high price to ask them to take action. After Moing took the order and left, Mo Zhou hurried over. Master, the doctor said that as long as Mo Zhu's ears are properly taken care of, they will recover soon. Hearing this, Shang Wanji nodded slightly. Let the palace doctor treat it well. One more thing. Mo Zhou took 2 steps forward and whispered. Our spies have sent news that the 4th prince seems to be secretly investigating the case of concubine Yu in recent days. Why didn't you say it earlier? Shang Wanji glared at him unhappily, and then strode to the front yard. Let Lao Lu come over. When Shang Wanchang arrived, his 5th brother's study was already a mess. He carefully walked around the broken porcelain pieces and walked to the desk. 5th brother. What happened? When Shang Wanji thought of what Moing had just reported, his suppressed anger raged again, burning his reason crazily, and he slammed the table heavily. The soul-snatching pavilion didn't accept my order. Shang Wanchang touched his chin. Puzzled, didn't the soul-snatching pavilion always accept any task from anyone as long as the money was in place? So, this is wrong. Something is beyond control, which makes Shang Wanji feel uneasy. He stood up and walked out. I'll go there in person. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Shang Wanchang. I came to you today just to ask. Have all the people who knew about concubine you been dealt with? Hearing him ask this, Shang Wanchang's breathing was disordered for a moment. 5th brother. Why are you asking about this all of a sudden? It's been almost 10 years. Even if 4th brother wants to investigate, he won't find anything. Seeing his expression, Shang Wanji looked at him suspiciously. Are you hiding something from me? Shang Wanchang's eyes jumped suddenly. Then he shook his head and looked at him accusingly. Of course not. 5th brother. Don't you believe me? Of course I believe you. Because there are more important things. Shang Wanji didn't have time to think about it. He said a few words of comfort and left in a hurry. Looking at his back, Shang Wanchang breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that we still need to find that person as soon as possible. At night, the man in black silver silk embroidered with bamboo leaves, accompanied by guards and led by a seductively dressed woman, walked into the main hall of the soul-seeking pavilion. The man in red brocade with black edges stepped on a chair with one foot, leaning on the pavilion master's throne. The man rested his head on the armrest with one hand, and his sitting posture was casual, but also a bit arrogant. Oh! The 5th prince came to visit in person. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Shang Wanji raised his chin slightly. Pavilion Master Luo. I think you also know my purpose. Just make an offer directly. Pavilion Master Luo waved his hands, revealing a difficult look. 5th prince? You don't know that you want to buy the life of the 2nd prince of Daki, but someone wants to save his life at a high price. Hearing this, Shang Wanji clenched his hands, feeling more and more uneasy. I can offer double the price. Pavilion Master Luo shrugged. That person also said that no matter how much you offer, he will double it. Seeing his rogue look, Shang Wanji looked at him with anger on his face and gritted his teeth. So, Pavilion Master Luo doesn't want to do my business anymore? Pavilion Master Luo put his feet down, stood up and stretched. I'm doing business. It's not good to be hard on money. What's more, The other party also offered a pill that can cure all poisons. He had no reason to refuse. You? Emojo pointed at him. His face flushed with anger. Back off. Shang Wanji gave him a look. In that case, I'll take my leave. Shang Wanji looked at him deeply, then turned around, and the master and servant walked out one after the other. Back to the busy streets. Emojo glared at the direction of the soul-demanding pavilion. Master, they are really too much. Shang Wanji's jaw tightened, and he looked deeply at the direction of the auction pavilion, which was the entrance to the soul-demanding pavilion. Let someone check who wants to protect the second prince of Daki. With such financial resources. Could it be? Yes. After a pause, Emojo asked hesitantly. Master, what should we do next? Shang Wanji sneered. Didn't Emoju find a perfect shield for us before? That's still a good knife. Let Emoju hand over all the people in Luzhou to Emoing, and let her leave as soon as possible. Early in the morning, because Luzhou was only a few miles away, Chu Yaoyao didn't want to take the carriage anymore. But the governor of Luzhou was waiting at the city gate with several officials, and Chu Yu really couldn't delay. Besides, he didn't want Yao Yao to see those people. He simply left 2 guards for her and a carriage. If she wants to ride a horse, let Usher take her riding. If she doesn't want to ride a horse, take a car. Sitting on a big white horse, feeling the breeze, Chu Yaoyao squinted her eyes comfortably. Several people walked slowly, and suddenly, the sound of children quarreling came from not far away. You don't have a father. I won't play with you. The one who said this was a boy who was estimated to be 6 or 7 years old. I have an uncle, and my uncle is very powerful. This voice was more childish, and it was a little boy who was half a head taller than Chu Yaoyao, estimated to be only 3 or 4 years old. At this moment, he clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with tears, and he stretched his neck to shout at the boy opposite. That's not as good as my daddy. The tall boy was very proud. My daddy can shoot arrows. He is the most famous archer in the surrounding villages. The little boy was not willing to be outdone. My uncle is good at martial arts. My daddy can shoot a blind bear to death with 1 arrow. 1 arrow. The little boy shouted unyieldingly. My uncle can kill a big tiger with 1 punch. He dares to pull teeth out of a tiger's mouth. Chu Yaoyao was stunned. Is it popular to cheat not only dads, but also uncles these days? This is definitely the level of haircuts in the first month of the lunar year. Seeing that she was watching with great interest, Ashur simply stopped and let her watch for a while. The 2 over there were still arguing, and neither of them was convinced. My daddy can eat a bucket of rice in 1 meal. What's that? My uncle can eat 2 buckets of rice in 1 meal. 2 buckets of shit. He had seen before that his uncle would burp a few times after going to the toilet. Jean Farron had just approached with a full kettle when he heard this. He was so scared that his feet slipped, and he stumbled, and almost fell face down on the ground. No. I can't. Don't talk nonsense. The boy who was arguing with him across the street? He opened his mouth, then said nothing. His face twisted for a while, and finally ran away silently. I can't compete. I can't compete. I admit defeat. Brother. I won. The little boy turned his head to look in the direction of his brother, and he saw Jean Farron's figure. He jumped excitedly, clapped his hands and cheered. Uncle, I won. Now, you are the most powerful in the world. Jean Farron had a complicated expression. This kind of world's number 1. It's better not to be. Chapter 181. If you don't tell me, you won't be able to win the argument. Looking at the cheering little brat, Jean Farron's head was full of black lines. My dear nephew. This is my dear nephew. This is the biological son of my sister, who is born from the same mother. He kept comforting himself in his heart, and his clenched fists loosened slightly. At this time, a boy wearing a crescent-shaped white robe, about 7 or 8 years old, came over and patted the little guy on the shoulder. Shaoan, how can you say that about your uncle? Jean Farron looked at him with satisfaction. Yes, all these years, I have not loved him in vain. But, Jean Xianon sniffed his little nose, pursed his lips, and tears filled his big eyes. Uncle doesn't eat poop, so I can't win the argument with him. Hearing this, Jean Farron clenched his fists again, and his joints cracked. Does your victory or defeat have anything to do with what I eat? Ah? Does it matter? You have to bring this up. Right? And what I said was true. Uncle said he was going to the toilet several times, and he would burp when he came back. Little Xiangyan showed a look of longing. It smells good? Jin Xiangkong looked up helplessly at his uncle next to him. It's all your fault. You didn't even clean yourself up after eating secretly. Jin Fanren rubbed his nose with his fingers in embarrassment. He loves spicy food. But Anin has a weak spleen and stomach and can't eat spicy food. He could only sneak out to eat a few bites under the pretext of going to the toilet. Looking at the little guy crying, Jin Xiangkong's stern face eased. Well, forget it this time. But don't say that next time. Hearing this, Jin Fanren looked down at him in disbelief. I'm still here. And you forgive him for me? Who taught you to be so overstepping your authority? Jin Xiangnan wiped away her tears with the back of her hand and looked at him with her big watery eyes. But brother, what should I say next time? Jin Xiangkong touched his chin and thought for a while. Then put his hand over his mouth and leaned close to his ear. Next time you can say that uncle likes to wear belly bands and little skirts. Jin Fanren looked at them with gritted teeth. I can hear it. This is good. Xiao Xiandong burst into laughter instantly. And snot bubbles burst out. Puff. Chu Yaoyao couldn't help it at all. Ha ha ha. Laughing. These two funny guys. Hearing this, Jin Fanren's sight turned and fell on the figure sitting on the horse not far away. He immediately widened his eyes and was surprised. Little master? Then he waved to the side and shouted excitedly. Grandpa. Come quickly. Chu Yaoyao was held by Ah Shi and jumped off the horse and walked to the side of the few people. After a while, Jin Fanren helped an old man approach. Grandpa. This is the little master I told you about. The old man squatted down, looked at Yao Yao, smiled kindly, and thanked her sincerely. Thank you, little girl. Chu Yao Yao waved her hands quickly. You're welcome. Don't forget to do what you promised me. We both get what we need. I'm not helping you for nothing. Hearing this, a dark light flashed in the old man's old eyes. He sent people to that place, but didn't find anything special? Looking at the boy crying like a little cat, Chu Yaoyao took out a small handkerchief from his bag. Here, wipe it. Jin Xianon stared at her blankly, then looked at the handkerchief in her hand. He slowly reached out to take it and rubbed it on his face. He then took 2 steps forward, staring at Yao Yao with sparkling eyes. You smell like milk. I feel safe around you. He blinked his big eyes and looked at her expectantly. Are you here to be my mother? This scared Chu Yao Yao so much that she took several steps back. What's going on? Your brain is out of wow. The people around were also stunned. Ashur was the first to react. She hugged her little princess, walked away, and looked at the Jin family vigilantly. It's so dangerous outside. Shaoan, you're wrong again. Jin Xiankong walked over and touched his head. She is younger than you. You should call her sister. Jin Xiandong stared at Yao Yao with his big eyes. But, didn't my brother say that mother smells like milk? And staying by her side makes one feel at ease? Jin Xiangkong was speechless. Okay. He had said it too simply before. In Xiao An's simple mind, the smell of milk plus the intimacy and the feeling of peace of mind mean that this person is mother. Speaking of which, when Xiao An was less than a month old, one day he slept too soundly in the middle of the night and didn't notice that the evil slave sneaked into the room and covered the swaddling clothes tightly with a pillow. When he woke up in the middle of the night, the little guy almost died. I think it was at that time that his brain was suffocated. It's his fault. He can't dislike Anin. Anyway, she is not. And you can't shout like that. As he spoke, Jin Xiankong walked him to the corner and whispered something. Chu Yao blinked, confused. Feeling at ease? The system hesitated for a while, but decided not to tell her. In fact, after the host took the gene modification liquid, in addition to the 5 senses becoming sharper and the strength becoming stronger, the superpowers were also awakened. On the panel that only it could see, there was an extra line of words. Hidden superpowers, favorability bonus. Full level affinity is awakening. Humph. It just won't say it. Who made the host not keep his word before? Ha ha ha. Little benefactor. Please don't blame me. After the Emperor of Jinyu Kingdom reacted, he stroked his beard and laughed a few times, and then apologized sadly and awkwardly. Jin Fanren's expression became solemn, and he spoke softly about the 2 brothers. Half an incense stick later, Chu Yaoyao looked at the 2 children next to the tree with a little pity. Jin Xianon noticed her gaze, and waved to her with a smile. And Jin Xiangkong seemed much more stable, nodding politely at her, with a polite smile on his face, looking like a serious adult. Chu Yaoyao sighed in her heart. It turned out that the 2 brothers were so miserable. Their surname was not Jin. But Fei, when Jin Xiangdan was about to be born, his father died in battle. His mother was disturbed after hearing the news and gave birth prematurely. After a difficult labor and heavy bleeding, she desperately gave birth to the child, only looking at the newborn Xiangdan, and then followed her husband. The two brothers, who had no father or mother, had a hard time in the Fei family. I thought the Fei family could take good care of them, but I didn't expect that the second wife of the Fei family was a vicious woman, saying one thing in front of her and another behind her back. Jin Fanring clenched his fists tightly, his face livid. If I hadn't sneaked in to see once, I wouldn't have known that they didn't even want to hire a wet nurse. Thinking of what he saw at the time, he couldn't help but tears welling up in his eyes. He went to see the two brothers several times, but was blocked by the second wife of the Fei family. She also said that they took good care of the two brothers. After not seeing them for several times, he had a hunch that something was wrong. One night, he sneaked into the Fei mansion. He happened to see the cunning slave making things difficult for the two nephews. At that time, the evil slave was holding a feather duster in his hand, and the eldest nephew's arms were covered with purple scars. Ananan, lying in the cradle, his little face was pale and bloodless from hunger, and he almost stopped crying. He asked the guards to beat the evil slave to death with a stick, and he executed it in front of everyone in the Fei mansion. After that, he took the two brothers back to the palace. He found out after several investigations. The second wife heard from some Taoist priest that Anan and his family were incompatible with her family. That's why he wanted to get rid of the two brothers. But he didn't dare to do it directly, so he secretly signaled the servants to negotiate. Thinking of this, Jin Fanring gritted his teeth. After all, they are from a noble family, but they act so absurdly. Seeing him like this, the emperor of Jinyu Kingdom patted his shoulder comfortingly. After that, did you let the Fei family go so easily? Chu Yaoyao was about to ask another question after eating this melon. Suddenly there was an anxious cry. Xiaonan. Xiaonan. What's wrong with you? Don't scare your mother. Feng Qi ran over to take a look. Miss, something seems to have happened over there. Chapter 182 Rescue. Several people rushed over. There were already many people gathered there. In the middle of the crowd, a boy covered his neck with his hands. His face was purple. He couldn't speak, and he didn't seem to be able to breathe. A woman kept kowtowing to the passers-by around her. Please, save my child. The onlookers took 2 steps back. We are not doctors. Yes, send him to the city as soon as possible. Hearing this, the woman was ready to carry the boy into the city. Chu Yaoyao saw the scene as soon as she came over, and she stopped him loudly. Don't move. Hearing her voice, the woman subconsciously stopped. Whose little girl is this? If you don't go to the doctor, are you going to wait here to die? This is a living life. At such a young age. You are so vicious. Feng Qi grabbed the man's collar and pulled him away. What are you doing? In broad daylight. Do you still want to hit someone? Chu Yaoyao ignored the man who was chattering, and looked at Ah Shi. Go. Hug him from behind. Like this. She clenched her fist with one hand and covered her clenched fist with the other. But her hand was too small to cover it. Fortunately, Ah Shi understood what she meant. Put it above the navel and below the sternum. And squeeze it. Ah Shi nodded and ran over to do it. The man who was pulled away by Feng Qi spoke again. Madam, you should think about it. It's just what a kid said. We have never heard of such a way to save people. The crowd also nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the woman hesitated, looking at her son who rolled his eyes, anxious and tangled. Jin Xiaonan pulled his brother's clothes, pursed his lips, and looked at the boy with purple lips worriedly. Although the boy laughed at and looked down on him because he had no father, but he didn't want to see the boy get into trouble. Chu Yaoyao stared at the woman. Your son. He won't last long. When choked by a hard object and unable to breathe, an adult can only hold on for 5 or 6 minutes at most. And a child will definitely be shorter. The woman's eyes were red and swollen from crying. She glanced at her son with purple lips, then nodded slowly and firmly. I believe you. I sure squeezed the boy's chest according to the princess's instructions. After squeezing a few times, something spurted out of the boy's mouth. A closer look revealed that it was a walnut kernel. The boy gasped for air, and his face gradually returned to normal. It really worked, everyone exclaimed, looking at the delicate girl in surprise. The man who had questioned loudly before ran away in shame while no one was paying attention to him. The woman approached with the child, knelt on the ground, and thanked Yaoyao solemnly. Thank you, little benefactor. If anything happened to her son, she would not be able to survive. Chu Yaoyao waved her hand and quickly stepped back. You're welcome. Go back quickly. The woman looked at Yaoyao gratefully. Everyone calls me Wen Yang. My family lives in a nearby village. If you need anything from us in the future, please come and find us. When the mother and son left, the crowd dispersed. Feng Qi took a deep look at the purse on the woman's waist, and a hint of deep thought flashed across his eyes. Chu Yaoyao also frowned slightly and pulled her little hair in distress. Wen Yang? Why do I feel like I've heard this somewhere? Chu Yaoyao was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't notice Jin Xiandong staring at her with his eyes wide open. Little sister, you're amazing. She's as smart and amazing as the mother her brother said. Hearing this compliment, Chu Yaoyao stopped thinking. She immediately put her hands behind her back and raised her chin slightly, looking so proud. It's just SOSO. However, the next moment, Jin Xiandong said something shocking again. Sister, you will be my wife in the future. In fact, he didn't know what wife meant. But the maid said that they could be together forever after getting married. He liked this sister and wanted to play with her all the time. And his brother also said that his parents didn't leave completely, but just stayed by his side in a different way. When he grows up and has a wife, his parents will be reborn as children and come back to him. He didn't understand what reincarnation meant, but as long as his parents could come back, it would be fine. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao's eyes widened instantly. She hugged herself tightly and backed away frantically. Is this world so dangerous? It's outrageous. Jin Fanren. Sister. I'm sorry. Jin Xiankong slapped his forehead heavily. He was a step late. He hated it so much. He was almost there. He was almost there to cover this guy's mouth. He almost wouldn't have to embarrass himself. Grandpa Jin, yo-ho. I didn't expect the youngest to be the most powerful. Come on. Great-grandson. Great-grandfather is optimistic about you. Take the magical princess to you and home quickly. No. I don't agree. It's just wishful thinking. Chu Yu heard the sentence just now as he approached. He shouted, and then ran over here faster. He wanted to see which desperate lecher wanted to steal his cabbage. Second brother. Seeing her second brother, Chu Yaoyao ran forward a few steps, and Chu Yu picked her up with a big hand. Jin Xiandong blinked in confusion. Second brother? Hearing this address, Chu Yu frowned and opened his lips. But seeing the pair of clear and innocent big eyes, he really couldn't curse. He glanced at the little brat unhappily. Who is your second brother? Childishness is still there, and lust is rising. At such a young age, he is already a little lustful. What will he be like when he grows up? Usher whispered something in his ear. Chu Yu restrained the anger on his face and bowed politely to the old man. Meet the emperor. The emperor of Jinyu Kingdom smiled and waved his hand. Second prince, there is no need to be polite. Just call me old man outside. People are just being polite. Of course Chu Yu can't really call me that. Meet old master Jin. Chu Yu bowed slightly again, and then stepped back a few steps. I have something important to do today, so I'll take my leave first. He walked quickly towards the carriage with Yao Yao in his arms. Little sister, wait for me. Jin Xiandong ran after him. Seeing this, the others also started to move. Chu Yu walked into the carriage with Yao Yao in his arms, and then asked someone to remove the stool. Let's go! However, after waiting for a long time, the carriage did not move. So he lifted the curtain and took a look outside. Jin Xiandong was seen lying on the edge of the carriage, struggling to climb up, with his lower body hanging in the air and swinging back and forth. His two little feet kept kicking, unable to go up or down, and his little face was flushed. Chu Yu gave 13 a look, asking him to return the child. But as soon as 13 touched him, he screamed, I want my sister. Play with my sister? Seeing this, Chu Yaoyao sighed helplessly. Go back quickly. Seeing her come out, Jin Xiandong sniffed, grinned and took out the purse, looking at her expectantly. I'll give you all my silver, and my sister will play with me. Okay? On weekdays, as long as he gave silver to the palace servants, the princes and princesses in the Cold Palace, they would be willing to play with him. Jin Xiandong handed over the purse, but one hand couldn't support his weight and fell straight down. If 13 hadn't caught him quickly, I'm afraid his butt would have been swollen. Chu Yaoyao gave him a few pieces of milk candy, a bag of milk-flavored bread, and the Rubik's Cube. I don't want your money. Remember, those bought with money are not real friends. Stay away from them in the future. Go back quickly. I'll play with you another day. In fact, She didn't believe it herself. Luozhou City is so big. I guess I won't meet him again in the future. Let's coax him back first. Jin Xiangdong returned to his carriage with a bunch of things in his arms. His mouth was almost stretched to the back of his head, and he smiled so hard that his teeth were not visible. He stuffed a piece of milk candy into his mouth, which was full of milk and sweet. Jin Xiangdong squinted his eyes and shook his head with beauty. Suddenly, he blinked his confused big eyes, with candy in his mouth, and asked vaguely, "Brother, what day is another day? Is it tomorrow?" His sister said she would play with him another day. Chapter 183, He is the one who cheated? Jin Xiangkong's expression is hard to describe. Someday, it could be any day. I was just being polite. But you took it seriously. Delicious. After eating another candy, Jin Xiangdong smacked his lips and stuffed it into his arms like a treasure. Hee hee. Next time, I will also bring delicious food for my sister. Are you devoted to her after a few candies? Seeing his worthless smile, Jin Xiangkong held his forehead helplessly. So speechless. If this little guy and his father were not cut from the same mold, he would have doubted whether this was his own brother. After entering the city, Chu Yaoyao and his sister got off the carriage and walked slowly on the streets of Luo City. Suddenly, a voice came from a tea house not far away. Brother Han, why are you free today? Didn't Lord Han ask you to help entertain the second prince? Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao immediately pricked up his ears. This is eating his own melon again? Seeing her interest, Chu Yu turned around and walked directly into the tea house. He walked and said, "This one seems pretty good. Let's have some snacks before continuing to shop." Chu Yaoyao had no objection, and nodded hurriedly. Okay. Chu Yu found a seat close to those people and sat down. So close that there was only a screen between them. Speaking of which, we haven't congratulated Brother Yunza for winning the first prize in the Imperial examination yet. As soon as these words came out, the congratulations from the crowd came one after another. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao's eyes widened slightly. The surname is Han, and his name is Yunza. Han Yunza? She puffed up her little face and rolled her eyes at the screen. Could he be the Han Yunza who cheated in the spring examination and became a traitor in the future? What cheating? Future traitor? Chu Yu almost flipped the table directly, and the people on the other side of the screen had already left in twos and threes, laughing loudly. After the few people left, the waiter went to clean up the mess, shaking his head and sighing as he cleaned up. Really? Ah! Chu Yu pondered for a moment, then stood up and walked to the other side of the screen, and said to the waiter who was cleaning the table, "Brother, I'm new to Luozhou City, and I don't know many people and things. I just heard that Mr. Han actually won the first place in the Imperial examination." Hearing this, the waiter's eyes flashed with disdain, and he muttered softly, "What is the first place in the Imperial examination? Just his poor belly?" Hearing this, Chu Yu's eyes flashed slightly, and a cold look suddenly appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, there is something fishy. Just like Yaoyao said, some things are only 0 times and countless times. For example, cheating and plagiarism. What a courage! He pinched his palm tightly, took a deep breath to suppress his anger, and made himself look normal. "Brother, can you tell me about the Han family?" Hearing this, the waiter's expression became complicated, cautious and a little panicked, and he took 2 steps back. Why are you asking about the Han family?" Chu Yu took out a small ingot of gold from his arms. "About 2 taels. Brother, my brother and I have just arrived, so we want to find someone familiar with Luozhou to talk to, so as not to offend anyone in the future." The waiter stared at the gold ingot in his hand, swallowed his saliva, and forced himself to look away. This young man is joking. I am just a commoner. I only know some trivial things. You have found the wrong person. As he said, he put the bowls, plates, pots and cups on the tray and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Chu Yu took out 2 more gold ingots. I hope you can help me. The waiter was dazzled by the 3 gold ingots. My goodness. These 3 gold ingots are enough for him to marry a wife, buy a few acres of good land, and live comfortably for a few years. Why is he still a waiter? The waiter coughed heavily and looked around like a thief. After finding that no one was paying attention to this side, he stretched his hand forward suddenly. The gold in Chu Yu's hand fell into his arms, and his hand was so fast that it almost left an afterimage. After all, he was short-handed, and after receiving the money, the waiter's attitude became much warmer. You've asked the right person. The young master of the Han family often comes to our store. And I've heard a lot of things. The two sat down and chatted. Chu Yaoyao felt bored. So she took Asher to the street to play. Chu told her not to go too far. And let her go. In fact, these news can also be tested from Yaoyao's voice. But he has also heard some tricks these days. Yaoyao got these secret news not without a price. And needed something called points. He had no idea how to get that thing, and how much the news cost. But since he couldn't help, it was good for her to spend less. He heard a cold snort from the waiter. And he came back to his senses, and listened carefully. In this Luo city, other families are easy to deal with. But there is only one family. The Han family. That must not be offended. The waiter carefully covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, "That's the local emperor of our Luo city." Hearing this, Chu Yu raised one corner of his mouth. Sneered. His eyes turned cold. And anger surged in his heart. Humph. Really? The waiter looked him over. I think you're an upright and good man. I have something to tell you. Don't betray me. Chu Yu nodded. Of course. When mentioning this, the waiter looked indignant. During this autumn examination, Governor Han got the scope of the test questions from somewhere, and asked people to write down the answers in advance and let his son recite them. Even so, the Han family was still worried. They found those outstanding scholars in advance, and either bribed them with a lot of money or threatened them to not refer to the questions or answer them randomly. I don't know what he thought of. The waiter shook his head with some regret, with a little admiration in his tone. There was a scholar who was proud and refused righteously, and threatened to tell the world about this and expose their true colors. But he was beaten half to death by the Han family, and one arm and one leg were broken. Bang! Chu Yu was furious, and he slammed his fist on the table. His eyes were gloomy and terrifying. How ridiculous. Do they still have the rule of law? Outside the tea house, Chu Yaoyao dragged Asher to stroll on the street, seeing the long queue in front of the snack shop. It must be delicious. So I bought it. The small things on the stall are quite rare. Buy it. After a while, Asher had a lot of things in his arms. Dong 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 dong. The sound of a gong attracted Chu Yaoyao's attention. And at this moment, a strong man spit out a tongue of fire. Okay. The surrounding area was soon filled with people. Fellow villagers. Those who have money can show their support with money. And those who don't have money can show their support with their bodies. Dong 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 chong. Sister Asher. Hurry up and watch the fun. Chu Yaoyao pulled Asher and ran over there. Hey! Stop! This sudden voice made Chu Yaoyao's steps stagnate slightly. But then she thought, she had just arrived and didn't know anyone. So it must not be someone calling her. Thinking so, she continued to run in the direction of the acrobatics. Suddenly a maid caught up from behind and blocked the way of the two. Chu Yaoyao blinked. It turned out that they were really coming for her. A few people came over, led by two little girls. One of them was wearing a light yellow jacket and skirt, about 7 or 8 years old, and pointed at Yaoyao. A tone of command. Give me your jade pendant. Chapter 184 today is the heartbreaking version of a certain Yaoyao. Jade pendant? Chu Yao looked down and saw that it was the butterfly jade pendant given by her third brother. She stuffed it back into her clothes. You dare to hide it? Seeing her move, the girl stared and questioned loudly. Next to her was a girl wearing a light pink jacket and skirt and a bun in the shape of a jade rabbit. She was estimated to be about the same age as her. The girl held her. Yunya. I just think her jade pendant is very beautiful. I want to ask where she bought it. The girl named Yunya patted her hand, turned her head and looked at her, and promised. Inging. Don't worry. I will definitely help you get it. Then she raised her chin high and looked at Yaoyao arrogantly. I bought your jade pendant. Is 20 taels enough? Chu Yaoyao touched the butterfly jade pendant and shook her head. No. This is my third brother, who gave it to me. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a very strong malice. How dare you? How dare you reject my young lady? Do you know who my young lady is? A maid stepped forward and pointed at her and shouted. Chu Yaoyao scratched her bun, looked at them in confusion and shook her head. Telling the truth, I don't know. I just arrived in Luzhou today. The maid snorted disdainfully, smiled at her sarcastically, and then pointed at the arrogant girl behind her with a proud face. My young lady is the granddaughter of Governor Han. Han Yunya raised her head and raised her chin proudly. Her domineering appearance seemed to be in line with the maid's introduction. Chu Yaoyao looked around for the source of malice. and her eyes fell behind her, and her big eyes instantly widened. How could this be? The little maid with a face scarf behind her is so malicious to me? It's really strange. Chu Yaoyao glanced at the top of the head of the girl in light yellow clothes. Her young lady doesn't have such great malice towards me? What is this called? The young lady is not angry. But the maid is? Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips in silence. Seeing her stunned look, Han Yunya thought she was frightened, and her face became more and more proud. She waved her hand impatiently. Okay. This young lady is too lazy to argue with a little kid like you. And you don't have to say that I am bullying others by taking advantage of my power. I will pay the money. And sell the jade pendant to me quickly. Seeing her acting like this, the girl next to her in a light pink jacket and skirt shook her head. Her delicate eyebrows slightly twisted. And she said with a tone of disapproval, Yunya, don't be like this. Let's go first. Then she looked at Yao Yao with some guilt. She really just thought that the jade pendant was beautiful. And she just asked where she bought it. And she didn't think of snatching things from a little kid. But she seemed to have caused trouble for that little sister. That's it. Chu Yaoyao nodded and responded loudly. The only girl of this age in the Han family is Han Yunya. Granddaughter? TSK? It shouldn't be. Thinking of this, Chu Yaoyao's eyes turned and her bad intentions came out again. She kept talking, stabbing Han Yunya in the heart. I said, this is a gift from my brother. If you want it, go find your brother. She emphasized the word brother with a heavier tone. Seeing that the other party was obviously furious after hearing this, she smiled smugly in her heart and delivered a heart-piercing blow. Is your brother not good to you? Her tender little voice was a little excited and teasing. Has he never bought you a gift? I was too lazy to see the Han family's little troubles. But you have to rush to make trouble. Right? I'll help you. You? Han Yunya's cheeks flushed. Her chest rose and fell violently. And she pointed at her lips trembling. And was so angry that she was speechless. Even Su Yingying looked incredible. Did this little sister really just come to Luo? How could she know so much about the Han family? Every word was a knife stabbing Han Yunya's heart. Seeing the other party's gnashing teeth, Chu Yaoyao was in a good mood. Isn't this more interesting than watching a circus? This Han Yunya is nominally a brother and sister with Han Yunza. But in fact, she is the evidence that Han Yunza cheated on his own father. Perhaps because of the father-daughter bond. Han Yunya has been following Han Yunza since she could talk and jump. No matter how impatient and disgusted Han Yunza was, she was still determined to get close to him. You are so bold. Han Yunya's phoenix eyes stared at her. She pointed at Yao Yao with gritted teeth. And then she looked at the two maids beside her. What are you still standing there for? Go and help me teach her a lesson. Slap her. Slap her hard. This made Chu Yaoyao take her eyes away from the panel. She immediately took 2 steps back with her chubby self in her arms. And put on a terrified look. Oh! I'm so scared. After saying that, she rolled her eyes. Her mouth corners turned down. And she looked disgusted. The system compared the expression pack of the weird pink fat man. Well, not to say that they are exactly the same. But the similarity is 90%. As soon as Ashur put the things on the ground, he saw her expression. She pursed her lips tightly to hold back her laughter. If the princess hadn't rolled her eyes, she would have really believed it. Han Yunya didn't see her expression. Otherwise she would have been furious again. Seeing that annoying little figure surrounded by her mates, she curled her lips into a smug and cruel smile. Since she became friends with Miss Su, even her grandfather has been much kinder to her. Because her grandfather values her, she can get whatever she wants in the mansion. Except, her 2 brothers still dislike her as always. But so what? Who dares to say anything now? But this wild girl, who came out of nowhere, dared to mock her in public. Han Yunya's eyes flashed with venom. Today, she must tear the mouth of that wild girl apart to relieve her hatred. Except for Chu Yaoyao. No one present noticed that the little maid with a face scarf behind Han Yunya also had a hint of excitement and ruthlessness in her eyes. Looking at the huddled, weak, pitiful and helpless little kid, Su Yingying couldn't bear it and pulled Han Yunya to persuade her. Yunya, forget it. The jade pendant is not very special. And I don't want to ask anymore. Let's go back first. Han Yunya stared at that place. Yingying, don't worry. I will help you get the jade pendant today. And I will definitely teach that damn girl a lesson. Looking at the 2 maids approaching, Chu Yaoyao silently clenched the electric baton. And a cunning flashed in her grape-like eyes. You, don't come over. It's dangerous. Stop it. Seeing the 2 maids taking action, Su Yingying ran over to stop them. Han Yunya's smile became bigger, and her smugness became even greater. However, the next moment, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Why? How could this happen? The thin maid, one in each hand, grabbed her maid's neck and lifted her up. Miss, help! The two maids kicked their legs randomly and asked her for help in fear. Miss, save me! Su Yingying stared at the scene in amazement. Good. So powerful. Facing Asher's murderous eyes, Han Yunya took a half step back in panic. But she was flattered by everyone these days, and she became a lot bolder. She quickly suppressed her fear. You are so brave. Let my people go quickly, or I will let my grandfather punish you. Hearing this, Su Yingying didn't care about being surprised. She looked at the little girl beside her. Little sister, let your maid put the people down quickly, she advised earnestly. You just came to Luzhou. You don't know how powerful the Han family is, so don't cause trouble for your family. Chu Yaoyao raised her eyes and glanced at her faintly. Cause trouble? If I remember correctly, weren't you the ones who came to cause trouble first? If you have the courage to take the initiative to find trouble, you have to admit that you are not as good as others. If you take the initiative to offer your face, you will be beaten. Chapter 185. Be careful. Facing the pair of clear eyes that seemed to see through everything, Su Yingying felt her cheeks burning. Yes. Wasn't the source of the problem the word she said? She lowered her head in shame, blushing and whispering an apology. Sorry, little sister. I didn't expect that a casual word would cause you so much trouble. Then she patted her chest and assured, don't worry. Since this matter was caused by me, I will definitely find a way to solve it. Chu Yaoyao waved her hand nonchalantly. It's okay. It's not all your fault. It's normal for children to be a little jealous and competitive. It's even more normal to act like a spoiled child and cry to get something they like. In her previous life, she saw many such naughty children rolling on the ground. In fact, she was quite envious, because at that time, no one could let her act like a spoiled child, and no one would tolerate her crying. Chu Yao looked at the ashamed little girl and sighed softly. You don't have to be like this. I don't blame you. What do I blame you for? Blame you for not liking my things? But this further proves that third brother and I have good taste. It's Han Yunya who wants to curry favor with you. Should I blame your family for being too powerful? Su Yingying's eyes fell on the white, tender and soft little face. Finally, she stared at the pair of dark big eyes in a trance. She saw her own figure in those clear and clean eyes. She suddenly felt a little ashamed of herself. The little sister is so simple, cute and kind. But what about her? In fact, there was a moment just now when she wanted to take the jade pendant for herself through Han Yunya's hand. I am so despicable. What are you thinking? Chu Yaoyao stretched out her white and tender little fat claws and shook them in front of her eyes. Then took out the jade pendant. Okay. I'll show you. You can touch it, but you can't snatch it. You won't cry, will you? I can't coax people. Su Yingying waved her hand quickly. No need. Seeing that she really didn't want to watch, Chu Yaoyao stuffed it back into her clothes. Okay then. Then he blinked his big eyes and pursed his lips to look at her. Sometimes he wants to watch. Sometimes he doesn't want to watch. He's so fickle. If it weren't for the fact that her favorability increased a little, she would have thought that this girl was playing a trick on her. Her eyes fell on the slightly trembling pink cheeks. So cute. Su Yingying's voice was unconsciously a little coquettish. Little sister, what's your name? Her fingertips rubbed a few times, suppressing her urge to pinch. On the other side, seeing the two people talking happily, Han Yunya stared at them. Why? She had a dispute with that dead girl for Su Yingying. But what about Su Yingying? She became someone's intimate sister in the blink of an eye? It really pissed her off. Be calm. Su Yingying is the only daughter of the current head of the Su family. Being on good terms with her can bring benefits to yourself. Her glory these days stems from this. Even though she kept reminding herself in her heart, Han Yunya's eyes were gradually filled with anger. Suddenly, a voice with a bewitching meaning came to her ears. Miss, look, there is a maid with strong martial arts skills protecting her. I think that dead girl must be very favored at home. Han Yunya narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at the little figure, and clenched her fists. Yes, even though she had been treated differently by her grandfather during this period, no one had mentioned arranging guards for her. The person in her ear continued to instigate. Her brother would give her such a precious jade pendant, so he must love her very much. The voice in her ear began to become sharp. But why? Why are some people born to be loved by everyone? Why are some people so easily liked? And some people, no matter how much they do, it's useless. Hearing the last 3 words, Han Yunya was furious, and the jealousy in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Yes, why did that dead girl get the love of her brother? And her 2 brothers only hated her. Yunya, come on! Su Yingying over there waved at her. Hearing this voice, Han Yunya lowered her head in panic. She didn't want others to notice the emotions in her eyes. The voice in her ear sounded again. Miss, there are often people riding horses on this road. You must stay away from the middle of the road. Hearing this, Han Yunya clenched her hands again after loosening them slightly, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Yunya, what are you waiting for? Su Yingying frowned and urged. I'm coming. Han Yunya hid the resentment in her eyes, raised her head, raised a smile, and ran towards the 2. The 2 maids caught by Ashur saw her coming and hurriedly asked for help. They had been tied up by Ashur with a whip and struggled hard. But the more they struggled, the tighter they were tied. Miss, please save me. However, Han Yunya turned a deaf ear to it. She hoped that the maid who knew martial arts would not be able to free her hands. In this way, she can. Yunya, what do you think? However, Han Yunya kept her head down, immersed in her beautiful fantasy, and did not respond. Yunya? Ah? Yingying, what did you say? Han Yunya looked confused, seeing her so absent-minded. Su Yingying pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. I say, let's apologize to each other and shake hands to make peace. At this time, a rapid and chaotic sound of horse hooves sounded. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Passers-by avoided it one after another, and several people quickly hid to the side. Estimating the distance, Han Yunya gave Yao Yao a weird smile. Okay. Bullshit. Her eyes suddenly became fierce, and she pushed hard at the little figure she hated. Miss, be careful. Ashur hurriedly threw the 2 maids out. But it was too late. Han Yunya's mouth curled up a sneer. But what she didn't expect was, Chu Yaoyao suddenly dodged to the side, and her hand fell directly on Su Yingying. As for Su Yingying, she only felt someone push her back hard, and then she suddenly rushed to the middle of the road and ran straight towards the horse's hoof. She was so scared that she screamed. Ah! Seeing this scene, the people around exclaimed and showed their pity. What a pity! What a beautiful little girl! Several women didn't want to see the bloody and terrible scene, and subconsciously closed their eyes. Han Yunya was so scared that she quickly stepped back, and she shook her head palely. No. No. I didn't mean it. The little maid with a face scarf in the corner saw this scene and stamped her feet angrily. She glared at Han Yunya fiercely. What a good opportunity. But it was messed up. It's really useless. Whoa! Seeing this, the rich young man on the horse's back changed his expression and hurriedly tightened the reins. After the horse was pulled back, it raised its 2 front legs high. Whoa! Su Yingying faintly smelled the stench of the horse. She closed her eyes tightly, held her head, and screamed heartbreakingly. Help! Chapter 186. The villain complains first. However, after waiting for a long time, the imagined severe pain of falling to the ground and being trampled by the horse's hooves did not come. Are you going to die? The young man on the horse shouted angrily, then threw down a purse, cursed inwardly, and then kicked the horse's belly hard and rode away. Su Yingying's eyeballs rolled under her eyelids, and her eyelashes trembled. After a long time, she quietly opened one eye, noticing the surprised eyes of the people around her. She lowered her head and looked at herself. She was now on her toes, leaning towards the ground, and maintaining a forward-leaning posture. It seems that the danger is over. She breathed a sigh of relief, and her mood gradually calmed down. She felt the pulling force on her body and slowly turned her head. Then she saw the delicate little face. Chu Yaoyao grabbed her collar with one hand and took out a small biscuit from her bag with the other hand. After a few bites, her rumbling stomach finally felt better. Aren't you going to get up yet? I'm going to let go. Oh. Okay. Okay. Su Yingying nodded quickly. Little sister, you are so strong. Su Yingying stared at her little hand in disbelief. It was this little hand, not even as big as her palm, that saved her from the horse's hoof. You are so amazing. Thank you, little sister. She took 2 steps forward and stepped on the purse on the ground. She twisted her foot and was about to fall to the ground again. Chu Yaoyao ran behind her quickly with her short legs, bent over and stretched out her little hand, and held Su Yingying's shoulder steadily less than a foot above the ground. At this moment, Chu Yaoyao felt like the male protagonist in an idol drama. It would be more like it if some petals were sprinkled. And the other protagonist, Su Yingying, stared at her with bright eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. This little sister is so handsome. System. Princess Hug? Oh no. It should be called Princess Help. No. Princess Force? Oh. No matter what it is called. It is very romantic anyway. It wants to take a picture to keep it. To set an example for the little brother who helps the straight man to chase his wife. Are you okay? Seeing that Su Yingying's face was red, Chu Yaoyao was a little worried. After Su Yingying stood up, she shook her head. Her face was slightly red, and she stumbled a little in her words. No. I'm fine. I'm fine. Yingying, are you okay? Han Yunya rushed over with a worried look on her face, and used a clever force, but was pushed away by Yao Yao. She pulled Su Yingying's hand and began to cry. I was scared to death. Yingying, I didn't stand firm just now. It was really not intentional. Su Yingying's face darkened, and she struggled to break her hand, walked a few steps to the side, and pulled away. I know you don't want to hurt me. Hearing this, Han Yunya burst into laughter and tried to pull her hand again. I knew you would believe me. Su Yingying noticed her movements and put her hands behind her back, avoiding her and looking at her with a smile. You want to push the little sister, right? Why do you want to hurt her? She nodded to herself. Let me guess. Because her words reminded you of your brother. Right? You were jealous of her brother's love. So you attacked her. Chu Yaoyao didn't care to listen to their quarrel. She happily picked up the money bag on the ground and patted the dust on it. Great. Another huge sum of money has arrived. She just made a great effort. And she felt at ease to take the money. Su Yingying's face was cold. And the 7 or 8-year-old girl frowned, which was quite imposing. Although she was young, she had seen a lot of the secret methods in the backyard. She knew Han Yunya's little thoughts from the beginning. If it weren't for her saving herself, she would have thought of using her. Just for this reason, she didn't want to associate with her at all. Seeing Han Yunya's face gradually turn pale, she sneered and opened her lips lightly, with disdain and disgust in her eyes. Han Yunya, you are so vicious. No, I didn't. Han Yunya shook her head frantically. Suddenly, as if she saw a savior, she looked at a certain place pitifully. To be precise, at a certain person. Big brother. Han Yun frowned and looked at the others, then looked at Han Yunya. Seeing her tearful eyes, a trace of impatience flashed across his eyes. What happened? No matter how much he hated this child, she was a member of the Han family after all, and it was not the turn of outsiders to bully her. Han Yunya seemed to have found a backer. Her back straightened instantly. She pointed at Yao Yao and complained loudly. It was her. She laughed at our bad relationship and almost hurt Yingying, although she had guessed that she would complain first. When she really heard this, Chu Yaoyao still widened her eyes in disbelief. Are you okay? In front of the victim, you turned black and white? Even Su Yingying was shocked by her thick skin. You lied. It was you who wanted to push my sister. But you pushed me out? Han Yunya dodged her eyes and muttered softly. Yingying, I can explain this. I just didn't stand firmly. Su Yingying snorted coldly and turned away, not wanting to look at her again. Han Yunya looked at Yao Yao with resentment, gritting her teeth. She is so powerful. If she had helped me at that time, how could there be such a thing later? If she didn't dodge, if she had held me, you wouldn't have been knocked out by me. Chu Yao's mouth twitched, with 2 points of confusion, 3 points of disdain, and 5 points of confusion in her eyes. Very speechless. This, the theory of the victim's guilt really makes you play it clearly. Su Yingying also had an expression of you are simply unreasonable. So, you don't realize your mistake at all? Enough. There is an important banquet tonight, and Han Yunza is too lazy to listen to them quarreling here. What's more, he doesn't want to be laughed at in public. He waved his hand impatiently. No need to say anything more. I will buy the jade pendant. As he said that, he threw the purse at his waist to Yao Yao's feet, and then signaled the servant to bring the jade pendant. Chu Yao Yao was so angry that she laughed. She looked at Han Yunza meaningfully. You two are so alike. They are really father and daughter. Just look at this arrogant and domineering attitude. They are really cut from the same mold. Hearing her words, Han Yunya walked over, stood close to Han Yunza, and looked at her proudly. It's no use to say nice things. My brother and I look alike. Isn't that normal? Shut up. Han Yunza scolded her with a sullen face. Han Yunya was startled by his sudden anger and looked at him helplessly. But Han Yunza ignored her and stared at the little kid who had just spoken. For some reason, he saw a hint of understanding and disdain in those big eyes. He shook his head violently. He must have seen it wrong. How could a baby have such complicated emotions? But he was still upset by the sentence just now. Seeing that the servant did not react, he was even more angry. What are you waiting for? Do it. A servant stepped forward and started to grab it directly. Usher kicked him away with a kick and protected Yao Yao firmly. How dare you? You have to look at the owner before beating a dog. Do you know who I am? Looking at the servant lying on the ground wailing, Han Yunza's face darkened, and he waved his hand behind him. Come on. Send this master and servant to the prison. Hearing this, a trace of pleasure flashed in Han Yunya's eyes. Su Yingying was anxious. She ran over to block the two of them. Wait a minute. Mr. Han. This little sister just saved me. Please don't embarrass a child, for the sake of my Su family. Hearing this, Han Yunza looked unhappy and became more and more impatient. What a trouble. The Su family still had to give face. But there was no possibility of changing what he said. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the jade pendant on the chest of the little girl. He narrowed his eyes slightly. If he was not mistaken, it was the best warm jade. Got it. Han Yunza puffed out his chest. Looking righteous. Looking at your clothes, you don't look like you come from a wealthy family. How can you have a pendant made of top-quality warm jade on you? He said righteously and firmly. It must have been stolen. Come on. Take them to the prison and interrogate them carefully. Chapter 187 The Difference Between People. Let's see who dares. Usher cracked his whip. Seeing her like this, the servants looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. But with the master's order, they had to bite the bullet. Seeing the master and servant being surrounded by the servants, Han Yunya clenched her fists excitedly. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even if the maid knew martial arts, how could she beat 5 or 6 servants? As excited as she was, there was also the little maid with a face scarf in the corner. Stop! Chuyu hurried over with 2 guards. Second brother. As soon as she saw him, Chu Yao Yao threw away her short legs and ran over with her hands outstretched, holding the little guy tightly in his arms. Chuyu's heart slowly fell. God knows how scared he was when he heard someone riding a horse in the street and almost hurt a little girl. On the other side, the moment he saw his appearance clearly, Han Yunza was immediately panicked, with sweat oozing from his forehead, and he hurriedly saluted. Hello. Second. Master Han. Chuyu did not want to reveal his identity in public, so he interrupted him immediately. My sister's jade pendant was given by my third brother. Master Han. Do you think there is anything wrong with it? Han Yunza lowered his head very deeply, his voice trembling a little. I dare not. The second prince actually brought Princess Chiyu into Luozhou? That is a person who is the apple of the emperor and the queen mother's eye. He turned his head and glared at Han Yunya fiercely. This thing that can't do anything but cause trouble. She is really going to kill me. Facing his fierce eyes, Han Yunya instantly felt as if she was in the cold winter. Her heart was cold. Her scalp was numb, and the hairs all over her body stood up. The look in the eldest brother's eyes is so scary. Behind her, the little maid with a face scarf lowered her head deeply, hiding behind several people, not daring to move. She looked like she wanted to hide herself. Thinking of what he had just heard from the waiter, Chuyu had no good temper towards Han Yunza. He was too lazy to even act. He glanced at him with coldness in his eyes. If there is nothing else, you can go back too. After that, he turned around and left with Yao Yao in his arms. Second master. Wait a minute. Han Yunza hurriedly stepped forward and chased after her, forcing a smile on his face. But the smile was a little stiff and ugly. Chu Yao Yao pouted and looked away in disgust. The smile was uglier than crying. My grandfather has prepared a banquet in the mansion tonight. Can the second master come? Chuyu did not stop, and did not even turn his head. No time. After the few people left, Han Yunza stood there in a daze. Although there was no emotion on his face, his eyes moved back and forth restlessly. He was panicking. His mind was in a mess, and he didn't even bother to wipe the dense cold sweat on his forehead. Brother, wipe the sweat. Han Yunya handed him a handkerchief and looked at him timidly. Humph. Han Yunza slapped her hand away. Go away. Don't come near me. After that, he got on the carriage in a hurry. I have to discuss the matter with my grandfather as soon as possible. After he left, Han Yunya tried hard not to let her tears flow down. And she looked at Su Yingying. My brother has something to do. Yingying, let's go to Yuncheng Pavilion. I heard that there are new fabrics there. Seeing her forced smile, Su Yingying felt sorry for her for a moment. But when she thought of her ruthless attack just now, her sympathy was quickly suppressed. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Su Yingying turned away, with no expression on her face. No need. You almost killed me today. Since you saved me, I will not tell my grandfather and father about this matter. And the Su family will not pursue it. In the future, you and I will go our separate ways. And there is no need to interact with each other anymore. After saying that, Su Yingying walked quickly in the direction where the brother and sister had just left. I hope I can catch up with her. She doesn't even know her little sister's name. Han Yunya stood there, gritting her teeth, staring at her back with resentment. On the other side, Chu Yu carried Yao Yao into the carriage, ready to go to the inn that Feng Qi had found in advance. When they arrived outside the inn, while waiting for the carriage to stop, Chu Yu told 13, go and find out where the scholar is now. Scholar? What scholar? Chu Yao Yao was wondering. When suddenly, his second brother's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly lowered the curtain and told the outside. Leave here first. This one is not good. We won't stay here. Feng Qi scratched the back of his head in confusion. He compared many inns, and this one is pretty good. This Kefu Lai is the most famous inn in Luozhou City, facing north and south, with Luohu behind it. And the two upper rooms he chose for his highness and the princess are in the best location, with sunshine for 3 to 4 hours a day. And those brothers have already moved in. Although he was puzzled, he still honestly led the horse and continued to walk. What happened? He was not the only one who was puzzled. Chu Yao Yao also stretched his neck to look outside. Chu Yu hugged her and whispered, I heard that the food here is not good. Let's go to another one. Yeah. Chu Yao Yao nodded. She didn't care where she lived, but she couldn't be careless about the food. After the carriage went away, Jin Xiandong, who was lying on a table on the first floor of Kefulai and playing with a teacup, suddenly sat up straight. He looked at the door suddenly, and his big eyes became bright. Little sister. Jin Xiankong next to him also looked in the direction of his sight. Where is anyone? Jin Xianon scratched his cheek. Brother. Another day. Which day is it? 101st time. Jin Xiankong covered his forehead with a look of collapse. This is the 101st time Xiaoan has asked. After the carriage went half a street, Chu Yao Yao suddenly slapped her forehead. How could I forget this? She took out a piece of paper from her bag and shook it excitedly. We live here. Chu Yu took the paper, with a confused look on his face, looking at the big words land deed, and the name of the owner at the end. He grabbed the little guy's hand, and compared the little fingerprints. It took him a long time to find his voice, but his tone was slightly trembling. Where did this come from? Chu Yao Yao raised her fair little face. Someone gave it to me. Chu Yu held up the land deed, and his expression gradually became serious. Could this little guy have been bribed? Then the question is, who is so unconventional and bribed her? And so expensive? This is outrageous. Who gave it to you? This is a big house with 3 entrances and 3 exits, covering nearly 2 acres of land. And it is in a wealthy place like Luozhou. It is worth a lot of money. Chu Yao Yao scratched her fingernails and said nonchalantly, Yin Jian gave it to me. Hearing this name, Chu Yu felt relieved. But after a while, his heart was an ache again. Not only an ache, but also quite sour. Looking at a little kid who didn't care, he had a complicated expression. So is this the difference between people? Also a royal child. He celebrated his birthday last month. Now he is 15 years old. 16 years old. But he doesn't even have his own mansion. But Yao Yao, a little kid less than 3 years old, already has such a big house? Chapter 188. Then I will really become a gigolo. After a stick of incense, the group arrived at their destination. Looking at the imposing gate, Chu Yu felt sour again. He pinched someone's cheek and successfully got a roll of the eyes. Feng Qi got the signal and went to knock on the door. After a long time, the door was opened from the inside by an old woman with white hair. She squinted slightly. Her old eyes were turbid and confused, and she seemed to see unclearly. Who are you? Chu Yao Yao slipped down from her second brother's arms, ran to the old woman, and took out a jade pendant and a key. Grandma, do you still remember Su Mingyan? Seeing the jade pendant, especially hearing the name, the old woman became very excited. This This is. She took the jade pendant and looked at it carefully. Her eyes became moist, and her tone was a little choked. Yes, this is the young lady's jade pendant. It's been almost 20 years, and I finally see it again. The old woman paused for a while, looking at the little guy who was not much taller than the threshold, and smiled kindly. Little girl, who are you? At this age? Is she the young lady's granddaughter? Seeing her expression, Chu Yaoyao knew that she must have misunderstood. She quickly shook her head and waved her hands. You misunderstood. I am Yan Jiying. That is, a friend of your young lady's daughter. The old woman nodded, and then looked back with surprise and expectation. Is the young lady here too? Chu Yaoyao certainly knew what she was looking at, and explained softly, Yan Jiying didn't come. We came to Luzhou to do business, and wanted to stay for a while. This house seems to be the property of Yan Jiying's mother. If I tell the old lady that Yan Jiying gave this house to her, the old lady will definitely ask the reason. It's inevitable that a lot of bad things will be brought up. The old lady is so old. What if? So let's not talk about it. So that's how it is. The old woman was a little disappointed that she didn't see the person she wanted to see, but she soon regained her spirits. Come on. Come on. Please come in. The old woman led the few people inside. The house is very big, with a rockery garden, a pavilion and a small pond. Along the way, the old woman kept introducing the house, the Su family, and herself. After hearing her words, Chu Yaoyao was extremely glad for her decision just now. Su Mingyan's affairs really can't be told. The old lady is the wet nurse of Su Mingyan's mother. Her husband went to the battlefield a few years ago and didn't come back, leaving no children behind. She first served Su Mingyan's mother, and later followed Su Mingyan. Watching Su Mingyan grow up, she spent most of her life accompanying the mother and daughter. After Su Mingyan left the Su family for the scumbag, she has been guarding this house for nearly 20 years. After hearing this, Chu Yu sighed in his heart. She is a loyal one. Unfortunately, Chu Yaoyao also shook her head and sighed. It's a waste of the old lady's sincerity towards Su Mingyan. That love-brain girl only cared about herself when she left. How could she remember the old lady? How are the two young ladies doing in the Yin family? Speaking of this, the old lady's tone was a little heavy, and there was a hint of uneasiness. I haven't even met her, but she still cares so much. Chu Yaoyao thought and answered. They are fine. Ah! The old woman looked melancholy. When I first met Yin Ping, I felt that this person was very scheming and didn't seem like a good person. But the young lady insisted on doing it her own way. Then she smiled as if relieved. Fortunately, I was wrong about her at the beginning. Fortunately. Chu Yao blinked, feeling a little sad for some reason. The old woman brought the few people to a yard. I am the only one here. This yard was just cleaned 2 days ago. You can stay here without worry. Chu Yu smiled lightly and bowed slightly. Thank you. After the old woman left, Chu Yu told Feng Qi, go to the street to buy some daily necessities, such as rice, flour, grain, oil, vegetables, meat, etc. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao took out the purse he had harvested today from his small bag. Use this. There are more than 20 taels in it. Free money. Don't waste it. As soon as he lowered his head, he met her big dark eyes, and Chu Yu had a complicated expression. He pushed her hand holding the purse. No. I'll do it. Living in your house, but still spending your money? Then he would really be a gigolo. Give your brother some face. Han Mansion. Han Yunya was about to return to her own courtyard. When she passed by the main hall, she heard the conversation inside. Is it the eldest brother? She slowed down and continued to listen. The second prince said that he would not attend the banquet tonight. The second prince? Han Yunya's heartbeat suddenly jumped, and she felt uneasy inexplicably. Why? The old voice of Han Jishir sounded. It's Han Yunya. She offended Princess Chiyuan on the street, and the second prince was very angry. A crisp sound of broken porcelain came, and Han Yunya was frightened by the noise and trembled all over. What? Come here. Call Miss Sun to me. The housekeeper hurried out and found them at a glance. Miss Sun, the master has something to ask you. Han Yunya was panicked at the moment, and had already lost her mind. How could she hear his words clearly? What should I do? No wonder my elder brother was so respectful to the young man. It turned out to be a prince. And that stinky girl. She was actually a princess? Miss Sun. Miss Sun? The housekeeper called her twice, and then she came back to her senses. You go quickly Don't let the master wait too long. Han Yunya walked into the main hall with a nervous look on her face, calmed her mind, and bowed slightly to the old man sitting at the top. Hello, grandfather. Han Jisher picked up the teacup and asked casually, Did anything happen when you went out on the street today? Hearing this, Han Yunya immediately knelt on the ground. Grandfather, forgive me. Yunya knows my mistake. I really didn't mean to offend the princess. Han Jisher put the teacup on the table with a click. And hearing this sound, Han Yunya subconsciously shrank. Han Jisher showed no sign of calming down. He just stared at her quietly. Han Yunya felt like she was on edge, sweating all over. After a long time, Han Jisher finally spoke again. But he did not continue to ask about the previous question, but asked an irrelevant question. How are you getting along with Miss Su recently? Hearing this, Han Yunya's hands tightened suddenly. No. She must not let her grandfather know that she broke up with Su Yingying. I just offended the princess today. If I lose Su Yingying as a friend, my grandfather will definitely give up on me. She never wants to live the life where her father doesn't love her mother, and she has to look at the eyes of the servants again. She calmed down and tried to force a smile. To answer my grandfather, we are fine. Yingying asked me to go to Luohu Lake together in a few days. Han Jisher looked at her for a while, then nodded slightly. Well, go down. When they returned to Tingyu courtyard, it was already dark. Bang! Ping-ling pang-clang. In the room, Han Yunya threw the last vase she saw at the little maid with a face scarf beside her. Then she collapsed on the bed in a daze. Her face was sometimes resentful, sometimes panicked, and her expression was very complicated. It's ruined. I have been planning for so long, and finally got my grandfather's favor through Su Yingying. Now, it's all ruined. She clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, gnashing her teeth, her face full of jealousy and hatred, and her expression became distorted. How could she dodge? Why wasn't she trampled to death? Hearing this, the little maid with a face scar lowered her eyes to hide the mockery in her eyes. I thought I could get rid of Chu Yao Yao with Han Yunya's hand, but I didn't expect that the dead girl was so lucky. Why are you still standing there? Han Yunya stood up suddenly, rushed over and slapped her hard. Bold. She pulled the little maid's ear hard. Who allowed you to stand in front of me? I haven't lost my power yet. And you dare to be so presumptuous? The face scarf on the little maid's face was blown off by her slap, revealing a face with a scar as long as half a palm. If Chu Yao Yao was here, she would definitely recognize it. This person is none other than the once arrogant and domineering Princess Jing Yuan. Chapter 189, Reminiscing the Past. Miss, please forgive me. I know I am wrong. Jing Yuan. No. Now it is Tao Yi. She knelt down suddenly. Even though her knees hit the broken porcelain pieces, the sharp edges pierced her knees and blood flowed. She knew Han Yunya too well. If she didn't take the initiative to make herself look more miserable, she would not let her go easily in a rage. From this point of view, Han Yunya is really very similar to her former self. Sure enough, seeing her in such a miserable state, Han Yunya smiled triumphantly. And after noticing her face, she turned away with disgust. Don't show your scary face. This lady finds it disgusting. Go away. Wipe the floor clean. Jing Yuan endured the severe pain in her knees, struggled to stand up from the ground, then wiped the blood with a handkerchief, and staggered out. After leaving the house, she called other maids in to clean up the debris on the floor. After returning to the maid's room, Jing Yuan bandaged herself without changing her expression, and sat in front of the mirror with a dull expression. The person in the mirror was clearly herself, but she was extremely unfamiliar. Mother! Brother! She raised her hand and touched the face in the mirror, rubbing the scar back and forth. A trace of regret flashed in Jing Yuan's eyes, but it was soon covered by hatred. She thought of that period again. That day, after she was driven out of the princess's mansion, she followed her mother, Ruan, to a house. It was very big, even bigger than the mansions of many ministers. Every blade of grass and every basic furnishing were arranged according to the princess's mansion. But the next day, people from the princess's mansion came and took away the house, and the title deed on the grounds that the house was bought with the princess's money. In the end, she left 1,000 taels of silver, saying that it was left to her by the princess. Ruan had no choice but to take herself and her son to find an inn. At that time, she was full of resentment and had a big fight with Ruan. Unexpectedly, Ruan left with the 1,000 taels of silver and her son the next day, and she was thrown into the inn. Ruan didn't leave her a penny. Not only that, but also stole her jewelry. She had no money, and was soon driven out by the store. With nowhere to go, she could only live on the streets, and fight with beggars for territory under the bridge. She had nothing to eat, and passers-by saw pity and bought 2 steamed buns for her. But they were snatched away by an old beggar as soon as they got them. In the end, she was so hungry that she fainted. But the passers-by saw pity for her, and sent her to the Fuyuyuan. She spent a few days there with enough food and warm clothes. Counting it up, those were the happiest and happiest days, since she was driven out of the princess's mansion. Until that day, she heard the Nani who took care of them say that the Fuyuyuan was built by Princess Chiyuan. She still remembers her mood at that time. Anger, shame, resentment. How could it be Chu Yao Yao? All she suffered was thanks to Chu Yao Yao. How could I accept her charity? So she ran away, but met a human trafficker on the way. After being sold to the Han family, she was sold to the Han family. After being bought by the Han family, because she didn't know anything, she was sent to Han Yunya, who was not loved by her father and mother. She originally thought it was strange. Even though she was born to a stepmother, Han Yunya was still a legitimate daughter. How could she be so miserable? Later, she finally knew that the guy had a vicious mind, but no brain. She stretched out her fingers to touch the scar on her face. This scar was made by Han Yunya. On the second day after entering the Han mansion, she followed Han Yunya to the Tian family courtyard to pay respects. Han Yunza was there that day. Just because Han Yunza looked at her twice more, Han Yunya didn't show it on her face at that time. After returning to her own courtyard, she was furious, smashed the vase, and scratched her face with broken porcelain. Since then, Han Yunya often made things difficult for her, tortured her, and acquiesced to other servants bullying her. She was simply living a miserable life here. I heard that the Han mansion was going to entertain the second prince these days. She had planned to escape in the chaos, and the money and route were ready. But she didn't expect to run into Chu Yao Yao today. She changed her mind. She wouldn't leave. She wanted to see Chu Yao Yao fall into the mud with her own eyes, and end up 100 times more miserable than her. Knock. 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 Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, interrupting her thoughts. Tao Yi, the lady asked you to go to the kitchen to see if the tonic soup is ready. Hearing this, Jing Yuan pulled the corner of his mouth and sneered silently. He came to order her again. She hurriedly took out a towel to cover her face and opened the door. Lu Yi frowned and said in a bad tone, "Hurry up. If you delay any longer, the lady will be angry." Hearing this, Jing Yuan's eyes flashed with sarcasm. "Since you are afraid of missing the time, wouldn't it be faster for you to go by yourself? Why do you have to come to order me?" Even though she was dissatisfied, she did not dare to delay any longer. After all, if Han Yunya went crazy, she would suffer. She nodded and trotted towards the kitchen. "I'll go now." After about a cup of tea, the wound on her knee was burning, and she gasped in pain. Jing Yuan forced himself to bring the tonic soup into Han Yunya's room. "Miss, the tonic soup is here." At this time, the room had been restored to tidiness, and the dressing table, screen, vase and other decorations were all replaced with new ones. Han Yunya was sitting in front of the dressing table, asking the maid to help her tidy up her hair. After tidying up, she stood up and walked out. "Let's go. I'm going to send tonic soup to my grandmother." Hearing this, Jing Yuan looked down at her knees, looking embarrassed. Seeing that she didn't keep up, Han Yunya turned to look at her and rolled her eyes impatiently. "What? Do you still want me to treat you?" "Yes." Jing Yuan limped behind, the wound on her knee bleeding again. The pain made her face pale, and cold sweats flowed. She had to grit her teeth every step she took. She looked at Han Yunya in front of her with resentment, and the hand holding the tray gradually increased the strength, and the joints were prominent. Walking all the way to the Sonsui courtyard of Old Lady Han, Han Yunya suddenly stopped. "Oops. I forgot to wear the bracelet Ying gave me." She wanted to use that bracelet to make everyone think that she and Su Ying were still on good terms. Hearing this, Lu Ye's eyes turned, and she quickly snatched the tray from Jing Yuan's hand. "Tao Yi, why don't you go and get the bracelet for the young lady?" "You?" Jing Yuan looked at her angrily. "Why don't you go?" Han Yunya roared at her in a low voice. "This young lady will only give you half a cup of tea." "Half a cup of tea?" The 2 courtyards are in 2 directions, one in the east and one in the west. Even if she runs back and forth on weekdays, it will take an instant stick of time. Moreover, she has an injury on her knee now. Hurry up. Facing Han Yunya's fierce and angry eyes, Jing Yuan reluctantly turned around and ran to Tingyu courtyard. In order to speed up, she could only take a shortcut, passing through a courtyard that had not been lived in for a long time. And next to it was the zoo of Han Shishir. Roar! Roar! A tiger roar came from her ears, which frightened her so much that her face turned pale. She ran around like a headless fly, not paying attention to the direction at all. When she could no longer hear the tiger roar, she dared to stop, looking at the unfamiliar scenery around her. She was anxious. Oh no! I'm lost. Now Han Yunya has another reason to punish and torture herself. Suddenly, a man's voice came faintly not far away. "Aunt, when can I get out? I'm going crazy hiding here all day." "Okay, Archer. Don't worry. Aunt has sent someone to secretly buy a human skin mask." Hearing this, Jing Yuan's eyes widened instantly. This voice is from the old lady. That person called her aunt? An Archer? Could it be Bai Shiche? But wasn't Bai Shiche exiled to the border? She covered her mouth tightly. So, the old lady Han harbored a wanted criminal? Chapter 190, the villain is still very powerful. "Aunt, I heard that the tyrant's son and daughter came to Luo." Mrs. Han's tone became serious. "Don't mess around." There was a sudden sound of ping ling bang lang inside. "I don't care. The tyrant killed my father. I will kill his son and daughter to avenge my father." "Hey, calm down. And we'll find a way. Don't worry." Jing Yuan was listening carefully. The door creaked open, and she hid quickly. When the people walked away, she walked out of the corner and smiled strangely at Bai Shi's room. The more enemies Chu Yaoyao had, the happier she was. In the house in the east of the city, after running around for so long, Chu Yaoyao finally settled down. After washing, she spread her limbs and spread herself directly on the bed. After a while, she fell asleep. It seems that I have forgotten something. As soon as this thought came up, she forced her eyelids open, almost sticking together, and opened the system panel. Fortunately, the progress has not dropped. The villain is still very powerful. After muttering this sentence in her heart with satisfaction, she could no longer hold on, and fell asleep in a second. See ya? Soul-seeking Pavilion Hall. Someone who was originally listening to Luo Yuanqing's talk suddenly sneezed. Ha ha! Hearing this, Luo Yuanqing screamed immediately. "No way. Is your body so weak now?" Shang Wanjin rubbed his nose and glared at him. Luo Yuanqing smiled and sat down again, with a serious look on his face. "Anyway, what you just said, this pavilion master will consider it." Shang Wanjin dusted off the dust on his clothes and said casually, "Add another 10,000 taels of gold." Bang! Luo Yuanqing suddenly slapped the armrest and stood up. He pointed at the 3 big characters on the plaque above. "Look carefully. This place is called Soul Demanding Pavilion. It's a killer camp. Last time you asked me to protect someone, but today you actually want me to help you find someone." Shang Wanjin looked very calm, looking at him expressionlessly. "What's the difference? The implication is that you are not working for nothing. Didn't I give you gold? And don't you kill people just to make money? What's the difference?" Seeing his calm appearance and listening to his careless tone, Luo Yuanqing was furious. He scratched his head a few times, looking like he was going to collapse. "I am a killer leader. So idle. My master will definitely come to my dream to beat me." Shang Wanjin took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms and put it on the table. "Add another detoxification pill." From the moment he took out the bottle, Luo Yuanqing's eyes never left the bottle. He quickly picked up the bottle, opened it and took a look. As if looking at a lover, the treasure had to be stuffed into his arms and hidden close to his body. He immediately changed his words with a smile, patting his chest hard. "Don't worry. I'll take care of this." Seeing this, Shang Wanjin raised his eyebrows slightly. "Are you not afraid of being beaten by the master now?" He didn't say anything else. Just let Jin Shi push him away. "Wait a minute." Luo Yuanqing took out a box. "This is my birthday gift to the old man. With my identity, it is not convenient for me to be there in person. Please pass it on for me." Who would have thought that the former young god of war in Xia would be an old acquaintance with the leader of the largest assassin organization in Xia? But things in the world are so dramatic and magical. Looking at the person in the wheelchair, Luo Yuanqing recalled the scene when they first met. That year he was not the leader of the soul-seeking pavilion, and his master was still alive. He went to assassinate a treacherous minister in the Xia court. But he didn't want to be leaked by the traitors in the pavilion and was ambushed. Although he escaped, he was still seriously injured. Just when he was dying, he met a young man wearing golden armor and a cloak as red as fire. At that time, he was confident and flamboyant. His thoughts turned back. His eyes fell on Shang Wenjin's legs, and a trace of nostalgia flashed across his eyes. I really missed that young general. In a trance, his hand lightened, and the box had fallen into Shang Wenjin's hands. Thank you. You're welcome. As soon as he said a word, Liu Yuanqing's pupils trembled, and his eyes suddenly widened. He pointed at Shang Wenjin, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak clearly. Your legs. Shang Wenjin took 2 steps on the spot, and walked back and forth in front of him a few times, fearing that he didn't see clearly. As you can see, this, Liu Yuanqing found his voice for a long time. This is too incredible. Didn't you see many famous doctors? And they all said that it couldn't be cured? Liu Yuanqing grabbed his arm and stared at him with burning eyes. Did that miracle doctor help you cure it? Speaking of this, Shang Wenjin recalled the situation of that day and the childish voice again. His mouth corners raised a light arc, and there was a hint of warmth in his eyes. No! Liu Yuanqing touched his chin, with a look of inquiry in his eyes, and looked around him. You are not right. Noticing his eyes, Shang Wenjin regained his expressionless face. Liu Yuanqing winked and stepped forward to bump his shoulder with his elbow. Tell me, how did you know the miracle doctor? Is it a man or a woman? Can you introduce her to me? Shang Wenjin took a step to the side and avoided his hand. I won't let you disturb her. After that, he sat back in the wheelchair, watching the master and servant leave. Liu Yuanqing exhaled heavily. TSK? Who cares? This guy is really disloyal. Walking out of the auction house, Genie hurried over. Master, there is something going on. He leaned close to Shang Wenjin's ear and whispered. The 5th prince secretly sent someone to Daki again. Hearing this, Shang Wenjin's face suddenly changed. He increased the strength of his hand holding the wooden box and turned to look at Jin Shu. You run again? Yes. Jin Shu took the order and left. Luo Zhou. In the study of the Su family master. In the study room, which was so quiet that only 2 breathing sounds could be heard, an old voice suddenly rang out. The purpose of the 2nd prince's trip to the south should be clear to the head of the Su family. I heard that the colored glaze from Ye Guangfeng in the capital is much cheaper than that sold by the Su family's business. And the quality is also excellent. A man wearing a black cloak and a black scarf on his face stood in front of the desk. He looked at the Su family head with a frown on his face and continued to instigate. Why don't you join hands with me to drive the 2nd prince back to the capital? The Su family head slowly stood up with his hands behind his back. My Su family has been passed down for more than 100 years and has experienced 2 dynasties. The reason why it can stand to this day is that we never participate in politics and never form cliques. We are honest businessmen and will only focus on doing business. You have found the wrong person. Please go back. As he said, he put his 5 fingers together and pointed to the door. Humph. The man in black snorted heavily and shook his sleeves vigorously. I hope that the Su family head will not regret it in the future. After that, the man in black slammed the door and left. The study became quiet again. The Su family head walked to the window, looked at the night outside, and exhaled heavily. Why did the 2nd prince come to Luzhou to build a business? Is the royal family going to attack the Su family? And why did the person just now attack the 2nd prince? Chapter 191. This is possible. Suddenly, there was a bang, and the door was kicked open. Thinking that the man was still not giving up, the head of the Su family turned around impatiently. I said, I will never join forces with you. After seeing the face of the person who came clearly, he swallowed the half-sentence that had already reached his throat. Father? When did you come? How much did you hear? Old Master Su had a gloomy face, staring at him without saying a word. Father, why are you looking at me like this? The head of the Su family smiled and walked forward a few steps. Ah! He just walked to his father, and the next moment, he was hit hard on the back with a cane. What are you doing? The head of the Su family grimaced in pain, rubbed his back, and looked at his father in disbelief. I'll beat you to death. You ungrateful thing. Old Master Su blew his beard and glared, and knocked the ground heavily with his cane. After scolding, he raised his cane and hit him again. Listen to my explanation. The head of the Su family hurriedly walked around the desk, dodging and explaining loudly. I really didn't agree to him. After an instant stick, the father and son sat on the chair panting. Old Master Su drank 2 sips of herbal tea, and his anger finally subsided a little. I heard everything outside the door just now. If you really agree to him, I will definitely beat you to death and clean up the door myself. The head of the Su family covered his purple eyes and looked at him with grievance and resentment. Father, you heard me reject him. Why did you hit him so hard? The old man of the Su family knocked the ground heavily with his cane. My hands are itchy. Can I? I want to stretch my muscles. Can I? Hearing this, the head of the Su family lowered his head and muttered softly. Do I dare to say no? Old Master Su looked at him, his tone serious and earnest. Princess Chiyuan saved your sister's 2 daughters, so she is our benefactor. There is no one in our Su family who repays kindness with enmity. The head of the Su family looked at him helplessly. Don't worry. I know what's going on. He looked at the boxwood cane leaning against the chair and subconsciously shrank his neck. The second prince's trip to the south to establish a business will inevitably have an impact on our Su family's industry. I feel uncomfortable. And you don't allow me to complain? Are you the only one who is worried? Old Master Su glanced at him unhappily. I also secretly investigated it. The glass and soap are indeed very popular in the capital. Especially the soap, which is practical and cheap. And ordinary people can afford it. Soon, he changed the subject. But my Su family doesn't only sell glass. Not to mention, thinking of the news he found yesterday. Old Master Su's voice gradually became low. These 2 things also appeared in Sia. After hearing this, the head of the Su family looked thoughtful. Could it be that the second prince did it? As soon as he said this, he shook his head. No. It's harder to sell these 2 things to Sia than to Lu Zhou. It can't be him. Could it be that someone leaked the recipe? Dong dong dong. That's enough. Old Master Su knocked on the ground with his cane, interrupting his thoughts. Hearing this sound, the head of the Su family stood up subconsciously, and after realizing that his father didn't move, he sat back with a wry smile. Old Master Su glanced at him unhappily. No matter what it is, if there are too many, it will be worthless. If the second prince wants to make a fortune here with Lily, then he is wrong. Besides, that person just now, he snorted coldly. The calculation is very good. The second prince left Lu Zhou, and if something happened, he would not be involved. Isn't that what that person was thinking? He sighed faintly. The water is too deep here. Our Su family must not get involved. And if necessary, remind the second prince. After all, her sister is our Su family's benefactor. After leaving this sentence, Old Master Su left the study room with a cane, looking at his father's old and slightly hunched back. The head of the Su family shook his head. You said you would not get involved, but you still have to remind. The big movement involved the injury on his back, and he gasped in pain. You are really cruel. In the house in the east of the city, looking at the second prince writing furiously, 13 spoke slowly. I have already found out that the scholar lives in a village outside the city. Chuyu nodded. In that case, let's go and have a look some other day. You arrange a few people to guard during these days to prevent the Han family from taking the opportunity to retaliate. 13 clasped his fists and responded. Yes. After a while, Chuyu put down the pen, gently blew the ink on the paper dry, and then stuffed it into the envelope. His face was unusually serious. Send this letter back to the palace as soon as possible. Han Yun's cheating in the autumn examination must have been caused by other ministers in the court. It must be reported to my father as soon as possible. 13 hurried out with the letter. She walked forward with light steps and reminded quietly. Your Highness, it's late at night. Do you want to take a bath? Chuyu stood up and stretched his muscles and bones. Nodded. Okay. Suddenly, he thought of something, turned around and ordered. I'm going to visit the head of the Su family tomorrow. You go and make arrangements. This, she looked very reluctant, and his tone was a little indignant. Even if the Su family is the richest in Ardaki, they are just a bunch of poor people. How can it be worth your personal visit? Chuyu looked at him disapprovingly. Don't mention this again after you go out. The Su family has been in Luozhou for many years and knows the local customs and people best. If we can get the help of the Su family, we will be halfway to success. What's more, this time we are going to cooperate with them. She nodded his head and went out to prepare hot water. Looking at the night outside, Chuyu frowned slightly. I hope tomorrow will be smoother. Early in the morning, Chuyu packed up and went out. And Chu Yao Yao, probably because she was getting used to the bed, woke up early. System, detected that the trading partner sent a video application. Do you accept it? Chu Yao yawned. Accept? Little boss. This is the blueprint of the flintlock rifle. And we have improved it a little bit. Ruan Nu's cheerful voice came. She first waved the drawings in her hand. And then picked up a stack of information. Aren't you going to the south to do business? We have also sorted out some cosmetics these days. As well as the formulas and production methods of skin care products. She patted the box at hand. Look. I also picked some cosmetics and skin care products. You can give them away. Little boss. Cosmetics? This is okay. This is really good. Looking at the thick stack, Chu Yao's eyes lit up. The male and female protagonists also made glass. Scarcity makes things valuable. Too much is worthless. Soap and perfumed soap are products with small profits and quick turnover. They are intended to benefit ordinary people and cannot be priced too high. Excluding labor and materials, the net profit of 5 bars of soap is only 1 cent. There is no need to think about making a lot of money by selling soap. But cosmetics are different. From ancient times to the present, the money of young ladies, especially rich young ladies, is the easiest to make. Chu Yao's eyes sparkled. And she clenched her fist and waved it hard. It's decided that the first shot to enter the southern market will be to sell this. Chapter 192 Be the Most Beautiful Child. 10 minutes later, Chu Yao looked at the boxes and information around her happily. She laughed and laughed. But she couldn't laugh anymore. Because she realized a very serious problem. System. How can I send these to my father and mother? You were able to remotely change the font on the information before. So you can definitely send things back. Right? A secret weapon, like a flintlock rifle, must not be developed in Luozhou. The blueprint must be handed over to my father as soon as possible. But she is worried about letting others deliver the message. System. I am a system. Not a courier. But it changed its mind and thought that this is a good opportunity to earn points. It's not that I can't do a part-time job. System, host. Do you really want to do this? It consumes a lot of energy. This time. This system must grab a lot, rubbing hands in anticipation.jpg. Looking at the balance of hundreds of points. Chu Yao waved her little hand. And her little look was very heroic. Deducted. She rummaged in the box for a while. Leaving some skincare products, cosmetics and perfume samples. Finally, she stuffed the flintlock gun blueprint in and asked the system to transmit these to Cheonghua Palace. Help me write a letter to tell my mother that my second brother and I are safe and have arrived in Luozhou. System, the points required for long-distance transmission are as follows. 5 points for 1 kilogram of items. For more than 1 kilogram, 10 points will be deducted for each additional kilogram. The excess, less than 1 kilogram, will be calculated as 1 kilogram. System, 20 points are required to transmit 1.6 kilograms of items. 5 points for helping to write a letter to report safety. 3 points for converting the data into ancient fonts. 28 points have been deducted. And the transmission will begin now. A flash of blue light passed. And the box on the bed disappeared. The system laughed at the half of the energy it had obtained. Ha ha ha. It's been sent. So many points. On the other side, Cheonghua Palace. Since Yaya left the palace, the imperial concubine would stay in her daughter's room for 2 hours every day. Seeing things reminds me of people. On this day, she came to Yao's bed as usual, holding the little rabbit doll in a trance. Suddenly, a blue light flashed, and Li Wanji closed her eyes because of the light. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a box on the bed. Imperial concubine. This. She stood up suddenly, took 2 steps back, and looked at the box in disbelief. Come on! Come on! Chunshur, who was outside the door, heard the noise and hurried in with 2 palace servants. My queen? What happened? The imperial concubine hurriedly put down the curtain to block everyone's sight, turned her head and ordered her. Hurry up. Go find the emperor. Yes. Chunshur hurried out, after sending away the other palace servants. The imperial concubine lifted the curtain and looked at the box nervously and excitedly. It was Yao Yao. It must be Yao Yao who asked the immortal to send it. She couldn't help her curiosity and opened the box. When Emperor Qishuan arrived, he was distracted for a moment when he saw the imperial concubine in the room. Wanji seems a little different today than usual. The imperial concubine's face was redder than the blush she had just put on. She put down the tube-shaped lip balm and the small glass bottle in her hand. Her eyes fell on the box, and her expression became serious. Your Majesty, please take a look at these. After picking up the information and taking a look at it, Emperor Qichuan's expression was stern, and he ordered in a deep voice, "Let the prince rush to the imperial study." After receiving the news from the system that her mother had taken the box, Chu Yaoyao held a pile of information and knocked on her second brother's door with full fighting spirit. "Second brother, I'm coming to you with mountains of gold and silver." Ashur came over with a basin of water. "Miss." The young master went out. Chu Yaoyao went back to her room to wash up obediently. Where did he go? When she looked up, her face was covered with a warm handkerchief. Ashur helped her wipe her face and explained. The young master said he was going to visit the head of the Su family. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao ran out. "Hurry up. We'll go too." Will the Su family embarrass the second brother? As soon as she ran to the door, she suddenly stopped and turned back. 11 looked at her in confusion as she crawled under the bed and dragged out a big box. Where did these things come from? Sister 11, help me find clothes. Chu Yaoyao patted the dust off her hands and put her hands on her hips. I have to wear the most expensive ones. Yesterday's Han Yunza and the previous Yan Zhouwei both looked down on me because I was dressed simply. You should respect Luo Shang first and then others. Right? She originally disdained to show off. But it's okay for normal times. But today she is going to the Su family to discuss cooperation. So she must change into a new battle robe and dress up. I must not embarrass my second brother. Chu Yaoyao clenched her little fists, with a hint of determination on her chubby face. 11 opened the cabinet with a confused look and found a jacket and skirt with a gold thread outline. Then, change to this one? Chu Yaoyao nodded with satisfaction and gave a thumbs up. This one. Then she pulled out a pile of jewelry, waved her little hand, and her stern face revealed a hint of dominance. The premise is, if you ignore the trembling cheeks, put all of these on. Today, she will be the most beautiful child in the whole city of Luozhou. Su Mansion Chuyu sat in the main hall and had finished 2 cups of tea. The maid came in again with a tray, ready to change the tea, and she reached out to stop her. Is the master of the Su family not back yet? The maid bowed slightly. The housekeeper has gone to find him. Please wait a moment. Young master. Hearing this, He-Shi's anger could not be suppressed. You are clearly He-Shi. Come back. Chu-Yu's voice was accompanied by a subtle coldness. Hearing the voice of his master, He-Shi reluctantly put down his arm and let the maid leave. He turned his head and glared at the door indignantly. Your Highness, the Su family is so bold. Enough. Chu-Yu glanced at him, then pointed his chin at the place beside him, motioning him to come back and stand. In the study, the head of the Su family was lying leisurely on the rocking chair, squinting his eyes, and there was a maid fanning him beside him, looking very comfortable. After listening to the report of the servant, the housekeeper waved his hand and asked him to leave. Seeing this scene, he shook his head helplessly. Master, the second prince didn't say anything, but was still waiting in the main hall. As he said, he looked worried. After all, he is a prince. Isn't it not good for you to be left alone like this? The head of the Su family took a sip of the teacup, then lay back down. I'm out checking the accounts. Not in the mansion. And can't meet the second prince in time. Is that a problem? The head of the Su family waved his hands. No problem at all. Seeing him like this, the housekeeper sighed silently and quietly walked out of the study. Let's go and ask the old man. At the gate of the Su mansion, Ashur jumped out of the carriage holding the little guy who was more than 10 pounds heavier than usual. While holding him, she also helped to support the little head. The reason was simple. It was too heavy. Bao Bao's head was full of various gold hairpins, and there were 6 or 7 large gold chains and 2 large gold locks around her neck. Her arms were full of gold bracelets, and they were gold bracelets with 7 different colors of gems, and they were the kind worn from the wrist to the armpit, even on the ankle. Ashur shook his head helplessly. It was too bright. It was blinding. Chu Yaoyao raised her neck with difficulty, looked at the gate of the Su mansion, and smiled with determination. Second brother, I'm here to help you. Looking at the baby, who was not much taller than the knees, with golden hairpins all over her head and a small head like a tree branch, the doorman twitched his mouth. Whose prodigal baby is this? She wants everyone to know that her family is rich? Chapter 193 Mentality Change. The concierge narrowed his eyes slightly, but still couldn't block the dazzling light. Helplessly, he had to turn his head and look to the side. Little girl, this is the Su mansion. Did you go the wrong way? Chu Yaoyao puffed up her cheeks. He is so rude. He doesn't even look at people when he speaks. System. She pointed at the gate. No. I'm here to find my brother. The concierge glanced at the gate and thought secretly. The second young master did hold a banquet in the mansion today, and it is not certain whose sister this person in front of him is. Thinking of this, he looked cautious, suppressed the dazzling golden light, and looked down at her. What is your brother's surname? Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and did not answer. I can't just say that my brother's surname is Chu. Wouldn't that expose my identity? Seeing her like this, the concierge was more convinced that she was here to make trouble, and immediately waved his hand. Can't say it. Right? Okay. Let's go. Go home. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and raised her head with effort to look at him. She didn't want to be too heavy on her head, and she fell backwards as soon as she raised her head. If it wasn't for Asher's quick eyes and hands to help her, I'm afraid her neck would be broken. This scene scared the doorman enough. Look at this jeweled appearance. She must be from a big family. If something happened here, he's done, he cried. Little girl, take this back quickly. Be careful not to be robbed. After being helped by Asher to stand up again, Chu Yao patted her chest. She was scared to death just now. It seems that Su Mingyan's jade pendant should be shown. She put her hand into the bag with difficulty, and just as she was about to take it out, the door opened. Little sister. Su Yingying looked at her dress and couldn't help but laughed out loud. Little sister is so interesting. She tried to suppress her smile and walked over to hold Yaoyao's hand. Little sister, are you looking for me? When she chased after him yesterday, she only had time to see a corner of the carriage at the street corner. After returning home, she asked her grandfather and father to help find him. But her mother said that without a name, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, and it would be difficult to find him. She was upset about this for a long time yesterday and wanted to try her luck on the street today. But she didn't expect to see her little sister as soon as she went out. I'm looking for my brother. Chu Yaoyao pointed inside the gate. Su Yingying suddenly realized. So the young man waiting in the main hall is your brother. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao became anxious. I knew that the Su family would definitely show off to the second brother. She walked forward with her calves, but there was too much gold on her upper body, and she lost her balance in a hurry. Her legs went out, and her head stayed in place for a while. She exerted a sudden force, and her little head rushed forward, and she fell flat on her face. Miss. Chu Yaoyao gritted her teeth and used both arms to support the ground, trying to get up. But she couldn't get up. She floundered on the ground for a few times, getting covered in dirt. Asher quickly helped her up. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips, and her big eyes were filled with tears, looking at the small scratch on her chin with tiny blood beads. Su Yingying asked with heartache, Little sister, are you hurt? Chu Yaoyao tried to hold back, but couldn't help it and burst into tears. Wow, it hurts. It didn't hurt from the fall, but the gold bracelet hurt, and the two bracelets squeezed together, pinching my arm so hard. It pinched several times. The tears flowed across her chin and flowed to the wound, like salt sprinkled on the wound. It hurt a lot. Chu Yaoyao cried even louder. Asher and Su Yingying hurriedly helped wipe her tears and comforted her softly. Okay. Don't cry anymore. Main hall. Chu Yu put down the teacup and stood up suddenly. He listened carefully, and his face became serious. Why do I seem to hear Yaya crying? Hearing his words, she held his breath and listened attentively for a while, then exclaimed, Yes, I heard it too. The two hurried out of the main hall, followed the crying sound to the door, and saw a certain milk ball crying loudly. Yao! Chu Yu ran over and hugged the little girl. He looked around carefully, looking at the purple scratch on the white and round chin. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. What happened? Asher knelt down and apologized. Please punish me. It was my fault that I didn't protect the young lady. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded. Su Yingying saw the person coming and pointed at Yao Yao and shouted, Grandfather, this is the little sister who saved me yesterday. Please invite the two distinguished guests to the main hall for a chat. Old Master Su bowed slightly. Grandfather? Su Yingying looked puzzled. She looked at the two siblings beside her in confusion. Han Yunza was the same yesterday, and was very awed by them. It seems that the little sister's identity is not simple. More and more people looked over here. Chu Yaoyao gradually stopped crying and nestled in the crook of her second brother's neck embarrassedly, refusing to come out no matter what. It's so embarrassing. Chu Yu quickly blocked it with his hand, so that the hairpins on her head did not poke her eyes out. But it still hit her teeth. Looking at the obviously shy little guy, he covered his aching gums and shook his head helplessly. Still wanted to save face. Holding the little guy who was more than 10 pounds heavier than usual. Chu Yu's face turned red, and veins appeared faintly on his forehead. He nodded at Mr. Su, and then walked quickly to the main hall. It's necessary to hurry up, or I can't hold it anymore. Several people returned to the main hall. I pay my respects to the second prince and the princess. Mr. Su knelt on the ground and kowtowed deeply. Seeing her grandfather kowtow, Su Yingying was stunned and at a loss. Princess? Old Master Su turned to look at her and sternly reprimanded. Ah Ying, why don't you pay your respects to the two princes? Su Yingying was frightened by this, and then quickly knelt on the ground. Greetings to the second prince. To the princess. Chu Yu took 2 steps forward and helped Old Master Su up. No need to be polite. Please get up quickly. The fall just now messed up the hairpins on her head, and Ah sure wanted to help take them off. Chu Yaoyao protected her head and hid to the side. No! This is called face. It's a matter of face. We must show our strength, so that the Su family will have more confidence in us. Chu Yu, is there a possibility that if you do this, the Su family will be more worried? He took out a handkerchief and helped wipe the dust off her face. Okay, take it off first. I'm exhausted just looking at it. As he said this, Chu Yaoyao felt her neck ache even more. Okay then. Usher helped her take off her jewelry. And Su? A pile of gold jewelry piled up on the table. Keep it well, Chu Yaoyao said earnestly. Everything here was earned by my own strength. So precious. Seeing this, Grandpa Su called the housekeeper. Go get a box. And some ointment for treating abrasions. Chu Yaoyao grinned at him. Thank you, Grandpa. This fair and tender, delicate, and well-behaved little girl instantly touched Grandpa Su's heart. He smiled kindly unconsciously. It's my duty, little princess. You don't have to be polite. Chu Yu picked up Yao Yao and whispered. Why are you here? Chu Yao Yao held the bag in front of her chest like a baby, and whispered to him mysteriously. I'll deliver it. It's a good thing. As she spoke, she took out the information that the system had converted, in order to appear high-end and mysterious. She also asked the system to change the appearance, turning a stack of A4 paper into a booklet full of ancient atmosphere. Chu Yu took it with a confused look, only flipped through one page, and he slammed it shut, his face full of excitement. Good stuff. With this thing, even if the Su family refused to help, he could build a business in Luozhou by himself. Chu Yu lowered his head and rubbed the little guy's full forehead, whispering, Thank you, Yao. Sister is really Daki's lucky star. It's his lucky star. In just a few breaths, his mentality has changed dramatically. Now, it's not him who comes to ask for cooperation and help, but him and Yao Yao. Give the Su family a chance to make a lot of money together. Chapter 194, A Red Apricot. At this time, the head of the Su family came late. Greetings to the second prince and Princess Chiyuan. I have important matters to attend to, so I am late. I hope the second prince will forgive me. Chiyu naturally knew that he had been hiding before, but at this moment, he still had a faint smile on his face, and his expression was normal. Please get up quickly, head of the Su family. I am sorry for my visit today. After that, he helped Yao Yao apply the ointment, and looked at Su Yingying. Miss Su, please help take care of my little sister. Ah? Oh, I obey you. Su Yingying bowed slightly, and then led Yao Yao to the small garden. On the way, she secretly glanced at the little person beside her from time to time. The little sister turned out to be a princess? This is incredible. What's wrong with you? Once again, Chu Yaoyao met her secretly looking at her, and asked in confusion. I just didn't expect that you were actually a princess. And I wanted to steal your jade pendant yesterday. Su Yingying lowered her head, and the more she spoke, the smaller her voice became. Seeing her like this, Chu Yaoyao waved her hand nonchalantly. It's all in the past. I don't remember it. Don't take it to heart. Su Yingying nodded vigorously. Yeah. Little princess is so nice. She led the two to the pavilion and introduced them with a beaming face. Today is the day when my second brother meets friends with poetry. The young men and young ladies in Luo City will come to join in the fun. It's very interesting. As the few people approached the pavilion, a man in a bamboo leaf green brocade robe spoke. Brother Yunza, I heard that the second prince did not attend the banquet last night. When mentioning this, Han Yunza's face changed slightly, And he answered cautiously, the second prince traveled day and night. And he was tired from the boat and carriage. Naturally, he should rest more. The man in green sneered. Yes, the second prince has a bad leg, so he should really take a good rest. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao clenched her fists and glared at the man fiercely. Who is he? I'm so angry. He dared to ridicule my second brother in public. Not only her, but even Su Yingying's face became ugly. What's wrong with my second brother? Why did you let them gossip in the Su mansion? That's the prince? They are desperate. Don't drag the Su family into it. She whispered back. That's the son of Yu Sanjuan's family. You can June? Chu Yao blinked and recalled carefully. I seem to have some impression. Isn't that? She fumbled with the panel uncertainly, and after seeing the information on it, she sneered and walked into the pavilion. Whose child is this? Everyone was puzzled. Upon seeing her, Han Yunza hurriedly stood up and saluted. Greetings, princess. Everyone stood up and saluted after hearing this. Greetings, princess. Chu Yaoyao waved her hand. Everyone, stand up. Were you just writing poems? The man in a light blue brocade robe, who looked a bit like Su Yingying, bent down and replied. To answer the princess. Yes. This man was Su Yingying's second brother, Su Yingyu. Chu Yaoyao picked up a piece of dessert and took a bite. Then I'll join in the fun, too. As soon as these words came out, everyone whispered. The man in green just now chuckled. Little princess, you haven't started yet. Writing poems. Before he finished speaking, he changed his words again. Speaking of which, the little princess was accepted as the closed disciple by Master Zhou when she was less than 3 years old. I think she must have something extraordinary. Chu Yaoyao raised her eyebrows and looked at him. You don't have to provoke me. I am really impressed. You can't even hide your emotions. And you are already thinking crooked things? The obvious jealousy in your eyes. Do you think I am blind? Chu Yaoyao crossed her hands and stared at him coolly. I just said that I was joining in the fun. But I didn't say that I wrote my own poems. As she said that, Chu Yao put her hands behind her back, walked in a square step, strolled to his side, and circled around him. I am participating on behalf of my master. What's wrong with that? Su Yingyu walked over quickly, patted Yu Nansong on the shoulder, then lowered her head and smiled at her. Of course you can. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao slightly raised her chin. My master said that he had run into Madame Yu and County Magistrate Han. At this point, she paused, looked at Han Yunza intentionally or unintentionally, and then turned her head to glance at Yu Nansong. The two of them were so nervous that they were all hairy and nervous. She slowly opened her mouth again and continued. I was traveling with friends and was inspired by it. She pondered for a moment and cleared her throat in a formal manner. You should pity the teeth of your clogs, printed on the moss. Note 1. It has not bloomed for a long time. The spring scenery in the garden cannot be contained. A branch of red apricot. Her eyes, half smiled, turned back and forth between Han Yunza and Yu Nansong. She paused for the last 3 words, and stretched out her chubby little fingers, and nodded 3 times in a serious manner. Come out, Wall. Okay. Su Yingyu clapped his hands and shouted, his eyes looking at the only baby in the audience. This poem has a lot of layers of artistic conception, especially the red apricot, which is really the finishing touch. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and even walked quickly to the table and took notes on paper. Chu Yaoyao took a sip of water from the kettle, and nodded her head in agreement after hearing what he said. Right. Right. I also think that the red apricot is the key point. At the end, she glanced at Yu Nansong and added, and the wall. Everyone was talking about it, and the sound of praise came one after another. What a good poem. Old Master Zhou is still as good as ever. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao coughed twice with a guilty conscience. Forget it. Let it be a misunderstanding, so I don't have to explain it. In the crowd, a man in white thought carefully. Red apricot. Cheating on the wall? He looked meaningfully at Han Yunza and Yu Nansong, who were confused. He had also heard a little about the story between County Magistrate Han and the wife of Army Officer Yu. He was very disdainful of them when he saw them on weekdays. Who would have thought that the little princess would mock them so bluntly? Was it intentional or unintentional? Unlike the whispered praises from the crowd, Han Yunza and Yu Nansong looked at each other. Their expressions were very unnatural. Why did the little princess keep looking at them just now? Yu Nansong accidentally met the teasing eyes of the man in white, and his heart shuddered. After a few people discussed it, they also realized that something was wrong. The little princess kept looking at Han Yuan and Yunan Song just now. Is there any deep meaning? A voice was unclear. Everyone. I have a guess. The muttering voices of several people reached Yunan Song's ears, and he panicked even more. What does this mean? Why does he feel that he is the only one who doesn't understand? Han Yunza is not much better than him. It can be seen from the erratic sight and the action of constantly wiping sweat. The nervous look of the two people was seen by Chu Yaoyao, who had been secretly observing them. She walked over, looked up at the two people, and asked with a smile, "What do you think of this poem?" This feeling is even weirder. Both of them felt a chill on their backs at the same time, and cold sweat broke out. Han Yunza wiped the sweat from his nose. Excellent. Excellent. Yu Nansong swallowed nervously and nodded repeatedly. I admire you. The old master's literary talent is really beyond the reach of us. Seeing this, the man in white pursed his lips, covered his mouth with his fist, and tried to hold back his smile. He was sure that the little princess must know about that matter. Looking at Yu Nansong, a trace of pity flashed across Chu Yaoyao's big eyes, but it was only for a moment. Who made him mock his second brother behind his back? You are still being a younger brother. But County Magistrate Han has been cuckolding your father for several years. But seeing their fidgeting appearance, she felt much more comfortable. Suddenly, Su Yingying pointed to the garden. Princess, there are flowers over there. Let's pick them and paint our nails. Her mother didn't let her use nail polish, so she could only use petals to paint her nails for fun. Chu Yaoyao looked in the direction she pointed, and it turned out to be hibiscus. Paint your nails? Yes, just like that sister. Su Yingying nodded and pointed to a woman in a light pink dress not far away. The woman's hands were painted with pink nail polish, which made her delicate jade fingers look even whiter and longer. Seeing them staring at her, the woman bowed slightly and saluted, then walked to the two of them. If Sister Su likes it, I still have some. All mixed by myself. Then she looked at Yao Yao. Forget about it, little princess. Children can't wear nail polish. The light bulb in Chu Yaoyao's mind suddenly lit up, and she reached out from her small bag and grabbed a few bottles of sparkling nail polish. I have some too. God is really helping me. Isn't the opportunity to promote it here? Chapter 195. What to do next? What is this? Su Yingying looked at the colorful and sparkling little bottle and opened her mouth in surprise. It was actually in a glass bottle. So luxurious and beautiful. Wow! What is this? It's so beautiful. As soon as the nail polish was taken out, the girls in the pavilion gathered around. Chu Yaoyao once again experienced the feeling of being surrounded by beautiful young ladies and hugged by them. Everyone listen to me. She climbed onto the chair, then sat on the table, holding a bottle of black plum nude nail polish. She held the bottle cap with her right hand and put it on the palm of her left hand to show everyone. This is nail polish, also known as nail polish. Looking at the eager eyes of everyone, Chu Yaoyao pointed to the bottles on the table. Do you want to try it? Can I? The woman in a light pink dress with pink nail polish on her hand shouted excitedly. Chu Yaoyao looked at her hand. But, on your hand. It doesn't matter. The woman didn't wait for her to finish. I don't like this one on my hand anymore. Just now, she was still acting like I made the best and liked it very much. But when she saw something better, she immediately got tired of it. You are such a fickle woman. Chu Yaoyao shook her head helplessly, and then put the nail polish on the table. Okay, I'll help you paint it. You can. Choose a color. Looking at the 6 small bottles on the table, the woman looked tangled. She wanted them all. But if she said it directly, not only would the group of tigresses behind her disagree, would the little princess also think she was greedy? It was really tangled. Finally, she pointed to a favorite color. Then this one. Chu Yao picked it up and saw that it was the dark plum nude color she had just picked up, which was indeed suitable for her skin color. After unscrewing the bottle cap, Chu Yaoyao held the woman's hand and painted each nail carefully. Originally, she should have applied the base oil first, but she already had nail polish, so she skipped this step. It took about half a cup of tea. The woman raised her hand to the sun. Wow! It's so beautiful. Several girls gathered around her. Let me see. It's so beautiful. The woman hid her hand in her sleeve. Don't touch it. What if it gets rubbed off? This was applied by the little princess herself, and she was the only one who could do it, so she couldn't let them touch it. TSK. So stingy. Seeing her proud and arrogant look, 2 girls in the crowd whispered, Sisters, don't argue. There's more here. Seeing this scene, Chu Yaoyao quickly changed the subject. Just kidding. If she started arguing, how could she sell things? This bottle has been used, so I won't sell it. Who wants this one? Chu Yaoyao took out a bottle of nude color. Me. 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 And me. I want the red one. For a while, it was very lively. On the other side of the pavilion, many young men gathered together, looking at this scene in confusion. Brothering you? Is that object really that attractive? A man in a white robe put his hand on Su Yingyu's shoulder, shook his folding fan, and lowered his head, looking quite regretful. I wanted to show off my style today, but I didn't expect that all the limelight was taken away by the little princess. What a pity! The pavilion fell into two extremes. The girls were ecstatic, and their screams could lift the roof of the pavilion. The men sighed and looked at the milk ball surrounded by the girls with depression and jealousy. What a mistake! Who would have thought that a baby would become their biggest rival in love? In the main hall, the head of the Su family narrowed his eyes slightly. Second prince? In the business world, even if you oppress with power, it will not work in the long run. He sneered in his heart. So what if you are a prince? In the land of Luozhou, you are not as famous as my Su family, but no one will recognize you. Don't think of using your identity to suppress me. Chu Yu naturally heard his implication and took a sip of the teacup slowly. The head of the Su family misunderstood. I just came to visit you two today. Hearing this, Mr. Su raised his eyes and looked at him deeply. Is it his illusion? Listening to this tone, why did he feel that the second prince's mood at this moment was completely different from the beginning? Chu Yu gently curled his lips. It turned out that when the mood changed, the words would also be different. It was not just because of the cosmetics formula. He also figured it out. If he went south to establish a business this time, it would be better to make more money for the national treasury. If not, then he would go back to the Ministry of Industry and make those fairyland goodies that Yaoyao took out one by one, which would also help Daki. The head of the Su family got a hint from his father's eyes and tried to speak. If the second prince wants our Su family to help, he must show some sincerity. Right? Sincerity? Chu Yu shook his head gently. Let's not talk about this for now. As he said that, he took out a booklet from his arms, opened the first page, and placed it in front of the father and son. You two might as well take a look at this first. Although they didn't believe that he could come up with anything good. Out of courtesy, the Su family father and son still glanced at it casually. With just one glance, both of them widened their eyes at the same time. This is... The head of the Su family was about to continue flipping through the pages, but Chu Yu quickly took the book back. He smiled at the two of them. Now is the time for you two to show your sincerity. Hearing this, the father and son of the Su family looked at each other, and both saw shock in each other's eyes. But after all, he had been through a lot for decades. So old Master Su was the first to react. It's just some recipes. The second prince can say this, but has he made the real thing? The head of the Su family also nodded in agreement. Yes. Can the second prince show it to us? Then his eyes turned. Your Highness, are you trying to get something for nothing? Chu Yu put the book away. With the recipe, it's only a matter of time before the real thing is made. Since the two of you are not willing to cooperate, forget it. Then he looked outside and asked the housekeeper, have you seen where my sister went? To reply to the distinguished guest, the young lady led the little distinguished guest to the pavilion. The second young master is holding a poetry meeting today. Maybe he went to watch the fun. Chu Yu smiled at the father and son of the Su family. I'll trouble the head of the Su family to send a servant to lead the way for me. Old Master Su stood up and walked outside first. It just so happens that I, an old man, also want to stretch my muscles. So I'll take you there. Chu Yu nodded gently. Then thank you. Since their fathers had already gone, the head of the Su family had no choice but to follow. As soon as the few people walked to the vicinity of the pavilion, they heard exclamations one after another. Then a childish voice suppressed the voices of the crowd. Beautiful sisters. The next one to appear is this. Chu Yaoyao shook the eyebrow pencil in her hand. Dang dang dang. Eyebrow pencil. You can use it to draw eyebrows and eyeliner. And you can also use it to deepen eyelashes and draw bags under your eyes. As she spoke, she demonstrated it on Asher's face. Wow! The girls were very excited. The exclamations and praises were endless, and each one was louder than the other, which made the few people who had just arrived feel palpitations. Chu Yaoyao raised the eyebrow pencil and shook it. One stroke can be used for multiple purposes. Tell me, what are you going to do next? After that, she tilted her little head, opened her right hand to her ear, and listened. The girls shouted in unison. Buy it. What? Louder. Do it again. Chu Yaoyao switched sides, this time opening her left hand and placing it to her left ear. The girls screamed heartbreakingly. Buy it. Buy it. Chapter 196. The little princess wants it. Just take it. After shouting, the girls raised their hands high. I, little princess. Sell it to me. Chu Yaoyao stood on the chair and raised his hand to press down. Ladies, don't be anxious. If you have bought it, don't grab it. Give other ladies a chance. But there are only two. As soon as Chu Yaoyao finished speaking, there was another quarrel. In the end, the two eyebrow pencils were sold at the price of 3 taels of silver each. Yaoyao. Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Yaoyao turned around and grinned at the person who came. Second brother. Everyone in the pavilion saluted. See the second prince. Everyone. Stand up. Chu Yu said, and then looked at the sweaty little guy. He took out a handkerchief to help wipe it. And thinking of the scene he just saw, he smiled and scratched his upturned little nose. Are you having fun now? Chu Yaoyao wrinkled her nose. No, I'm not having fun. I'm doing business. Let's see how effective my hunger marketing is. Su Yingying's excitement has not yet subsided. Her face is slightly red, and she nodded. Your Highness, the little princess shares her good things with everyone. She is so cute and kind. That's right. The girl in the light pink dress, the one who Chu Yaoyao helped paint her nails, nodded in agreement. The little princess is smart and cute, kind and straightforward. After hearing this, Chu Yaoyao raised her head and continued to look at her with her little eyes. If you can praise, praise more. I'd love to hear it. Chu Yu shook his head helplessly. Okay, I'll take Yaoyao back first. I can't stay any longer. Otherwise this little guy might float to the sky. Wait a minute. The woman in the pink dress asked boldly, May I ask the second prince, when can these cosmetics be sold in large quantities? As soon as she asked this, the other girls echoed. Yes. When can we buy more? Seeing these girls gradually surrounding him, Chu Yu rarely showed a trace of panic on his face, and he looked at Yaoyao in surprise. It seems that he underestimated the attraction of cosmetics to women. Don't worry. I still need to plan this carefully, and it will take at least 2 months. Hearing his words, the girls present covered their chests, feeling heartbroken and lost. It is easy to go from simple to luxurious, but it is difficult to go from luxurious to frugal. After using good things, how can they continue to use the original ones? Chu Yaoyao also nodded. They are all samples, which can't be used for a few days. After another half a month, I will sell another wave. Hee hee. I am really smart. Then she hung her head quite melancholy. We just arrived and don't have a decent shop yet. I have one. The girl in the light pink dress suddenly raised her head and raised her hand excitedly. I have a shop under my name, right at the intersection of Changle Street, on the main street. That location is the best. Hearing this, the head of the Su family widened his eyes instantly. She hadn't noticed it just now. Isn't this the girl Yuan Yu from the Yuan family? The shop she was talking about. Couldn't it be the one that his father had been negotiating for a long time, but couldn't buy? Thinking of this, he carefully observed his father's expression, looking at the slightly trembling beard, the suddenly tense jawline, and the trembling lips. Really? He listened attentively. He wanted to see how much money the second prince could pay for a shop that even the Su family couldn't afford. However, Yuan Yu's next sentence almost made him drop his jaw. Yuan Yu waved her hand. If the little princess wants the shop, just take it. What? The head of the Su family exclaimed in surprise, and looked at her in disbelief. The Su family had tried to persuade them with emotion, reason, and profit for many years, but still couldn't get the shop. But she gave it away so easily, and to a child who was less than 3 years old. No, he didn't accept it. Yuan family girl, why didn't you discuss such a big thing with your father? Hearing the voice, Yuan Yu knelt slightly and saluted. Meet old Master Su. Meet the head of the Su family. Then she said it as a matter of course. My father transferred the shop to my name last month. I can dispose of my own things at will. Speaking of this, she blushed, lowered her head, and was shy. That's right. When new products are released in the future, can the little princess let me try them first? You wish. Before Chu Yaoyao could speak, A woman wearing a lavender wide-sleeve skirt next to her pushed you aside. Little princess. Don't listen to her. This guy is too greedy. My family also has a shop on that street. She glanced at you, snorted, and then looked at Chu Yaoyao with a smile. I don't need any priority to try. Just that the little princess will save 2 copies of each cosmetics for me in the future. No! She raised an index finger, carefully and expectantly looking at the little figure. Just leave 1 copy. This time, Chu Yaoyao didn't have time to speak again. Niece of the Mu family. You are not authentic. The head of the Su family walked over quickly, with an anxious look on his face. Brother Mu has agreed to sell the shop on that street to my Su family. Mu Qingqing looked at him seriously. Uncle Su, don't say that. My father didn't sign the contract with you. Besides, I heard a little about what happened that day. It was just a mention at the wine table. How can I take drunken talk seriously? You? Hearing her words, the head of the Su family covered his chest, and was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. He pointed at Mu Qingqing with a trembling finger. The girl of the Yuan family does have the right to dispose of her own property. But your shop is not in your name. Right? This is not a big deal. Mu Qingqing waved his hand casually, then clenched his fist, with a fierce look on his face. Wait for me to go back. Just hit my younger brother in front of my father and mother. He hit him, crying, and hanging up. My father and mother were distressed, and would definitely promise me. Chu Yan held a small hand. That? I have a problem. Mu looked at her with a smile. The little princess pursed. Hold him. Don't your father and mother stop it? I really can't figure it out. You want to say that it hurts his son, and he will let the daughter be beaten. My younger brother is already 10 years old. He plays with cats and dogs all day long and doesn't want to make progress. My parents dote on him too much. My grandfather is afraid that he will be ruined. On his deathbed, he granted me the right to discipline him. Hearing this, the Chu siblings twitched at the corners of their mouths. Absolutely. The head of the Su family took 2 steps back and beat his chest and stamped his feet. Yes, the man in front of him was ordered by the late old man of the Mu family to discipline his younger brother. Even the Mu family couple couldn't intervene in this matter. He regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he should have taken advantage of Brother Mu's drunkenness to coax him. No, he should have signed the contract in one go. Little princess, choose my shop. Don't listen to her. Choose my shop. Yuan Yu and Mu Qingqing were not willing to give in to each other. They pushed each other and stared at each other. But when they turned their heads to look at Yao Yao, they looked like a caring and gentle little sister again. Choose me. Choose me. The 2 said in unison. Chu Yaoyao tugged at the little girl, frowned in distress, and asked for help from her second brother. Second brother? It's so hard to choose. Hearing this, the head of the Su family was so angry that his chest rose and fell rapidly. He leaned back slightly and took a deep breath. Difficult to choose? Are you showing off in front of me? But what made him even more angry was still to come. Chu Yu touched the little guy's full forehead and used his fingers to smooth the gathered eyebrows a little bit. Don't worry anymore. Then let's not choose for now and talk about it another day. Chu Yaoyao grinned and nodded with a smile. Okay. Listening to the question and answer between the brother and sister, the head of the Su family felt as if thousands of ants were biting his heart. Painful and uncomfortable. A ball of fire choked in his throat. Unable to go down or out. Do you know what you are talking about? What my Su family has been asking for but can't get has become a burden in your mouth? So it also affects your good mood. Right? It's outrageous. Chapter 197. You are too high to reach. Are you annoying? Don't want to choose? Give it to me. I can accept it all. The head of the Su family shouted wildly in his heart. Chu Yu said to everyone, we will discuss this matter another day. Let's stop here today. Yao Yao is tired and needs to go back to rest first. Upon hearing this, the girls looked at Yao Yao worriedly and nodded in agreement. Yes. Yes. You can't let the little princess get tired. Your Highness, please take the princess back to rest. Goodbye, little sisters. Chu Yao Yao hugged her second brother's neck with one hand, grinned and waved her little fat paws. Oh my god. The little princess is so well behaved and polite. The girls present smiled like ants. Goodbye. I will definitely come to play next time. Chu Yu carried Yao Yao out of the pavilion, and just as he walked down the steps, he heard someone shouting behind him. Your Highness, Princess, please stay. Hearing that person's voice, Chu Yu's lips were pursed into a straight line. Chu Yao Yao rolled her eyes in an indecent way. What does this cheater want to do again? Han Yunza caught up and bowed to the brother and sister. Second prince, my father wants to hold a banquet in the mansion tomorrow to welcome you and the princess. Would you two princes honor him? At the end, he added, oh, by the way, my grandmother asked me to pay her respects to you two on her behalf. Chu Yu was naturally unwilling in his heart, but he had already refused once yesterday. If he refused again today, it would be unreasonable. Moreover, Han Yunza brought up his grandmother. The wife of the Governor Han and the royal grandmother are sisters, and this face must be given. Thinking of this, he nodded slightly, with no expression on his face, no ripples in his tone, and even a slight coldness. I will bring Yao Yao to the banquet tomorrow. After that, he did not stay and strode away. On the other side, Mr. Su secretly gave his son a look. The head of the Su family quietly chased him out. In the pavilion, the girls who bought cosmetics gathered together and discussed excitedly. But there was one exception. That was Yuan Yu, who quietly left the crowd and left quietly. Sister! A loud shout suddenly came from behind her, scaring her to scream. Ah! She turned around and sent a series of punches to the person who came. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. After hitting the person, she covered her chest, as if relieved. I was scared to death. The man in white rubbed the place where he was hit and looked at her resentfully. To other people's sisters, it's as warm as a spring breeze. But to your own brother, it's like punching and kicking an enemy. Yuan Yu glared at him impatiently. Nonsense. Can you compare with the little princess? Yuan Lu glanced at the purse on her waist, rubbed his hands, winked, and looked at her funny. Sister, what did you buy? Let me see. Hearing this, Yuan Yu covered her purse with a vigilant look and took 2 steps back to distance herself. Don't even think about it. Then I'll tell them that you bought 2 things. As he spoke, Yuan Lu pointed at the group of girls in the pavilion. Are you threatening me? Yuan Yu clenched her fist and shook it in front of him. That's right. She had just used the excuse that she had used the bottle of nail polish. And the little princess finally agreed to give it to her. I didn't expect this guy to see it. Everyone. Hurry up. Yuan Yu covered his mouth tightly, stared at him, and threatened him with her fist. Don't say it. Yuan Lu looked at the purse on her waist and signaled her with his eyes. Yuan Yu had no choice but to take out the nail polish and tube of lip balm and wave them in front of him. Well, I've seen it. So keep your mouth shut in the future. Looking at her nails that were neither pink nor red, but surprisingly beautiful, Yuan Lu reached out to touch them. You know what? This color really suits you. And it matches your skirt today. Yuan Yu quickly hid her hands in her sleeves and avoided him. Don't touch my hands. What if they get dirty? Yuan Lu didn't care. Just wash them if they get dirty. Yuan Yu glanced at him. What do you know? This is the little princess who painted it for me personally. What if the color is washed off? After that, she walked away. Yuan Lu looked at her back in disbelief, and then looked down at his hands. What's going on? And my hands are not dirty at all. Brother Yuan. Miss Yuan is very angry today. Hearing this annoying voice, Yuan Lu immediately put on a fake smile, turned around, and looked at the person with a fake smile. I thought someone was peeping from behind. It turned out to be Mr. Yu. Yu Nansong waved his hand. Don't be so polite. Our 2 families are old friends. Just call me Brother Yu. As he said, he reached out to pat his shoulder. Yuan Lu waved his hand and opened the folding fan with force. The fan bone rubbed Yu Nansong's eyelashes and flashed by. If he had moved a little forward just now, he could have directly poked his eyes out. He was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back. Seeing his frightened look, Yuan Lu smiled contemptuously in his heart. How dare you look at my sister with such a lustful look? I should have blinded your dog eyes. You coward who has done a lot of dirty things at home. How dare you come at my sister? If it wasn't in broad daylight, I would have put a sack on you and beat you up. Thinking of the poem that the little princess had just recited, Yuan Lu put away his folding fan, tapped his palm, and looked at Yu Nansong with a smile. I heard that in recent years, Governor Han has valued Yu Kanjun very much, and often gave important tasks to Yu Kanjun. Hearing this, Yu Nansong's face showed a little smugness. Of course, he has been working like a cow and a horse behind Han Yunza for these years, and it's not in vain. If there is no benefit, why would he praise him? Father has been busy recently, so it's not good for him to worry about my own lifelong affairs. Brother Yuan. Hey! Knowing what he wanted to say next, Yuan Lu immediately interrupted him and shook his head with a heavy expression. General Yu is busy with official duties and has no time to take care of other things. Mr. Yu should pay more attention to family affairs and share General Yu's worries. As he said this, he tapped Yu Nansong's shoulder with his folding fan and said meaningfully, especially the affairs of the back house. After that, he fanned himself and walked away. Yu Nansong stayed where he was, his face gloomy. Back house? What did he mean? Could it be that his affair with Aunt Lu was discovered? On the other side, Chu Yu carried Yao Yao and walked to the gate of the Su mansion. And a burst of hurried and heavy footsteps came from behind. Your Highness, please stay. Hearing this voice, Chu Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Finally, he couldn't hold it back any longer. The head of the Su family ran over breathlessly. Your Highness, I have thought about what happened just now. This deal is done by my Su family. Chu Yaoyao's delicate eyebrows raised slightly. Did you change your mind after seeing the scene in the pavilion and felt that the cosmetics market had great potential? Thinking of this, she crossed her hands and snorted heavily at the head of the Su family. Half an hour ago, you ignored us, but now we are too high for you to reach. Puff. Hearing this, Chu Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. But fortunately he reacted in time. Cough, cough, cough. Where did this little guy learn this weird sentence? Although, it's still quite appropriate. Cough, cough. Chu Yu slowed down, gently pursed his throat, suppressed his smile, and tried to maintain a serious look on his face. Master Su, I just said that we will discuss this matter another day. After saying that, he smiled politely, held Yao Yao in his arms, and walked out of the house. Master Su gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. Wait! It seems that he can only use his trump card. Chapter 198, he is actually. Your Highness, please take a look at this first. He looked around cautiously first, then trotted closer and took out a small note. Second Prince, you must read it. Please believe that I really want to work with you to do great things. Sincerely. After saying that, he ran away. Chu Yao Yao? Chu Yao Yao was shocked. She shook off the goosebumps on her body and looked disgusted. At this tone is so disgusting. She widened her eyes slightly, looked at the note, and then thought of what he had just said. What is really not sincere? Oh my god. He is not going to have any intentions on my second brother? It can't be a love letter or something like that. Wow. This old pervert. Chu Yu. Hearing this, he shuddered suddenly, and felt that the note in his hand was extremely hot, and he wanted to throw it out directly. But he still unfolded it and took a look. The next moment, his face suddenly changed. She also took a look, and his face turned pale, and he looked at his master in panic. Master! This, after taking a glance, Asher's face also became very ugly. Seeing their expressions, Chu Yao Yao also stretched his neck to take a look. Second brother? What is written? What family? Speaking of the word family, there is a single person standing in the middle, so it should be read as family. Right? Whose family has what intentions, and wants to do what His Highness does? Chu Yao Yao tapped his chin in distress. Could it be the Han family? System. What is written on it? Translate it. System. The host guessed correctly. It is indeed written on it that the Han family wants to attack you and your brother. What? It was actually the Han family. Chu Yao Yao's little brows were tightly twisted into a ball. So the people who acted with the male protagonist people outside Yancheng before were sent by the Han family. Why? Is it because of the death of Marquis Pinghong? But even if the wife of Governor Han wanted to avenge her brother, Governor Han was too old to be able to do that. Is he going to ruin the future of the entire family? It shouldn't be that bad. At such an old age, he still plays around, trying to follow the trend of young people and grow a love brain? No. No. There must be other reasons. System. Points for you. Hurry up and release the melon of Governor Han. System. Okay. Just wait and see. Chu Yu crumpled the note into a ball with a gloomy face and looked at He. Where is 13? He whispered back. He went to the inn yesterday and arranged for the brothers to go to the house in the east of the city. As he said that, he glanced at the position of the sun. It's time to meet us at this time. Chu Yu just walked out of the gate of the Su mansion with Yao Yao in his arms. And as expected, he saw 13 waiting by the carriage at the corner of the street. Sir, the brothers have been settled. And Feng Qi has also gone to the scholar's home with his men. Chu Yu nodded, then looked at him and whispered, Let's go take a look. As he spoke, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Since the Han family wants his life, he will strike first. She looked worried. Sir, what about tomorrow's banquet? After reading the note, in his mind, the Han family is now a dangerous place. Too dangerous. Chuyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his lips. Of course I have to go. I don't think he dares to do it in public. Didn't the Han family come to the Su family just to make things difficult for him in business? As long as he can't make any progress in the business world of Luozhou, he will definitely leave Luozhou in disgrace. Once he leaves Luozhou, it will be easier to do it. Right? What a good plan. What they said confused 13. And he looked at Ashur with a confused face. Ashur shook his head at him and said nothing, but his expression was still solemn. Chuyu first sent Yao Yao into the carriage, and then looked at the few people. Let's go. Leave the city. Suddenly, 13's face turned cold, and he glanced in a certain direction lightly, holding the sword tightly, turned around and was about to go there. Noticing his action, Chuyu stopped him. 13. 13 frowned and explained in a low voice. Young master, someone is watching us. Chuyu chuckled. There's no need to alert the enemy. It's important to get things done first. Looking at the inside of the carriage, she hesitated. Sir, are you going to take the young lady with you? Chuyu nodded. Take her. If she doesn't take her, will she not go? The 5 of them left the city and headed for the village outside the city. Here, just as they left the city gate, the Han family got the news. In the Han family's study, Inspector Han put down the ginseng tea in his hand and looked at the servant in surprise. Are they leaving the city? The servant kept his head down respectfully. My lord, I have been guarding the gate of the Su mansion. After they came out, I have been following them. They are indeed heading out of the city. Have you heard where they are going? Who are the people? Inspector Han half squinted his eyes, his face thoughtful. At this point, the servant lowered his head a little deeper, and his voice gradually became smaller. The second prince was accompanied by 2 guards. I didn't dare to get too close. I didn't hear where they were going. But the second prince also brought Princess Jiyuan with him. I think he was just going out of town to play. Going out to play? Han Shishir sneered, then raised his chin slightly and motioned him. Let the housekeeper in. When the housekeeper hurried in, he had already written a letter. Give this letter to that person. This time, they must go without return. The housekeeper was a little entangled with the letter and advised, Master, there is no turning back after this step. Turn back? I have no way back for a long time. Han Shishir's old and turbid eyes were a little bloodshot, and his expression became crazy. If I can drag 1 or 2 people from the Chu family to die together, it will be a relief. Han Shishir took a deep breath, then raised the corners of his mouth strangely, and his tone gave people a cold and evil feeling. Besides, there are often bandit troubles in the villages outside the city. If they encounter them, they can only count it as bad luck. Seeing him like this, the housekeeper shook his head and walked out of the study with a sad face. On the other side, in the carriage, looking at the stunned little dumpling, Chuyu picked up a piece and fed it to her mouth. Breakfast is useless. Right? After tossing for so long. Are you hungry? As for Chu Yao Yao, she finally found clues in a pile of information. She opened her mouth slightly in surprise. So, Han Shishir is actually the younger brother of the former Empress Dowager? After all, he is still the uncle of Murongxin? Chu Yao Yao's eyes flashed with understanding. This explains it. Murongxin was killed, and there was no hope of reviving the former dynasty. After lurking for many years, his plan finally failed. He was angry and wanted to take revenge on the Chu family. But he was reluctant to give up the wealth and glory accumulated over the years. She curled her lips in disdain. If you are determined to perish with us, I respect you as a man. Not only are you reluctant to give up the family business you have accumulated over the years, but you also collude with other countries to assassinate us. You dare not show up, but hide in the dark, powerless and furious. And you call it revenge for the previous dynasty? You are really a hypocrite. Chapter 199, I gave my identity to myself. Chuyu? With a click sound, the snack in his hand fell. Is he right? The governor of Han is actually a relative of the previous dynasty? Looking at the snacks at her feet, Chu Yao blinked her confused eyes. What happened? Chuyu, I was scared by you. She looked at her second brother and saw that he looked a little pale and uneasy. Her big eyes were full of worry. Chu Yao patted her chest and assured, don't worry. Second brother, I will protect you. Okay. Second brother knows that our Yao Yao is the best. As he spoke, Chu Yu brought the plate to her. Fill your stomach first. Hearing the tone just now, Chu Yao Yao pursed her lips. A tone of coaxing a child. Don't think I can't hear it. The sweet smell of cakes rushed into her nostrils. And Chu Yao Yao realized that she hadn't eaten yet. She simply took out a bottle of milk from her bag, ate a bite of snack and a sip of milk, and crossed her legs beautifully. But she still did not forget to defend herself. Anyway, my strength will be known to you later. Second brother. Chu Yu helped her wipe the corner of her mouth helplessly. He was just a child. What was wrong with his tone? Besides, Yao Yao was very strong, and he had always known this. After eating a plate of snacks, they arrived at the place. Chu Yu hugged Yao Yao and jumped off the carriage. She was asked to stay to guard the carriage, and the brother and sister entered the village with their own guards. Sir, it's here. Shursen pointed to the small courtyard a few meters away. When they looked over, they saw that the courtyard didn't even have a decent wall, and it was surrounded by a fence made of branches. Inside were 3 houses made of thatched grass, short and small. As Shur was about to knock on the door, a voice came from behind them. Who are you, and what do you want to do? They turned around and saw an old woman with gray hair, of vicissitudes of life, and patches all over her clothes, holding a cane and looking at them vigilantly. Chu Yu whispered, Auntie, do you know Fong Chongqing? Fong Chongqing? This name is a bit familiar. Chu Yao Yao scratched her little head and frowned in distress. She must have seen this name somewhere. Hearing his words, the old woman became extremely excited, and she raised her cane to greet several people. Here they come again. And they actually chased here, fearing that the 2 princes would be hurt. 13 quickly grabbed the cane. Old man, don't get excited. We are not bad people. The old woman was out of breath, and she pointed at several people with her trembling fingers. Her old eyes flashed with tears, and she accused in a sad tone. My grandson has been crippled by you. You have to kill us all to make you feel at ease? After hearing this, Chu Yu felt very uncomfortable. He became more and more disgusted with the Han family and became more determined to eradicate the Han family. Old man, we are here to help you, Chu Yu explained. Suddenly, Chu Yao Yao turned his head and looked at the thatched house. Fong Chongqing? I remember. Isn't he the biggest traitor in the future of Xia Kingdom? Moreover, he targeted the Han family everywhere when the male protagonist merged Xia and Daki. The attack was extremely cruel, and Han Yunza was directly cut into a human stick. Hiss. Chu Yu took a breath of cold air. Was it so cruel? The memory ended, and Chu Yao Yao slowly shook her head. I didn't expect that he was such an upright person. She looked at the white-haired old woman. In fact, it was the death of his grandmother that really made him evil. The Han family never gave up looking for the Fong family's grandparents, and their traces were still discovered. One night, the Han family sent people disguised as bandits to enter the village to burn, kill and loot. The old lady noticed something was wrong, knocked Fong Chongqing unconscious, and hid him in the cellar, which allowed him to escape. He ran out to lure away the bandits and died tragically at the hands of the Han family. In the end, the Han family set fire to this place, including the old lady's body. When Fong Chongqing woke up and crawled out of the cellar, there was only devastation and burnt black. His only relative didn't even have a corpse left. He was filled with hatred and embarked on a path of revenge. After hearing this, Chu Yu felt sorry. In just a few years, he became an important official in the court of Xia. Although he was a treacherous official, it must be admitted that Fong Chongqing was indeed a talent. If he could be used by Daki. Didn't Yao Yao just say that? Fong Chongqing turned bad after his grandmother passed away. Then as long as they are protected from being hunted down by the Han family, and the old lady is safe, isn't it enough? Who are you? This question brought Chu Yu back to his senses. Well, let's dispel the old lady's suspicion first. Chu Yu was thinking about how to explain to dispel her vigilance, but he didn't want the little guy in his arms to speak first. Chu Yao Yao spoke in a baby voice and said softly, Grandma, we are not bad people. Chu Yu rubbed her head. Yao Yao, I have already said this. You just say that you are not a bad person. So dry. People will not believe it. Really? The old woman put down her crutches and her expression eased. Chu Yu? What do you mean? Do I look less trustworthy than a 2-year-old baby? Really? Chu Yao Yao nodded her head heavily. She clenched her fists tightly. Her big eyes were wide open. She gritted her little teeth and said angrily, My brother and I were also assassinated by the Han family. It was not easy for us to escape. Hearing this, the old woman was filled with righteous indignation. And she also gritted her teeth. She knocked the ground heavily with her crutches. Those unscrupulous beasts are really sinful. Perhaps because of sympathy. The old lady looked at the little guy with a loving face. Don't be afraid, little girl. We are relatively safe here. You can hide in my house first. Chuyu? Let's just say that today is definitely the most speechless day since he left the palace. He looked at the little guy in his arms in disbelief. Just a few words. Let them let down their guard. And created a tragic image for them of going out to play. Being chased by bullies. And fleeing everywhere? Do you have to be so outrageous? System. Do you think the full level of affinity is just talk? What's more? It took a look at the host, who was as delicate as jade, and looked like a lucky doll in a New Year picture. No one would be on guard against this face. Right? Chu Yaoyao turned around and looked at her second brother proudly. Don't understand? When you go out, you give yourself an identity. Chu Yu, okay. I am ignorant. And Chu Yaoyao, the community leader, has almost become a close friend of the old woman. Grandma, we have all been harmed by the Han family. We must unite. As she said this, she grabbed the old woman's old and wrinkled fingers with one hand, raised a fist high, and shouted aggressively, "Down with them!" Seeing her like this, the old woman was amused and laughed. But as she laughed, tears hung from the corners of her eyes, and her tone was even more heartbreaking. The Han family is powerful, and they are royal relatives. We ordinary people can't afford to offend them. We don't want to seek justice. We just want our family to be safe. Chu Yaoyao wanted to continue to persuade. But now it's not up to you whether you want to seek justice or not. But they don't want to let you go at all. Auntie Li. A young woman came up with a basket. When she saw Yao Yao, she widened her eyes in surprise. Little benefactor? Why are you here? Chu Yaoyao blinked. It's you? Chapter 200. I remember. She is. The person in front of me is the mother of the little boy who was choked before. Wen Yang bowed slightly to her and explained with a smile. My home is in this village. The old woman turned to face her. You came back early today. It seems that business is good. Mentioning this, Wen Yang's face was also very happy. Yes, I met a big customer today. I came to give you medicine. As she said, she took out 2 medicine bags from the basket. Anli kept bowing to thank her. Thank you. Thank you. One girl. If it weren't for your family's help, Chung'er and I would have nowhere to stay now. Wen Yang quickly waved her hand and supported her. Auntie, don't be like this. We didn't help much. By the way, she counted out more than 30 copper coins from her purse and handed them to the old woman. Auntie, this is the money for your mending clothes. Seeing the pattern embroidered on the purse, Chu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing the big handful of copper coins, the old woman pushed her hand away. You can't do that. Auntie knows you are kind-hearted. I just mended a few clothes. How can I have so much money? And my copper coins are just enough to buy medicine. Right? She sighed slightly in her heart. Wen Yang is a good child. Knowing that they are having a hard time, she often comes to help them. Knowing that she doesn't want to accept favors for nothing, she helps her find a job as a mender. She barely earns a little food every day. Wen Yang forced the copper coins into her hand. Just take it. This is what you deserve. Last time you helped me embroider a sachet and sold it for 40 coins. This is the money left to buy medicine. This? So much? The old woman was dumbfounded. Wen Yang smiled and nodded. That's right. So I came to discuss with you today. You have embroidery skills. Do you want to sell embroidery with me in the future? The old woman was moved by what she said. But her face was still a little worried. Can it be done? How can I embroider as well as you? Can I make money? Wen Yang patted her hands in an encouraging tone. Of course. We don't need to embroider too much. We can embroider 4 or 5 pieces a month, excluding the cost of needles, thread and fabrics. You can earn at least more than 100 coins. As she said that, she glanced at the thatched house and added in a low voice. It could also help Chung Qing to take care of his body. Right? The old woman glanced at the room behind her and tightly grasped the copper coins in her hand. Since it can be sold, she will embroider more, so that Chung'er will not have to worry about medicine. Maybe she can save more for Chung'er and marry a good wife in the future. Thinking of this, her face became firm. Okay. Thank you, Wen Yang. Seeing that the two were getting happier and happier as they talked. Especially Aunt Li. Her eyes were full of light. full of expectations and hopes for the future. Seeing her like this, Chu Yao's nose and eyes felt sour, and her mood became heavier. If nothing happened afterwards, how great it would be. The old lady tried really hard to live with her grandson. Hearing this, Chu let out a long breath, raised his hand, and rubbed the little guy's head, silently comforting him. That's settled. I'll go back and bring you the fabric and thread. After bidding farewell to the excited old lady, Wen Yang walked back quickly. Wait a minute, Chu shouted. Hearing the voice, Wen Yang slapped her forehead in annoyance. Look at my brain. I actually forgot my benefactor. Then she smiled and said, Would you like to go to my house for a cup of tea and rest? Chu took Yao Yao 2 steps forward and glanced at the purse in the basket casually. Has this lady been to see ya? Hearing this, Wen Yang's face suddenly changed. She lowered her head unnaturally, her eyes wandering, and she explained stumblingly, I am indeed from Sia. I fled here and met my husband. Chu Yao frowned and recalled carefully. Sia? Wen Yang. Suddenly, her eyes widened. I remembered that she had evidence that the male protagonist poisoned the villain's mother. Although the male protagonist's mother was the one who did it, the poison was found by the male protagonist, and he is also an accomplice. Hearing this, Chu was slightly stunned. This person is such an identity? In this case, this matter needs to be informed to Shangwen Jin as soon as possible. First, it can be used to deal with the male protagonist. And second, it can be regarded as repaying Shangwen Jin's favor for helping to pass the message before. His frowning and thinking look made Wen Yang and the old woman flustered. Both of them looked nervous. After thinking, Chu's face eased and explained softly. So that's it. I just saw that the embroidery method is a bit special. So I asked a question. Please don't be offended. Madam, we brothers and sisters will not come to disturb you today. Hearing this, Wen Yang breathed a sigh of relief and she knelt slightly. I'll take my leave first. Then Chu looked at the old woman. Old man, can we come to your house to ask for a drink of water? Hearing this, Chu Yao cooperated and licked her lips. Grandma, I'm so thirsty. Okay. If you don't mind, come in. The old woman hurriedly opened the wooden door and invited them in. When they came to the main room, the old woman brought a few bowls and poured them water. Don't worry. This is the water I boiled this morning. Chu secretly looked at the furnishings in the house. Although it was simple, it was clean and tidy. Chu Yao held the bowl and gulped down half a bowl of boiled water. Just now on the road, she had snacks and milk, and she was really thirsty. Cough, cough, cough. A cough came, and the old woman's face suddenly changed. She didn't bother to say a word, and ran into the room in a panic. Chunger! Chu Yao stood up from the low stool and followed with short legs. Seeing her go in, Chu also put down the bowl, got up and followed behind. There was a young man lying in the room with a pale face and a wooden board on his right arm and left leg. At this moment, he was coughing and gasping for breath, with big beads of sweat on his forehead. Why don't you eat again? Following the voice, several people looked over and saw a bowl of white porridge on the wooden bench next to the bed. The old woman asked sternly, her tone slightly choked. How can you get better if you don't eat well? Ahem. Grandma, I'm a useless person. Why waste food? Fong Qingqing's self-abandoned look made the old woman's emotions unbearable. She was so angry that she slapped his intact arm while crying. What do you mean? You don't want to live. You want my life. If you are like this now, how can I explain to your parents? How can I explain to your grandfather and the ancestors of the Fong family? The old woman's strength in slapping him became weaker and weaker, and finally she burst into tears. You want me to become a sinner of the Fong family? Grandmother. Fong Chengqi raised his arm and put it on his eyes. You can vaguely see that the sleeve above his eyes is gradually getting wet. You have worked hard for most of your life. I am an unfilial grandson. It's okay that I can't let you enjoy your old age. Now, just let me fend for myself, so as not to drag you down. Shut up. I'll beat you. Hearing this, the old woman's lips trembled with anger. She suddenly raised her hands high, but then put them down tremblingly. She collapsed on the ground, as if all her energy and spirit had been drained away, and her body became more and more hunched. Just now, when Yang from the Hunter Lu's family came and said she found a job for me, I can earn nearly 100 coins a month, and our family's life will soon improve. Chapter 201. I just want to listen. It seems that our life will get better. the old woman said in a low voice, as if she was talking to herself. After hearing this, Fong Chunqing covered her mouth tightly, and cried so hard that her body twitched slightly. Seeing this scene, especially hearing the words of the old lady, Chu Yaoyao felt very uncomfortable. She couldn't help but took 2 steps forward and asked, "Have you ever thought about it? What will the old lady do if you are gone?" Hearing this childish voice, Fong Chunqing took his arm off his eye socket and questioned with red eyes. "Who are you? Why are you in my house? What can you understand as a little kid?" Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips. "What's the point of getting angry at me?" She also got angry, turned her head away, and stopped looking at him, and continued, "Even if you are gone, the Han family will not let the old lady go." Hearing this, Fong Chunqing's eyes became fierce. "How do you know this? Who are you?" "I know." He suddenly realized. "It's the Han family. It must be the Han family who asked you to come." Chu Yu patted Yaoyao's little head, then gave Ashur a look, indicating that she should take Yaoyao outside. Chu Yaoyao was led out by Ashur, pouting and looking back every few steps. "What can't I hear?" Looking at the closed door, Chu Yaoyao's big eyes rolled around, and a trace of cunning flashed in her eyes. She raised her index finger at Ashur, made a hush sound, and then carefully approached the door and put her ear to the crack of the door. "Humph! I want to listen. We came from the capital. My last name is Chu." Chu was halfway through his words when he suddenly heard this little baby voice, and turned his head helplessly to look in the direction of the door. Then he nodded to the 2 grandparents and whispered, "Wait a minute." "Eh?" Chu Yaoyao frowned and looked through the crack of the door in surprise. "Why is there no sound?" She was about to put her ear to it again when the door creaked open. Ouch! Chu Yaoyao didn't stand firmly and fell directly on her second brother's thigh. She hugged the thigh in front of her, tilted her head up, and smiled at him. "Second brother, let me ask, is it okay to eat roast duck tonight?" Chu Yu raised his hand and pinched the baby fat on her face. "This little guy," he lied without blushing or beating his heart. "If you eavesdrop again, you won't have anything to eat tomorrow." Then he looked at Ashur. "Take the young lady out to play for a while." Ashur bowed his hands and accepted the order. "Yes." Chu Yaoyao wrinkled her little nose, pouted her little mouth and muttered, "If you don't want to listen, then don't listen." After closing the door again, Chu Yu turned around again, only to see Fong Chunqing already standing up with a cane and the help of the old woman. Seeing him turn around, he immediately bowed deeply. "I am here to see His Royal Highness the Second Prince. I am not able to kneel down in kowtow. Please forgive me." Chu Yu quickly raised his hand to help him. No need to be polite. Then, he looked deeply at the 2 of them. "Yaoyao is right. The Han family will not let you go. So let's talk about how to deal with it." Outside, Chu Yaoyao poked at the ant nest in the corner of the wall out of boredom. "System. Can you? System, if the host wants to know what they are saying, why not just watch the live broadcast? Humph! It has tasted the sweetness of fleecing now. Don't think of asking it to work for nothing again." Hearing its words, Chu Yaoyao stabbed the ground heavily with a wooden stick. "I don't want to know. I want you to help me send a message to my father, and report back to the capital that the Han family cheated in the autumn examination and assassinated us. System, so, as long as there are points. Of course it's okay." Chu Yaoyao puffed up her cheeks. Recently, the system has been talking about points every 3 sentences. How come it has become so mercenary? After spending points to send the letter to Cheonghua Palace, she suddenly remembered the woman just now. "Can you also send a message to the villain?" System, does the host want to tell the villain about Wen Yang's whereabouts? Chu Yaoyao nodded hurriedly. Yeah. Can I? System, no. The reason you were able to teleport a few times before was because your room was set as an anchor point. We have never been to Xia, so it definitely won't work. Ah! Chu Yaoyao sighed after hearing this. We can only think of other ways. Before the villain comes, we should send someone to keep a close eye on her. I remember that the protagonist's 6th brother seems to have been secretly investigating Wen Yang's whereabouts. On the other side, at the home of Lu the Hunter, Wen Yang returned home with a heavy heart. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw her son touching the medicine residue she had dried. Lu Xiaonan. Stop it! She hurried over and carefully put away the medicine residue on the shelf. Seeing this, Lu Xiaonan pouted a little aggrieved. Mom, why do you dry the medicine residue every once in a while? And no one in our family is sick. Wen Yang wrapped the medicine residue, then looked at him and reprimanded him unhappily. You are the only one who talks too much. After saying that, she hurried back to the room with the medicine residue. After closing the door tightly, she moved a wooden board under the bed, and inside was a wooden box. She put the wrapped medicine residue into the box, and then picked up a yellowed paper, which was a prescription. There was also an earring in the box, and finally a small purse. After opening it, there was a peace charm inside. If Shang Wenji was here, he would definitely recognize it. It was written on it, which was his birth date, and that earring was the one that his mother lost 9 years ago. Looking at these things, when Yang's mind reappeared the situation of the past. 10 years ago, she was still an embroiderer in the Xia Palace, and she was from the same hometown as Lu Yun, the close mate of Empress Yu. After her father died in the war, and her mother died of illness, she was sold to a matchmaker by her brother and sister-in-law, and then entered the palace as an embroiderer. Because she had no one to rely on, she was often excluded and bullied by other palace people after entering the palace. It was Lu Yun who beat those palace maids away and warned them not to bully her again. After Concubine Yu learned about her life experience, she often summoned her and rewarded her. Other palace maids thought she was a favorite of Concubine Yu and dared not bully her again. Concubine Yu was really a good person. Even though she was favored by the king and even ate and dressed better than the queen, she never took advantage of her favor and was very kind to them. In winter, she would pay for them to buy extra cotton clothes and quilts and better charcoal. Not to mention the rewards and double monthly allowances during festivals. Even she, because she often went to help Concubine Yu, had a share of these. Thinking of this, Wen Yang sighed with melancholy. What a good person. How could the king let the concubines in the harem harm the queen if he loved her so much? Hundreds of miles away, in the residence of the fourth prince of Xia Kingdom. Favor? Shang Wanjin laughed sarcastically, with a cold tone in his tone. I once thought that my mother was the most favored woman by my father, and even my mother herself thought so. Thinking of this, his face was so gloomy that it seemed that ink could drip. Until my mother passed away, I learned from the imperial physician that my mother's body was mixed with multiple chronic poisons. He clenched his hands tightly, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. It was then that I realized that the tyrant was just setting up my mother as a target to help his beloved woman block the open and secret arrows in the harem of the previous dynasty. Chapter 202 Shang Wanjin. Everything has a trace. Lies. All lies. Bang. 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 Shang Wanjin pounded the table several times. His eyes reddened. When he thought of this, his heart was filled with regret and resentment, and he couldn't breathe. In fact, all of this has a trace. That year he was 8 years old. One evening he ran to the imperial garden to play, and saw his father in a bright yellow dragon robe from a distance. At that time, his father was busy with government affairs, and he and his mother hadn't seen his father for several months. Just as he was about to run over, he saw Concubine Yu beside his father. At that time, his father put his cloak on her, with a tender look on his face. This considerate action, including the gentle expression, he had never seen when his father and his mother were together. Then he heard another cry with a coquettish meaning, and the person called father. After that cry, he clearly saw the doting expression on his father's face. He looked in the direction of the voice, and found that it was his third brother, who was only 1 month older than him. Then he heard his father shout, "Hey, Suer, my good son, come here. Let your father hug you." In order to make his third brother happy, his father even let him ride on his neck. He didn't know what happened afterwards, because he was very sad at the time and ran back crying. He said he was too busy, but it was just because in his heart, his mother was not worth his time. If he could figure this out earlier, would his mother not? Seeing his state, Genie comforted him in a low voice. Your Highness, don't blame yourself too much. I believe you can definitely avenge the queen. Knock. 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 There was an urgent knock on the door outside. Shang Wanjin calmed down and said in a deep voice, "Come in." Jin Qing strode in with a hurried look. Your Highness, there is news from the soul-seeking pavilion. The man has been found. Shang Wanjin stood up suddenly. Where is he? Jin Qing took out a piece of paper. Before he handed it over, Shang Wanjin quickly reached forward, and the note was in his hand. He glanced at it quickly and said quickly, You go, gather the troops, and rush to Luozhou. He couldn't go in person because Lao Wu had been watching him secretly. After Jin Yi and the others left, he paced back and forth in the room with a slightly panicked look. He looked out the window with a frown. I hope I can find her before Lao Lu. Hundreds of miles outside Luozhou's city. Looking at the things in the box. Wen Yan's eyebrows were full of sorrow. That day, she went to the palace of Concubine Yu to deliver embroidery samples. And didn't want to see Concubine Ing rushing out of Concubine Yu's bedroom. Concubine Ing looked very flustered. And she didn't even notice that she had lost an earring. She picked up the earring and was about to chase after him. But Lu Yun ran out in panic with tears on her face. When she saw herself, it was as if she saw hope and a savior. Liu Guang handed her a portion of medicine residue and a small purse, and told her to leave the palace. Keep these things well, and not let anyone know that she had been here today. At Liu Yun's urging, she returned to the clothing bureau in confusion. Not long after she returned, she heard the news. Concubine Yu has passed away, and she died of poisoning. The king was furious and killed all the doctors who were responsible for treating Concubine Yu, including the palace maids who served Concubine Yu. She subconsciously thought of the panicked Concubine Ing. But when the Dali Temple investigated, Concubine Ing insisted that she was praying for the fifth prince outside the palace that day and was not in the palace. But this statement made her more certain of her guess. This matter must be related to Concubine Ing. She wanted to help Concubine Yu and Liu Guang to avenge. So she secretly went to find the fourth prince. But the fourth prince went to the battlefield. Later, she accidentally ran into someone secretly investigating the whereabouts of the medicine residue and the amulet. And during that period, palace maids would disappear quietly every few days in the palace. She carefully checked and found that several of them were the palace maids she met on the road when she went to Concubine Yu's palace that day. The person behind it may soon find out about herself. She couldn't stay in the palace any longer. She lived in fear every day, and finally bribed the eunuchs of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. When they went out to buy things, she disguised herself and found an opportunity to sneak out of the palace. She hid everywhere, and then came here and met her husband. Did the brother and sister today suspect me? Thinking of this, she felt a little uneasy. Are you looking at your treasures again? A man in a dark brown linen robe came in, wiping his sweat. Hearing the voice, Wen Yang put the wooden box back, then stood up and walked towards the person. Seeing that the other person was covered in dust, she took out a handkerchief to help wipe the sweat on his head. Noticing that the other person's clothes were cut on his arm, her face changed and she was nervous. Are you hurt? The man shook his head and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. His face, which was tan black, made his teeth look a little whiter. I was scratched by a branch. As he said this, he looked distressed and apologetic. You just made this coat 2 days ago. What a pity. Hearing him say this, Wen Yang was relieved and helped him change the torn outer robe. It's okay. Wait a minute. I'll mend it. The man put his arm around her shoulders. Thank you for your hard work. Then he smiled and looked at the yard. We have caught a lot of prey these 2 days. I will definitely get a good price. When I come back with the silver, I will buy you a silver hairpin. Wen Yang just picked up the sewing basket and was about to pick out the thread that was similar in color to the outer robe. When she heard this, she looked at him and scolded him. No. Xiaonan is grown up. We should save more money for him. Unless it is necessary. We can't spend money indiscriminately. That won't be a loss for you. Dad? Mom? Look at me! Lu Xiaonan struggled to carry a roe deer and showed it off to them proudly. Seeing this, the couple smiled at each other. Great. On the other side, the Fong family. I don't know what my second brother said to the grandparents. I just took them with me when I left. In the carriage, the grandparents huddled in a corner. Especially the old woman. Even her breathing slowed down. If she wasn't afraid of delaying the journey, she would have wanted to follow the carriage directly. Oh my god. She was riding in the same carriage with the prince and princess. Is it that the old Fong family's ancestral tomb is emitting green smoke? Or that the feng shui of their oldly family's ancestral tomb has improved? Seeing the two people's nervous look, Chuyu whispered, You two don't have to be so reserved. Anli didn't dare to speak. And Fong Chengqing bowed his head respectfully. Yes. Suddenly there was a shout from outside. Stop. Robbery. This mountain is mine. This tree is planted by me. If you want to pass through here, leave some money to buy your way through. Hearing this voice, Chu Yaoyao was a little excited. She took out a few air bombs from her bag and looked outside eager to try. Oh my god. I actually met the legendary robber? Chu Yu. You look like you're watching a play. It's really distracting. He lowered his eyes and thought. His thoughts running fast. 13 and 10 are both very good at martial arts. If it were just ordinary robbers, the two of them would be enough to deal with them. But I'm afraid this matter may not be simple. Adley held her grandson's hand tightly and looked outside in panic. Your Highness, this? Chu gave her a soothing smile. Don't worry. It will be fine. Chu Yaoyao looked around and opened the curtain a little to look outside. 13 and Ashur had already drawn their weapons and were ready for battle. He hid behind 13 and shouted at the masked men with his neck stiff. Who are you? Do you know who we are? The leader stuttered and shouted. I care. No matter who you are? Today, you all have to leave Silver. Silver? Hearing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. So it's Silver. This is easy to do. If it can be solved with Silver, it's not a problem. He took out his purse and handed it over. Brothers, take it. Just think of it as us treating you to a drink. The leader picked up the purse with the tip of the knife, sneered, and then slashed at him with the big knife. Ah! She yelled. His legs weakened with fear. If 13 hadn't pulled him, he would have been lying on the ground, dead. A female voice with murderous intent rang out in the crowd. We want the silver. And you have to keep your lives? Chapter 203. This bandit is not simple. Brothers, kill them for me! With the shout of the leading bandit, 20 bandits rushed up and surrounded the carriage. Protect the young master. Protect the young lady. Despite his fear, she still blocked the door of the carriage. In the carriage, Adley hugged her grandson tightly. Every time a scream sounded outside, and every time the swords collided, her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Your Highnesses, please leave quickly and don't worry about us. Fong Qingqing's voice trembled slightly. I don't know if it was because of the fight outside or because the wound was pressed. His face was pale at this moment, and there were dense beads of sweat on his forehead. Chuyu was also a little panicked, but he still tried to remain calm on his face. At this time, even if you want to escape, you can't escape. You can still block them in the carriage. But if you go out, won't you become a living target? Hearing their conversation, Chu Yaoyao raised his head from the small bag. Don't worry. It will be fine. Outside, Ashur grabbed a knife from a bandit and knocked him unconscious with the back of the knife. Sensing the movement behind him, he turned around and kicked a bandit who was about to attack a few meters away. Looking at the two people wailing on the ground, she snorted disdainfully. That's all the fighting power? She is enough. Suddenly, a man in black rushed out with a sword in hand. She blocked it with a knife. At the moment when the sword collided, she was actually knocked back a few steps by the force, and her knuckles were also numb from the shock. Ashur's expression suddenly became solemn. This man is wrong. He is definitely not an ordinary bandit. After Ashur dodged the man's attack, he took the time to shout at Shursan. Hurry up and blow the whistle. Although the brothers in the city didn't have time to arrive, it was good for Feng Qi and the others to come. After Shursan stabbed a bandit with a sword and kicked away a bandit who was close to the carriage, he took the time to respond. Okay. He just took out the whistle. But a woman in black raised a sword and rushed straight towards she in front of the car door. 13 was shocked. After he picked up the woman's sword with a sword, he didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief, and saw a man in black stabbing at the car window. In the carriage, feeling the sound of the sword tip cutting through the air, Chuyu quickly hugged Yao and lay down, avoiding the stabbing sword. Looking up again, the man in black had been repelled by a man wearing a bamboo hat. Chuyu's face was gloomy and terrifying. This time, he miscalculated. He thought that the Han family would not dare to attack him in Luozhou. But he forgot that the Han family could find a scapegoat. Chu Yaoyao's face turned pale, and she was also scared. Although the system can open the protective shield at a critical moment, without his own instructions, the protective shield will not protect the second brother and the old lady. Just now, the second brother was almost injured. She puffed her cheeks and took out a pocket Browning from her bag. Looking at the group of bandits outside the window, she loaded the bullet with a click sound, and her chubby little face showed a fierce look. I will kill you. Chu watched her take out a palm-sized, strangely shaped black object and right at the bandits outside. Chu Yaoyao focused on the bandits, moving not far away, and swallowed nervously. In fact, she was also nervous. After all, she was born in a peaceful era in her previous life, and this thing was the first time she had touched it in these two lives. After aiming at one person, she hesitated and wanted to retreat, or forget it. Just as she was about to put it away, she heard she exclaim, Be careful. After Asher helped Shursan block the attack of one person, a man in black rushed out from behind, holding a knife and slashing straight at her back. Chu Yaoyao didn't care about anything else and pulled the trigger directly in the direction of the man. Chu next to him only heard a bang, and the object in Yaoyao's hand was faintly smoking. Then there was a clang, and the knife in the black-clothed man's hand was deflected. His pupils shook instantly. Not only deflected, the man's knife was clearly pierced. Ashy. The strings in his mind suddenly tightened, and he frowned and shouted sharply. That person must not be left alive. Chu Yu's voice brought the dazed Ashy back to his senses. She looked at the masked man who was also confused, with murderous intent in her eyes, and her moves became more and more brutal, as if she didn't care about her life. In the carriage, Chu Yaoyao's hands were numb from the recoil, as if the power was removed. She sat back suddenly, and the browning in her hand fell off. Her little face was pale, and her body was shaking constantly. I killed someone. Seeing her like this, Chu Yu quickly hugged her in his arms, and comforted her softly with a distressed look on his face. It's okay. It's okay. It's just a knife hit. No one was hurt. Yaoyao saved my second brother and helped Ashy. So amazing. So brave. Seeing the host like this, the system was so anxious that it almost crashed. System, we are doing this to protect ourselves. Host, don't be like this. If someone comes to kill us, are we not allowed to fight back? Chu Yaoyao's body was still shaking. I know. I understand. But I'm not used to it. Outside, a man came, and Asher and Shursan felt much more relaxed. But there were too many masters on the other side, and the situation was not much better. Chu Yu naturally discovered this. After seeing Yaoyao calm down, he stood up and prepared to go out. I'll go out to help. No, Your Highness. Fong Chengqing stopped him. Suddenly, a swish 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 sound reached the ears of several people. An arrow shot out from the woods. The arrows hit most of the bandits. At the same time, 10 men wearing masks and black guard uniforms broke out of the woods. The situation instantly became one-sided. But after a while, only a few bandits with their faces covered were left to hold on. Seeing that their side had fallen into a disadvantage, the masked woman glanced unwillingly in the direction of the carriage, and then waved at the 5 people. Retreat. No need to chase, a man said in a deep voice. The noise outside died down. Chu Yaoyao quietly leaned out of the car window. When she saw a person, she opened her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, Uncle! Li Wanming, whose mask covered half of his face, only showed his nose and below. Hearing the voice, he turned around suddenly and walked over quickly. Are you okay? Are you hurt? As he spoke, he reached out and picked up the little guy. Speaking of this, Chu Yaoyao gritted his newly grown back teeth and glared fiercely at the bandits tied up by Ashur and others. Then he pouted at his uncle and replied softly, I'm fine. This aggrieved look made Li Wanming feel distressed. Looking at the bandits, the murderous intent almost came out. Chu Yu jumped off the carriage, walked to the 2 of them, looked at Li Wanming and asked, Why is the 4th master here? Li Wanming helped to tidy up the little guy's frizzy hair, and then used his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead. Finally, he tapped the tip of a little boy's nose, his tone helpless and doting. Isn't it because you are worried about a little guy? His father, brother, sister, and him were all very worried about Yaoyao. But they were either in the harem or in important positions, and it was not realistic to leave the capital. So, this time he came with many people's entrustment. Even old Master Zhou asked him to bring a message. Thinking of that, he glanced at the little guy in his arms. Or, let's talk about it in 2 days. Chapter 204 Late Night Conversation. On the other side, 13 pointed his sword at the only sober bandit. Tell me, who sent you here? The bandit was so scared that he quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Please spare us, hero. We heard that there would be a big fat sheep passing by on this road. We were blinded by money and came to rob. Chu Yu asked sternly, but did the ones who just escaped say that? Who are they? The bandit nodded frantically and pointed in the direction where the few people disappeared. That's right. They instigated our boss. We don't know who they are. They just said that they have a grudge against you. He swallowed nervously, became more and more flustered, and stumbled when he spoke. They also said that after the matter is done, the money will belong to us, and your lives will belong to them. Hearing this, Han Chi sneered. He walked over and put the sword on the bandit's neck. It seems that there is nothing to be asked. It is useless to keep it. Why not? The bandit was so scared that the blood on his face faded. He clasped his hands together and kept begging for mercy. No. 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 Spare me. Hero. I remember. With this voice, a foul smell came. Li Wanming walked away a few steps with Yao Yao in his arms in disgust. I remember that when I went to pee before, I vaguely heard that woman talking about Han Jifu. Hearing this, Chu Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. It's the Han family. Those people are Shang Wenji's people. Li Wanming looked thoughtful. It seems that the water in Luo is quite muddy. He glanced at the little guy in his arms. Fortunately, he came. Your Highness, I have a few things to say. Let's escort you and Yao Yao back to the city first. Wait a minute. Chu Yao Yao raised her little hand and looked at the man wearing a bamboo hat on his head. Jin Shu, I have something to say. Being recognized, Jin Shu simply pulled off the face towel. Little princess, what do you want to say? Chu Yao Yao waved at him mysteriously. Come closer. Jin Shu walked in and tilted his head slightly. Chu Yao Yao leaned close to his ear. There is a person in the village who can help your prince. Jin Shu looked at her in disbelief. Really? I promise. Chu Yao Yao nodded vigorously and patted his shoulder. Don't follow me either. Just keep an eye on her. Protect the witness and go and make trouble for the male protagonist. Hearing this, Jin Shu bowed to her respectfully. Thank you, Princess Chiyuan, for telling me. I'll take my leave. After tying up the bandits, the group prepared to return to the city. In the evening, as soon as they returned to the house where they were staying, a series of ping-ping-pang-clang sounds came from the Han family's study. Waste. That bunch of waste. The housekeeper stood trembling by the side, sweating all over. After a long time, Han Shishir sat on the chair. His face was so sinister that it was terrifying. He gritted his teeth and uttered a sentence. The two evil children of the Chu family are really lucky. Seeing that he seemed to have calmed down, the housekeeper whispered, Master, what are your plans next? Han Shishir raised his eyelids and glanced at him. Go and spread the message. Let them come to see me tonight. In the house in the east of the city. After running around for most of the day, Chu Yao Yao was already exhausted physically and mentally, and she let Ashur carry her down to wash. After she left, Li Wanming changed his gentle expression and looked serious. Did the second prince send a letter to the capital before, mentioning the Han family's cheating in the autumn examination? Chu Yu suddenly put the teacup on the table. How do you know? Li Wanming tilted his head and slowly poured himself a cup of tea. Don't get me wrong, Your Highness. On the way down, I happened to see someone shooting down a pigeon and trying to destroy the letter. After I found out that the other party was from Xia, I snatched the letter back. After hearing this, Chu Yu's heart, which had just suddenly risen, gradually fell back to its original place. Then, don't worry, Your Highness. I have sent someone else to deliver the letter to the capital. Hearing this, Chu Yu was completely relieved. Fortunately, it was not intercepted. Otherwise it would not only alert the enemy, but also the Han family would be desperate. He thanked Li Wanming solemnly. Thank you. Li Wanming raised his teacup and saluted him. I won't accept this sentence for now. Thank you later. Chu Yu was puzzled. What do you mean? Li Wanming shook his head, with a mysterious face, smiling lightly without saying anything. In the palace, in the Qionghua Palace, Chu Yao Yao's room. After reading the letter, Emperor Qishuan was furious. What a courage! The imperial noble consort beside him sighed in her heart. That's right. I really didn't expect that Han Shishir was a remnant of the previous dynasty. I will go back to the imperial study first. After saying that, Emperor Qishuan hurried out and stopped at the door. Don't let anyone else in Yao Yao's room for the time being. The imperial noble consort knelt slightly. I understand. I will clean this place myself in the future. Seeing this, Emperor Qishuan nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work, my beloved concubine. Thinking of what happened just now, his face became gloomy again. I'm busy with government affairs these days, so let my beloved concubine and the Queen Mother talk about the Han family's affairs. After saying that, he strode down the stairs and walked away. The imperial concubine was left alone at the door. She blinked her eyes and pointed at herself in disbelief. What do you mean? Let me talk. She stamped her feet in anger and waved her fist at the back of Emperor Qishuan. The Queen Mother had just changed her mind about her in the past 2 months, and she was asked to do such a thankless task? Your Majesty is really. It's really too much. At night, in the imperial study, after reading the letter, the prince looked solemn. The topic of this autumn examination was thought up by the old tutor Zhou and the scholars of the Hanlin Academy. And the affairs of the autumn examination were handled by the Ministry of Personnel, which involved a wide range of people. What's more, the Han family can get the scope of the test questions. So what about other families? Is it only Qian Baiyin who leaked the test questions? How much water is there in the rankings on the list this time? How many people, like that scholar, were forced to lose the chance to take the exam? What do you think about this? Hearing this, the prince's thoughts came back, and he bent down slightly. I think we should first arrest Qian Baiyin from the Ministry of Personnel, and interrogate him strictly to find out how many people he has revealed the scope of the exam questions to. Are there any accomplices? But this matter needs to be done in secret. After all, my second brother and Yao Yao are still in Luozhou. If the Han family is desperate, it will be bad. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan nodded. Han Jifu will definitely be dealt with. But the selection of the governor of Luozhou. As he spoke, he looked up at the prince. Who do you think can take on this task? The prince pondered for a moment and replied cautiously. Father, do you still remember the editor of the Hanlin Academy? Su Guang. Emperor Qishuan frowned slightly and thought for a long time. Su family? Are you talking about Liang Fei's brother? That's right. The prince nodded. Su Guang is an honest and upright official with great talent. I have talked to him several times. He is resourceful and a rare talent. Not to mention, how could the top scholar that year not be excellent? The editor of the Hanlin Academy was originally a transitional official position. But, speaking of this, he quietly raised his eyes to look at the person on the throne and coughed lightly. I have heard that when my second brother and concubine Liang were in decline, Su Guang often helped them. Now that my second brother is in power, he has never asked for anything in return. Therefore, I think this person is the best choice in terms of talent and character. After hearing this, Emperor Qishuan lowered his eyes and thought for a long time. In the early years, the prince was in poor health. Even though Chu Yu was disabled, he had never been completely relieved about the Su family. Therefore, except for the second son's grandfather, Su Xingning, who was the Minister of Personnel, the rest of the Su family males were below the 7th rank. It was precisely because of this that Minister Su and his wife had never given the second son and his mother a good face for more than 10 years. These years, they have indeed wronged them. If Su Guang is really as Chu Jun said, it would be fine to promote him. Emperor Qishuan pointed to the chair next to him and motioned him to sit down. With a serious tone, Chu Yu established a business in Luozhou. If his uncle is appointed as the governor of Luozhou, do you know what this means? In a rich place, the emperor is far away, with money and power. It is hard to guarantee that he will not become the next Canaan king or the Shao family. Chu Yu, he naturally believed. But what about the future? Chapter 205 Attack the Su family? Chu Jun naturally knew what his father was worried about. He knew that his father was thinking about him. And he was deeply moved. Your son knows what your father means very well. But your son knows even better that my second brother went south this time to fill the treasury. If he can have the help of a trusted relative, he will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Good. I am very pleased that you can think so. Then do as you said. Pass the order down. Let Su Guang set off immediately. And let Li Wanjing lead the troops to escort him. The prince stood up, bowed and saluted. Father is wise. Late at night, many things happened in the quiet capital. Some people were arrested. Some were temporarily ordered. Some were happy. And some were frightened. Luozhou. In the study of the governor's mansion, Governor Han looked at the black-clothed masked man in front of him. The opportunity has been given to you. But you can't grasp it. This makes me doubt your strength. The masked woman sneered. How dare you bring this up? You said it yourself that they only had 2 guards. So why did so many people suddenly appear? 3 of her men died because of this. When he mentioned this, Han Jifu's face became ugly. He was also very puzzled. He was sure that after the 2 evil creatures of the Chu family left the city, no one went out of the house where they stayed. Those people were really just a passing escort team. But this made him even more angry. Why? Why are they so lucky? Seeing that he hadn't spoken for a long time, the masked woman rolled her eyes impatiently and didn't want to waste any more time. We will find an opportunity to attack the people of the Su family, and then frame Chu Yu. By then, He will be hated by everyone in Luozhou, and will naturally leave. At that time, we will take action. No! Han Jifu didn't even think about it, and subconsciously resisted this method. The Su family cannot be touched. The Su family is his money bag. The woman snorted coldly. Han, the governor, I must remind you of something. If it weren't for our people's alertness, the letter exposing your grandson's cheating in the autumn exam would have already reached the capital. Hearing this, Han Jifu's hands on his knees suddenly tightened. But the next moment, he loosened them. He narrowed his eyes slightly. His tone was cold. And he was inexplicably dangerous. Are you threatening me? The black-clothed woman was not afraid at all. Her expression was as cold as before. And she looked straight at him. Don't say that. It's just that each of us takes what we need. Not to mention that it's just killing one person from the Su family. This won't affect you much. Right? After hearing this, Han Jifu frowned and thought for a long time. That's right. He raised his eyelids. His tone was threatening. I hope you keep your word. The woman sneered. Then jumped out of the window and disappeared by the wall in a few flashes. As soon as the masked woman jumped down from the wall, she heard a burst of hurried footsteps. Sister Ying, our hiding place has been taken down. The woman was horrified. What did you say? Mo Ying looked at the people carefully. They were all injured to varying degrees, which showed that the people who surrounded them were all highly skilled in martial arts. Do you know where the enemy came from? One of the men in black shook his head. Every move is ruthless. But I can't tell the way. Thinking of the situation just now, he looked panicked. Sister Ying, there were originally 20 people, but now there are only 8 of us. Otherwise, let's go back first and make a long-term plan. As soon as he said this, the other 6 people were also a little shaken. His eyes swept across the faces of several people one by one, taking in their subtle changes. Mo Ying's expression suddenly turned cold, and he pulled out a dagger from his waist. Under the moonlight, a cold light flashed, and with a puff, the man who had just spoken fell to the ground with his neck covered. After twitching a few times, he stopped breathing. Mo Ying looked at the other 6 people coldly. Since His Highness has given us the task, we must complete it at all costs. If anyone else shakes the morale of the army, I will kill them. Do you understand? The 6 people nodded quickly. I understand. In the house in the east of the city, after Chu Yaoyao quit the live broadcast, she couldn't sleep at all. Attack the Su family? No. I have to tell my second brother quickly. She had just put on her shoes when the door was opened. Yaoyao, are you still awake? Chuyu walked in with a lunch box. Second brother? Seeing her like this, Chuyu felt that his decision to let she cook the soothing soup was correct. Yaoyao must have been afraid because of what happened during the day and didn't dare to sleep. It's just right. I can tell my second brother that the Han family is going to attack the Su family. But what if my second brother asks about the source of the information? How should I explain it? Hearing this, Chuyu paused in taking the soup bowl out, and the soothing tea shook and splashed out. Attack the Su family? Chu Yaoyao wrinkled her little face and pulled her hair in anxiety. It's really a headache. Seeing her tangled little look, Chuyu shook his head slightly. After all, he couldn't bear to let her continue to suffer. The Han family doesn't dare to attack us directly. They might do something shady and frame us. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao nodded hurriedly. Yes. Yes. Chuyu scooped a spoonful of tranquilizing soup and fed it to her mouth. And continued, thinking about it this way. He is very likely to attack the Su family. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao almost spit out the soup that had just entered her mouth. She stared at her second brother in amazement. Second brother is good. He can guess this almost accurately. Seeing her cute little look, Chuyu suddenly became playful. Scooped a small half-spoonful, opened her mouth slightly, and poured it into her. Chu Yaoyao didn't react in time, and 2 drops fell on her clothes. She immediately looked at someone with accusatory eyes. Ahem. Chuyu laughed awkwardly. Drink the soup first, and let Ashur help you find clothes later. He continued with a serious face. It just so happens that Mr. Li Si brought many masters. I will discuss with him later and borrow 2 people to secretly monitor the movements of the Su family. It can be regarded as a kind of protection. After hearing this, Chu Yaoyao was completely relieved and drank the soup with peace of mind. After drinking the soup, Chuyu replaced Ashur in. After helping the little guy to wash up again, Chu Yaoyao took out the small toothbrush and brushed his teeth with a grunt. As soon as he returned to the bed, he felt sleepy. Listening to the breathing inside gradually becoming longer, Chuyu left with peace of mind. After drinking the calming soup, Chu Yaoyao slept well all night. The kind that didn't even have dreams. The next day, at 15:15, Princess, it's time to get up. Usher knocked on the door and then walked in with a basin of water. Seeing a little guy with his head covered with a quilt, she shook her head helplessly and stretched out her hand to pull the quilt down. Looking at the little face that was rosy and looked like a ripe apple, she couldn't help but rub it and whispered, "Princess, you have to go to the Han family for a banquet today. You should get up and wash up." Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao opened her eyes suddenly. Han family? Banquet? Yes, there is a Hongnan banquet today. She instantly became energetic when she mentioned this. Let's go. Let's go eat melons. Chapter 206. You cheat on him, and he cheats on you. Half an hour later, after a simple bowl of egg custard to fill her stomach, Chu Yaoyao was carried by her second brother to sit in the carriage and headed towards the governor's mansion. The Han family, including the guests present today, were waiting for the two siblings at the gate. Seeing their figures, they all saluted. Greetings to the second prince. Greetings to the princess. Chu Yu slightly raised his chin. Everyone, please stand up. Chu Yaoyao was carried by her second brother all the way into the main hall of the governor's mansion, and then sat in the middle, the top position. The governor Han, who was sitting on the left, stood up and bowed slightly to the brother and sister. Your Highness, do you have any instructions? Chu Yu helped Yaoyao straighten her clothes and said casually, Governor Han will make the arrangements. Then let's start the feast. With this order, the maids filed in with trays. Then several dancers came on stage and danced gracefully. Delicious food and beautiful scenery, as well as her husband and son, who were not good enough and were staring at the dancers with lustful eyes. There was always one thing that could attract the attention of the guests. However, there were always a few people who didn't fit in among the crowd. For example, Chu Yaoyao. Another example was the creators of the melon field. Chu Yaoyao picked up a piece of dessert, and her big round eyes began to search for the source of melons like a radar. As soon as she looked up, she found an interesting scene. Ah! The couple sitting with Yunan Song. Are they his parents? Mrs. Yu has been secretly looking at Han Yun's father. I knew it. I knew it. Chu Yaoyao seemed to be a civet who had strayed into the melon field, and she was so excited that she kept screaming in her heart. Is that Han Yun's stepmother? Oh! The look she gave him was so affectionate. With a startled ear, Chu Yu also looked in the direction of her gaze. I just saw the eyes of County Magistrate Han and the wife of Army Officer Yu, and the scene of Tian helping Han Yunza to serve dishes with tenderness. Chu Yu. He looked away with a look of disdain. There is nothing strange in the world. County Magistrate Han's family is really weird. He felt a little disgusted when he ate the melon, but Chu Yaoyao ate it with relish. In this scene, I want to sing a song. Chu Yu held his breath and waited with interest. Chu Yaoyao shook her head and hummed in her heart. You cheat on him, and he cheats on you. Cheating back and forth every day. You cheat on her, and she cheats on you. Cheating back and forth is really fair. Puff. Chu Yu sprayed out a mouthful of tea. Cough, cough, cough. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Chu Yaoyao asked anxiously while handing over a small handkerchief. Hearing this concern, Chu Yu felt warm in his heart. Just as he was about to take the handkerchief, he saw a little guy staring at the Han family without even turning his head. His heart was filled with emotion and instantly vanished. He pulled the handkerchief out of her hand, wiped his hands casually, and threw it on the table unhappily. Is it really that beautiful? Is it necessary to stare at it so intently? Chu Yaoyao shook her head and smacked her lips. It's true. Life is not only about the present, but also a lot of dog blood. Otherwise, when the ancients were playing, there was really nothing for modern people. On the other side, Mrs. Han, who was sitting with Han Jifu, looked at the two siblings sitting at the top and slightly tightened her handkerchief. A dark light flashed in her eyes, but when she spoke, there was no emotion in her eyes. What is the little princess looking at? She paused and looked in that direction. The next moment, she pretended to be suddenly enlightened. Oh! It's Yunya's twisted butterfly wing necklace. Hearing this, Han Yunya straightened her back and touched the newly bought necklace on her neck proudly. This is what she had been struggling with her grandfather for a long time. Her grandfather bought it for her because of her good relationship with Su Yingying. After she mentioned this, Chu Yaoyao noticed the necklace. Madame Han waved her hand at Han Yunya, her tone full of reprimand. Yunya, why don't you take it off and give it to the princess to play with? Chu Yu glanced at her unhappily. As expected of Bai Zi's biological sister, she would pick on children. Now, Chu Yaoyao also realized that something was wrong. Who is this old woman who is whining? There is something else behind her words. Is she trying to stir up trouble? If I really touch Luo today, I am afraid that within half a day, the reputation of Princess Chiyuan, who is spoiled, arrogant, and bullies her subjects, will spread all over the city. Before she could speak, Han Yunya refused. Grandmother, I won't. Bang. Mrs. Han's eyes turned cold, and she slammed the table heavily. How dare you? The princess likes your things. That's your blessing. Hurry up and pick them off. I wanted to eat a few more bites of melon. But you have to make trouble. Right? I'll help you. Chu Yaoyao waved her hand casually. You misunderstood. I looked over there because I found something interesting. She looked at Han Yunza with a smile, looking innocent. I found that Han Yunya and her big brother. She deliberately used a questioning tone for those two words. Paused. And then said meaningfully, they look alike. Especially. Those phoenix eyes are exactly the same. Han Yunya raised her head and said, of course. My brother and I look alike. Crashed. Hearing this, the woman next to Han Yunya overturned the dishes at hand in a panic. Her panicked look was very interesting in the eyes of everyone. Different from Han Yunza's panicked and livid face. The boy sitting next to him, who was estimated to be about 10 years old, looked thoughtfully at the little kid sitting at the top. Did the little princess know something? The guests present secretly looked at Han Yunza and Han Yunya. They began to whisper to each other. That's true. Look. Miss Han and Mr. Han both have phoenix eyes. County Magistrate Han has willow eyes. And County Magistrate Han's wife has almond eyes. The man didn't dare to speak again after he finished speaking. But the silence was deafening. Could it be that the County Magistrate's wife cheated on County Magistrate Han? How could Princess Chiyuan, a baby, know so much? There must be someone teaching her. This person. Everyone secretly glanced at the person next to her. Who else could it be except the second prince? Could it be that the second prince was investigating the Han family behind the scenes? It's really a fight between gods. And the little ghosts are suffering. This meal today is really not delicious. And County Magistrate Han's face was ashen. His hands under the table were tightly clenched into fists. And he was furious. Not only because Tion had an affair, but because his former wife had phoenix eyes. Thinking of this, he glared fiercely at the pale and panicked Tion. This be XXXH. Then he glared at Han Yunza, who was feeling guilty. Rebellious son. Seeing him being angry but not saying anything, Chu Yaoyao was in a good mood. Ha ha ha. It depends on whether you are willing to admit that your wife is cheating on you, or whether you are more willing to admit that your son and your wife are cheating on you together. Chapter 207. This trip must be made. Chu Yu pursed his lips tightly, and then he tried to hold back his smile. He looked at the little guy beside him helplessly. He had just thought too much. Yaoyao was not someone who could suffer a loss. Bai wanted to pick a soft persimmon, and now she directly lit the fuse of the bomb. Seeing that things were not going well, Bai quickly spoke up and tried to save the situation. Speaking of which, Yunza and Yunya's eyes really look like me. Really? Chu Yaoyao scratched her head in confusion. With his eyes wide open, he looked at her carefully for a long time, which made the Han family nervous. Finally, she sighed helplessly. Whatever. Anyway, your eyelids are loose and drooping, and you can't see it. Bai's face froze, and she felt like an arrow suddenly hit her heart. Is this saying that she is old? Bai's face turned green and red, and she felt that there was a ball of fire in her chest, which she could not suppress or vent. It burned her heart and liver. After the first blow, Chu Yaoyao continued to make efforts. She looked at the table of Yu Kanjun with a puzzled tone. Madam Yu, why do you keep looking at Han County Magistrate? Is it because of the wrinkles on his face? County Magistrate Han. He is only 40 years old this year. In the prime of life. Okay. But he still touched his face. Are there really a lot of wrinkles? Everyone looked at the Yu family couple jokingly. Yu Kanjun? I was watching Han County Magistrate's joke. How did it get to me? He first looked at Han County Magistrate's robe, then turned his head to look at his wife. Could it be? Madam Yu also wants to make one for him. Facing the gazes of the guests present, Madam Yu panicked and hurried to explain. I just think that Han County Magistrate's robe is very good, and I want to ask where the fabric was bought. Chu Yaoyao grinned. How can it be bad? Didn't you make it? Do you still need to ask? She turned her eyes and looked at Han Lin. Han County Magistrate. Since Madame Yu is curious, just tell me, was the dress bought? Or who made it? Chu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Yao Yao asked a clever question. She was trying to stir up trouble. Han Lin was very anxious. But he pretended to be calm. He pulled the corner of his mouth hard. It's just bought casually in the ready-made clothing store. Hearing his words, Madame Yu's eyes darkened and her face was disappointed. Then she stared at Han Lin. I see. Then I will buy a piece of the same cloth and make a dress for my husband myself. Thank you, Madam, for your hard work. Yu Kanjun looked as if it was just what he expected, and happily helped Madame Yu pick up the dishes. The guests who noticed something shook their heads when they saw him like this. What a fool. This cuckold is not to blame. Oh my god. In front of everyone. Is Madame Yu angry with County Magistrate Han? When her eyes fell on the smiling Yu Kanjun, Chu Yao Yao smacked her lips twice. I am convinced. You can't even see this? Han Yunya, who was sitting next to Tian, tightly grasped her sleeves and gritted her teeth while waiting for Madame Yu Kanjun. Don't think she can't see that there must be something dirty going on between her father and that BXXXH. That BXXXH dared to seduce my father in public. She turned around and glared at Tian beside her. She couldn't even keep an eye on her own man. She was really useless. Haha. Second prince. Let's continue to enjoy the singing and dancing. Han Shishir laughed awkwardly and looked at Chu Yu. Chu Yu knew what he meant. He just wanted him to control Yao Yao's mouth. But Yao Yao was right. Why should he control it? He smiled and rubbed the little guy's head. Then said to everyone, Yao Yao is still young and curious. Some words are just for everyone to listen to. Everyone. At first glance, this seems to be the case. But after careful consideration, your explanation is better than no explanation. Han Jifu's mouth straightened instantly, and he waved to everyone. Let's continue. Chu Yao pouted, but didn't continue to expose the melon. Suddenly, she saw someone waving at her from the corner of her eye, and turned around to see that it was Su Yingying. She also waved her little fat paw. Then she looked at her second brother. Second brother? I want to go find Yingying. Chu Yu nodded and told Ashur to keep an eye on her. Su Yingying took Yao Yao to the garden to play. Princess, do you still have the cosmetics from yesterday? Hearing this, Chu Yao Yao raised her eyebrows slightly. Did the head of the Su family ask her to come as a lobbyist? Su Yingying hurriedly explained in fear that she would misunderstand. My mother's birthday is coming soon, and I want to buy a few things for her. So that's it. Chu Yao Yao lowered her eyes and thought for a while. I remember that it was written in the information that the wife of the head of the Su family often attended banquets. And the ladies who were on good terms with her included officials and the families of wealthy businessmen. This is a living mobile billboard. Thinking of this, she immediately agreed. Okay. When we get back, I'll have someone send you one set and another set of skincare products. Of course, they were all samples. After all, she only kept the samples here. Su Yingying was so excited that her face turned red. She pulled her hand and cheered. Great, little princess. You are so nice. Princess. Yingying. Su Yingying restrained her smile when she heard this voice. Princess. What are you talking about? Take me with you too. She glanced at the favorability above her head. No. It was the hostility value. Chu Yao Yao pursed her lips. And her bad intentions came out again. We are talking about what happened just now. Su Yingying covered her lips with a handkerchief. The little princess can poke people's lungs. Hearing her say this, Han Yunya thought of the BXXXH who flirted with her father in public. And her face almost couldn't hold it. She barely pulled the corners of her mouth. Princess, I'll take you to grandfather's zoo. It's very interesting there. Seeing her warm attitude, it seemed as if the previous unpleasantness did not exist. Chu Yao Yao glanced at her head intentionally or unintentionally. I didn't see it wrong. It was so black that ink could drip. It's really hard for you. You obviously don't like me. But you still pretend to be happy. But I like you like this. You can't stand me, but can't get rid of me. A zoo. There are so many things that can happen there. I want to see what tricks you are going to play. Thinking of this, Chu Yao Yao smiled widely. Okay. No. Ashur blurted out without thinking. She stared at Han Yunya, her eyes full of suspicion and scrutiny. The last time she pushed the princess was still vivid in her mind. This time she must be trying to do something bad again. Yes, princess. Let's play in the garden. Su Yingying also remembered what happened before and persuaded. Chu Yao Yao touched her round chin. Although I really want to see what Han Yunya wants to do. Ashur will definitely not agree with this posture. Then don't. Go. System, haha. Host. Let me tell you. The zoo is really interesting now. Princess. There is a pair of peacocks in the zoo. So beautiful. Han Yunya chattered about how interesting the zoo was. How cute and beautiful the animals inside were. But Chu Yaoyao didn't listen to a word. She was completely focused on the big melon. What happened? System, give the host a melon for free. Someone is having an affair in the zoo. Chu Yaoyao was so excited that her face turned yellow. Zoo? Affair? Who and who? Is it Han Yunza and Tian who are acting out stepmother literature? Or is it that County Magistrate Han and the wife of Army officer you are talking to each other and playing those exciting things? System, none of them. That's the new big news. Chu Yaoyao was even more excited. If this is the case, then this trip must be made. Chapter 208 Damn. Princess. Princess? Did you hear that? Han Yunya waved her hand in front of her eyes. A trace of impatience flashed in her eyes. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't bother to waste time here. Chu Yaoyao nodded. Let's go! What? What? Han Yunya was stunned. Obviously not reacting yet. Chu Yaoyao didn't bother to pay attention to her, and raised her foot to move forward. As soon as she took a step, she stopped and turned around with pursed lips. Where? Hearing the voice, Han Yunya subconsciously raised her arm and pointed in a direction. Chu Yaoyao immediately ran in that direction. Looking impatient. Princess. Ashur grabbed her, with a look of disapproval on his face. You haven't eaten yet. Otherwise you should go back to the banquet first. And wait until the banquet is over. And let the second prince take you to see it. No. I'm not hungry. You can eat at any time. But melons are hard to come by. Chu Yaoyao waved at Ashur. Ashur bent down in confusion. Let's go see something interesting. Seeing her mysterious little look, and the teasing and cunning in her big eyes, Ashur felt familiar. The princess's expression was very similar to the look when she said she would take her to find excitement in the Yongyi Marquis mansion. Could it be? Ashur coughed twice. Since the princess was so curious, she should accompany the princess no matter what. Han Yunya also came back to her senses after being reminded by the maid beside her. She showed a triumphant smile on her face, and then hurriedly caught up. Princess, I will lead the way for you. Su Yingying stomped her feet behind them. No. We still have to report to His Royal Highness the second prince. A group of people came to the zoo. At a glance, the zoo covers an area of about 1 acre, which occupies 1/3 of the governor's mansion. Little princess, the peacock garden is in front. Suddenly, Han Yunya's maid Luyi exclaimed. Miss, look, the peacock has spread its tail. So beautiful. Seeing this, Han Yunya was slightly distracted. It was indeed very beautiful. Chu Yaoyao just glanced at it roughly and continued to look around. Didn't they say someone was having an affair? Where is it? Oh! Oh! Coo! Behind a fence that was as high as 2 adults, a male and a female peacock kept calling, also flapping their wings and walking around. The male peacock turned 720 degrees to show off his beautiful feathers in all directions. Both peacocks were leaning towards the cub, who exuded a pleasant smell, felt very friendly, and made the beast feel at ease, and tried their best to exert their charm. However, the object of their attempt to attract attention only glanced at them lightly. Ah! Goo-goo. Han Yunya clenched her hands under her sleeves, her eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Why? Why do even animals like that dead girl more? Anything else? Chu Yaoyao asked. Hearing the voice, Han Yunya blinked, restrained the jealousy in her eyes, and she raised a strange smile. Yes, of course. This is a surprise I prepared for you. After that, Han Yunya turned around with a smile. Let's go. Princess, please come this way. There is another place. As she spoke, she took the lead and walked towards the tiger cage. The 2 peacocks saw the smelly cubs leave, and they squeaked again, because the surroundings were too noisy. No one noticed that a thin figure flashed behind them. On the other side, Su Yingying hurried back to the banquet, noticing that she was the only one back. Chu Yu's eyebrows jumped, and he felt uneasy. Miss Su, where is Yao Yao? Su Yingying said anxiously. Second prince. Han Yunya took the princess to the zoo. What? Chu Yu stood up suddenly, let the Han family lead the way, and hurried to the zoo. On the other side, as they walked, Han Yunya led the 2 into a big iron gate. Is it over? System, that's right. Chu Yaoyao pouted with regret. And she didn't get to eat this melon again. Roar! Roar! Hearing this sound, Usher quickly protected Yao Yao behind him. Princess, be careful. It's a tiger. Oh! Chu Yao Yao responded absent-mindedly. Let's go back. Han Yunya, who was left behind, was slowly retreating. When she was about to reach the door, she smiled strangely. Humph! I'll lock you up with a tiger for an hour. And see how proud and arrogant you are? She was about to run out to close the door. But something unexpected happened. The door was closed with a bang. And then, there was a click. The sound of the lock. This sound made Chu Yao Yao turn back suddenly. I saw Han Yunya kicking the iron door frantically. Lu Yi? Are you blind? You slut? Can't you see that I'm still inside? Lu Yi. On the other side of the iron door. Lu Yi, who was originally guarding the door, fainted on the ground at this moment. Jing Yuan clapped his hands. And looking at the lock on the door, she sneered. Han Yunya, a fool who has the heart of a thief, but not the courage of a thief, has not learned it after so many years in the Han family? Some things, once done, must be done thoroughly. She had just pried open the lock on the tiger cage. This time, you all have to die. Let me out. Inside, Han Yunya was still kicking the door. Seeing her like this, Chu Yao Yao curled her lips. What is this? Stealing a chicken, but losing the rice? It really hurts yourself in the end. Chu Yao Yao glanced at the surrounding walls, which were about 4 meters high and convex. Perhaps because they were afraid that the tiger would escape from the cage and hurt people. A layer of iron sheet was poured on the wall. Very smooth. Even if Usher had Qigong, it would be difficult to get out, let alone take her with him. Okay. Don't shout. Wait for my second brother to find out. He will come to save me soon. Roar. Suddenly, the tiger in the cage roared. The few people only heard a clang, and the door of the iron cage was knocked open. A 2-meter-long, 1-meter-tall tiger with golden hair, black stripes, and shiny fur suddenly appeared in front of them. Chu Yao Yao swallowed her saliva, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Aren't the tiger cages in your house locked? Oops. Barbecue. Help. Don't eat me. Han Yunya fell to the ground with a plop, and screamed out of fear. Shut up. Usher glared at her angrily. If you scream again, I'll feed you to the tiger. Woo woo woo. Han Yunya covered her mouth tightly, and shook her head continuously. Tears mixed with cold sweat. Falling down, Usher's body was tense, staring at the tiger in front of him, not daring to blink. Chu Yao Yao hurriedly searched her bag. Air bombs, grenades. I don't know if the immobilization talisman works on animals. Roar. The tiger was getting closer and closer. Usher swallowed her saliva, and protected Yao Yao firmly. Cold sweat slid down from her forehead, gathered on her jaw, and finally fell down in big drops. Chu Yao Yao took out a few air bombs. Usher. You. But the next moment, the tiger turned around suddenly, and jumped to the corner. Don't come over. Go eat them. Their meat is tender and more delicious. Let me go! Help! The few people only heard a scream, and then saw the tiger holding a man in its mouth, stepping gracefully, walking slowly, and then shaking its head, throwing the man a few meters away. The man hurriedly crawled towards them, but the tiger suddenly pounced forward, and its sharp claws pierced the man's thighs directly. Ah! The man let out a heart-wrenching scream. He refused to accept it. He had clearly planned it out. He had planned everything out, just waiting for the tiger to get injured and go crazy, and then escape through the small door. Why did the small door break at this time? He was unwilling. He was unwilling. Chu Yu, who had just entered the zoo, changed his face suddenly after hearing the scream. He grabbed Han Yun's collar and dragged him over. His face was extremely fierce. Where is that? Han Yun's hair stood up when he met his eyes. Yes, it's the tiger garden. Bai's face turned pale when she heard the scream just now, and her hands clenched subconsciously. For some reason, she felt uneasy. This voice seemed familiar. Chapter 209 Shameful Envy. Your Highness, please slow down and watch your step. She shouted and ran behind him, blocking him tightly, fearing that someone would notice something was wrong. Chu Yu hurried over there, and when they arrived, they saw a locked iron door, and a maid who had fainted on the ground. Roar! A tiger roar came from inside the door, and Chu Yu's heart was in his throat, and his face became more and more anxious. Break the lock. Han Sishi stepped forward and comforted, Your Highness. Don't worry. Xiao Yun is very humane, and has never hurt anyone. I remember that there is a small door next to it. Before he finished speaking, the housekeeper's face turned pale, and he knelt on the ground with a plop. Your Highness. Master. That small door broke a few days ago. Maybe it was too long since it was used. And it was rusted and couldn't be opened at all. I haven't had time to repair it yet. What? Han Jifu kicked him in the chest and knocked him over. Why not repair it? The butler's face turned pale after being kicked. He raised his sleeve to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Master. Calm down. Han Jifu's jaw was tight, and the beard at the corner of his mouth kept trembling. Although he wanted to kill the two siblings. If Princess Chiyuan had an accident in the governor's mansion, all his plans over the years would be in vain. How could he not be angry? Brother. Help me. Grandparents. Father and mother. Save me. Perhaps she heard the noise outside. And Han Yunyan knocked on the door again, frantically for help. Roar. Ah. Help. Hearing her voice, Tian's legs softened immediately. Fortunately, she was helped by the maid behind her, so she didn't collapse to the ground. She ran to Han Yunze and pulled his sleeve tightly. Yunze. Please save Yunya. Please save her. She is your own. Of course I know she is my own sister. Han Yunze shook her hand off heavily, staring at her fiercely. But now I can't get in. What can I do? Can I still fly in? Or do you want me to stand in front and die first, so that your daughter can live? I don't mean that. Seeing his creepy look, Tian's face turned pale, and she shook her head helplessly. A teardrop on her eyelashes was about to fall, and she looked very pitiful. The two of them were so confused that everyone looked at the wife and son of the county magistrate meaningfully. At the critical moment, the county magistrate's wife first thought of her stepson? This is very intriguing. Seeing that everyone was watching a good show, the county magistrate Han pulled Tian to his side and glared at her fiercely. Calm down. Han Yunqian lowered his head and sneered with a mocking smile. This house is so disgusting. Your Highness. Open it. 13 shouted and pushed the door open. A team of guards rushed in. Chuyu couldn't wait and pushed aside the people in front of him and ran in. Yao. Everyone thought they would see a bloody scene, and many ladies simply closed their eyes. Little princess, are you okay? Bai looked worried, but in fact, she was already very happy in her heart. There has been no movement for so long. She must have died. As for Han Yunya, it's just a bastard. It doesn't matter if she dies. It's a pity. She secretly glanced at Chuyu in front of her. It doesn't matter. If one dies, this one won't be far away. But the next moment, a crisp voice sounded, and she couldn't laugh anymore. Second brother. Hearing this voice, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The little princess is okay? Not only is she okay, but she is also having fun. I saw a delicate, white and tender little baby riding on the back of a big tiger. In the crowd, Su Yingying saw this scene and was envious in her heart, with an expression of admiration and yearning on her face. Can she tame a tiger? The little princess is really amazing. Han Jifu felt mixed emotions, seeing that this little bastard was okay. He was originally regretful and disappointed, but seeing that his beloved Xiaoyun was so obedient to carry her, he was shamefully envious in his heart. 3 years. He has raised Xiaoyun for 3 years. On weekdays, he just wanted to touch him, but Xiaoyun would not allow him to, and he never even looked at him straight in the eye. It doesn't matter. The king of beasts has his own pride. He just likes Xiaoyun's arrogance and domineering attitude, which regards him as an ant. Now, he actually surrenders to a baby? Haha. Da Huang. Let's go! Chu Yaoyao reached out and patted Da Huang's head, pointing in the direction of his second brother. Hearing this name, Han Jifu had another heart attack. Da Huang. Such a vulgar name. It actually responded? Da Huang seemed to understand Chu Yaoyao's meaning, and actually walked slowly towards Chu Yu with his vigorous limbs. 13 held the sword tightly in one hand and the hilt in the other, ready to unsheath at any time. Hulu. Da Huang tilted his head slightly to look at him, then opened his mouth to reveal his sharp fangs. 13 was frightened by its action and subconsciously drew his sword, but was pushed back by Chu Yu. This tiger had no ill intentions. Otherwise, it would not have let Yaoyao ride on its back. Da Huang. Chu Yaoyao slapped it angrily. Don't scare my second brother. Hulu. Da Huang lowered his head and knelt on the ground with his 2 front legs. 13 was slightly stunned. He scratched the back of his head and looked at the tiger lying on the ground in disbelief. Was he too nervous and saw it wrong? He actually saw a mocking meaning into Huang's eyes? Chuyu took 2 steps forward with courage, stretched out his trembling hands, and took the little guy off to Huang's back. Like Han Jifu, Bai was also very disappointed to see the intact little figure. She turned her eyes away impatiently, wanting to avoid being bothered by it. But she didn't want to see a corner of a familiar robe in the corner chair. She only then noticed the bloody man on the ground. And looking at the familiar mask, she screamed. She ran over while shouting, "Chair, are you okay?" Hearing this, a dark light flashed in Chuyu's eyes, and he looked at the man lying on the ground. When Bai Shi shouted for the first time, he was worried that Yao Yao didn't hear it clearly. But this time, he definitely didn't hear it wrong. She was shouting, "Chair? Roar!" Noticing Bai Shi's movements, De Huang stood up and shouted at her loudly. "Ah!" Bai Shi was so scared that her legs softened instantly, and she squatted down with her head in her arms, not daring to move. But the deep scars on Bai Shi's body that could be seen to the bone stimulated her to lose her mind. She pointed at Yao Yao and shouted, "Monster! She is a monster! She must have ordered that beast to her chair." Chuyu shot a sharp look at her, and his tone was full of murderous intent. "Madam Han, be careful with your words." Ashur suddenly pointed at one of De Huang's hind legs. "Princess, De Huang seems to be injured." Chu Yaoyao took a look and it was true. De Huang's back was pierced with an iron needle as thick as a candied haw's stick. She reached out and patted De Huang's head, soothing him softly, while asking Ashur to pull out the iron needle on it. Then she took out medicine from her bag and helped disinfect and apply medicine. Bai also took the opportunity to run to the seriously injured man and hugged him and cried bitterly, "Chair, wake up!" Hearing her voice, Bai Shi slowly opened his eyes and looked at his 2 legs that were beaten into a pulp. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. He pointed in the direction of Yao Yao. His eyes were bloodshot. His teeth were gnashing, and his tone was as if he wanted to eat her flesh and drink her blood. "And kill her! Help me kill her!" Chapter 210, Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Chair, don't talk about this for now. Someone, go find a doctor." Bai Shi looked at the bloody lower body. Her heart ached like a knife. His chair has not left any offspring. She screamed at everyone, "Go find a doctor." Chuyu's jaw tightened. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he gave Ashur a veiled look. Ashur slowly approached the aunt and nephew, who were crying and hugging each other, and suddenly reached out and pulled a human skin mask off the man's face. After seeing his face clearly, the Han family members widened their eyes. Han Jifu's heart trembled violently. "This stupid woman. Do you want to kill us? Don't look. Don't look at me." Bai Shi hurriedly covered his face. With this action, a bamboo tube-like object and several iron needles fell out of his sleeve. Chuyu took it and took a look, and compared it with the one he had pulled out from De Huang's leg before. Exactly the same. He looked at Han Jifu. His tone was cold and dangerous. "Shouldn't Governor Han explain to me? Why did Bai Shi, who should have been exiled to the border, appear in your house?" He held up a blow needle. "How dare you murder the princess?" Seeing him angry, everyone knelt on the ground. "Please calm down, Your Highness." Many officials complained in their hearts. Governor Han was too bold to harbor the court's wanted criminal. What happened today? There were one thrill after another. If I had known earlier, I would have gotten sick and asked for leave directly. "Your Highness, I am innocent. I just found out about this." Han Jifu secretly glared at Bai, his eyes full of resentment. If eyes could kill, I am afraid that Bai would have been tortured to death in front of him. Chuyu curled his lips slightly. Although he was smiling, he made people feel cold in their hearts for no reason. Everyone began to re-examine this lame prince, who they once thought was nothing special. Hidden the imperial prisoner and murdered the princess. Governor Han didn't know anything about it. And you want to just cover up this heinous crime? Han Jifu bowed his head deeply, speaking earnestly, with a look of deep pain. "I didn't teach my wife well, so Bai Shi got into such a big trouble. But Bai Shi is the Empress Dowager's biological sister. I dare not say much on weekdays. As for Bai Shi, I don't know why this person appeared in the mansion, and I don't know anything about his actions." Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao curled her lips. "No matter what, it's just a word. You are also a victim. Everything has nothing to do with you. You even brought up the imperial grandmother to pressure us." Looking at Bai Shi, who kept wailing, Chu Yu turned away with disdain. "What Governor Han said reminded me. If that's the case, then we should lock up Bai first and report to our father and grandmother before making a decision." As for Bai Shiche, Chu Yu's voice became colder and colder. Send someone to escort him to the border immediately. No! Bai hugged Bai Shiche tightly and asked Chu Yu loudly. Chair was so badly injured. If he went to the border at this time, his body would definitely not be able to bear it. He is your cousin. How can you be so vicious? Shut up. Chu Yaoyao jumped down from her second brother's arms, stepped forward, put her hands behind her back, and rolled her eyes at them. I didn't want to kill my cousin. Don't always bring up the Empress Dowager. Your relationship is not that good. If she knew what you did, she would have come to kill you with a sword. These words made Bai's face look ugly instantly. She looked at the little figure in front of her with resentment. That's right. Her relationship with the Queen Mother is not bad at all. She didn't like the Queen Mother since she was a child. Why is she a legitimate child? Why are her brothers so promising? But what's the use of being capable? Didn't they end up dying on the battlefield? Didn't the huge Bai family fall into the hands of Azi? Their main branch is just a group of cattle and horses, who fight to the death for their siblings to gain glory. Chu Yu pulled Yaoyao back, rubbed her little head, and looked at them with a blank expression on his face. Father has already issued an order to exile Bai Shiche to the border. Even if he dies, he must die at the border. Even if it is a corpse, it must be buried in the land of the border. No! I will not let you take Chair away, Bai shouted, holding Bai Shiche tightly and refusing to let go. Seeing her like this, Han Jifu's forehead jumped and waved to the servants. Send the lady back to the room quickly, and be sure to keep a close watch on her. No one can get close to her. Chair. Aunt. Over there. The two of them acted out the deep affection between aunt and nephew. But the onlookers were not moved at all. Chu Yu felt a little regretful that the Han family was not punished together. She naturally saw what his master was thinking. And he squatted beside Yaoyao. Little princess, why are you here? Then he glanced at Han Yunya intentionally or unintentionally, with a hint of meaning. What happened? Did someone deliberately lead you here? Hearing his words, Han Yunya, who was hiding beside Tian, shrank subconsciously. Seeing her like this, no one present was stupid. How could they not understand? They all shook their heads. I really can't believe that she is so vicious at such a young age. It's a good thing that she is not a biological child. County Magistrate Han couldn't stand everyone looking at him with such disdain and pity. He pulled Han Yunya in front of him and slapped her in the face. Han Yunya's face swelled instantly. Master, what are you doing? Tian exclaimed, then stood in front of her daughter and rubbed her face with a distressed look. Get out of here. I'll settle accounts with you later. County Magistrate Han pushed her away heavily. Then, he brought Han Yunya in front of Chu Yu and his sister and kicked her in the knee. You evil creature. Why don't you kowtow to the little princess and admit your mistakes? Han Yunya staggered after being kicked. She covered her face that was swollen like a steamed bun and looked at him directly, with stubbornness and disobedience in her eyes. I didn't let the tiger out. I just wanted to lock her up here. I didn't want to kill her. You still dare to quibble? County Magistrate Han raised his hand again. Master. Tian rushed over to stop his hand, kneeling on the ground and begging. Master, I beg you, don't beat me anymore. Yunya can't stand it. Hurry up and take her away. Han Lin directly asked the servants to take Tian back to the yard and lock her up. A dark light flashed in Han Jifu's eyes, and his face showed pain and disappointment. Yunya, I know that you are the most filial and often go to Song Suiyuan, but you can't commit such a serious crime just to please your grandmother. As he said this, a cold and cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's just a bad seed. If she can use her life to let the Han family escape this disaster, it can be considered that she died for what she deserved. Hearing this, Han Yunya raised her head suddenly and defended herself loudly. No, grandfather. I didn't know about Bai Shishi's affairs before, and I really didn't let the tiger out. Maybe you didn't let the tiger out. Han Yunzhe took 2 steps forward. Han Yunya nodded heavily, with tears of joy and emotion in the corners of her eyes. She knew that you would definitely believe her. Brother. However, the next moment, Han Yunzhe's words completely knocked her down. But you led the little princess here. Was it because of their instructions? A few days ago, you had an argument with the little princess on the street, and you held a grudge against her. Bai Shiche wanted to assassinate the princess to avenge his father. When you knew about it, you just went with the flow. Han Yunya looked at him in disbelief. Why did the eldest brother say that? Does the eldest brother not believe himself either? She shook her head frantically, tears welling up in her eyes. I really didn't. Han Yunza turned a deaf ear to her cries, and didn't even look at her. His hands in his sleeves clenched excitedly. If we can take this opportunity to get rid of this evil seed, it will be a two birds with one stone move. He will be a high-ranking official in the future. How can he leave such a stain? Chapter 211 Getting the upper hand and still acting cute. Lock this evil creature up quickly, and wait for the two princes to deal with him. Han Jifu waved at the guards. I said, this matter has nothing to do with me. Han Yunya kept struggling. Han Yunqian, who was standing by, saw this and showed reluctance on his face, and was about to speak. At this time, Feng Qi came over with two guards and a little maid. Master, I just saw that this person was sneaking around. There must be something fishy. Lu Yi at the door also woke up. She rubbed the back of her head and stood up. Patting her confused head, she suddenly remembered the scene before she fainted. Miss, it was Tao Yi. That damn girl. She knocked me unconscious. Just after she finished shouting, she saw the crowds of people around her, and Han Yunya kneeling on the ground. Her legs softened instantly, and she knelt on the ground. It's over. Did the young ladies plan to harm the princess come to light? Han Yunya threw herself on the maid and fought with her. How dare you? You slut. Heard me. During the struggle, the maid's veil was pulled down, and a familiar yet unfamiliar face was exposed in front of Chu Yu and his sister. Chu Yaoyao's eyes widened in surprise. Jing Yuan? Why is she here? No wonder she has such a high malice towards me. Chu Yu was also very surprised. Didn't his aunt give her a large sum of money to settle her? Why did she appear in Luozhou City, hundreds of miles away from Beijing, and became a maid in Han Mansion? Is this a coincidence? Or is there some conspiracy? Seeing that the two brothers and sisters looked unhappy, Han Jifu ordered sternly, quickly pull them apart and lock them all in the woodshed. Stopped by the maid, Han Yunya did not forget to speak harshly to Jing Yuan. Just wait. I will make you wish you were dead. Chu Yu waved at 13 and whispered, go check if there is any involvement of CF people in today's incident. Jing Yuan was already hopeless because she failed to escape in time. At this moment, she just gave up. She saw Chu Yu talking to the guards, and there was no one to protect the dead girl. She pinched and bit her to make the servant, who was holding her leg, go. She suddenly pulled out a dagger from her bosom, and went straight to the heart of the little figure 2 meters away. Princess, be careful. In the crowd, Su Yingying saw the scene and was anxious, looking at the dagger so close. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and smiled, and clenched her fist. Today I will let you know that this princess is not easy to bully. She aimed at Jing Yuan's stomach, and was about to punch. Unexpectedly, Jing Yuan screamed the next moment, and flew several meters away. Seeing this scene, Chu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. De Huang retracted his hind legs, and nudged Yao Yao's back with his head in a flattering manner, making a gurgling sound in his throat. Chu Yaoyao stroked the tiger's head twice and praised De Huang. Good job. As if sensing her emotions, De Huang squinted his tiger eyes happily, and snored twice. Come here. Quickly take this man to jail. Perhaps stimulated by the scene of this child, and the beast getting along, Han Jifu's tone suddenly rose. Being dragged out by 2 guards, Jing Yuan looked at Yao Yao with resentment. Chu Yao Yao, all the suffering I have experienced is all due to you. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. The curses became farther and farther away, and gradually disappeared. Chu Yu exhaled heavily, and put down his hand covering Yao Yao's ears. That's all for today. I will take Yao Yao back first. After so many troubles, he didn't want to stay any longer. Chu Yao Yao turned her head, and looked at De Huang reluctantly. Seeing this, Han Jifu spoke with pain. Since this Xiao, De Huang and the princess are very compatible, I will give it to the little princess. Such a vulgar name is really uncomfortable every time it is called. Chu Yao Yao's eyes lit up. Really? Han Jifu looked at the majestic Xiaoyan reluctantly, and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Of course. Chu Yao Yao lowered her head, and pretended to be embarrassed. But if you don't do anything, you won't receive the reward. After hearing her words, everyone praised her. The princess is so principled at such a young age. She is a role model for children all over the world. Yes, she is much better than those in my family. Hearing the discussion, Chu Yao Yao's face turned slightly red. So embarrassing. Hearing these voices, Han Jifu gritted his teeth. She is indeed the descendant of Chu Zhe. So scheming at such a young age. She got the advantage and still acted like a good kid? Even though he felt very aggrieved. Under the watchful eyes of the public today, the Han family was indeed in the wrong. He could only swallow his anger. It is the Han family's fault for disturbing the little princess today. This De Huang will be regarded as an apology from the old minister to the little princess. Seeing that she still did not respond, Han Jifu gritted his teeth and bowed, cursing in his heart. What a living father! I hope the little princess will not despise it. The ladder has been handed here. You should come down. Right? Chu Yaoyao was satisfied. But she still looked helpless. Okay. Since Governor Han is so sincere, I will take De Huang away. Hearing this hypocritical tone, Han Jifu felt a heart attack. Let's go! Let's go! Back to the house in the east of the city. Chu Yu jumped off the carriage first and went straight into the gate without waiting for the little man behind him. Chu Yaoyao climbed over the threshold with great effort, followed slowly behind, and looked at him strangely. What happened to the second brother? Seeing the two siblings, one after the other, ignoring each other, Li Wanning looked puzzled. What happened to you? Chu Yu first drank a cup of cold tea to suppress the anger in his chest. Then he told what happened in the Han family today. Li Wanning was frightened. Finally, the two looked at Yao Yao with a serious face. You know Han Yunya has bad intentions. Why do you still risk your life? Chu Yaoyao muttered softly. Isn't that too curious? I just want to see who is so heavy-handed that they would have an affair in the zoo. Are you bullying the animals because they can't talk? Chu Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and the smile that was almost unbearable. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. But I am not a gentleman. Chu Yaoyao raised her head and refuted loudly before he finished speaking. I'm obviously a girl. Seeing her innocent look, Chu Yu and Li Wanming looked at each other and surprisingly agreed. She must be taught a lesson. They walked towards her at the same time. Seeing the two people getting closer and closer, Chu Yaoyao swallowed subconsciously and took a step back quietly. Don't you want to beat me together? However, she thought too much. The two ignored her and walked straight past her and out of the main hall. Huh? Chu Yaoyao turned her head and took a look. You didn't beat me? She jumped twice on the spot and ran to the backyard to play with De Huang. In the Han family's study, Han Jifu sat behind the desk, and County Magistrate Han sat on a chair beside him. Tian was kneeling on the ground sobbing. Han Yunze and his two brothers stood aside. Unlike Han Yunze, who was sweating profusely, Han Yunqian always lowered his head slightly, with impatience in his eyes. I'm so annoyed. After a long time, Han Jifu spoke. Alan, this is your family affair. As a father, I shouldn't interfere. But this matter concerns the face of my Han family, so I have to intervene. Han Lin wiped his face with his hand. This matter is entirely up to my father. Han Jifu didn't continue to speak, and his old eyes examined Han Yunqian. Yunya Fei is Alan's biological child. So what about Yunqian? Maybe not? Thinking of this, his eyes flashed, and he ordered the housekeeper beside him. Go get a bowl of water. Hearing this, Tian crawled to Han Lin's feet. Master, Yunqian is really your child. Han Lin brushed her away impatiently, always turning his face away, unwilling to even look at her. Whether it is true or not, we will know it after a test. Tian cried and shook her head. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she begged bitterly. Master, when I was pregnant with Yunqian, young master was studying abroad, and he didn't come back until Yunqian's birthday. After that, she pulled Han Yunze's clothes again. Yunja. No. Young master. Please explain. We didn't. Han Yunze pulled hard twice, but failed to tear her hand away. He was about to get angry, but the person next to him spoke. Okay. Han Yunqian raised his head and showed a confident but meaningful smile. Since we have to test it, to be safe, let's go with you. Brother. Chapter 212. This person must not be left alive. Since we have to test, it's only fair to test together. Han Yunqian's two sentences successfully shocked everyone present. Han Jifu and Han Lin exchanged glances. Why did he have to drag Yunze along? Han Yunze turned his head and looked at him. What did you say? After being shocked, his face was full of sarcasm, as if he was mocking his overestimation of his own abilities. Are you sober now? Are you sure you're not kidding? My identity. Is it your turn to question it? Han Yunqian met his eyes, curled his lips, and looked at him provocatively. Why? Big brother. Don't you dare? What a joke. Han Yunze laughed in anger and waved his sleeves heavily. Why shouldn't I dare? He took a deep look at Han Yunqian, who looked normal, and was slightly surprised. Such a big thing happened. But he still remained calm. And still had the mind to think of countermeasures? I usually underestimated this younger brother. But even if he came up with a solution, what would it matter? It was just bluffing. Han Yunze raised his eyebrows proudly at him. I have seen through it. Noticing his expression, Han Yunqian did not say anything, but looked away and looked at the governor Han not far away. Han Jifu thought for a while, then nodded to the housekeeper. Go. Get 2 bowls of water. The housekeeper bowed slightly, then turned and walked out quickly. When passing by Han Yunqian, the two of them looked at each other secretly. However, this scene made Han Yunze see it clearly. His eyes turned around Han Yunqian and the housekeeper, then squinted slightly and examined the housekeeper's back. It's really unexpected that at the age of only 10, he could have such a mind and actually bribed the housekeeper who had been with his grandfather for more than 30 years. Han Yunze lowered his eyelids, and a strong murderous aura was brewing in his eyes. Whether Han Yunqian is of the Han family blood or not, this person must not be kept. Han Yunqian had been focusing on him for the most part, so he naturally didn't miss the murderous intent in his eyes. This? Saw it? Then let's make things more interesting. His eyes fell on his mother, who was still kneeling on the ground, looking at the bright red nail polish that had just been applied today. Han Yunqian lowered his eyes to hide his deep thoughts. He walked over and helped Tian up. Mother, don't worry. Your son believes in you. As he spoke, he held Tian's hand tightly. Tian also pinched his hand tightly. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. She was very scared and trembling with fear. The strength of her hands was not measured. After a while, her slender nails pierced Han Yunqian's hand. Han Yunqian comforted her softly without changing his expression. Feeling the tingling in his palm, he smiled with a hint of success. This way, it would be safer. The Han family was in chaos, but Chu Yaoyao was having fun with the Huang. When it was time for dinner, she felt something was wrong. She sat on a raised chair and waited for a long time. When the food was cold, her second brother and uncle did not come. She looked up at Ashur and rubbed her hungry stomach. Second brother and uncle, don't you want to eat? Thinking of what the second prince had said before, Ashur replied softly, the second prince and Mr. Li have already had dinner in their respective bedrooms. Chu Yao blinked. Have they eaten? No wonder the food today was so small. Since they've already eaten, they won't come. Thinking of the delicious food in the space, she swallowed. Ahem. She thought of an excuse to send Ashur away. Sister Ashur, I want to eat pickles. The 8 treasure pickles were pickled by the old lady herself. Crisp and refreshing. Spicy but not dry. And full of flavor. Chu Yaoyao fell in love with it after taking a bite, and had to eat 2 pieces for every meal in the past 2 days. Yes, I'll get it now. When she left, Chu Yaoyao started to take out the food. A few pieces of fried chicken. French fries are standard. And there are also roast duck and turkey noodles. And sparkling water is indispensable. When Ashur came back, he saw this full table. Princess, you still have the mind to eat alone? The second prince and Mr. Li are angry. Chu Yaoyao was holding a piece of fried chicken, with sauce on the corner of her mouth. She turned her head and waved at her, shouting incoherently, Sister Ashi, come here. It's delicious. There was an alluring aroma in her nose, plus the invitation of the little princess. Oh, it's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. She put down the pickles and went to the table in a trance. Chu Yaoyao stuffed her with a French fry and pushed a glass of ice cola to her hand. She was also craving for ice cola, but she couldn't drink it, so she could only take a sip and soak it in water. Eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Looking at the yellow food with a little red sauce, Ashi tentatively put it to her mouth and took a bite. Her eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. Just when she was shocked by the deliciousness of French fries and fried chicken, Chu Yaoyao had already started to eat the roast duck. She picked up a piece of roast duck and put it on the spring roll, then picked up a chopstick of turkey noodles, put a small piece of pickles on it, rolled it up and took a bite. His big eyes narrowed up in satisfaction. It was so delicious that he was about to cross his legs, just as the big and the small were eating. In Chu Yu's room, Li Wanming looked outside with some concern. Chu Yu didn't look around, but he looked absent-minded. Although his eyes were always fixed on the book, he didn't turn to the next page for a long time. Suddenly, he asked, what is the little princess doing? Does she know she is wrong? Is she inclined to admit her mistakes? 13 hesitated. Seeing him like this, Chu Yu clenched his fist slightly. Is there something wrong with Yao Yao? Li Wanming was so anxious that he stood up directly. What's wrong with her? Is she crying? He was about to run out. Neither. 13 frowned. His face complicated. The little princess is eating with the 10th sister. There are many foods that the subordinates have never seen. And, as he spoke, he sniffed and showed an expression of yearning for the taste. It smells good. Hearing this, the two didn't know whether to be angry or laugh for a while. Li Wanming sat down again. He felt that he was a fool for rushing out just now. At night, Chuyu stood by the window, looking at the night sky outside, thinking of today's thrilling events. The little guy must be too scared to sleep again. Right? He sighed slightly. She. Go and tell the kitchen to stew a bowl of soothing soup for Yao Yao. Yes. She was about to go out. But Shursen stopped him and spoke hesitantly. Your Highness, the 10th sister said that the little princess has fallen asleep. And she slept soundly. Even snoring. Chuyu. Okay. He doesn't need to worry about this. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He was already so angry. But the little girl was eating, drinking and sleeping well, and was not affected at all. Finally, he simply waved his hand. Forget it. You guys go down first. I'm tired too. Yes. She and Shursen were about to leave when there was a knock on the door. Sir, someone wants to see you. Chuyu frowned. Who? Feng Qi outside the door replied. It's a boy about 10 years old. He said he is from the Han family. Hearing these words, Chuyu's face turned. Han family? About 10 years old. Could it be? He gave an order to the outside. Let him in. At the gate, Han Yunqian, wearing a gray cloak, stood quietly at the door, thinking of what happened during the day. He smiled smugly. Humph! Han Yunza, in this new life, I will make you pay back 100-fold for the pain you inflicted on me last time. But, thinking of the many changes that have happened in the past 6 months, his face became serious. He had a very strong feeling. All these changes must be related to the second prince. Chapter 213 Late Night Assassin. In the distance, a man holding a lantern approached from afar. Han Yunqian restrained his expression. Feng Qi walked to his side. Sorry for the long wait. Your Highness asked me to take you there. Han Yunqian smiled at him politely. Thank you, big brother. He followed into the study room. Chuyu sat behind the desk. From the moment he saw his figure, the scrutiny and examination in his eyes had never disappeared. Greetings, His Highness the Second Prince. Han Yunqian knelt on the ground and saluted. Get up. Chuyu raised his hand slightly, and then asked, Why did you come to see me late at night? Han Yunqian tilted his head slightly, and glanced at He and Shursen who were standing by. Please ask your Highness to dismiss the people around you. Bold. He's eyebrows instantly stood up, pointing at him and shouting. Who are you? How dare you make demands on His Highness? Chuyu lowered his eyes, put his fingers on the teacup, and tapped it twice. It's strange that a 10-year-old can be so calm and composed. He raised his eyes, and gave He a look. You go and guard outside. Yes. He secretly glared at Han Yunqian, responded reluctantly, and went out with 13 one after the other. When there were only 2 of them in the study, Chuyu pointed to the chair and motioned him to sit down. Go ahead. Han Yunqian sat upright with a serious face. I want to make a deal with His Highness. Hearing his words, Chuyu raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of interest flashed through his eyes. It's really getting more and more interesting. He changed to a comfortable position, leaned on the back of the chair, and raised his chin slightly. Tell me about it. Han Yunqian slowly talked about his experience in the past year. The more he listened, the more serious the expression on Chuyu's face became. At the end, his eyebrows were twisted into a ball. What did Han Yunqian just say? He died and came back to life? Chuyu looked calm, but he was actually shouting wildly in his heart. Yao Yao, come quickly. There is a monster here. Let the immortal take him. In just a few breaths, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Very chaotic. He felt a little cold in his heart. So, is this Han Yunqian in front of him? A human? Han Yunqian stared at him with burning eyes, and said with certainty, Your Highness, you must have had some kind of adventure like me. Chuyu almost jumped up. Why did you suddenly bring me up? He thought about it, and thought that since Han Yunqian had already suspected something, wouldn't Yao Yao be at risk of being exposed? Absolutely not. Chuyu picked up the teacup and took a sip. He calmed his thoughts, and gradually regained his rationality. He smiled faintly, and looked at Han Yunqian. Why do you think so? Han Yunqian smiled confidently and talked about the differences from his previous life one by one. The prince who was supposed to die of asthma is still alive and well. The battle between Daki and Xie caused heavy casualties in the previous life, and the Li family also suffered tragic deaths. And the imperial concubine was only the concubine until her death in the previous life. And the little princess, who was supposed to die young, not only survived, but also got a title. Hearing him mention Yao Yao, Chu Yu's heart suddenly lifted. His eyes narrowed, and his hands tightened slightly. And Han Yunqian continued. What makes me most sure that you have an adventure is the appearance of Liu Li and soap. It seems that this person doesn't know much. Realizing this, Chu Yu slightly loosened his fist, but his tone gradually became colder. So what? Are you going to spread this matter, and spread the rumor that your highness is a monster to threaten me? You misunderstood. Han Yunqian hurriedly shook his head to explain. I said that I want to make a deal with you. I also know that your highness has discovered that Han Yunza cheated in the autumn examination. I also know about the grandfather and grandson of the Fong family. Hearing this, Chu Yu's eyes turned cold, and his tone seemed to be quenched by ice. What did you say? Even if he came back to life, Han Yunqian's aura and mentality could not compare to Chu Yu. He tightly clasped his palm with his nails, trying to make himself look calmer. After you came back from outside the city that day, the two of them disappeared. This is not difficult to guess. Chu Yu raised his lips slightly, but his tone was as cold as before. So you have always known their whereabouts. Han Jifu has your spies around him. This made his words more credible. If it were an ordinary 10-year-old child, he would not have such a mind and means, let alone such meticulousness. Han Yunqian stood up and bowed slightly. Your highness is smart. Please believe that I am really sincere. It is difficult to convict Han Yunza and Han Jifu based on Fang Qingqing's one-sided statement. As he spoke, he took out an envelope from his arms. This is the list of those scholars that Han Jifu bribed, threatened and intimidated. Han Jifu wanted to burn the list at that time, but the housekeeper secretly hid it and gave it to him. Chu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly after taking a look at the envelope. What do you want? Han Yunqian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I want the entire Han family to be destroyed. I want Han Jifu and his son, and Han Yunza to be beheaded. Only in this way can he relieve the hatred in his heart. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes tightly, and calmed down. After the matter is done, please save my life, my mother's life, and Yunya's life. Although he was very disdainful of Tian's behavior, and even disgusted, but in the last life, she was killed by Han Yunza to protect herself. And Yunya, in the end, she helped them collect the bodies. This time, he protected their lives and arranged a way out for them, which was also a repayment for the kindness of the last life. Chu Yu looked at the floating tea leaves in the cup and remained silent for a long time. For a while, only two breathing sounds could be heard in the study. The silent environment made Han Yunqian's uneasiness infinitely magnified. And finally his mentality could not hold it anymore. Second Prince, as long as you promise to save the lives of the three of us, I am willing to work with you from inside and outside to help you completely eradicate the Han family. The Han family was doomed to fail. He had thought about taking his mother and Yunya away, but where could they escape to as fugitives? Besides, hiding from place to place was not easy. Chu Yu looked at him and promised. Okay. If this is successful, I will ask my father to spare the three of you from prison, and the Han family will no longer have anything to do with you. Hearing this, Han Yunqian was extremely excited. Thank you, Your Highness. He originally thought that it would be great if he could save his life, but from what Your Highness said just now, no longer related to the Han family. Does it mean that his future will not be affected? Here, the two discussed the next countermeasures. Su Mansion a few streets away. Old Master Su's bedroom. The tightly closed door was suddenly opened, and a man in night clothes quietly slipped into the room. The man slowly opened the curtain, looked at the sleeping old Master Su, and slowly pulled out a dagger from his waist. The sharp dagger suddenly showed a cold light under the moonlight. However, the next moment, the man in black was covered by a quilt, and then he was beaten with a stick. Who is so bold that he dares to come to my Su family to assassinate? Old Master Su shouted to the outside of the door. Come here. He felt an inexplicable chill on his back, and his hair stood up. He suddenly dodged to the side and avoided the sword of another man in black. Old Master Su is really alert, looking at the bloodstains on the man's sword. How could Old Master Su not know? The guards in this courtyard have been killed by these two people. With just one sentence, the blindfolded man came out. Don't waste time talking to him. It's important to complete the mission. Before the words fell, one person raised a sword and the other waved a dagger, rushing straight towards Old Master Su. Old Master Su held the cane tightly, looking at his trembling hands. He sighed in his heart. I'm really old. I'm exhausted after just a few hits. Am I really going to die at the hands of these two thieves today? Chapter 214. Something is wrong. Looking at the weapons within reach, Grandpa Su slowly closed his eyes. He heard 3 sounds of weapons colliding, and a gust of wind flashed in front of him. He raised his hand and rubbed his neck. Well, his head was still there. A slightly lazy tone sounded in his ears. I almost fell into your trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Grandpa Su suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the 3 men in black narrow-sleeved robes beside him. Where did these 3 people come from? Why did they help him? Seeing this, the 2 looked at each other and rushed forward with their weapons raised. The 3 of them clenched their weapons and prepared to meet the enemy. Su didn't expect that the other party just shook a move, and then took advantage of their unpreparedness. One slipped out of the door, and the other broke out of the window. I and Lao Chi will chase. You stay. Before the voice fell, only Grandpa Su and one of the mysterious men were left in the room. Ahem. Old Master Su coughed twice, covered his mouth, and then bowed slightly, clasping his hands. Thank you. 3 young men. I wonder what your names are. For saving my life, my Su family will definitely reward you handsomely. Han Wu waved his hand. We are also following orders. Don't worry about it. Old Master Su. Following orders? Old Master Su's old eyes flashed. Could it be? Han Wu patted his chest. We are from the Jinshi Marquis Mansion. If he said shadow building, I'm afraid the old man would be scared. The owner of the building is a member of the Li family, and they are also here to protect the little princess. It's not wrong to say that they are from the Jinshi Marquis Mansion. Jinshi Marquis? Old Master Su was startled at first, and then nodded in understanding. I think he was sent to protect the second prince and the little princess. Then he bowed to the outside. Thank you. The second prince? Thank you. The little princess. Hearing this, Han Wu curled his lips slightly. Just thank the little princess. Why mention the second prince? Why did you put the little princess behind? He opened his mouth and was about to say something. There were 2 heavy sounds outside. It was the companions who went out to chase the assassins. Han Wu nodded to them, and didn't want to explain. He hurriedly left a sentence. The masters are afraid that the Han family will attack you, so they specially ordered us to come here to protect you. We have to take these 2 people back for interrogation. Goodbye first. After that, the 3 of them left with the 2 unconscious assassins. Hurry up. Protect the old man. The head of the Su family brought his 2 sons and a group of servants and guards, holding torches, and hurried over here. Grandpa, are you okay? Dad, are you okay? The father and son were shocked and scared. They ran so far and were out of breath. The head of the Su family bent over, supported his hands on his knees, and gasped heavily. Just now a servant came to report that all the guards in your courtyard were killed. I didn't even bother to put on my shoes and rushed here. He paused, glanced at his father who was intact, and looked around again. Well, the assassin must have been scared away by their posture. Thinking of this, the head of the Su family showed a look of relief. Fortunately, we arrived in time. In time? Grandpa Su looked down at himself, who didn't even wear socks, put one hand behind his back, and waved at him with a fake smile. Come! Come here! Seeing his father showing such an expression, the head of the Su family was inexplicably nervous. My goodness! Since he took over the position of the head of the family, his father has never smiled at him. He looked carefully again. The crutches were not there. Safe. He walked to the side of the old man Su. Dad, you are frightened. The child will help you go back and rest. The fake smile on the face of the old man Su disappeared instantly, and he suddenly raised the crutches hidden behind him. Hiss! The head of the Su family was hit hard by a stick, and he jumped up and down in pain. Old Master Su glared. Come in time? Why don't you wait until your father's head falls off and I am completely cold before coming? Seeing this scene, the eldest son of the Su family, Su Xiao, waved to the guards and servants, asking them to withdraw first. Su Yingyu hurried into the room, but came out again after a moment, shouting at Old Master Su. Grandpa, please stop beating him. Hearing his voice, Old Master Su glared at him. Why? Not your father. But you? The head of the Su family was out of breath and looked at his second son with praise. Yes, he is smart and filial. Su Yingyu bared his teeth and held up the things in his hand. Grandpa, put on your shoes before chasing. Be careful not to hurt your feet. Hearing this, the head of the Su family looked incredulous, stretched out his hand and pointed at him tremblingly, gritting his teeth. You rebellious son. Then he ran away. After putting on his shoes, old Master Su ran much faster, and the screams in the yard became louder and louder. The Su family was in chaos, while Chu Yaoyao was sleeping soundly in the house a few streets away. The next morning, Chu Yaoyao got up early because she had to feed De Huang. After feeding the meat, she played with De Huang for a while. Then she washed up again and went straight into the main hall to wait for dinner. But the food was already on the table, and the second brother and uncle didn't come. Asher explained softly, Princess, the second prince and Mr. Li are still eating in their rooms today. Not coming again. Now, even if Chu Yaoyao was a thick-skinned person, she could sense something was wrong. She jumped off the chair and ran to her uncle's room. Uncle, the sun is shining on your butt. Don't stay in bed. Then she ran to the second brother's room next door. Second brother, get up and eat. However, there was no movement in the two rooms. Chu Yaoyao lay on the door of her second brother's room and listened for a while. Second brother? Hearing this voice, Chu got up from behind the desk and walked to the door. Forget it. Being angry with her would only make him angrier in the end. Chu Yaoyao sniffed at the crack of the door. No fragrance. It should not be cheating. Chu just walked to the door and heard this sentence. He clenched his fists and felt a throbbing pain in his forehead. Do you think everyone is like you? Eating alone? He was so angry that he waved his sleeves heavily and turned to walk behind the desk. Not going out. Chu Yaoyao touched her chin and looked at the door next door. Is she eating secretly in her uncle's room? She was about to smell it when the door creaked open. Uncle! Li Wanning walked slowly towards him with a book in his hand. Yaoyao. Chu Yaoyao stopped suddenly when her eyes fell on the thing in his hand, and the corners of her mouth gradually flattened. 3 characters. Not good. Something is seriously wrong. Something is wrong. The best thing to do is to run away. I'm hungry. I need to go eat. She ran away. She reacted quickly, but her legs were short. Before she could run 2 steps, she was grabbed by her uncle by the back of her neck. Chu Yaoyao kicked her feet vigorously a few times, and her face turned red. No, I don't want to learn. Li Wanming carried her back to his room. Old Master Zhou said that his requirements are not high. You just need to learn 100 characters before returning to Beijing. Back in the room, Li Wanming put her on the chair and spread the book. Let's start with the 3-character classic. The next moment, everyone heard a heart-wrenching shout from the room. I don't want to learn. Chapter 215 Attack. In the next room, Chu Yu laughed and shook his head after hearing the cry. Sure enough, the only way to control Yaoyao is to study and practice calligraphy. The days passed as Chu Yaoyao reviewed the saying when a man is born, his nature is good. She suffered every day, and the Han family was not much better than her. Since they learned that Han Yunza was not their grandson's son, the Han family father and son seemed to have aged several years in an instant. But the fact is the fact. No matter how unacceptable or unwilling to believe it, they must face the reality. One day, the Han family father and son were discussing matters in the study. Han Jifu spoke slowly, without any emotion on his face, but his tone was unquestionable. No matter what, Tian cannot be moved for the time being. Otherwise it will be confirmed that she has an affair with someone else. The future head of my Han family must not have any stains. Han Lin wiped his face from his forehead to the bottom. His eyes were red, flashing a terrifying fierce light, and gnashing his teeth. Is that whore just going to get away with it? He punched the coffee table next to him, making a bang sound, and roared with gritted teeth. Father, I won't accept this. Han Jifu threw the teacup heavily at his feet. Just bear with it. After saying that, he pointed at him with a look of regret. If you hadn't ruined your body by messing around all these years, why would you only have Yun Qian as your son now? Are you feeling resentful? Han Jifu slapped the table a few times, making it bang loudly. Then you should give me a few more grandchildren. After hearing this, Han Lin looked a little embarrassed, and hurried out without saying a word. Looking at his back, Han Jifu shook his head and sighed. When he was young, there were many women in his backyard, but Bai was jealous, and the concubines who were pregnant rarely gave birth to children safely. Even if they did, except for daughters, they all died. Is this retribution? Thinking of this, He stood up suddenly and walked towards the backyard with a gloomy face. In the past, he was worried about her being the Empress Dowager's sister. But now that Baisher was committing suicide, what was he afraid of? In a courtyard in the backyard, Han Yunya stretched out her arm and swept it hard, overturning the food on the ground again. Get out, all of you. As soon as Han Yunqian came in, he saw the food scattered all over the ground. He frowned and shouted at the people at the table. What on earth do you want to do? As soon as Han Yunya saw him, she quickly stood up and rushed towards him, holding his hand tightly, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. Second brother, I heard that my eldest brother was locked up by my grandfather. You should go and save my eldest brother. Han Yunqian did not answer her, but glanced at the servant guarding the door. Go and tell the kitchen to stew a bowl of chicken soup. I don't want to drink it. Han Yunya shook his hand off heavily and pushed him hard. Seeing his calm expression, Han Yunya suddenly realized. I know. It's all because of you. You want to inherit the Han family's property. So you make your elder brother hated by your grandfather and father. Right? Seeing her gritting her teeth, as if she was looking at an enemy, Han Yunqian felt cold in his heart. He waved his hand and asked the maid and the servant to go out. After the door was closed, he sneered at Han Yunya. So worried about Han Yunza? Father and daughter are really connected. Han Yunya felt a boom in her head. She shook her head subconsciously and took a half step back in disbelief. What did you say? This is impossible. You must be lying to me. Han Yunqian gently curled the corners of his lips, with a smiling look. But the words he said were extremely cruel. You heard it right. You are the child of mother and Han Yunza. Grandfather and father already know about this. If it weren't for my plea, do you think you can still live now? No. This is impossible. Han Yunya covered her ears and shouted, and collapsed on the ground. Han Yunqian rubbed his ears with disdain and impatience, and turned his head to look in the direction of the door. Mother is also in this courtyard. If you don't believe it, just go and ask it yourself. Hearing this, Han Yunya stood up suddenly, opened the door and ran out. I don't know what the mother and daughter said. And soon, a burst of crying and shouting came faintly from the courtyard. Han Yunqian strode out of the courtyard gate, and the housekeeper had been waiting outside the courtyard. Young master. Looking at the housekeeper who lowered his eyebrows and looked obedient, Han Yunqian's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he praised him half-heartedly. You did a good job in the blood test. This is what this old slave should do. Then the housekeeper talked about what happened that day in a tone of seeking credit. This old slave brushed a few layers of white vinegar on the bottom of one of the bowls in advance, and then deliberately placed that bowl next to you. Young master. Han Yunza has always been suspicious, and will definitely grab it. Han Yunqian's mouth corners gradually flattened, and the anger in his eyes wished that he could burn a hole in the man in front of him. In the last life, you also cooperated with Han Yunza to deal with me like this. Han Yunqian took out a few banknotes from his arms. I've said it before. As long as you work hard for me, you'll get the benefits. Thank you, sir. Don't worry. I'm 120% loyal to you. The housekeeper smiled flatteringly, but his eyes were fixed on the banknotes, full of greed. Han Yunqian threw them into his arms casually, as if he was just throwing away a few pieces of waste paper, not caring at all. Anyway, this was paid from the Han family's account office, so he didn't feel bad about using it. What's more, after a while, the emperor ordered a house search, and he would have to spit it out. When Han Yunqian thought of what he had discussed with the second prince that day, he was in a good mood. And even when he looked at the enemy in his previous life, he felt much better. Give them orders to be more careful when they watch this yard. The housekeeper stuffed the banknotes into his clothes and nodded in response. Yes, I'll take note of it. These days, in addition to teaching Yao Yao to write, Chu Yu and Ling Wanning also sent people with a list to secretly look for the scholars who were bribed and coerced by the Han family. Persuade them to come forward and identify the Han family. That night, in the village outside the city, at the home of Lu the Hunter, 7 or 8 men dressed as bandits, led by a man wearing a black cloak with silver thread embroidered bamboo knots, surrounded the Lu family yard. Lu the Hunter, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He looked out the window with a serious face and said in a deep voice, Wen Yang. Someone broke in. Take Xiaonan and hide in the cellar. While giving instructions, he hurriedly got up, put on his clothes, and took down the bow and arrow hanging on the wall. His words woke Wen Yang up instantly. She quickly got up and ran to her son's room. But she turned back after a few steps, crawled under the bed, and turned out the wooden box. On the other side, Lou the hunter had just walked into the main room when he heard a fight outside. He opened the door a crack and looked out. He saw several people in dark blue guard uniforms stopping the robbers. The two sides fought, and the bandit-dressed party retreated step by step. Finally, the cloaked man who led the group was scratched on the arm and stabbed in the chest, and was helped by his men to retreat. Then, the people who stopped the robbers did not leave. Lou the hunter quickly closed the door, and when he noticed the footsteps getting closer, he tightened the dagger in his hand. On the other side, Wen Yang covered her son's mouth, and the mother and son hid in the narrow cellar, listening to the movement outside tremblingly. The man wearing a bamboo hat knocked on the door twice. "Brother Lou, we are not bad people. We just want to ask your wife for a favor." Hearing him call out his surname accurately, especially when the man mentioned Wen Yang, Lou the hunter frowned tightly and raised his dagger to guard against it. He shouted back, "Thank you for saving my life. You saved our family, and we should repay you. But my wife is just a woman, so I can't help much. If you need any help, just tell me directly." Jin Shu naturally couldn't tell the secret of the year in public. But if he broke in by force, it would not end well. He only said, it was a past event 9 years ago. Hearing this, Wen Yang quickly pushed open the stone slab and ran out of the cellar. She pushed Lou the hunter away, opened the door a crack, and looked at the people outside vigilantly. But when she saw Jin Shu's face, she widened her eyes slightly. "I remember you. You are the fourth prince's man." Chapter 216. A step late. That day, early in the morning, we were temporarily cleaned up in the elementary school. Chu Yaoyao dozed off under the eyes of the teacher, her uncle. Seeing the listless host, the system decided to reveal a piece of gossip to cheer her up. System, host. Wen Yang was found by Shang Wenjin's people last night. So soon? Chu Yaoyao suddenly widened her eyes. Her eyes were bright and bright. How could she still look drowsy just now? System. Sure enough. As long as it is not about studying, she can be interested. So, she is ready to go back to Xia? System, that's right. System, someone broke into Lou the hunter's house last night and wanted to kill them to silence them. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips, and her chubby double chin trembled twice with the movement. Was it done by the male protagonist's sixth brother? System, fortunately, Jin Shu and your uncle's people are here. Chu Yaoyao was a little worried. What about Shang Wenchang? Have they caught him? If he sends a message to the hero, Wen Yang and the others will not have a peaceful journey back to Xia. System, Shang Wenchang is injured. Your uncle has sent people to chase him. Don't worry. He can't run far. Can you? Before she finished speaking, the system agreed. System, of course. As long as the points are in place and the name is known, you can get any news you want. It has figured it out now. What is not doing its job? This host is too powerful. The task progress is rising rapidly. It must grasp the main business and the side business, and save more small treasury is the kingly way. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and wrinkled her nose. System, you have changed, becoming more and more mercenary. System, does the host want to know the whereabouts of Shang Wenchang? Chu Yaoyao. Yes. The system happily deducted points, and Chu Yaoyao got a page of PDF and was about to open it. Dong, dong, dong. Li Wanming knocked on the table with a ruler several times, his tone serious. Focus. Then he put away the book in front of her. If you don't study, continue to recite. Chu Yaoyao's big eyes were always fixed on the table, with her mouth and eyes doing their own things. If you don't study, it's not right. If you don't study when you are young, what's the point of being old? As she recited, she blinked her eyes, raised her head, and stared at him with her big eyes flickering. Something seems wrong? Chu Yaoyao stared at him angrily. I reasonably suspect that you are implying me. Li Wanming raised his eyebrows slightly, and wrote 2 words with a big stroke. How do you read these 2 words? Looking at the 2 words on the paper, Chu Yaoyao's delicate little face wrinkled into a ball. This is... She started to feel dizzy after staring at it. I seem to have seen it before. She pointed her chubby index finger at it, frowned and thought hard. She looked at her uncle and asked tentatively. Select? Li Wanming nodded slightly and pointed to another word. Next. Chu Yaoyao stared at the other word with her eyes wide open. I am also impressed. With so many strokes, it can be written so small and neatly, without any strokes or overlaps. She hit her forehead on the table with a thud. Li Wanming's originally serious and cold face suddenly became a little flustered. And he was about to pick her up to check. Are you really dizzy? If I am guilty, please let the law punish me. Not let these traditional Chinese characters torture me. If she is really a native ancient child, it would be fine. Now she has to forget most of the characters she has learned and replace them with traditional Chinese characters. It is better to be illiterate. Li Wanming shook his head and sighed. Forget it. Take a break. Usher calculated the time, and just walked in with snacks and milk tea. Chu Yaoyao took a big sip of milk tea, sighed at the end, and sat down on the soft bed, squinting her eyes in enjoyment. This is called life. Seeing this, Li Wanming shook his head helplessly. The teaching during this period really made him surprised and helpless. Because Yaoyao's memory, how to say, good, but not good. Take the 3-character classic for example. After reading it several times, she can remember the general idea. But if you pick out a few characters, just like just now, you don't recognize them. Oh, my heart is so tired. After eating 2 pieces of snacks, Chu Yaoyao suddenly remembered that she had not done the important things yet. So she opened the information again. Just at this time, Han Chi hurried to the door. As soon as he saw his face, Li Wanming knew that he must have not found anyone. It turns out that Sheng Wanchong is hiding in the broken Taoist temple in the west of the city. A childish exclamation sounded in his ears. And almost at the same time, Han Chi lowered his head, with a face full of regret and self-blame. Master, your subordinates are useless. What? Li Wanming suddenly raised his voice. You mean? In the Taoist temple in the west of the city, traces of assassins were found? Han Chi was startled by his sudden voice, and looked at him in a daze. Subordinates. Okay. Li Wanming interrupted him directly. Quickly go and gather people. I will go with you. Han Chi was dragged away in confusion. And Chu Yaoyao stomped his feet in the room in frustration. Damn. The points were wasted again. In an abandoned Taoist temple in the west of the city. Sheng Wanchong slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the spider web above his head. He was a little dazed for a while. He sat up with his uninjured left arm. The wounds on his chest and right arm were torn. And the severe pain made him cry out in pain. Hiss. Hearing this sound, Mo-ing hurriedly walked over, and put the medicine in his hand on the stool. Six Prince. How do you feel? Sheng Wanchong looked at her in surprise. Mo-ing. Why are you here? Mo-ing helped him up. The master has a task for us. As he said, he looked at him carefully. Six Prince. Why did you appear in Luoluo and suffer such a serious injury? Speaking of this, Sheng Wanchong felt a little guilty. Fifth brother didn't know about the embroiderer yet. Not to mention the guards around him. But at this moment, he couldn't hide it anymore. He had to kill the embroiderer's family as soon as possible. I came to investigate the insider of the case of Concubine Yu. But when we arrived at the witness's house, a group of people showed up and stopped us. Concubine Yu? Hearing his words, Mo Ying's heart skipped a beat. But didn't you say that it had been dealt with? Sheng Wanchong patted his head, looking annoyed and regretful. At the beginning, I handed the matter over to my confidants. And these are what they said. Later, I found out that an embroiderer who was very close to Concubine Yu's personal maid escaped from the palace. The key is that she had also gone to see Concubine Yu that day. Hearing the last sentence, Mo-ing gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. And she couldn't help but blame Sheng Wanchong in her heart. But she knew that it was too late to say anything now. And she had to kill the embroiderer as soon as possible. We don't have enough manpower. So we still have to report this matter to His Highness as soon as possible. After that, she ran out of the door quickly, ready to pass the message. As soon as Sheng Wanchong sat down, Mo-ing ran in hurriedly with 4 subordinates. Six Prince. A team is coming this way. We must evacuate as soon as possible. Sheng Wanchong glanced at the guards lying on the ground, his face hesitant. But, my guards. Last night, these guards desperately protected him to escape and took him to a safe place. How could he ignore them? Mo-ing glanced at the ground, looking at the 3 guards, who had obviously lost their fighting power, with a cold look in his eyes. At this time, footsteps were faintly heard outside. Mo-ing lowered her voice and yelled, Go! It's too late. As she said that, she pulled Sheng Wanchong and 2 subordinates out of the side window. Before leaving, she looked at the 3 unconscious guards with an inexplicable look, and gave a look to the 2 subordinates guarding the door. When Li Wanming and his men broke in, There were only 3 bodies on the ground. Hanchi checked it out, and then his face turned ugly. He's dead? Li Wanming's hand holding the sword suddenly tightened, and the protruding joints turned faintly white. He looked around, and finally his eyes fell on the fire that had been extinguished and was still faintly smoking. He squatted down and stretched out his hand to feel it for a while. His face was stern. He didn't run far. Chase him separately. An hour later, Mo Ying and Sheng Wanchong stopped at the entrance of a small alley in the south of the city, while the other 2 subordinates were busy leading away the pursuers and had not caught up yet. Sheng Wanchong covered his wound and gasped for air. Where should we go? Mo Ying thought for a moment and said firmly. First, find a place to hide. At night, we will go to a place. Chapter 217. One person dares to speak, and a group of people dare to believe. At night, in the backyard of the governor's mansion, Songsui courtyard, the servant guarding the gate of the courtyard was drowsy. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound not far away. The dozing servant woke up instantly. Who is there? He picked up a stick and went to the place where the sound came from. After he left, 2 men in black came out from the dark. One of them waved his hand, and a small silver needle pierced the neck of the maid guarding the door. The maid fell to the ground instantly. Go! The 2 pushed open the door and slipped in the quiet room with only a slight breathing sound. The creaking sound was particularly abrupt. Who is it? A hoarse voice with a little panic came into the ears of the 2. Then, an old woman with messy hair and haggard face stood up from the ground, walked to the table in the dark, raised the teapot in a panic, and looked towards the door vigilantly. The woman in black took out a fire stick from her bosom and blew it. A faint light instantly shone in the room. The light was dim, but it was enough for people to see her face clearly. It's you? What are you doing here? Bai became very excited. Mo Ying glanced at the teapot in her hand that was not threatening at all. The governor's wife has a good memory. Since you recognize me, I'll tell you straight. I'm here to get my reward. Bai lowered her voice and yelled at her. Didn't I give you money? Mo Ying motioned the man next to him to sit down, and then he found a chair himself. I helped you rob the prisoner's car, sent the person to you, and helped you find the human skin mask. She took out a dagger and said, as she slammed the dagger on the table, all of these are head-breaking work. The governor's wife is not naive enough to think that a mere 500 taels of silver can settle the accounts. Right? Bai's lips trembled slightly. Her lips, which had not been drinking water for a long time, were dry and cracked, and her voice was hoarse. Why didn't you tell me at the beginning? I believe you all know my situation now. I can't take out more silver. Mo Ying raised his eyes and swept his sharp eyes at her. Then do us a favor. Zhu Yunju. Chu Yaoyao clenched her fists excitedly. Here it comes. I've finally waited for it. She's going to make trouble again. She stared at the live broadcast screen with her big eyes. Suddenly, the screen went black and the time was up. Already knowing the other party's next plan, she didn't plan to renew the subscription. Xuanzhen Temple? Princess, are you okay? Usher's voice sounded from outside the door. Hearing this voice, Chu Yaoyao quickly laid down and closed her eyes. Usher pushed the door open lightly, walked slowly to the bed, and tucked her exposed arm into the quilt. Chu Yaoyao was still smacking her lips and mumbling softly. Fried chicken? Delicious. Hearing this, Usher smiled and shook his head. It turned out to be a dream. Then she retreated again. When the door was closed again, Chu Yaoyao opened her eyes again. System, the host's acting skills are getting better and better. Stop flattering. I want to draw a lottery. Early in the morning, Chu Yaoyao was sleeping soundly, and was awakened by the devil's voice that had tortured her during this period. Yaoyao, it's time to get up. Can't get up. Chu Yaoyao groaned and pursed a few times, and then buried her head in the quilt. I am now a hostage held hostage by the bed. It strangled me with the quilt, and I couldn't move. I can't get up at all. Li Wanming pursed his lips, covered his mouth with a fist, and coughed lightly. How did she say it in her own words? Yes. Drama queen. He shook his head with regret. That's a pity. Su Yingying sent someone to deliver the invitation. She said that the wife of the head of the Su family will hold a banquet today. He looked at the slightly shaking quilt, turned around, took a few steps, and pretended to leave. Since Yao Yao wants to rest, I will go and refuse it. Su Mansion? Banquet? Chu Yao Yao jumped up suddenly. I'll go. You are so excited when you say you want to go out to play? Why can't you get interested in studying? Li Wanming walked to the door and waited. He looked at the little guy, who was obviously not awake yet, but was forcing himself to be energetic. He shook his head and sighed. It would be great if he could use this energy to study and practice calligraphy. Suddenly, Chu Yaoyao turned her head and looked at him and asked, "Uncle, do you know Xuanzhen Temple?" "Xuanzhen Temple?" Li Wanming walked to the table and helped her get a glass of warm water. The master of Xuanzhen Temple, Shiban, is 61 years old. He knows some divination and feng shui techniques, and is a guest of honor for many dignitaries. According to rumors, Taoist Shiban also has some connection with the former Xian National Master. Xian National Master? Xian Zhe? Li Wanming gently scratched her little nose and scolded. You can't call Taoist Xuanzi by his name. I know you don't believe in these gods and ghosts, but you should still be respectful in everything. Taoist Xuanzi is indeed capable. What's more, he is an elder, so we should respect him more. Chu Yaoyao nodded. I know. You said something wrong. How can I not believe it? I still have a bunch of talismans in my hand that can only be explained by metaphysics. Li Wanming. Okay. He was worrying too much. In the main hall of the Su mansion, a group of ladies were discussing heatedly. Mai Qingqing has a bottle of very beautiful nail polish in her hand. You must have never seen that color. And it will sparkle. The one who said this was naturally Mu Qingqing's mother, Madame Mu. What's so strange about this? Take a closer look at me. Can you see any difference? A lady wearing a sky blue jacket and skirt pointed at her eyebrows and blinked at everyone. Madame Mu knew at a glance that she must have used the eyebrow pencil her daughter had mentioned. Although she was envious, she couldn't stand her proud look. She rolled her eyes, covered her lips and chuckled. With a teasing tone. What's wrong? Did your eyes cramp? The lady pursed her lips and glared at her. You really say grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Madame Mu immediately slapped the table and stood up, pointing at her nose and shouting. What are you talking about? Do I need to envy you? Everyone started to persuade them to stop fighting. Hey! This sigh attracted everyone's attention. A lady in a scarlet jacket and skirt slowly reached out to hold the teacup, and her fingers painted with black plum nude nail polish were exposed in front of everyone. She took a sip of tea and then carefully examined the edge. Then her eyes widened slightly, with a tone of surprise and joy. This lip balm really doesn't stick to the cup. Hearing this, all the ladies present rolled their eyes, sighing. I thought something big had happened. It turned out that she just wanted to show off. Suddenly, Mrs. Mu reacted. Why can your daughter buy two kinds of cosmetics? Mrs. Yuan put down the teacup and habitually wanted to wipe the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. But the handkerchief was already at her mouth. And suddenly, she remembered that there was not much lip balm left. If it was rubbed off, she would be heartbroken. And then she put the handkerchief down again. She stroked her temples and looked at the ladies triumphantly. The little princess personally helped Maya Yu to apply nail polish, which is naturally different from your girls. What's more, the little princess chose my shop. Hearing this, Mrs. Mu was angry and envious, and her handkerchief was about to have a hole. Oh, sisters, you came so early today. The wife of the head of the Su family, Chui, came late. She walked past everyone with light steps, sat on the chair, then took out a glass bottle from her purse, pressed it on the back of her hand twice, and then rubbed her hands together. She smiled happily and nodded to everyone while applying hand cream. Sisters, please sit down. Everyone was attracted by her action. Madame Su, what's on your hand? Madame Su slapped her thigh in annoyance. Oh, look at my brain. She picked up the small bottle. This is called hand cream. I've been applying it for a few days. Look, are my hands much more delicate and white? As soon as she finished speaking, all the ladies and daughters came forward. It's true. Not only her hands, but her face has become more supple. I remember that Sister Chui had spots on her face before, but now they are gone. Yes, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes have faded a lot. The maid standing next to Chui couldn't help but laugh twice while covering her mouth when she heard what everyone said. One person dares to say it, and a group of people dare to believe it. These things were sent by the young lady the night before yesterday, but they have only been used for 2 days. How can they have such a good effect? But it seems that the concealer is really useful. She will also buy some in the future. Chapter 218. There are drugs. Cousin, did you buy this from the little princess? A hearty, penetrating voice sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone stopped talking and stared at Madame Su, afraid of missing any news. Chui smiled and nodded. Of course. Who else can come up with such a good thing? As she spoke, She put the hand cream away. It's because Ying is kind-hearted. She went to the little princess to ask for a set of cosmetics and a set of skincare products for me. Madame Lin smiled, and then glanced at the ladies, who had just shown off meaningfully. Ying is a filial daughter, and my cousin is really blessed. Madame Yuan took Madame Chui's arm. Sister Chui, can you ask Ying to ask for a set for me too? As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Madame Chui eagerly. They were so envious and wanted it so much. Madame Su looked embarrassed. She couldn't make the decision either. Seeing her dilemma, Madame Lin stepped forward to help her out, and cleverly stood between the two of them. Then looked at Madame Yuan. Didn't the little princess choose your shop? If there is anything good, how can she forget you? I'm afraid that by then, all of us sisters will ask you for it. As soon as she said this, everyone surrounded Madame Yuan. Seeing this, Chui breathed a sigh of relief, took Madame Lin's hand and patted it gently. Thank you. Madame Lin smiled at her. Cousin, we are a family. Why are you so polite? How is Ear's health these days? As she said this, Chui looked around, but didn't find anyone. Hearing this, Madame Lin frowned, and there was a cloud of worry between her brows. There are too many people here. She went out to hide in the quiet. And as for the illness, it's still the same. She looked at the door expectantly. There were many people here today, so she shouldn't have brought Ear with her. But, as soon as she saw her expression, Chui knew what she was thinking. Thinking of Ear's illness. She also sighed. Mother, the princess is here. Su Ying's cheerful voice spread into the main hall. Upon hearing this, everyone dressed up and waited respectfully. As soon as Chu Yaoyao came in, she met everyone's fiery eyes. She was immediately shocked, as if a thorn was on her back. Why do I have a bad premonition? Greetings, princess. Chu Yaoyao raised her little hand. Everyone, don't be polite. After that, the main hall fell into a weird atmosphere. Everyone looked at each other, and then everyone looked at a little girl in unison. Chu Yaoyao was so uncomfortable that she felt uneasy. What do you have to say? If you have something to say, just say it. So many eyes are staring at me. It's scary. Everyone pushed her, and she pushed me. The little princess is really lovely, and her reputation is well deserved. Yes, she is smart, clever, well-behaved and cute. The ladies and girls praised her to the point of being overwhelmed. Chu Yaoyao was quite happy when she first heard it. But then she was so embarrassed that she dug her toes into the ground. In the end, she looked numb. From her facial features to her clothes, she was praised to the utmost. The last lady who spoke turned her eyes and took a different approach. I think the small wooden sword on the bag is very delicate. The little princess has good taste. Chu Yaoyao had a wooden face and flicked the wooden sword with her fingers. The main hall fell silent again. Everyone hesitated and did not dare to step forward. Finally, Mrs. Yuan, who was always outspoken, stood up. Little princess, we sisters just want to buy more cosmetics. So we want to ask you, when can we open the shop? So it was for this matter. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and did not answer immediately. Su Ying, who was standing aside, heard this and looked at her mother with a slightly scrutinizing look. Meeting her gaze, Chui smiled awkwardly. Seeing her expression, how could Su Ying not guess? She quickly ran to Chui and looked at her disapprovingly. Mother, didn't we agree before? Not to let others know. Why did you take it out and use it in public? Chui smiled awkwardly. That's not it. Couldn't you help it? Besides, I see that everyone is very enthusiastic about cosmetics, which is also a good thing. You? Oh! Su Ying stamped her feet. Chu Yaoyao's eyes also fell on Chui. Yes, this publicity effect is great. She grinned at everyone. In her eyes, these are gold ingots. Aunts, ladies, Qingyao Pavilion will open next month. Don't worry. Tomorrow we will sell another batch of cosmetics. The quantity is limited. First come first served. Upon hearing this good news, everyone was surprised and the discussion became more and more heated. Great. I'll wait early tomorrow morning. I'll have someone guard tonight. Seeing that everyone was chatting more and more happily, Chui shouted. Okay, sisters, let's have some snacks first. Then she looked at the personal maid beside her. The maid bowed slightly, then walked out of the main hall. About an instant's stick of time, a group of maids came in with trays. A maid with a mole at the end of her left eyebrow and a slightly fat figure put a cup of honey and snow pear soup on Yao Yao's table. Princess, this is what my wife prepared in person. Please enjoy. Chui also looked at Yao Yao expectantly. Yes, little princess. You can try it. Is it to your taste? Chu Yao Yao was about to pick up the cup when she keenly noticed a burst of fiery eyes. She looked up and saw that the maid just now lowered her head in a panic. What's going on? She reached out and touched the wall of the cup and felt a burning sensation on her index finger. Aphrodisiac? Chu Yao Yao's delicate eyebrows twisted into a ball. This is strange. If she wants to harm me, wouldn't it be okay to just poison me? Or is she sent by the enemy of the Su family to make me get into trouble in the Su family, and then kill someone with a borrowed knife? Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and an idea came to her. Could it be? Shang Wanchan did it. Usher took out the silver needle, and wanted to try it out. But she stopped him. Chu Yao Yao glanced at the maid who subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. No. If it's exposed, how can I continue watching this drama? Seeing that she didn't move, Su Yingying thought she didn't like to drink, but she didn't want to embarrass her mother in front of everyone. She walked over quickly. Princess, I haven't drunk the pear juice cooked by my mother for a long time. Can you let me drink this cup? As she spoke, she reached out to take it. Chu Yao Yao came back to her senses, took the cup first, and drank it all up. After drinking, she wiped the corners of her mouth, and then put a detoxification pill into her mouth. The maid with a mole on the end of her eyebrow saw this, and slightly raised the corners of her lips, but was afraid that someone would notice something wrong. So she lowered her head and ran away. But this could not be hidden from Chu Yao Yao, who had been staring at her. I want to see what tricks you are trying to play. On the other side, Mrs. Lin glanced at her cousin-in-law next to her, with a slightly nervous look, under the other party's encouraging eyes. Thinking of her daughter, who was tortured by illness, she slowly stood up. Although the little princess might not know, she had to ask before she was satisfied. At this time, there was a commotion outside. A servant ran over and reported with a sad face. Madam, 2 Taoist priests came outside and insisted that there was a demon in our house. Bang! Chui slammed the table heavily. It's just nonsense. Where did these liars come from? How dare they come to our Su family? Why don't you kick them out quickly? Don't offend the noble. Chapter 219. Don't you have any other tricks? But the servant wiped the sweat from his forehead. They said they were Taoist priests from Xuanjin Temple. And they said it with details. Now, they have already started to perform rituals. Xuanjin Temple? Hearing these 3 words, Madame Yuan stood up directly. The master of Xuanjin Temple, Taoist Jiban, is proficient in divination and has some connections with Taoist Xuanzi, the national teacher of Xia. He is very powerful. Then she looked at Chui. Madame Su, why don't you go and take a look? It's better to believe it than not to believe it. The ladies responded one after another, which shows that Xuanjin Temple has a high status in everyone's hearts. Chui thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, let's go and take a look. Mrs. Lin went out first, rolled up her sleeves, and looked like she was going to settle accounts with someone. She wanted to see who was going to ruin her good deeds. After everyone left the door, Chu Yao Yao slowly set off. She looked around and found that there was no one else. She pulled Ashur and quietly handed her 2 things. He leaned close to her ear with a mysterious look and whispered, Sister Ashur, wait a minute. Then, hearing the baby voice in her ear, Ashur's face suddenly became serious. Princess, I will send someone to report to the second prince and arrest those people. No need. Chu Yao Yao patted her hands, looking confident. We will solve it ourselves. Seeing her so confident, Ashur had to take the 2 things. After everything was ready, Chu Yao Yao also walked out of the main hall with her short legs. Outside, a group of people gathered together. The ladies and girls stood in one place, and the maids and servants who got free time gathered in a corner. In the middle stood a middle-aged man and a young man, both dressed like Taoist priests. The middle-aged Taoist priest held the bagua plate in one hand, walked around with a serious face, stared at the bagua plate, and looked up from time to time. In the other hand, he held up a peach with sword and gestured randomly. Chu Yao Yao just came out of the gap in the crowd and saw this scene. As soon as he saw her, the middle-aged Taoist priest suddenly shouted and pointed at her with a peach with sword. Hey! You evildoer! Why don't you show your true form quickly? Everyone was startled by his sudden shout. Chu Yao Yao was very calm. She stood there with her hands behind her back, looking at the middle-aged Taoist priest with a smile. Chui recognized this person, and her face became serious. Master Qingshan, you can't say this nonsense. Qingshan raised his hand to interrupt her, looking confident. I counted with my fingers. And this girl is actually a tiger monster. Just wait and see. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and began to murmur in their hearts. The scene of the little princess taming the tiger in the Han family zoo that day is still vivid in my mind. Could it be? Thinking of this, several ladies shuddered subconsciously, and their faces turned pale. Su Yingying stood up and loudly refuted the middle-aged Taoist priest. You are talking nonsense. You are a liar. It's okay. Chu Yaoyao held her hand and was in the mood to comfort her. Then he looked at Qingshan's actions with a smile. He took out a talisman and muttered something. After a moment, he lit the talisman and threw it in Yaoyao's direction. Monster, show your true form. Chu Yaoyao wrinkled her nose, covered her mouth, and bent down with a painful expression. Seeing this, Qingshan and the little Taoist priest beside her were delighted. The drug is working. It works. Ugh. Ugh. Chu Yaoyao retched a few times. Afterwards, she raised her little hand and kept fanning her nose with a look of disgust. Sir, what did you use to draw it? It smells terrible. Qingshan's face froze, and he looked a little ugly. He was only 40 years old, but he looked old because of his premature graying hair. And didn't the maid say that the little girl drank the whole bowl? Why didn't she faint? Could it be that the drug expired and the effect became weaker? No matter. Keep throwing talismans until she faints. Thinking of this, Qingshan took out a few more talismans and lit them, throwing them one by one to Yaoyao, shouting as he threw them. Show yourself. Show yourself. Show yourself. However, Chu Yaoyao stood still and yawned in boredom. No choice. She stayed up late last night to draw the lottery, got up too early in the morning, and didn't get enough sleep. Not to mention her. The crowd watching looked at Qingshan and his apprentice with disdain. So they are liars. Qingshan was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. And the young Taoist priest next to him came over. Master, is there something wrong? Otherwise, let's retreat first. The master and apprentice chatted for a while, and were about to leave in disgrace. Chu Yaoyao moved. Stop! You don't have any other tricks? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qingshan pretended to be calm and stiffened his neck to defend himself. Some time ago, I caught an evil demon and was seriously injured. When I recover my strength, I will come back to beat you back to your original form. Chu Yaoyao stepped forward, with a stern face, looking mysterious. In that case, I won't hide my identity anymore. She stretched out her hands, drew a circle, then placed her left hand on her right elbow, put the index and middle fingers of her right hand together, and pointed to the sky. Thunder God and Lightning Mother, listen to my call. Then she pointed 2 fingers at the young man next to Qingshan and shouted, Lightning is coming. Ashur, who had already put up the invisibility talisman and was waiting on the side, quickly poked the electric baton at the side of the young Taoist priest's waist. Almost at the same time, the young Taoist priest twitched wildly, rolling his eyes while twitching. Wow! Everyone was stunned. There was a faint smell of burning in the air. It looked like he was really struck by lightning. Oh no! I met someone with real skills. Seeing this scene, Qingshan had only one thought in his mind. Run! Run! He had just taken a step when Chu Yaoyao pointed again. Call him! Ashur received the order and poked him with a stick. Qingshan fell down with convulsions all over his body, just like the young Taoist priest just now. Before he fainted, his last thought was, why didn't the thunder strike from the top of his head, but turned a corner and struck his kidney? Chu Yaoyao took back her fingers, blew them in her mouth, put her hands on her hips, and felt relieved. So cool! My middle school soul has finally been released. I wanted to play like this in my previous life. Ha ha! My childhood wish has come true. And my previous life is complete. Oh my god! The little princess is simply the reincarnation of a fairy. Someone shouted this, and everyone present knelt on the ground. Chu Yaoyao took 2 steps back in fear, and hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands. Get up quickly. I'm not. She pointed at the 2 people lying on the ground and twitching unconsciously, stamping her feet anxiously. Her face flushed, and suddenly had an idea to blame the non-existent master. Just now, it was just a life-saving weapon given to me by my master, and now it's used up. Look! After saying that, she pointed to a place casually. Lightning is coming. A servant on the opposite side, who was pointed at hurriedly covered his head and screamed in fear. Spare my life. I have never done anything bad since I was a child. Don't hit me. After shouting several times, perhaps because he didn't feel any pain, the servant suddenly calmed down, but still closed his eyes tightly and touched his body, especially the waist. After finding that it was intact, he opened his eyes instantly. I'm fine. Uh-huh. Great. I'm fine. Everyone turned their heads and continued to look at Yao Yao. Chu Yao Yao waved her hands. See? I'm just an ordinary kid. Mrs. Lin looked puzzled. But I've never heard of the old master. It's not him. I have another master. Chu Yao Yao looked serious. But the little kid in her heart was actually crying. It's fun to be a middle school student. But you regret it after you make up a lie. Sure enough. If you tell a lie, you have to make up for it with countless lies. But you have to fill the hole you dug even if you have to kneel down. Chapter 220. It's bad. Everyone stood up slowly in a trance. But their eyes were still full of awe. It turned out that the little princess had such a powerful master. Here. What's wrong with you? A loud shout suddenly came from the crowd. Mrs. Lin was holding a girl in blue clothes. And she was so anxious that she was about to cry. The girl's face turned pale. Her lips turned purple. She grabbed her collar and kept gasping for air. It seems to be asthma? System, yes. And it looks lighter than the prince's symptoms. Chu Yao Yao quickly took out the spray from her bag. Since she contacted Wan Nua, she asked Wan Nua to help buy several bottles of spray for the prince. Everyone, disperse quickly. Don't crowd around. She ran over with the spray. Use this. Looking at the small bottle, Mrs. Lin's tearful eyes instantly burst into a ray of hope. She had also heard about the prince's asthma attack before. Could it be that the little princess took out? She hurriedly gave it to ear. Seeing her daughter's breathing gradually stabilized and her face became rosy, she cried with joy. She quickly pulled her daughter to kowtow to the little princess. Thank you, little princess, for saving my life. Get up quickly. Chu Yao Yao stepped forward and helped the two of them up, holding the small white medicine bottle tightly. Mrs. Lin showed a look of desire, but she found it difficult to speak, and her heart was tangled. This medicine. Chu Yao Yao naturally knew what she was thinking, and was very satisfied with her reaction. She did have a lot of this medicine, not to mention giving one bottle. She could even take out 10 bottles. But she must not give it to those who are self-righteous and don't know what's good for them. It doesn't make sense that she did a good thing and ended up getting into trouble. Right? She's not a saint. There's enough for the crown prince. I'll give you this bottle. Great. Thank you, princess. For the reward? The mother and daughter were about to kneel down to express their gratitude. Chu Yao Yao quickly stepped back 2 steps to avoid it, shaking her head and waving her hands. Don't kneel. The mother and daughter were in a trance for a moment, and then bowed respectfully. Mrs. Lin held the spray tightly to her chest with one hand, and hugged her daughter with the other hand. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried. On the other side, the unconscious master and apprentice woke up and prepared to sneak away while everyone was not paying attention. Stop! Ashur came over angrily with 2 guards, pointing at Qing Shen and his apprentice. Catch these 2 guys who dared to slander the princess. A slightly clear male voice sounded. Wait! Seeing the people coming, Qing Shen and his apprentice shouted for help. Master, please save your disciple. Grandmaster, please save us. Hearing their words, especially looking at the man at the door, who was definitely no more than 25 years old, Chu Yao Yao was stunned. Didn't they say that Taoist Shiban is already over 60? Does he have any secret to maintaining his youthful appearance? She touched it and said TSK twice. This is well maintained. Suddenly, she felt a strong sense of crisis. Can I still sell this skincare product? System. You think too much. Before it can explain, the young man at the door turned sideways and bowed respectfully. Master. The person behind him appeared in front of everyone. He was an old Taoist priest with most of his hair and beard mixed with silver threads. The old Taoist priest wore a gray Taoist robe and had a whisk on his arm. He looked at the man with an unhappy expression and said angrily, Chingy, how many times have I told you not to call me master? I am not qualified to be your master. The young man called Chingy raised his head with a serious look on his face. In my heart, you will always be my master. Jiban shook his head helplessly, and then walked in slowly. When he walked in front of everyone, Qingshan rushed over and hugged his legs, as if he had saved hope and a savior. He pointed at the little doll who caused his waist to be split, looked at her proudly, and turned his head to complain again. Master, there are people here who can do sorcery. Help me. The master knows many big people, and will definitely be able to save him. You are talking nonsense, Mrs. Lin retorted loudly. And then she carefully handed the spray to her daughter, stepped forward a few steps, and blocked in front of Yao Yao. She glanced at him condescendingly, and then looked away the next moment, with a look of disdain, as if this person was not worthy of her attention at all. It was you who slandered the little princess. Fake Taoist priest who swindles people. Today I will definitely expose your true colors. Mrs. Lin rolled up her sleeves and glared at Qin Shen fiercely, as if she would rush up to scratch him if he dared to say a bad word about the little princess again. The little princess saved her ear, so she was the benefactor of her and her daughter. Not to mention that the little princess was the reincarnation of a fairy. Even if she was really a demon, she would stand on the side of the little princess. Princess? Qin Shen didn't have time to listen to the rest of the words. When he heard these two words, he felt his mind go blank. He glanced at the little kid behind her in disbelief. Noticing his gaze, Chu Yaoyao bared his teeth at him. It seems that the sixth brother didn't tell me who I am. This smiling little fat face, although harmless, instantly reminded Qin Shen of the terrible scene just now. He felt his waist tingling for no reason, and he kowtowed 3 times. Princess, spare me. I am blind. You are magnanimous. Please don't bother with me. Qin Shen begged for mercy while kowtowing, and his forehead was also scratched after he finished speaking. Seeing this, Asher was afraid that Yao Yao would not be able to bear it for a while and let this swindler go. So she quickly waved to the guards beside her. Why don't you catch him quickly? Qin Shen hugged Taoist Jiban's legs tightly. Master, please help me beg for mercy. I was really just deceived and confused for a while. Taoist Jiban pulled his hand away and walked towards Yao Yao. He stopped 1 meter away from Yao Yao, made a Taoist gesture with his hand, and bowed deeply. Meet the young senior. Everyone present was stunned. But when she thought of the little princess's ability, she looked as if it should be so. But Chu Yaoyao was really startled. Like a kitten whose tail was stepped on. She jumped up instantly and hid to the side. Master, you don't have to be so polite. Jiban looked at her with a faint smile. It's my duty. After saying that, his eyes fell on the ornament on the bag. Noticing his gaze, Chu Yaoyao thought about it and took off the small wooden sword. Do you like this? I'll give it to you. No. 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 I just felt a little emotional when I saw it again. How could he dare to take the token of Senior Xianzhe? Taoist Jiban waved his hands and explained. I took Qin Shen and Qin Yi out for a trip and just came back 2 days ago. I don't know much about what happened in the city recently. I didn't expect him to bump into the young nobleman today. Please forgive me. Nobleman. Then, he turned his head to look at Qin Shen, who was slumped on the ground. His face was no longer as amiable as before, but serious, with anger and coldness in his tone. What's going on with this? It's really a sin. He doesn't study hard on weekdays, but only does some swindling things. It's fine to ruin his reputation. But now if he causes Qin Yi to be disliked by the young senior and delays Qin Yi's joining Taoist Xianzhe, he wished he could clean up the sect himself. Seeing that his master was unwilling to help him, Qin Shen shrank his neck and had to tell the truth. He was flustered and scared, and spoke incoherently. Yes, it was the wife of Governor Han. She seduced me. After hearing this, Chu Yaoyao's mouth twitched. You have a really strong taste. It wasn't her. It was the maid beside her who seduced me. She also said that as long as today's matter is done, I can get 10,000 taels of silver, and she will marry me. Chu Yaoyao curled her lips. 10,000 taels? Even 100 taels now. I can't take it out? Qin Shen took out a piece of paper from his arms. She also gave me a portrait, asked me to slander a little girl as a demon today, and said that she had bribed the servants of the Su mansion to cooperate with me. Hearing his words, Chui's eyebrows jumped. Her heart skipped a beat, and her sharp eyes swept through the maids and servants around her one by one. Who is the one who is cheating on his own side? One person in the crowd saw that things were not going well and quietly hid back, preparing to escape when no one was paying attention. Unexpectedly, Qin Shen saw it at a glance and pointed at her and shouted, It's her. The fat maid with a mole on her eyebrow. The maid fell to her knees with a plop. Princess, spare me. Madam, spare me. I know I was wrong. Seeing her panic and crying, Chui turned her face away with disdain, without a trace of warmth in her eyes. Catch her first and hand her over to the second prince and the little princess for disposal. The maid was quickly gagged by the servants and dragged away. Qin Shen and his apprentice were also taken away by the guards. After the matter was settled, Ji Binjianren also took Qing Yi to apologize solemnly, and then left. Okay. Let's all go. Cui waved to the servants beside her. Then, she looked at the ladies apologetically. Sorry. Sisters. Let's stop here today, and meet again another day. Everyone bowed to Yao Yao one by one, and then walked out of the Su mansion in twos and threes. Chu Yao Yao stood there in a daze. Something seems wrong. System, what? Why are they going after me? The Bai family resented me because Bai Shiche was seriously injured, and they wanted to harm me, which is understandable. But Shangwan Chong has no reason to target me. Suddenly, Chu Yao Yao slapped her forehead. Oh no! Sister Sher. Let's go back. Chapter 221 Shot by an Arrow. At the same time, Chu Yu and Li Wanming were discussing important matters in the study room, when suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door. Following this, came 13's anxious voice. Your Highness, something seems to have happened to the little princess. What? The two stood up almost at the same time and strode to the door. Li Wanming even used Qingdong. What's going on? Isn't Yao Yao at the Su family? He opened the door first, with a flustered look on his face and a faint trembling in his voice. Where is the person who brought the news now? Chu Yu asked immediately. 13 shook his head. The man has left. He told the two what happened just now. Just now there was a child at the gate. He said that an older sister asked him to deliver a message and told him to tell us. The young lady suddenly fainted. After saying this, the child ran away and disappeared. Chu Yu ran out in panic. I'll go to the Su family to see. I'll go too. Li Wanming took out a mask from his bosom, put it on and hurriedly followed. The three of them rode towards the Su family. When they passed a small alley, Li Wanming suddenly frowned. His ears moved slightly, and then he suddenly pulled the reins tight. Whoa! He shouted at the two of them with a serious face. Be careful! Almost at the same time, as he shouted, 4 masked men jumped down from the roofs on both sides. The 4 men raised their swords and rushed straight towards Chu Yu. Your Highness, be careful! 13 shouted and fended off 2 people. And Li Wanming also repelled 2. Chu Yu also took the opportunity to release the whistle. In the chaos, the 3 did not notice that in a house on the street, on the 2nd floor, a window facing them was slightly open, and there was a masked woman standing there. At this moment, she was holding a bow and arrow, aiming at Chu Yu's chest. After the whistle was sounded, the officers and soldiers in the house, and the people from the shadow building arrived one after another. But the 4 people did not want to fight. They waved their hands at the same time, fired more than a dozen darts, and fled in the chaos. And the woman took this opportunity to loosen her fingers, and an arrow went straight to Chu Yu. Several people vaguely heard a puff sound. The next moment, Chu Yu groaned, looking at the arrow hitting his heart. The woman left with satisfaction. The arrow was quenched with poison. This time, he was dead. Your Highness! 13 screamed, rushed over, knelt on one knee, looked at the arrow in his chest, and was so anxious that he was sweating. I will go find a doctor now. You must hold on. Quick! Go find a doctor. Chu Yu covered his chest tightly, shook his head at him, and insisted, Don't worry about me. You go find Yao Yao first. Li Wanming looked at his hand covering his heart carefully, and thought of the armor that Yao Yao had given him mysteriously a few days ago, and his brows relaxed a little. He arranged everything in an orderly manner for everyone. 13. You send the 2nd prince back first, and send someone to inform Han Jifu that the 2nd prince was assassinated on the street. The rest of you go to chase the assassin separately. I will go find Yao Yao alone. In this way, several officers and soldiers carried Chu Yu back to Ziyunju, and Li Wanming continued to rush to Su Mansion. As soon as he walked out of a street, he met Ah Shi, who was holding Yao Yao and riding back on horseback. Uncle! Seeing the familiar figure, Chu Yao Yao waved. Seeing her normal face, Li Wanming finally put his mind at ease. Is my 2nd brother okay? Thinking of what happened just now, Li Wanming's face became serious. Someone came to deliver a message saying that you were in trouble. The 2nd prince and I came out to look for you, and were attacked by assassins on the way. Chu Yao Yao was so anxious. How is my 2nd brother? Let's go back quickly. I guessed right. The attack on me was to make my 2nd brother lose his composure, so as to take the opportunity to assassinate him. Li Wanming whispered. The 2nd prince was shot in the heart. Hearing this, Chu Yao Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, She contacted Wan Nua last time she came back from outside the city, and got a few bulletproof vests. It should be able to block the arrows. Right? But the next moment, her face turned pale. Is my second brother wearing a bulletproof vest? Li Wanming picked her up and whispered to her ear to comfort her. Don't worry. He's not injured. On the other side, after several people carried Chuyu into the room, they hurried to ask for a doctor. Chuyu asked everyone else to leave, leaving only 13. Your Highness. Hold on. The doctor will be here soon. It's all my fault for not being able to protect you. 13 whispered. His eyes red. Guilt and self-blame almost drowned him. I'm fine. Chuyu sat up, pulled out the arrow, and threw it on the ground. You don't have to comfort me. The arrowhead fell to the ground, making a dong sound, which made him stop talking. How did you pull it out by yourself? Looking at the wound that didn't bleed at all, 13 was confused. Are you okay? On the other side, Han Jifu was in a state of panic. The minister who had been exchanging letters with him in the capital hadn't replied for more than a month. So many messy things happened in the mansion again. He just got the news that Bai bribed the maid of the Su mansion, drugged Princess Chiyuan, and colluded with the Taoist priest to slander Princess Chiyuan as a demon. He was about to go to the backyard to find Bai. Then, the housekeeper came to him with the guards of the second prince. He said that the second prince was assassinated on the street and was seriously injured. What? He walked quickly to Feng Qi, looking concerned and worried. How is the second prince injured? Feng Qi said in a heavy tone. The second prince was shot in the chest. Hearing this, Han Jifu was very excited, and his hands behind his back clenched excitedly. That stupid woman of Bai. She was sold and helped others count the money. But this time, he got what he wanted. Now, he needs to connect these things and the previous bandit assassins, and push them all to Bai and Xia people, so that he can get away with it. But Han Jifu still felt a little strange in his heart. Is it really that simple? But he did look panicked, and hurriedly ordered the housekeeper. Hurry up and prepare the car. No. Prepare the horse? I want to visit the second prince. When Han Jifu arrived at Ziyunju, he saw a guard walking out quickly with a basin of blood. A doctor with a medicine box on his back walked out from behind, shaking his head and sighing as he walked. She had a sad face, chasing after the doctor, asking questions non-stop. Doctor, my son's injury. Seeing this scene, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly with satisfaction. It seems that Chuyu was seriously injured. So good. He smiled in his heart, but pretended to be panic-stricken on his face. He hurried to the room, and pretended to trip when he stepped over the threshold. Oh, Your Highness. Are you okay? He looked carefully. Chuyu's face was as pale as paper at this moment, and there was a strong smell of blood in the room. But he still had doubts. Looking at the place where Chuyu was shot, his eyes flickered slightly. Ahem. Chuyu looked weak, and was supported by 13 to lean on the soft pillow. Seeing him, his pale lips without a trace of blood moved slightly, and he was breathing weakly. Is Han the governor here too? Your Highness, don't worry. This old minister will catch the assassin as soon as possible and avenge you. Ahem. Chuyu covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed a few times. Then I'll have to trouble Han the governor. Han Jifu stepped forward a few steps and looked carefully. Your Highness, I was also wounded by an arrow a few years ago. At that time, a barefoot doctor helped me and gave me a legendary medicine. It will be fine after a few applications. As he spoke, he took out a medicine bottle and pretended to help Chuyu apply the medicine. No need. Chuyu waved his hand to refuse. Your Highness, this medicine is really effective. Han Jifu was determined to see the wound with his own eyes. 13 stepped forward to stop him. Don't worry about applying the medicine. Han, the governor. And besides, Your Highness's wound has just been bandaged. Seeing that the wound had been pulled several times, but there was still no trace of blood seeping out, Han Jifu's doubts became even greater. He handed the medicine to 13 and then waited aside. Well, then you come. 13 was in a dilemma holding the medicine bottle. Han Jifu behind him kept staring at this side. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Chuyu clenched his fists hidden under the quilt silently and gritted his teeth secretly. This old fox. Chapter 222 Stew the Chicken. Second brother. Chu Yaoyao ran in crying and punched and kicked Han Jifu. Bad guy. Why didn't you protect my second brother? It's all your fault. Chu Yaoyao cried and kicked, imitating the disgusting naughty child she met in her previous life 10 times 10. Han Jifu was kicked back several steps by her. Little princess, please atone your sins. I will catch the assassin as soon as possible. Feeling the pain on his body and legs, he couldn't help wondering. He is obviously a baby. How can he have so much strength? Chu Yaoyao pointed at him and threatened fiercely. I will let my father demote you. After shouting, she wiped her eyes with sobs, climbed onto the bed, and threw herself into Chu Yu's arms. Woo! Second brother. Hiss. Chu Yu took a breath of cold air and pretended to be in pain, feeling a faint warmth in his heart. He looked down and saw the little girl in his arms baring her teeth at him and blinking mischievously. Oh no! Little princess, come down quickly. Your Highness's wound has split open. 13 pointed at Chu Yu's chest and exclaimed. Your Highness! She had just sent the doctor out. And when he came back he saw the scene, and he screamed in shock. He turned around and ran out. Quick! Go and get the doctor back. Chu Yaoyao sat on the bed, and seemed to realize that she had done something wrong, and cried loudly. The room suddenly fell into chaos, and seeing the blood on Chu Yu's heart, Han Jifu left with peace of mind. I will go catch the assassin right now, and not disturb His Highness from recovering from his injuries. When Asher came in to report that Han Jifu had gone far away, Chu Yaoyao stopped howling. She gulped down half a cup of water to relieve her throat that was so dry that it was about to smoke. Looking at the blood on her second brother's clothes, she shook her head with some regret. What a pity for that chicken. In order to get the hot blood, Asher temporarily slaughtered a chicken in the back kitchen. Seeing her like this, Chu Yu was about to say a few words of comfort. Before he could speak, Chu Yaoyao waved her hand. Sister Asher, stew that chicken. Chu Yu. Okay. He thought too much. On the other hand, after returning to the mansion, Han Jifu ordered the officers and soldiers to search for suspicious people throughout the process, and also posted the portraits of Imoing and others on the bulletin board, offering a large reward. After he finished his explanation, the housekeeper hesitated. Master, this will completely break up with Sia. Humph. Han Jifu's nostrils were slightly stretched, and he snorted heavily. They used me as a shield and wanted to use me to kill people. Who knows? They are also a sharp knife to me. He narrowed his eyes slightly. His tone was cold and a bit dangerous. Now that my goal has been achieved, the knife has also been bent. What's the point of keeping them? Wait for them to bite me in return. Hearing this, the housekeeper bowed slightly and walked out lightly. When he reached the door, he turned around and asked again. Master, those people outside Ziyunju? Han Jifu waved his hand casually. Chu Yu was seriously injured, and a little kid can't make any trouble. Now is the time to use people. So withdraw them? Yes. After an instant's stick of time, the housekeeper had reported everything to Han Yunqian. At the end, he added, Sir, look at the old man's posture just now. The second prince seems to be seriously injured. Seriously? Han Yunqian muttered in a vague voice, thinking of the news brought by the mysterious man just now. He sighed in his heart. It seems that the Han family is about to be destroyed, and he should prepare early. I know. You continue to watch, and report immediately if there is any situation. Yes. After the housekeeper bowed and responded, he hurriedly left his yard carefully. When he was the only one in the room, Han Yunqian took out a wooden box from the drawer, and after opening it, there was an account book inside. I worked hard to get it, and I didn't expect to use it so soon. The sky gradually darkened. Ziyunju. Because they didn't want too many people to know that they were not injured. Chu Yaoyao and Li Wanming simply ate in Chu Yu's room. Mao Yaoyao also drank the fragrant old hen soup as she wished. She waved the small spoon and drank it mouthful after mouthful. Seeing her greedy look, the two shook their heads helplessly. Suddenly, Li Wanming said seriously, I have secretly sent people to track them down. This time, I will definitely catch them. Chu Yu put down his chopsticks and shook his head. No need. Let Han Jifu catch the assassin. Li Wanming remembered the news he got 2 days ago. It seems that his eldest brother will be able to arrive in Luo soon? Are you trying to divert Han Jifu's attention? Chu Yu smiled meaningfully. At the moment, Han Jifu thinks I'm seriously injured, so he must be very proud. In addition, he is anxious to catch the assassin and kill him, so he will definitely relax his surveillance on us. Li Wanming frowned slightly. But I still feel it's not right. Well, before dinner, didn't you also say that the spies around Ziyunju have been withdrawn? As long as they relax their vigilance, my goal will be achieved. Chuyu said while picking up the teapot to help him pour a cup of tea. Suddenly, 13 walked in and whispered a few words in his ear. Chuyu raised his eyebrows slightly. I know. Then he looked at Yao Yao, wiped the corners of her mouth, and whispered, second brother has something to deal with. Let your uncle accompany you to eat. Okay. Chu Yao Yao couldn't care about the meal. So how could she not agree? Second brother. Come back soon. The chicken soup is not good when it's cold. Okay. I know. After that, Chuyu nodded at Li Wanming and walked out of the room. In the study, Han Yunqian turned around and saluted when he heard the noise behind him. Hello. Second prince? No need to be polite. Chuyu walked to the back of the desk and sat down. He raised his hand and pointed at the chair beside Han Yunqian, motioning him to sit down. Go ahead. What's the important matter? Han Yunqian raised his eyes slightly to look at his face, and spoke carefully. During this period, perhaps they were intentionally cultivating me. Han Jifu and his son never avoided me when discussing things. And I also got some information. Chuyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh! Han Yunqian took out the account book from his arms. This is the account of the Han family's bribery and handling of officials in the capital over the years. Hearing this, Chuyu leaned forward slightly and his hand suddenly tightened. You can wait until the day when the Han family is convicted to take it out. Why give it to me now? Han Yunqian put the account book on the table, looking serious. Because I want to use this thing to exchange for a favor from His Highness. Looking at the account book at hand, Chuyu did not rush to open it, but leaned back in the chair and looked at him. Tell me about it. I know that His Highness pretended to be injured this time to cover up his tracks. In fact, he is ready to attack the Han family. So I want to ask His Highness for help to send me, my mother, and Yunya out of the city for refuge. Chuyu kept his eyes down and said nothing. Han Yunqian swallowed nervously and continued. I will not be back for long. Although I have bribed many people, I only have 2 guards. If there is no one available, I will not trouble His Highness the second prince. Chuyu nodded slightly. Okay. When? The sooner the better. Han Yunya has been trying every means to sneak out of the yard these days. It is obvious that she must want to find Han Yunze. As long as Han Yunze is not eliminated, he will not be at peace. He knows that his grandfather spared Han Yunze's life because he felt that it would be a pity to give up after so many years of hard work. They even fantasized that Han Yunze would pass the imperial examination next year. Unfortunately, dreams are just dreams after all, and they are destined not to wait for that day. I will send a few guards to go back with you. Hearing this, Han Yunqian was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. Chuyu picked up the account book and opened it. After just one glance, he raised his head in confusion and asked, Are you sure it's this one? It says here that on March 22nd, the 5th year of Xianzhou, 10 stones of rice were sent to the military official of the Ministry of Personnel. And on December 25th of the same year, 5 stones of millet were sent. Han Yunqian explained in a low voice. Rice refers to silver. Chuyu's face was suddenly gloomy. So millet refers to gold. The ancient gene is different from the modern calculation. Here I calculated according to 1 stone equals 100 gene. Chapter 223, I still have to act with you. He flipped a few pages down. And then with a bang, he slammed his fist on the account book. He was furious. How dare you? Your Highness. Calm down. Han Yunqian lowered his head quickly. In fact, when he first saw the account book, he was also furious. The accounts on it were simply shocking. Who would have thought that a small 6th-rank official would receive bribes of 500,000 taels over the years? 500,000 taels. During the flood last year, my father ordered the tax exemption for the affected farmers. During the war between Daki and Xia, the treasury only had more than 1 million taels of silver. After a long time, Chuyu took a deep breath and drank a large cup of herbal tea. He barely suppressed his anger and shouted to the door. 13. 13 hurried in. What do you want? Your Highness? Take a few people and go with young Master Han. Yes. After the 2 left, Chuyu opened the account book again and read the names one by one. Every time he saw a person, his breathing became faster. At the end, veins popped out on his forehead and his eyes were bloodshot. These black sheep. No. This account book should be handed over to the Emperor as soon as possible. But, thinking of the last time the letter was intercepted, Chuyu was in trouble for a while. How to deliver this thing to the Emperor safely and quickly? Knock, knock, knock. There was a slight knock on the door, followed by a soft little voice. Is the second brother not done yet? It's time to eat. Yes. Yao Yao. Maybe Yao Yao has a way. Chuyu stood up suddenly and ran over to open the door. Yao Yao. Looking at the little figure in front of him. He felt it difficult to speak when the words came to his lips. What can a little kid like Yao Yao do? Isn't it better to ask the immortal for help? If the immortal finds it troublesome and dislikes Yao Yao for such a small matter, what should he do? Seeing him so entangled, Chu Yao Yao scratched his pigtails in confusion. Second brother? What's wrong with you? The system certainly knew what happened. Isn't it a great opportunity to get some money? Thinking of this, it took the initiative to answer without waiting for Chu Yao Yao to ask. System, Han Yunqian just sent an account book, which contains the details of the Han family's bribes to officials in the capital. Your brother is worried about how to send it to your father. That's it? System, yes. That's it. Glancing at the second brother, who was still entangled, Chu Yao Yao ran directly to the desk and tiptoed to take down the account book. She flipped 2 pages with a curious look. What is this? Chu Yu's clenched hands loosened slightly. Yao Yao actually found it herself. Is this? Did God make a choice for him? This is the evidence of the Han family's crime. Chu Yao Yao pursed her lips. Then we should give it to our father as soon as possible. Chu Yu looked at her and said thoughtfully. But the journey is long. And there is no guarantee that there will be no accidents on the way. This thing is very important and cannot be sloppy at all. Don't be afraid. Watch me. Chu Yao Yao patted his chest, looking confident. System, help me send the account book back. System, okay. The points have been deducted. Now start the transmission. Chu Yu only saw a faint blue light flash. And then, the account book disappeared. This disappeared? He was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Yao Yao's little fat paw, holding it in his hand, turning it over and over to examine it carefully. It was sent. Right now. Chu Yao Yao nodded. Yes. Second brother. If you need help in the future, you can just tell me directly. Otherwise I have to cooperate with you in acting. So tiring. Chu Yu. So, you were asking knowingly just now? Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in annoyance. I didn't have time to write down what rice and corn represent just now. However, my father is so smart. I think he should be able to. Think of it. Right? Han's family. Han Yunqian brought 13 and the others into the backyard and went directly to the yard where Tian and Han Yunya were locked up. He asked 13 and the others to wait outside and knocked on Tian's door first. A slightly panicked voice came from inside. Who? Han Yunqian frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. Why was his mother so flustered? Mother! It's me. Hearing his voice, Tian became even more flustered. She suddenly stood up from the stool and accidentally bumped into the table, knocking the teacup on the table to the ground. Hearing the sound of ping ping pang clang, Han Yunqian was anxious and pushed the door open and walked in. Mother! Are you okay? Tian shook her head quickly. No. I'm fine. Seeing her guilty look of not daring to look directly at him, Han Yunqian's suspicion was infinitely magnified. What's wrong with you? Tian sat back on the chair, holding the teacup, sipping it intermittently, trying to hide her panic. What can I do? Time was running out, and Han Yunqian didn't want to delay any longer. I'll call Yunya later and take you to a place. Bang! Hearing what he said, the teacup in Tian's hand slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Han Yunqian reacted now. He stepped forward and stared into Tian's eyes. Han Yunya escaped. She went to see Han Yunza. Right? And you helped her escape. Tian opened her mouth. You don't have to explain. I don't want to hear it. Han Yunqian turned around and strode out. We must leave as soon as possible. Xianer. Tian chased out quickly. Yunya Mrs. Yunza. Let them meet. You think too simply. Han Yunqian pulled her hand away speechlessly and impatiently, and continued to walk out. Xianer. Don't go. Tian chased after him and blocked him with her hands. Seeing her like this, Han Yunqian felt a chill in his heart. He glanced at 13, who was guarding beside him. 13 stepped forward very quickly, and knocked Tian unconscious with a knife. I have already packed my belongings. Let's leave here first. Han Yunqian said with a hint of apology on his face. Can you take my mother away first? I want to stay and wait for Yunya. Shursan looked at him deeply, with a hint of confusion and surprise in his eyes, and a hint of unreasonableness. It is obvious that in the minds of this mother and daughter, Han Yunza is much more important than him. He actually wanted to save them? But 13 only thought about it in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. Okay. I'll stay with you. Han Yunqian thanked him solemnly. Thank you. On the other side, Han Yunye came out of the cell with tears in her eyes, and ran all the way to Han Jifu's study after returning to the mansion. At this time, Han Jifu and his son were discussing the capture of the assassin. Father, is the second prince really seriously injured? Han Lin subconsciously had some doubts in his heart. When the prince went out, there were so many guards around him. So it was so easy for the Xia people to succeed? Han Jifu blew the hot tea in his hand, and sneered when he heard what he said. At that time, Princess Chiyuan almost had an accident in the Su mansion, and the second prince was so worried that he only brought 2 guards with him when he went out. Hearing this, Han Lin showed a mocking look on his face, with a look of disdain. He's out on a long journey, and he's bringing a child with him? I don't know if he's here to do errands or to coax the child, or to take the little one out for an outing. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the door. Grandfather! Father! Hey, Miss Yunya. Why did you run out? The housekeeper stopped her outside. When she saw him, Han Yunya remembered what Han Yunze had said, and glared at him with gritted teeth. This old traitor. Grandfather, the housekeeper has betrayed you a long time ago, and he has been bought by Han Yunqian. Chapter 224 Yukan Jun. We won't get involved. What? Han's father and son were shocked when they heard this, and they stood up and ran to the door. As soon as they opened the door of the study, they saw the housekeeper blocking Han Yunya and trying to cover her mouth. Stop it! Han Jifu shouted and drove him away. Then he looked at Han Yunya seriously. Tell me what you just said in detail again. Han Yunya glared at the housekeeper fiercely and ran to the 2 of them. Grandfather. Facing Han Jifu's slightly disgusted and disdainful eyes, she quickly changed her words and turned to Han Lin. Grandfather. The housekeeper has long been bribed by Brother Yunqian. The last blood test must have been done by him. Hearing this, Han Jifu's eyes jumped suddenly, and his sharp eyes shot at the housekeeper. The housekeeper, who was originally preparing to run away, suddenly felt like a thorn in his back and stopped where he was. Is what she said true? The housekeeper turned around trembling, sweating all over. Master, this is all done by the young master. Han Lin shouted to the outside of the courtyard. Come here. Bring Master Son here. However, they were destined not to wait for Han Yunqian. As early as when Han Yunya came back to the house and went straight to the study, Han Yunqian was completely disappointed, and he didn't intend to care about Han Yunya's life or death. At this moment, he was escorted by 13, carrying gold and silver and valuables, and heading straight to the city gate. On the Han family side, after a stick of incense, several servants ran over. Master Son is not in the room. And Han Lin was impatient to listen to him dawdling, and roared, Hurry up! The servant trembled with fear and knelt on the ground with a plop. The eldest lady is missing too. What? Han Lin jumped down the steps, grabbed the servant by the collar, and lifted him up. His eyes were red, and there was a terrible anger brewing in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, Didn't I tell you to watch? 2 living people actually escaped under your noses? What a bunch of rubbish. Han Jifu glanced at the housekeeper, and he suddenly remembered the list. He looked at the housekeeper with cold eyes and a strong murderous tone. You kept the list secretly and gave it to Han Yunqian. The housekeeper's legs softened, and he knelt straight on the ground. Master, I was really confused for a moment. Where did Han Yunqian go? The housekeeper raised his sleeves to wipe the beads of sweat on his forehead and chin. I don't know. Young Master Son doesn't trust me. It took me a lot of effort to find out that he secretly teamed up with the second prince to find those scholars. Second prince? Hearing this, Han Jifu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He turned around and ran into the study, opening the secret compartment used to store account books. Looking at the empty secret compartment, Han Jifu felt that the blood in his body rushed to his head. There was a boom in his mind, and it was blank in an instant. A huge roar sounded inexplicably in his ears, and his eyes went black, making him seem unstable. Father! Han Lin ran over and helped him up. You? As soon as he said this, he caught a glimpse of the secret compartment from the corner of his eye, and the blood on his face faded away, and his tone trembled slightly. Father, the worst possible scenario is that Han Yunqian takes the account book to seek refuge with the second prince. What should we do now? Why panic? Han Jifu regained his senses. He closed the secret compartment tightly, and his old face was full of cruelty and murderous intent. Even if he has evidence, what can he do? As long as the evidence is still in Luzhou, He can't turn the tables. Then he looked at Han Lin. You go find Xiao Yu. Except for the officers and soldiers guarding the city gate. Gather all the others. Han Lin showed some hesitation on his face. That's the prince and princess. Do we really have to use force against them openly? Han Jifu glanced at him and said meaningfully. The second prince was assassinated and injured. We searched for the assassin and found that the assassin broke into the second prince's residence. Why not send troops to capture him? Outside Luozhou City, a pair of horses stopped at the city gate. Li Wanjing tightened the reins slightly, looked at the closed city gate, frowned and said nothing. Su Guang jumped off the carriage and walked to his side. If we enter the city late at night, we may disturb the people in the city. Why don't we rest here for a night and enter the city at dawn? Li Wanning kept looking at the direction of the city gate and shook his head slowly. I always feel a little uneasy. It's better to enter the city as soon as possible. After that, he called a soldier and asked him to knock on the door. But a moment later, the soldier came back with an indignant look. General, the soldiers at the city gate said it was late, and they would not let us in no matter what. Hearing this, Li Wanjing frowned, kicked the horse's belly lightly, and rode towards the city gate. As soon as he approached, the city gate was suddenly opened. The first person to come out was a boy about 10 years old. And an officer nodded and bowed. Young master. It's so late. Where are you going? Han Yunqian turned his head slightly, raised his eyes, and looked at him with a smile. Why? Do I need to report to you before I go somewhere? No. 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 I dare not. It seems that this person seems to be the leader of the soldiers guarding the city. He raised his hand and slapped himself on the mouth with a flattering tone. How dare I ask about the young master's affairs? It's just late at night. I want to ask you. Do you need me to arrange a few soldiers to follow you to protect you? Han Yunqian frowned slightly and said impatiently, You talk too much. Yes. Yes. I'm talking too much. He noticed Li Wanjing on the side and immediately shouted arrogantly. What's the matter? Didn't I tell you? It's late. You can't enter the city. Go away. Stay away. After seeing his appearance clearly, 13 beside Han Yunqian exclaimed, General Li? And another mansion in the city. Yu's family. Yu Nansong hurried to the study and helplessly looked at Yu Kanjun, who was lying leisurely in the rocking chair. Father, I heard that Governor Han has sent troops to capture the assassin. Why didn't you go with him? Hearing his voice, Yu Kanjun slightly opened his eyes and slowly picked up the teacup. What's the hurry? Taking a sip of tea, he asked faintly. Do you know where the Han family is going to surround? Yu Nansong frowned and walked around him anxiously. Where? Zuyunju? Yu Kanjun pulled the corner of his mouth and sneered. That's the residence of the second prince and the princess. The Han family is used to being domineering in Luozhou. Do they really think that the strong dragon can't suppress their local snakes? Then he closed his eyes again and sighed slowly. They are fighting like gods. We won't join in the fun. Otherwise, if we get into trouble, the family business we have built over the years will be all over. It's over. The housekeeper ran and shouted. And when he went up the stairs, he stumbled on the last step, and his chubby body rolled into a ball and stopped in front of the threshold. He got up from the ground, holding the hat on his head, dazed, but still shouting, Master, it's over. Something terrible has happened. Chapter 225. Just him? Master, something bad is going to happen. Hearing these bad words one after another, Yu Kanjun was so angry that he suddenly jumped up from the rocking chair and pointed at the butler's nose and cursed. Bullshit! Your master is fine. The butler wiped his sweat and panted. Master, something really happened. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on the outside? Just now a large group of people entered the city, and I heard people calling the leader General Li. What? Yu Kanjun stood up and stared at him closely. Are you sure you didn't hear it wrong? The butler nodded repeatedly. I heard it clearly. And I vaguely heard something about Su Shishir. And they also said that they were going to find the second prince. Yu Kanjun had a solemn expression and frowned. General Li. Li family? Governor Su. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Not good. Quick. Quick. Go prepare the horse. I want to go out. The housekeeper responded and hurried to the stable. Father, the Li family came with the army in a big way. It must be the emperor's instruction. What about the Han family? General Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at him deeply. The Han family is not okay. We must find another way out. Then he tidied up his robe and ran out quickly. I hope I can get there before them. Zhu Yunju. Chu Yaoyao was sleeping soundly. And suddenly the system issued a loud alarm, waking her up. System, host. Wake up! Something big happened. What's wrong? What's wrong? Chu Yaoyao opened his eyes suddenly, turned over and looked outside. System, the father and son of the Han family surrounded Zhu Yunju with soldiers. What? At the same time, outside the gate, Feng Qi stood on the steps, holding the sword tightly in his left hand, across his chest, looking at the father and son of the Han family in front. It's late at night. Has Governor Han gone to the wrong place? Han Jifu shouted loudly. Just now, I was chasing the assassin, but I didn't expect to lose him near Zhu Yunju. The group must have slipped into the courtyard. As he said, he raised his legs and walked forward, approaching step by step, for the safety of the two princes. I must go in and search carefully. Stop! Feng Qi drew his sword and pointed at him. Seeing his action, there was a swishing sound around him, and the officers and soldiers brought by the Han family drew their swords and pointed them at him. Han Jifu continued to walk forward and was about to step onto the steps. Is Governor Han trying to force his way in? Chu Yu strode over and looked down at him. Han Jifu bowed slightly, reluctantly, and extremely perfunctorily said a salute. Meet the second prince. He was disdainful in his heart, and Chu Yu disliked him even more. So he simply turned his eyes away. Out of sight, out of mind. There is no assassin you are looking for here. Governor Han can go back. Han Jifu sneered and began to lie with his eyes open. Second prince, I know that you must be held hostage by an assassin. So you say such insincere words. Don't worry. I will catch the assassin right away. How dare you? She pointed at him and shouted. Han Jifu, how dare you disrespect your highness? This old minister is also thinking about the safety of the two princes. After saying that, Han Jifu raised his right hand and waved it forward vigorously. Why don't you go in and search carefully? You must catch him now, regardless of life or death. A large number of soldiers approached the door, and Li Wanming, wearing a mask, swept his fierce eyes. Those who trespass into Zhu Yunju will be killed. With the word kill, Li Wanming shot a dart from his hand, brushing past Han Jifu's neck and deeply piercing the hand of a soldier holding a torch. Ah! The severe pain made the soldier throw the torch away instantly, covering his bleeding hand and shouting. The torch burned the clothes of the two soldiers next to him, and the two of them shouted in panic. Help! Save me! A group of people came up to help put out the fire, and the scene was in chaos. Stand still! Han Lin roared at the soldiers, and everyone stood still quickly. In addition to the hands that were stabbed, there were also the two who were burned, and they all raised their weapons, reaching out to touch his neck. Looking at the bloodstains on his fingers, Han Jifu narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. He looked at Li Wanming and snorted coldly, reaching out to grab the sword of the guard beside him, pointing it at him. He is hiding his head and showing his tail, and he is using a shameful hidden weapon. He must be an assassin. In the room, looking at the scene outside, Chu Yaoyao was anxious. System, you should think of a way quickly. The Fong family's grandparents also looked panicked and worried, especially Aunt Li, who held the cane tightly in her hand and stared at the door, as if someone broke in. She would raise the cane and fight forward. System, don't worry. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips slightly and tightened her little face. What do you mean? System, look. Stop. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao excitedly clenched his fist and stared at the screen with burning eyes. Is there a helper? After this sound, someone climbed down from the horse in a somewhat unfamiliar and clumsy manner. This person is Yukan Jun. After seeing his face clearly, Chu Yaoyao's mouth twitched and rolled her eyes. Him? Isn't he on the side of the Han family? System, well, it's too early. Yukan Jun shook his two weak legs and walked towards the Han father and son tremblingly, pretending to be puzzled. Han Governor, you said you want to catch the assassin. I think it's all for the safety of the two princes. The soldiers at hand are at your disposal. But what are you doing? Hanji glanced at him again, ignored his crazy attitude and words, and waved heavily at the officers and soldiers behind him. Search for me. Stop. Yukan Jun jumped up and down, angrily scolding the group of officers and soldiers who were ready to move. Let's see who dares. All of you. Thank me in the future. I saved your lives. Han Jifu pushed him away. Go in and catch the assassin. The imperial edict is here. Who dares to act rashly? Chu Yao looked over and saw no one, but heard footsteps mixed with the sound of horse hooves. Li Wanjing rushed over on horseback, shouting 3 times, holding the bright yellow imperial edict high in his hand. Chu Yao jumped on the spot. Uncle! Seeing the large number of people and horses behind him, Han Jifu's sword fell to the ground with a clang. Oops! Li Wanjing tightened the reins, glanced at them, and then jumped off the horse. The soldiers he brought also surrounded the people brought by the Han family father and son. He glanced at the father and son of the Han family, then strode up the steps and bowed to Chu Yu. Meet the second prince. After that, he patted Li Wanming's shoulder with appreciation and satisfaction. Just at this time, Su Kuang's carriage also arrived. Seeing him, Chu Yu slightly widened his eyes, with a trace of excitement that was easily noticeable in his eyes, and subconsciously shouted in a low voice, Uncle? Li Wanjing unfolded the imperial edict, and everyone knelt on the ground. The emperor of Fengtian Chengyun decrees that Han Jifu, the governor of Luozhou, and his son, Han Lin, the magistrate of Luo County, secretly colluded with Xia, bribed important officials in the court, and abused their power for personal gain. They are sentenced to death, and all their property in the mansion is confiscated into the national treasury. Su Guang, the former editor of the Hanlin Academy, is an honest and incorruptible official, diligent and dedicated to his duties. He is specially appointed as the governor of Luozhou and will take office immediately to investigate the case of fraud in the autumn examination of the Han family. This is the decree. I accept the decree. Long live the emperor. Su Guang respectfully raised his hands above his head and took the imperial edict in Li Wanjing's hand. He looked at the bright yellow scroll in his hand excitedly. Although he had known the result for a long time, it was not until this moment that he felt completely at ease. This day, he finally waited for it. Unlike his excitement, the father and son of the Han family looked at each other, as if they had lost their parents. The Han family is over, and Yu Kanjun was secretly delighted in his heart. Hee hee. The bet was right. Chapter 226 Who led Yao Yao astray? Su Guang held the imperial edict in his hand and blinked a few times to get rid of the moisture in his eyes. Chu Yu was also very happy, for his uncle was happy, and his mother was relieved. The big stone that had been weighing on his heart was finally removed. In fact, he had always felt guilty about his uncle over the years. His uncle was talented and capable, but he was not reused because of him. The officers and soldiers brought by the Han family knelt on the ground. They did not understand the intrigues between officials, but at this moment they knew that the Han family had led them to a dead end. There was a burst of crackling sounds all around, and the officers and soldiers brought by the Han family threw their weapons far away. Your Highness, spare me. Governor, spare me. Governor Han wants us to come. We dare not disobey. Yes, please spare me. Your Highness. Chu Yu thought for a moment, and then said loudly, Your Highness knows that you are also forced to do this. So let's stop here. Governor Su and I will not pursue it in the future. But from now on, you must distinguish right from wrong and do your job well. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you. Chu Yu looked at Su Guang on the side. The next thing will be handed over to Governor Su. Yes. Su Guang bowed his head slightly, and naturally understood in his heart that this was to help him establish his authority. He turned around and looked around at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on the father and son of the Han family. Come on. Arrest the father and son of the Han family and put them in jail. As soon as these words came out, the officers and soldiers brought by the Han family immediately took action. Inside, Chu Yaoyao saw the scene, covered her mouth, and laughed silently. Ha ha. Laughing rat. The officers and soldiers brought by themselves finally arrested themselves. You deserve it. At the gate, Yu Kanjun spat at the backs of the Han family father and son, and then looked at Chu Yu and Su Guang flatteringly. Second prince? The governor. You can't know a person's heart by his appearance. I didn't expect the Han family to be so ambitious. Then he waved his hands to explain and draw a clear line with the Han family. I really don't know anything about these things. Chu Yu and Su Guang looked at each other, and then he turned and walked into the yard. Yao Yao was scared, and this prince wants to go see her. Yu Kanjun hurriedly bowed deeply to his back. Farewell, second prince. Hearing that Yao Yao was scared, the two brothers of the Li family also hurried behind. Looking at Su Guang on the steps, Yu Sanjuan's eyes turned, and he trotted up the steps and stopped 2 steps below the steps where Su Guang stood. Maybe others didn't hear the voice of the second prince just now. But he did. The new governor in front of him turned out to be the uncle of the second prince. This is a thigh that is thicker than the Han family in the past. Must hold tight. Besides, as a royal relative, coming to their Luzhou, I think it is just to gild a layer of gold. And won't they have to return to the capital in the future? As long as he can support this person well. The position of governor in the future. It's not impossible to think about it. This thought turned in his mind. And he smiled at Su Guang in a slightly flattering way. Su Governor, you just came to Luzhou. Do you want me to introduce you to the local customs and people here? A fence-sitter who changes his attitude according to the situation. A flatterer. However, he was new here. And he really needed such a person to understand the officials in Luo City. Su Guang lowered his eyes to hide his disdain. Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you. Army officer. No. No. Army officer, you smiled brightly. His face almost blooming like a chrysanthemum. You're too polite. Governor Su. This is what I should do. On the other side, seeing his brother and uncle walking into the yard, Chu Yaoyao opened the door and ran out. Chu Yu and his companions just walked through the corridor when they heard footsteps, followed by a childish, surprised voice. Uncle! Li Wanjing took a few steps forward, then squatted down and caught the little ball that was like a cannonball, smashing towards him. Hey, Yao Yao, I haven't seen you for so long. Do you miss your uncle? As he spoke, Li Wanjing used his arms to pick up the little guy, feeling the much heavier weight in his arms than before leaving Beijing. Li Wanjing felt a little unfair for his father in his heart. Poor father was worried about this little guy all day long. And he was so worried that he couldn't eat or drink. Yao Yao was fine. Looking at this posture, he was eating and drinking well. And he was having a lot of fun. Were you scared just now? Chu Yao Yao shook his head. No. How could he be scared? If they dared to rush in, a grenade would be thrown down, and the Han family father and son would be sent to heaven. We will hold a big feast for 3 days, and invite the whole city to eat. Thinking of this, Chu Yaoyao looked at the direction of the gate with some regret. Chu Yu and the Li brothers took in her expression. So you are still a warmonger? This is outrageous. A baby? Shouting and killing all day long. Who taught you this? The Li brothers looked at Chu Yu together. In the past 2 months, Yao Yao has been with the second prince. He must have led Yao Yao astray. Chu Yu was frightened by their eyes and took 2 steps back. Why are you looking at me? I haven't even been on the battlefield, let alone had blood on my hands. How could it be me? Li Wanjing, who has been on the battlefield since he was 16. Li Wanming, who has been in the assassination camp since he was 10. Just tell us our names. Chu Yaoyao looked at this one, then that one, her big eyes moving back and forth between the 3 people. Very busy. She was confused. What are you talking about? I didn't understand a word. She didn't want to think about it. So she pointed in a direction. Uncle, let's go. I'll take you to see De Huang. De Huang? Li Wanjing looked at the 2 people beside him in confusion. Is it a dog? Okay. Yao Yao. It's late. You should go back to your room to rest. After that, Chu Yu waved to Assure, who was a few steps away, and signaled her to send Yao Yao back. But I want to take my uncle to see De Huang first. Li Wanming's tone was a bit serious. Listen, we played all day today, and we have to go to class tomorrow. When Chu Yaoyao mentioned this, she instantly wilted. Oh, sure enough. Happy times are always short. No. Elementary school students still have weekends and winter and summer vacations. And I'm a kindergartner, so I have to rest for a few more days. Thinking of this, Chu Yaoyao clenched her fists, with an inexplicable fierceness and determination on her face. I want to fight for greater rights for myself. Li Wanjing slapped his forehead fiercely. I almost forgot that the emperor also asked me to bring a message to Yao Yao. Chu Yaoyao's just prepared emotions were broken in a second. What? Thinking of the situation before leaving Beijing, Li Wanjing's expression was inexplicably complicated. The emperor said, the sweet potatoes have been harvested. This sentence is incoherent. He doesn't understand it. How can Yao Yao understand it? System, poof. I give up. Host, your father is calling you home to eat roasted sweet potatoes. Chapter 227. I want to eat baked sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes? The Li brothers looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Chu Yu thought for a while, then clenched his right fist, put it to his mouth and coughed lightly. Father is really something. If you miss your child, just say it directly. Why do you have to say some ambiguous words without a beginning or an end? Can Yao Yao understand? He looked at the little guy in Li Wanjing's arms. And Chu Yao Yao, with a little baby fat on her face, was slightly restrained. Her chubby double chin became more and more obvious, and her face was unusually solemn. Seeing her expression, Chu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, with expectation in his eyes. Could it be that Yao Yao figured it out? But the next moment, Chu Yao Yao touched her belly and smacked her lips twice. I want to eat baked sweet potatoes. Chu Yu. He shouldn't think too much. Of course, she couldn't eat baked sweet potatoes. Not to mention that it was late at night, and several people were afraid that she would have indigestion if she ate them. As for herself, she was so sleepy that she fell asleep before Usher even carried her back to the room. But she could sleep peacefully, while the others were in the study discussing the affairs of the Han family, and stayed up all night. The next morning, hundreds of miles away in the capital, outside the Tian Palace, the civil and military officials just stepped out of the palace gate and raised their hands to wipe the cold sweat on their foreheads. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. These days, His Majesty is really terrible. An official suddenly shouted, Minister Wu. Hearing the voice, Minister Wu stopped and rolled his eyes secretly. He wanted to slip away quickly. Who is so tactless? He couldn't help but complain in his heart. It's really a bad year. He was still busy and exhausted after the incident of officials in the Ministry of Personnel being bribed, leaking test questions, and cheating in the autumn examination. Just now in the court, His Majesty produced evidence and searched the homes of many officials in the Ministry of Personnel. In a short while, several officials from the Ministry of Personnel were dragged out and beheaded. He has been an official for more than 20 years, and there has never been a day like today that he was so embarrassed. He finally waited until the court was over and wanted to leave quickly. But he was stopped again. In fact, what he didn't know was that it was not just their Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue where several people were also dragged out. 99% of the ministers in the court, whether they had problems or not, had their brains tightly stretched. Except Censor Zhou, who was keen on dying and holding the pillar every other day. There was also the old Taifu Zhou, a veteran of 3 dynasties. These two were quite calm. Minister Wu tried hard to pull the corners of his mouth, put on a fake smile on his face, and turned to look at the minister. What advice do you have? Lord Pan, the president of the Hanlin Academy, Pan Lu, took 2 steps forward. Nothing. I just want to discuss with Minister Wu about the matter of the extra test that His Majesty just mentioned. Hearing this, Minister Wu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of Censor Zhou walking down the stairs slowly, with square steps, and Old Master Zhou in a hurry. Minister Wu hurried over and bowed slightly to the two. Greetings, Old Master. Greetings, Censor Zhou. My lords. I was just about to discuss the matter that His Majesty just mentioned with Scholar Pan. What do you think? Censor Zhou did not speak, but looked at Old Master Zhou. Old Master Zhou waved his hand casually. You can discuss it among yourselves. I have something important to report to the Emperor. After that, he hurriedly walked towards the imperial study with his cane. Many ministers stayed where they were, wondering. It's rare to see the old master in such a hurry. However, the old Master Zhou's appearance made the ministers forget their fears for a while, and their extremely nervous mood eased. They began to discuss in a low voice what important matter he was going to talk to the Emperor about. On the other side, Zhou Yushi and the other two, who were walking and discussing in a low voice, gradually left the palace. Suddenly, Zhou Yushi yawned with his hand covering his mouth, looking tired, and he bowed to the two of them with a little apology. I'm sorry. You too. There are so many children at home these days, and they are noisy day and night. I am really tired. I don't know anything about the imperial examination. After you discuss it, just inform our sensory directly. We will cooperate with you. After that, he waved to the two of them and got into his carriage. When the carriage went away, Minister Wu blinked his eyes, looking dazed. Sir Pan, aren't the married sons of Censor Zhou all in other places? It's not the New Year or the festival. Why are they back in Beijing? Scholar Pan's old eyes flashed slightly, and then patted his shoulder. Don't you know that old tutor Zhou is the little princess's first teacher? Minister Wu nodded. The old tutor explained this matter in public in the court. How could he not know? What is the connection between the two? Scholar Pan came closer, mysterious, and looked like if we were not close. I would definitely not tell you. The little princess is just a child under 3 years old. She is playful. And it is inevitable that she will feel bored when attending class alone. But it will be different with a few classmates. That's the old Taifu Zhou. Over the years, the old Taifu has not easily accepted disciples. But the students he taught are all very powerful. Not to mention the late emperor and his majesty. And the emperor of Donglin. The worst one was once the top scholar. And now he is only 30 years old. But he is already a 6th rank official. With a promising future. If it weren't for the fact that the grandchildren in his family are not of the same age. The older ones are already young. And the younger ones are still in their infancy. I wouldn't tell him these things. Which would increase his competitors invisibly. After hearing what he said, Shang Wu couldn't help but shout it out directly. Is this true? Such a big thing. I just found out. He hurriedly bowed and said goodbye. Thank you, Lord Pan, for reminding me. I am not feeling well. Let's make an appointment another day. Looking at his hurried back, Scholar Pan stroked his beard and smiled evilly. What he couldn't get, no one else could get easily. Then, he continued to look for someone in the crowd. And suddenly, his eyes fixed on the last minister. This person had been away on business for several months and had just returned to Beijing. He seemed to be unaware of it. Guessing this, he cleared his throat and strode forward. Lord Wang, please stay. In the imperial study, the corrupt officials were punished, and the treasury had a large amount of income. Emperor Qishuan was finally in a better mood. He decided to play the game console for a quarter of an hour to celebrate. The previous game console had a black screen. Yao Yao said it was out of power. So he set a few more. Soon, a cheerful ding-dong sound rang out in the imperial study. Suddenly, Su Maoan outside the door shouted, Old Taifu, why are you here? Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan quickly pressed the pause button, put the game console on his lap, and flipped through the memorial seriously. Is your majesty in there? As he asked. Old Taifu Zhou pushed the door open. Greetings, your majesty. Emperor Qishuan put down the memorial. Is there anything important? Taifu? Old Taifu Zhou knocked heavily on the ground with his cane. May I ask your majesty, when will my old minister's closed disciple return to Beijing? Emperor Qishuan was also very depressed when he mentioned this. I want to know too. I have asked Li Wanjing to bring the oral order, and I think it won't take too long. Old Taifu Zhou slightly puffed his nostrils and exhaled heavily. My wife's health has improved these days. I want to take her to the south for a trip. Please grant me your permission. Your majesty? You want to leave Beijing? Emperor Qishuan stood up suddenly. No. When he stood up, the game console on his knees fell to the ground with a clatter. His eyebrows jumped suddenly, and he was about to run to the desk to pick it up. But he didn't expect that old Master Zhou picked it up before him. What is this? Emperor Qishuan held his forehead helplessly. It's broken. Chapter 228 Is the system out of order? In just a few breaths, Emperor Qishuan was sweating profusely. He recalled the time in the school, when the master was lecturing in front, and he was distracted by playing with the Luban lock under the desk. The pain of the dragon-headed cane hitting his back seemed to linger on his body. Your majesty, this thing. Emperor Qishuan's back suddenly tightened, and he was ready to dodge with his feet. How? How? Old Taifu Zhou stepped forward and held up the game console. How should this thing be used? Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan breathed a sigh of relief. He took the game console and demonstrated it to him. After a stick of incense, old Taifu Zhou walked out of the imperial study with satisfaction. This thing is very interesting. I will take it back to relieve my wife's boredom and return it to your majesty in a few days. Looking at his back, Emperor Qishuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do you mean by entertaining the master's wife? It's obvious that you just want to have fun. Right? This old naughty boy. Forget it. As long as the old master doesn't want to leave the capital, Luozhou City. In just half a day, a group of people can be seen gathered in the inns and restaurants in the city, discussing what happened last night. At a wonton stall near the city gate in the south of the city, a middle-aged man took a sip of soup. But it was too hot. He pushed it aside and prepared to let it dry. He whispered to the people around him. Have you heard? Last night, the Governor Han sent troops to surround the residence of the prince and princess. As soon as these words came out, the diners scattered at various tables in groups of 3 or 2 brought their bowls and moved their stools to his table. They were far from the government office, and there were no famous restaurants and shops nearby. Few people came, so the news naturally spread slowly. if something big happened in this city. They in the south of the city were often the last to know. I'm not sure, but the government office was busy for a while this morning. It's a pity that I didn't catch up. A sturdy man shook his head with regret. The middle-aged man who spoke first looked around at everyone mysteriously. Yesterday, the second prince was assassinated on the street, and the Han family sent troops to surround the second prince's residence at night. Think about it. What does this mean? The sturdy man looked thoughtful. Could it be? That's right. The middle-aged man clapped his hands suddenly. The assassin must have hidden in the second prince's residence. TSK. I thought it was some big inside story. That's it. The diners around the middle-aged man returned to their original positions with their bowls and stools. They came in a hurry and left in a hurry. At this time, a young man in a dark blue robe came over, shook his fan, and shouted to the wonton stall owner, "Boss, give me a bowl of pork and green onion stuffing. A big bowl." "Okay." The boss kept his head down and wrapped wontons. Hearing this voice, he responded, quickly pinched the half-wrapped wontons in his hand, then quickly filled a large bowl with wontons and ran to the pot to put the wontons in. The young man observed the diners for a while, and then slowly spoke. "You know, the Han family has been arrested and will be sentenced to death in 3 days. "What?" Hearing this, the diners dragged their stools and gathered around him again. "Really? That's the Han family. Who is so powerful? Is it the second prince?" The young man fanned slowly with a fan. "He is not a governor now, but a death row prisoner. A new governor has come to Luzhou City. His surname is Su." "Great. I don't know who shouted this." And then everyone echoed, "Yes, the Han family deserves it. It should have been so long ago." The wonton stall owner was even more delighted. His younger brother studied hard for more than 10 years. But he didn't want to be threatened by the Han family to give up the exam when the autumn exam was approaching. His younger brother was depressed for a long time. Now he finally got rid of this bad temper. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and shouted to everyone, "Dear guests, eat as much as you want. I'll treat you today. No money." Zhu Yunju, because he slept too late the night before. Chu Yaoyao slept until the afternoon. The big eyes under his eyelids turned, stretched, and Chu Yaoyao slowly opened his eyes. "System, tell the host a good news. After your brother and his team investigated and interrogated overnight, the Han family case has been cleared. 3 days later, the father and son of the Han family were beheaded in public. The other officials involved in the case were demoted, dismissed, or beheaded. They all received the punishment they deserved." Chu Yaoyao grinned happily. "Great. Another traitor has been eliminated. System, there is one better thing. Your father has decided to postpone the spring exam next year. Before that, there will be an extra exam." Chu Yaoyao sat up suddenly. "Then tell Fang Chengqing this good news quickly." Usher outside the door heard the movement and knocked on the door twice. "Little princess, do you want to wash up?" "Okay." Chu Yaoyao took the time to respond. She was looking through the message Ruan Nuo sent her. In their world, mecha research has made progress, but many of the interstellar weapons that were traded before are not understood. So she wants her to help trade some learning materials. He also prepared some weapons for her, as well as the fruits she specifically requested. After reading the message, her big black eyes were so wide that they slit into 2 slits. "Not bad. Not bad. With fruits, I can exchange for more points," she thought happily, and her hands kept moving, replying to messages. Finally, she habitually looked at the progress of the task. No drop. Happy. Thinking of the progress, Chu Yaoyao suddenly came to her senses. "System, is there a problem? Have you done self-repair in time? After punishing the Han family, you don't give me any progress?" "System, the judgment is correct. The existence of the Han family is not as harmful to Daki and the Chu family as that of Li Yin." Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao puffed up her cheeks in frustration. "Okay." After packing up, she ate a boiled egg and a small bowl of soft and fragrant chicken porridge. Then she took small steps and strolled to the courtyard where the Fang family's grandparents lived. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Aunt Li busy packing her luggage. "Where are you going?" Hearing her voice, the Fang family's grandparents hurriedly saluted. "Hello, princess." Then Fang Chengqing explained. "The Han family has been punished, and the great revenge has been taken. How can my grandmother and I continue to trouble the 2 princes? We are going back to the village. What are your plans for the future?" Looking at her big dark eyes, Fong Chengqing felt an inexplicable sense of separation. Although she was just a little kid, she gave people the feeling that she was communicating with people of the same age. He shook his head slightly, secretly cursing himself for being deep-minded. So he found problems with everyone. The princess was born in the royal family, and she was influenced by her surroundings. He really thought too much. What are you thinking about? Seeing him in a daze, Chu Yaoyao puffed up her cheeks and waved her hand in front of him. Fong Chengqing came back to his senses, with a confident smile on his face, his eyes sparkling, and changed the decadent and lifeless feeling when they first met. High-spirited. First recuperate, then continue to review your studies, take care of grandma, and continue to participate in the imperial examinations in 3 years. Chapter 229. I'll treat you. I'll pay. Let's be cool and cool. I'm rooting for you. Chu Yaoyao grinned, clenched her fist at him, and made a cheering gesture. She then moved closer and whispered that there would be an extra exam after the new year. The Fong family's grandparents were overjoyed at first when they heard the news, but then shook their heads with regret. This is indeed a great thing. But Annie Lee looked at her grandson with great distress. Although she was unwilling, she had no choice, and her eyes were full of complicated emotions. Before, Chang'er was injured too badly, and they were running around and working hard, so they were penniless and did not take care of him in time. So now, even though he has been well for more than a month, he has barely improved. Next year, I'm afraid. Chu Yaoyao naturally knew what they were worried about. She took out a candy paper wrapped bone-repairing pill from her bag, hesitated for a while, and put it back. Such a magical thing. She took it out as a little kid. They probably wouldn't believe it. Right? Or find an opportunity, and let the second brother come forward to hand it over to Fong Chengqing. Looking at Aunt Li, she suddenly remembered the agreement between Aunt Li and Wen Yang. Grandma. Aunt Li waved her hand quickly. I dare not call you like a princess. Chu Yaoyao didn't even dare to look at her disappointed eyes, and kept her head down. Wen Yang and her family returned to their hometown in Xie. Hearing this, Aunt Li looked disappointed. If Wen Yang left, where would she find a job to make money? But she soon thought it through. Forget it. Everything has its own destiny, and the boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. She had a relieved smile on her lips. It's good to go back. She has been away from home for many years. It's naturally a good thing to go back and reunite with her relatives. Wen Yang is a good child. I am happy for them. Chu Yaoyao blinked her big eyes, and suddenly thought of a good idea. She looked at Aunt Li with sparkling eyes. You can go to the cosmetics workshop and work as a helper. Or, stay in Ziyunju. My second brother will definitely find a way to settle you. This, Aunt Li hesitated. You and the second prince have helped us a lot, so I won't bother the second prince. No trouble. Chu Yaoyao waved her hand. It's settled. System, host. Speaking of cosmetics, have you forgotten something? Chu Yaoyao slapped her forehead and turned to run out. Yuan Bao. My gold ingot? Chu Yaoyao just ran out of the yard and saw Chu Yu and the 2 brothers of the Li family coming out of the study. Yaoyao? Hearing the voice of her second brother, Chu Yaoyao suddenly stopped, ran to them, and stuffed the bone-repairing pill into him. Second brother, help me. Give it to Fong Chengqing. That's a talent. If he enters the court one day later, it's all the loss of his scumbag father. Before Chu Yu could react, she had already run away. Where are you going? Chu Yaoyao shouted without turning her head. To make money. The 3 looked at each other, all confused. Chongqing Street, Qingyao Pavilion Branch. The ladies and daughters were waiting at the door early in the morning. Look! It's the little Mrs. Carriage. Su Yingying changed her words in time. There were all kinds of people on the street, and she didn't dare to reveal her identity as a princess in front of so many people. Usher opened the shop door first, and after Chu Yaoyao entered, everyone followed into the shop. After entering the door, Chu Yaoyao bowed her head in shame. I'm sorry, aunts and ladies. I'm late. At this time, Usher, who had not followed in just now, moved 2 boxes to the counter and explained to everyone. My princess slept too late last night, so she's late. Hearing her mention this, everyone shook their heads and looked at Yao lovingly. They also heard about what happened last night. The Han family is really bold. The little princess must have been scared. It doesn't matter. We just arrived not long ago. Mrs. Lin stepped forward and said with a smile. As soon as she said this, everyone responded in unison, yes. We didn't wait long. But the little princess? Was she frightened or hurt last night? Mrs. Lin looked at her worriedly. Chu Yaoyao quickly waved her hand and shook her head. No. No. My uncle. He came just in time. Seeing her face was rosy and her eyes were as cunning and smart as yesterday. Madame Lin was relieved. Then, she spat in the direction of the prison and cursed in a low voice. A family of black-hearted people. They really deserve to die. Okay. Come on. Everyone. See which one you like. Chu Yaoyao grinned and waved at everyone. Then she sat behind the counter. The counter was very high, so she added a low stool to the chair and stood on it, barely able to expose half of her head. I want the one that Madame Su has for washing her face. Madame Mu said halfway and rubbed the handkerchief in annoyance. What's it called? Chu Yaoyao stretched out his hand and struggled to search in the box for a while, and handed it to her. Here. This is facial cleanser. 5 taels of silver per bottle. Yes. Yes. That's it. Madame Mu took out a silver ingot and took it happily. Go to the back after you finish shopping. Don't block the way. Mrs. Yuan in the back murmured in dissatisfaction. Then looked at Yao Yao with a smile. Little princess? Is it my turn? I want skincare products. Half an hour later, all the ladies and daughters showed joy on their faces, and walked out of Qingyao Pavilion in groups of 3 or 2. And Chu Yaoyao, looking at the silver and silver notes in the box. Her 2 big eyes shone fiercely. It's a fortune. Princess. The streets are very lively today. Let's go for a walk. Hearing this voice, Chu Yaoyao subconsciously wiped the corner of her mouth. Fortunately, I almost embarrassed myself. Okay. Chu Yaoyao closed the box and nodded. I'm going back soon. It's time to say goodbye to Yingying properly. Thinking of this, she took out a silver note from the box, holding Su Yingying's arm. Waving the silver note, she walked out in a hurry. Let's go! I'll treat you today. I'll pay. Let's have some fun. Seeing her arrogant look, Su Yingying pursed her lips and tried to hold back her laughter. Isn't the little princess too interesting? Ashur locked the door and followed the 2 reluctantly. The carriage drove slowly on the busy street. Chu Yaoyao leaned on the window, her little head looking around, her big eyes rolling back and forth. Busy all the time. It takes rich people to have fun. There are actually 2 brothels on this street. One for men and one for women. But it's true. Everyone has their own preferences. So let's not hold each other back. Chu Yaoyao laughed and rubbed her hands excitedly. So, should we go to the brothel to find some pretty sisters to listen to music? Or should we go, to see the little brother? Seeing the slightly weird smile on her face, Su Yingying moved her feet uncomfortably. Why? Do I have a bad feeling? However, Chu Yaoyao didn't go to either of them because someone stopped the carriage outside. Huh? Ashur tightened the reins and looked at the 2 people standing in front. Hearing the noise, Chu Yaoyao ran to the door and lifted the curtain. Seeing the people coming, he couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. Why are you here? Master Jibin smiled lightly and bowed slightly. Hello, young senior. Can I have a word with you? Chapter 230, I don't understand. But I respect him. Several people came to a secluded room in a tea house on the street. Chu Yaoyao looked at the snacks on the table without moving, and looked at the master and apprentice opposite him. What do you want to talk to me about? Young senior. Chu Yaoyao quickly raised his hand to interrupt him. I've wanted to say it for a long time. Don't call me like that. It feels so weird. Taoist Jibin nodded in agreement. May I ask, young noble, what is your relationship with your master? Hearing him ask this, Chu Yaoyao suddenly remembered his reaction when he saw the wooden sword that day. And his uncle also said that he had a close relationship with Taoist Xuanzi. Your master. Wouldn't it be Taoist Xuanzi? Taoist Jibin raised a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. To be honest, I'm really too high to call you master. I'm just an unnamed disciple of Master Zilin. Zilin? Looking at his gray hair mixed with gray, the young Taoist priest, who was estimated to be in his 20s, came to mind again. Chu Yaoyao couldn't help but exclaim. It was really hard for her to put the master-disciple relationship on these 2 people. I wanted to take Qingyi to become a disciple during this trip, but I didn't expect that the master had left Xia. Speaking of this, Taoist Jibin shook his head and sighed with regret. Master, I've said that I just want to be by your side. Qingyi, who was sitting next to him, looked at him helplessly. Taoist Jibin glared at him with a look of regret. I have nothing to teach you anymore. If you continue to stay here, won't it delay your talent? In this regard, Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and didn't want to express any opinion. People treat you as a master. But you are obsessed with being their nephew. This is outrageous. Although she thought so in her heart, her face showed no expression. Well, she didn't understand. But she respected. Later, I vaguely calculated that the master had gone to the capital, and I chased him along the road. When he was near Yancheng, I couldn't calculate anything. After hearing this, not only Chu Yaoyao, but even Ashur looked at him in disbelief. Yancheng? He is really capable. Chu Yaoyao thought for a moment and raised his hand. That? Is there a possibility that he is deliberately avoiding you? What can I do for you? Young noble? Daoist Chiban looked serious. So serious that she almost doubted what wise words he said. How could she dare to speak out her doubts now? Chu Yaoyao's delicate face wrinkled into a ball, and she spoke after thinking. Don't you Taoists all care about chance? The right time, the right place, and the right people? Perhaps. Taoist Xuanzi feels that the time is not right yet. Ji Bin heard this, and immediately became serious. He lowered his eyes, and thought for a long time, and then stared at her with burning eyes. My dear little lady, you reminded me very well. I was thinking wrong. The master and the apprentice thanked them again, and prepared to leave. Chu Yaoyao handed them the small wooden sword. This is for you. Anyway, I have no use for it. After Taoist Ji Bin took it with both hands, he bowed again, and thanked them solemnly. Thank you for the gift, my dear little lady. After watching the two people walk away, Ashur squatted beside her and whispered, Princess, why did you give them the wooden sword? Chu Yaoyao picked up a piece of yellow and handed it to Su Yingying. While eating, she replied nonchalantly. It's useless to keep it in my hand anyway. But, Ashur wanted to say something, but Yaoyao stuffed a piece of dessert into his mouth and blocked his mouth. Okay, this dessert is very good. Try it. Ashur had no choice but to take a bite depressively, and then reached out to catch it himself. The dessert tasted quite good. Chu Yao asked Ashur to find a few more to pack and take back for his second brother and uncle to try. Ashur didn't dare to leave her side again. After opening the door, he shouted downstairs, Waiter! The waiter downstairs heard the voice and hurried over. Sir, what do you want? Ashur picked a few more desserts and asked him to pack them together. After explaining, just as she was about to close the door, her eyes blurred and something slipped in from her legs. Who? Her body tensed up and she subconsciously drew her sword. Little sister. Only when he saw the familiar figure did Ashur loosen his grip a little. Puff. Cough cough cough. Chu Yaoyao, who was eating with great relish, was frightened by the sound and choked directly. She coughed so hard that her lungs were broken and her face turned red. Princess. Su Yingying quickly threw the snacks on the table and hurriedly poured a cup of tea to her mouth. Ashur patted her back to help her breathe. Chu Yaoyao took 2 big gulps of the cup and finally recovered. Little sister. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Jin Xiandong stood beside her apologetically. It's all my fault. It's your fault. Su Yingying stood up and looked at him unkindly. If you hadn't shouted suddenly, how could Yaoyao have been choked? Jin Xiandong pursed his lips. His big watery eyes filled with apology. I'm sorry. Chu Yaoyao took Su Yingying's hand and motioned her to sit down. Then blinked her eyes, which were wet with tears, and looked at Jin Xiandong. You, Shaoan, you're running around again. Jin Xiankong's serious and mature voice came. Why are you here? Speaking of this, Jin Xiandong looked at her aggrievedly. Little sister, it turns out that it will take so many days to meet another day? Next time. Can we not meet another day? Chu Yaoyao nodded. I probably won't meet another day. I'm going back to Beijing soon. And I probably won't see you again in the future. Little sister, the snacks you gave me last time were snatched away by my uncle and brother. As he said that, Xianon glared at Xiang Ping fiercely. Jin Xiankong wiped his nose slightly embarrassedly. What are you doing? Let go! Su Yingying stood up with her eyes wide open, walked between the two, pulled down Jin Xianlon's hand on Yaoyao's arm, and then stood in the middle to separate the two. Just talk. Don't touch me. Jin Xianon pursed his lips and looked at her angrily. This sister is so annoying. He had no choice but to run to the other side and sit in Su Yingying's original position, looking at Yaoyao with a look of seeking credit. Little sister, I kept the toy you gave me last time very well. Su Yingying felt a little jealous when she heard this. She looked at Xiangyan with dissatisfaction. Just talk. Why are you so close? Then, she smiled and whispered to Yaoyao. Princess, Let's continue shopping. I'll go too. Su Ying was of course unwilling. Yao and I are good friends. We won't take you with us when we go shopping. Jin Xiangyan stiffened his neck, refused to give in, and corrected her seriously. You are wrong. My little sister and I knew each other first. We are the best friends. Su Ying crossed her arms and glanced at him proudly. Yao Yao saved me. She is my savior. Of course our relationship is the best. My little sister gave me a gift. We are the best. Jin Xiangyan's face flushed, and he shouted at the top of his voice. You are talking nonsense. My little sister and I are the best in the world. Chapter 231. Are you happy? Su Ying raised her chin high, showing no sign of weakness. My mother said that if you can't repay me for saving my life, I should repay you with my body. I am Yao Yao. Can you compare with me? Xiao Xianglan's face turned red with anger. His chest rose and fell rapidly. His eyes were wide open, and he was shining with unyielding light. I can do it too. Chu Yao Yao? No need. No need. Seeing the two people arguing, Chu Yao Yao kept looking at Jin Xiangkong. She signaled him to take care of his brother with her eyes. But Jin Xiangkong was leisurely eating snacks and tea, and her eyes seemed to be handed to a blind man. Finally, Chu Yao put her feet on the chair, stood up with her hands on the armrests of the chair, and shouted at the two people with her hands on her waist. Stop arguing. Seeing her so serious, the two of them shut their mouths. But their eyes were as big as copper bells, and they began to fight with their eyes. Their nostrils were like calves, and they exhaled heavily with a huff and puff. Seeing this, Chu Yao Yao shook her head helplessly. Okay, let's have fun today. I will be back to Beijing soon. Chu Yao Yao didn't care about this. She was a little salted fish, so she didn't care where she lay. But the two who were arguing obviously didn't think so. What? Su Ying and Jin Xiangyan shouted in unison. Su Ying was instantly lost, as if a dark cloud was on her head. Little Xianglan's eyes turned red, and he looked at her crying. Chu Yao Yao was not moved at all. She jumped off the chair and walked to the door to wave at the two of them. Let's go! Go shopping. In the last half day, I must realize my wish in my previous life. In the following time, knowing that she would leave tomorrow, Su Ying and Jin Xiangyan were in a very low mood. They were not happy to eat and play. But Chu Yao Yao was different. At this moment, she was holding the sugar man, her big eyes flickering, and she looked at the Chufeng pavilion in front of her with great interest. Looking at the plaque above, Asher's eyes twitched, and he quickly stretched out his hand to cover her eyes. Miss, you can't go in. Let's go somewhere else to play. Look, there are jugglers over there. Chu Yao Yao didn't even turn her head, looking at her with her big black eyes, asking knowingly, why can't I go in? Looking at the handsome and slightly charming young men who were welcoming and seeing off, Su Ying quickly lowered her head, and her cheeks instantly turned red. Although she was still young, she had heard of this place. Those sisters often came here secretly to have fun, although she didn't know how to have fun. But from the expressions and eyes of those ladies and sisters, it can be roughly guessed that this is definitely not a serious place. Even Jin Xiangkong, who always likes to act like an adult, has a wandering look at this moment, and is faintly panicked. The guards and maids of the Su and Jin brothers all lowered their heads, looking at their noses, looking at their hearts, motionless, and even their expressions did not change. Of course, if you ignore the slightly red face, don't you all want to go? Jin Xiangyan scratched his little head, then grabbed Yao Yao's hand. Then I'll take my little sister in. No, the other three said in unison. Righteously, children can't go in. Huh? Jin Xiangyan stared blankly at a man dressed in men's clothes, and a rare flash of deep thought flashed in his clear big eyes. The brother inside just now looked so familiar. Hearing him say this, Chu Yao Yao also looked over, and indeed found a black heart among the pink hearts. What is that? Jin Xiangkong also glanced at the man who was very thin compared to other men. Shaolin, you often go out on the street these days. It's normal to meet two familiar people. No. Xiao Xianglan's face was about to wrinkle. Brother, I didn't meet him on the street. He shook his head again. No, I saw him on the street. As he spoke, he looked around anxiously, and then his eyes were on the notice board. His big eyes lit up, and he pointed at the wanted poster. It's right there. The expressions of several people suddenly became serious. Asher's expression was solemn. Miss, we have to go back, since it was about the Xia assassin. Chu Yao Yao agreed. She said goodbye to her two friends and hurried back to Ziyunju. After she left, the Jean brothers and Su Yingying looked at each other and didn't want to continue shopping. They just went back to their own homes. Ziyunju, you said you found traces of assassins in Qifeng Pavilion? Li Wanjing stood up suddenly and walked out the door in a hurry. I'll take people to catch the assassin. After he left, Chu Yu and Li Wanming looked at each other. Their faces were very ugly. Li Wanjing had just arrived and didn't know what was going on in the city. But they had lived here for more than 2 months. So they naturally knew where Qifeng Pavilion was. Chu Yaoyao's eyes were so sharp. As early as when her second brother and uncle frowned. She quietly walked out and prepared to run away. But she still didn't escape. Seeing the little girl about to raise her hand to open the door, Chu Yu grabbed her by the back of her neck. Chu Yaoyao turned her head carefully and laughed. Second brother, I brought you some snacks. Chu Yu looked at her with a fake smile and gritted his teeth. Tell me, why did you go to Qifeng Pavilion? If I say, I was just passing by, would you believe it? Why did you go? Isn't it because you want to see how good the good place that Sister Yuan and others talk about is? Well, a little kid doesn't learn well. It's okay to go to a brothel. But he has learned to lie. Chu Yu laughed in anger and handed the person over to Li Wanming directly. You haven't done your homework today. Count it as yesterday's. Write 5 big characters first. Li Wanming nodded and carried her to the study. Chu Yaoyao kept struggling in the air. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Chu Yu frantically. And acted coquettishly with a soft mouth. Second brother, I'm leaving tomorrow. Can I take a day off? Hearing this, Chu Yu sighed and his mood instantly became depressed. Although this little guy had made him angry, he was reluctant to leave him. Forget it. Considering that you have to travel early tomorrow morning, I won't punish you today. Go back to your room and rest early. Hearing this, Li Wanming put her on the ground. After stepping on the ground again, Chu Yaoyao jumped twice on the spot. Great. She ran over and hugged her second brother's legs, gave him a big smile, and kept blowing rainbow farts. Second brother is so nice. Then he turned his head back, chattering, not forgetting to share the love and care. Little uncle is nice too. She was secretly happy in her heart. Hee hee. I am so smart. I will start my journey tomorrow. I don't have to study anyway. I took a month to come here, which means I can have more than a month of vacation. So this is the idea. Li Wanming chuckled, walked over and rubbed her little head first, then slightly increased the strength of his hand and asked her to turn around and look at him. The thin lips moved slightly, telling a cruel fact. I forgot to tell you. I will escort you back to Beijing tomorrow. On the way, little uncle can continue to teach you. Are you happy? Chu Yao performed a smile disappearing technique on the spot. She pursed her lips, wanting to cry but without tears. Happy. Bullshit. Chapter 232 Taking Poison. Late at night, in a small forest outside the city, 2 men in black were walking back and forth between trees and paths. Judging from their figures, they were a man and a woman. Suddenly, one of them screamed, and then he couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Sixth Prince. Shangguan Chong covered his wound with blood and shook his head in pain. I'm not okay. You go quickly, otherwise none of us can escape. You go back and bring the news to the fifth brother. Don't say discouraging words. Your subordinates will definitely send you back to see us safely. As he said this, Emoing gritted his teeth, carried him on his back with force, and continued to run forward. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. There is blood here. They must not have gone far. Chase them. Hearing this voice, Shangguan Chong lowered his voice and urged Emoing. Don't worry about me. Go quickly. Emoing looked ahead. His eyes became firm, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. She walked forward several dozen meters quickly and placed Shangguan Chong in a hidden corner. Sixth Prince, you hide here, and I will lead the pursuers away. As she spoke, she tore off a piece of cloth from the hem of her clothes and took out a bottle of medicine from her bosom to bandage Shangguan Chang's wound. Shangguan Chong shook his head. No, I'm injured. I should stay to delay time. Emoing left all the dry food and water bags on his body. His eyes were firm, and his tone could not be refused. It's because you are injured. If you stay, you will be caught soon. How can you delay time? So, the best way is that I will lead the pursuers away, and you will take the opportunity to escape. She pointed in a direction. Follow this road. Go straight. Cross the hill in front. and you will be in the territory of Jinyu country. There are people arranged by the master to meet you there. Shang Wanchong still disagreed. But a large number of torches were getting closer and closer, and Moing growled anxiously. Stop dilly-dallying. Can you be a man? One of you and I must bring the witness and the news here to the master. Do you understand? Besides, the master should be more looking forward to seeing the sixth prince return safely. After that, she piled the dry grass nearby, carefully wiped off the traces, and then ran in the direction of the pursuers. Shang Wanchong stayed where he was, holding the dry grass tightly in his hand with resentment. It's all his fault for being useless. It's his incompetence and his arrogance that have implicated Moing and so many brothers. Quick! There's movement over there. Chase! A group of officers and soldiers chased in another direction. When the officers and soldiers left, Shang Wanchong took a deep look at the direction where Moing left, gritted his teeth, and swore silently in his heart. Moing, don't worry. My fifth brother, and I will definitely avenge you and those dead brothers. Then, he packed up his package and staggered in the direction given by Moing. On the other side, Moing did not hold out for long after leading the pursuers away. After a fight, Moing was knocked to the ground. Li Wanjing pointed his sword at her. His eyes were murderous, and his tone was cold. Where is the other person? Moing spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, stared back at him unyieldingly. I don't know what you are talking about. From the beginning to the end, there was only me. Li Wanjing snorted coldly. You're so stubborn. Then he waved at the officers and soldiers around him. Take him back and interrogate him. Moing was caught by the soldiers and stood up. She turned her head and looked in one direction. Her eyes were slightly red, with a little warmth in her eyes. Her blood-stained lips moved slightly, and she whispered softly, Master. Then she suddenly started laughing. I won't say anything. Not good. Noticing that she was not in a good state, Li Wanjing stepped forward quickly and wanted to remove her jaw. But he was still a step too late. Moing had already bitten the poison pill between her teeth and died with black blood. Reaching out and feeling that the man had no breath or pulse, Li Wanjing kicked the dirt under his feet fiercely. Keep searching. The man was injured and definitely couldn't run far. Yes. After everyone agreed, they formed teams of 3 or 5 and scattered to search. Li Wanming called a soldier and asked, Do you remember where you found this woman just now? The soldier nodded. I remember. Li Wanjing patted his shoulder and said, That's good. Take us there. The soldier led the way in front, and he followed with 7 or 8 people. General, it's there. The soldier pointed in a direction. Li Wanjing stood there, looked around, and then waved to let everyone disperse to investigate. He lowered his head and thought for a long time, and then walked more than 10 meters towards a certain place. Another fork in the road. In the moonlight, he carefully observed the 2 paths in front of him, trying to see if there were any traces of footprints. Suddenly, his eyes sank, and he stared at the weeds beside one of the paths. Li Wanjing walked over quickly. As soon as he approached, his nose moved slightly, and he faintly smelled a hint of blood. He squatted down to check, and sure enough, he found a drop of half-dried blood on a dead branch. He must not have run far. Li Wanjing turned around and shouted to everyone. Someone come! See ya? The 5th prince's mansion. Shang Wanji walked around the study in a vexed manner. Has Moing not sent back any news yet? Moju shook his head solemnly. No. Master. Will Moing and the others be in trouble? Shang Wanji's face was gloomy, and his eyes were slightly dark blue. Even in his rage, he still looks tired. Ever since Moing did not send back a message on the scheduled day, he has been uneasy. He pressed his forehead with a headache. Still no news about the 6th prince? Speaking of this, Moju lowered his head. I am incompetent. I only found out that the 6th prince took people to the Daki territory. I didn't find out the rest. At the end, he looked up at the figure sitting behind the desk and spoke hesitantly. I always feel that there is a force that is preventing us from finding out the whereabouts of the 6th prince. Hearing this, Shang Wanji suddenly slammed the table and glared at him. Why didn't you report this earlier? Moju quickly knelt down to plead guilty. Your Highness, calm down. I am guilty. Please punish me. Your Highness. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Moju walked closer and saw Moju kneeling on the ground as soon as he entered the door. He subconsciously slowed down his breathing, raised his eyes carefully, and glanced at Shang Wanji, who was full of anger. Reported in a low voice, Minister Gu sent a message that Miss Jiang will return to the capital tomorrow. I hope your highness can seize the opportunity. Hearing this, Shang Wanji looked annoyed. Your highness knows. Seeing that he hadn't left yet, Shang Wanji glanced at him with an impatient tone. What else? Mo Zhou lowered his head and replied carefully. Empressing sent someone to deliver a message, wanting you to go to the palace tomorrow to discuss important matters with you. Hearing this, Shang Wanji snorted coldly. What important matters can she have? It's not because of the Jiang family. Shang Wanji's eyebrows were full of boredom and anger when he mentioned this. Since the last marriage went wrong, my father became more and more displeased with him. And the ministers in the court were even more opportunistic. Even those ministers he had won over earlier began to waver. My grandfather and mother are now desperate. Can marrying into the Jiang family change the current situation? I'm afraid my father will be even more afraid. Everything is going smoothly with Master Qin. He just needs to wait. However, turn the attention of the emperor and the third brother to the marriage. It seems not bad. Chapter 233, He Doesn't Deserve It. In the woods outside Luo City, Shang Wanchong covered his wound and staggered in the direction that Moing gave him. There were faint sparks of fire behind him. That was a torch. The soldiers were still catching up. That Moing? But at this moment, he didn't care to think too much. He could only run forward with his head down. He lowered his body as much as possible and shuttled through the trees. But he was still discovered. There is movement ahead. Chase! Hearing this voice, Shang Wanchong gritted his teeth and ran forward desperately. He was the sixth prince of Xia, and he must not be caught by these people, let alone be a prisoner. He suddenly laughed at himself, and he really didn't expect that he could have such an embarrassing day. In a trance, he stepped into a small puddle, staggered, and fell to the ground. The wound was hit and bleeding again. He looked back and saw that the pursuers were only more than 100 meters away from him. He hurriedly got up from the ground and ran forward in a panic. Li Wanjing shouted at everyone after vaguely seeing the embarrassed figure rolling and crawling in front of him. Chase! The pursuers were getting closer and closer. But Shang Wanchong was almost exhausted. He gritted his teeth and ran forward, looking back from time to time. He didn't notice that he had already run up a small steep slope. When he was going downhill, he suddenly stepped on empty air and rolled down. Ah! And a few meters away was a cliff. Li Wanjing only heard the shout, and then watched the assassin roll down the cliff. He ran over, looking down the cliff with gloomy eyes in the light of the torch. His face was cold. Send someone to check the bottom of the cliff. The deputy general behind him looked hesitant. General, this cliff is very high. If you fall down, you will definitely die. What's more, the bottom is the territory of Jinyu. Hearing this, Li Wanjing held his sword and hit the ground heavily. Damn it! After a long time, he calmed down his anger and spoke slowly. Forget it. It's impossible to survive such a high cliff. Let's go back to the city first. Xia capital? Soul demanding pavilion. No more. No more. Luo Yuanqing, wearing a black and gold brocade robe with bamboo leaves and dark red outline, threw the black piece in his hand onto the chessboard and scratched it, instantly ruining the whole game. Seeing him act like this, Shang Wanjing shook his head and cursed inwardly. You are not as good as others. So you start to play rogue, and put the chess piece in his hand back into the chess box. Luo Yuanqing put one foot on the chair and leaned back casually. By the way, I have helped you so much. It's not too much to ask you to help me connect and see the miracle doctor? Hearing this, Shang Wanjing raised his eyebrows slightly. Help? Hearing his tone, Luo Yuanqing's eyebrows jumped, and a sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. He put his feet down, sat up straight, looked at Shang Wanjing seriously, and counted on his fingers for him. I helped you send the witness back, and I also helped you intercept Shang Wanji's pigeon and block Shang Wanchang's news. You have lost your memory. Have you forgotten everything? Shang Wanjing waved his hands and raised his eyebrows. You took the initiative to do these things. I never asked you for help. You? Luo Yuanqing suddenly stood up from the chair, looking unbelievable, pointing at him, opening and closing his mouth, and finally uttered a word after a long while. Finally, he waved his sleeves in anger. Why didn't I realize that you have such a rogue side before? Shang Wanjing also stood up and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Luo Yuanqing rarely showed a pleading look on his face. I really have an urgent matter and want to see a miracle doctor. It's a matter of life and death. Shang Wanjing paused and turned to look at him. Luo Yuanqing sighed and sat on the chair. It's my master's wife. In the past few months, I have searched for famous doctors in Sia, but they all said that they couldn't cure her. Seeing my master's wife being tortured by illness every day, I feel bad. We were planning to give up, but last month, someone below sent back a message. He was very excited when he mentioned this. Do you still remember the Emperor of Jinyu Kingdom, who has been bedridden for many years? Many famous doctors have concluded that he can only linger on his sickbed for the rest of his life. But 2 months ago, he was actually out and about, just like a normal person. No! Lu Yuanqing's eyes were shining with an unusually eager light. It should be said that he is like a new life. He stretched out a finger. It is said that he also claimed that he would travel all over the world within a year. Hearing this, Shang Wanjin's eyes flickered. It sounds like I secretly sent people to find out that it was Jean Fanrin. He went out to seek medical advice and brought back a magic medicine, which made the Emperor of Jinyu Kingdom better. Lu Yuanqing looked at him steadily, observing his reaction. My people also found out that he had been to Daki before, and had been in and out of Jinshi Marquis Mansion. Hearing this, Shang Wanjin was sure that it must be the life-extending pill. Hearing Lu Yuanqing talking about Jinshi Marquis Mansion, his eyebrows slightly frowned. You actually investigated Jinshi Marquis Mansion? Aren't you afraid that Shadow Tower will cause trouble for you? Hearing his words, Lu Yuanqing's expression froze for a moment, and then pretended to be indifferent. I just sent someone to get information, and I didn't do anything to the Marquis of Jinshi Mansion. If you are unwilling to help introduce, then I can only go to Daki and ask the Marquis of Jinshi Mansion in person. Shang Wanjin pursed his lips and glanced at him. Have you ever thought about it? Why does the Emperor of Jinyu Kingdom want to see all the beautiful scenery in the world within a year? Maybe he has other arrangements? Shang Wanjin sighed. Maybe he only has a year? 1 year? Lu Yuanqing murmured in a slightly dull voice. Then he stepped forward and excitedly grabbed Shang Wanjin's arm. Do you know if this medicine is right? 1 year is fine. All the famous doctors he found said that his wife would not live until next spring. Without exception, Shang Wanjin lowered his eyelids and stared at his hand holding his arm. Noticing his gaze, Lu Yuanqing let go of him with a wry smile. Sorry. I'm just too excited. Shang Wanjin brushed his sleeves. If it's this matter, don't bother her. I can help you now. Lu Yuanqing was ecstatic. Really? I don't know what he thought of. Lu Yuanqing carefully observed his expression and then asked, since you have such a magical medicine, your father, don't be too sympathetic. Humph. Before he finished speaking, Shang Wanjin's face darkened and he snorted coldly. He doesn't deserve it. Well said. Lu Yuanqing clapped his hands twice and nodded in agreement. Now your father is deeply poisoned. Although Shang Wansu has discovered the clues, he seems to be unwilling to tell the truth. Speaking of this, he shook his head and tooted twice. Poor Xia King's fatherly heart. After all, he fed an ungrateful wolf. Chapter 234. It's time to hurry up. Otherwise, after a sneer, he patted Shang Wanjin's shoulder seriously. Now the third and fifth brothers are fighting each other openly and secretly. When they are both defeated, it will be a good time for you to reap the benefits. At this time, you must not be a filial son. Shang Wanjin took a step to the side and avoided his hand. Don't worry. I won't be soft-hearted. Lu Yuanqing came closer, rubbed his hands, winked, and looked at him expectantly. What about the elixir? Shang Wanjin looked away, indicating that he couldn't bear to see it. I'll send someone to deliver it later. After that, he sat in the wheelchair and let Jeannie push him away. Daki Luozhou City. Just as the sky was getting light, Chu Yaoyao was pulled out of the warm bed. Princess, after breakfast, we will set off back to Beijing, Ashur said in a cheerful tone while helping her wash up. Her eyebrows were dancing with joy, showing how happy she was. Yes, I will see my mother soon. Chu Yaoyao was completely refreshed now. Anyway, she was just a useless little thing who wanted to lie down. Although lying down anywhere was fine, she felt more comfortable lying down in her own territory. After breakfast and playing with De Huang for a while, Chu Yaoyao reluctantly got on the carriage back to Beijing. Yaoyao, after returning to Beijing, help your second brother to give this to Mr. Li Air. It will be my wedding gift to them. As he said, Chu Yu handed her a small box. Chu Yaoyao took it with a confused look on her face, staring at him blankly. It took a long time before she blinked and finally reacted. Second uncle, are you getting married? After recovering from the shock, she frowned and nodded heavily. We should hurry up. Otherwise, when the Lord of Xie dies, Princess Mingyu will have to observe mourning for 3 years. Chu Yu. This idea was something they had never thought of. The Li brothers looked at each other. It seems to make sense, no matter what they thought. In order to find a place to stay in the city before dark, the team had to set off. Chu Yaoyao said goodbye to her brother and uncle with tears in her eyes, and embarked on the journey home. After she left, Qingyao Pavilion gradually got on the right track. Although it is not as exquisite as the previous samples, the effect is the same. In just 1 month, the cosmetics of Qingyao Pavilion have become the favorites of the ladies and girls in Luo City. According to Chu Yaoyao's idea, cosmetics and skincare products take the 2 routes of affordable and high-end customization. Expensive sets range from dozens of taels to hundreds of taels. Affordable ones are also available for dozens of coins per bottle. Even ordinary women and girls can save money and grit their teeth to buy a few bottles. Chu Yu's business in Luzhou is booming, and Chu Yaoyao has finally returned to the palace after more than a month of long journey. She was forced to go to school before she had time to rest properly. One day, Chu Yaoyao was carrying a small school bag and yawning on the way to school. Princess, I packed some snacks and milk powder. Can you eat some to fill your stomach during the break? Ashur followed behind and whispered. That's right. As a personal bodyguard, she has to accompany the princess to study. Chu Yaoyao nodded listlessly. Okay. As they walked along, they happened to meet Li Wanfeng, who was about to deliver an invitation to the old tutor. Second uncle. Li Wanfeng turned around and saw. Yaoyao? Second uncle. Why are you here? When he mentioned this, Li Wanfeng's face turned red, and he lowered his head and smiled shyly. Oh, aren't you here to deliver an invitation to the old tutor Zhou? Looking at his expression, Chu Yaoyao was stunned for a moment. Especially the word oh. It really shocked her. Is this the power of love? A tough guy like the second uncle actually has such a shy side? Hearing this voice, Li Wanfeng's body trembled, and he subconsciously looked around. Well, there was no one else. Fortunately, the image was saved. Ahem. He cleared his throat. Yaoyao is going to class? Then let's go together. As he said that, he reached out and picked up Yaoyao. When will the second uncle marry the second aunt? When Li Wanfeng mentioned this, his face and ears turned red again. The 9th day of the 12th month. 3 days later, Chu Yaoyao nodded her little head. And suddenly, her big eyes lit up. Wouldn't the grandfather's family be very busy during these 3 days? As a well-behaved and sensible child, of course she can't hide here and do nothing. The elders are busy. What else can she learn? Having made up her mind, Chu Yaoyao smiled meaningfully. Ashur next to her saw her expression and inexplicably had a bad premonition in his heart, because she had an idea in her mind. Chu Yaoyao was very active throughout the class. This made Master Zhou very happy. It's not easy. After so many days, the little princess finally got into the state of learning. If he doesn't take it seriously, he will doubt his inability. Half an hour later, a class was over. During the break, Chu Yaoyao did not rush to find someone to play shuttlecock. Instead, she dawdled and wandered to the old tutor. What did you say? Old tutor Zhou looked at her speechlessly, his mouth twitching. What does it have to do with you if someone gets married? At most, it's just 1 meal. Does it take 3 days? Chu Yaoyao raised her chubby face and repeated it again with confidence. I want to ask for leave. Old tutor Zhou was so angry that his beard trembled 3 times. The final result was that a certain dumpling who wanted to be lazy was forced to eat a meal of bamboo shoots and meat fried by his father. Woo woo woo. Chu Yaoyao covered her red palms, pouting aggrievedly, her big eyes watery, and she was about to cry. Okay, Your Majesty, calm down. The imperial concubine helped Emperor Qishuan sit down and handed him a cup of warm tea. After Emperor Qishuan took it, he glared at a certain little guy in annoyance. The old tutor is willing to teach you, and he is grateful for your kindness. You, on the other hand, don't know how to cherish the true teachings of such a great scholar. You are always thinking about being lazy. You can only study for 1 hour a day, and you can't stick to it? What else do you want? Emperor Qishuan poured a cup of tea and continued. Just to teach you for 1 hour. The old tutor is so old, and he has to go back and forth every day for 5 or 6 hours. Speaking of this, Chu Yaoyao was not convinced and immediately muttered in a low voice. I am a child less than 3 years old. What's wrong with wanting to be lazy? I am a salted fish. I just want to lie down and bask in the sun. What's wrong? Don't you also torment him? Every morning, court. You have to get up in the middle of the night. Who can torment him as hard as you? Bang! Emperor Qishuan put the teacup heavily on the table and grabbed the ruler and raised it high. You dare to talk back? Looking at the ruler, Chu Yao's palm began to hurt again. She shrank, hid her hands behind her back, and took 2 steps back. Forget it. A good man does not suffer a loss in front of him. I will shut up. Okay. Seeing her like this, Emperor Qishuan felt bad. Tomorrow, you go to apologize to the old tutor. I know. Seeing the posture of the father and daughter, the imperial concubine persuaded. Your Majesty, starting tomorrow, I will go back to the Marquis of Jinqi's mansion to help. So I won't have time to look after Yao Yao. Hearing this, Chu Yao Yao suddenly raised her head and looked at her mother eagerly. Yes. Yes. Otherwise, take me with you. I knew that my mother was still on my side. Hearing this, the imperial concubine raised a meaningful smile at the corner of her mouth. So I thought. Otherwise, Chu Yao Yao nodded frantically, her big eyes sparkling, looking at her expectantly. Hurry up. Hurry up. My dear mother. Tell me to take me with you. The imperial concubine's smile grew bigger, and she turned to look at Emperor Qishuan. Otherwise, send her to Xi'an Palace and ask the Empress Dowager to help take care of her for a few days. Chu Yao Yao's expectant expression cracked. That's it? That's it? Chapter 235. So, love will disappear. Right? No love. So love will disappear. Right? Chu Yao Yao lowered her head again. Her extremely disappointed look successfully pleased Emperor Qishuan. My beloved concubine is right. I will discuss this with my mother. On this side, Chu Yao Yao was in a mess in order to skip a few days of school, but ultimately failed. On the other side, in the mansion of the 6th Prince of Xia State, Shang Wanji was also in a bad mood. He stared at the doctor in front of him. How is the 6th brother? When will he wake up? 10 days ago. The 6th brother was sent back by the spy he arranged in Jinyu State and has been in a coma. What happened? What happened to Imoing and the others? Only when the 6th brother wakes up can he know these things. The doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied cautiously. The 6th prince fell from a height. Although he fell into the lake, it is not easy for him to hold on to his life. As for when he will wake up, the doctor knelt on the ground with a plop. I am incompetent. Please forgive me. Your Highness. The 6th prince may never. How dare you? You mean he may never wake up? Shang Wanji grabbed his collar and glared at him. There was terrible anger brewing in his eyes, and his face was gloomy and terrifying. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing the movement behind him, Shang Wanji threw the doctor aside and hurried to the bed. 6th brother. How do you feel? Shang Wanchong rubbed his swollen and painful head and looked at him in confusion and surprise. 5th brother? Why are you in my house? Didn't you send Mingyu to marry? You? What? Shang Wanji looked at him in disbelief. He grabbed Shang Wanchang's shoulders tightly with both hands and shook them several times. Think carefully. What happened in Luoyao? Shang Wanchong was dizzy because of him. His face gradually turned pale, and he whispered weakly, Fifth brother. Let me go first. 5th prince? Don't do this. Seeing that he was in a bad state, the imperial physician hurried forward to persuade him. Get out of here. Shang Wanji kicked him against the screen, glaring at him, his eyes red, and his eyes were full of bloodthirsty murderous intent. The imperial physician was kicked hard by him, and his back knocked down the screen. A series of bangs and clangs sounded in the room. The precious purple gold screen, the base and frame are all made of high-quality red sandalwood, thick and heavy. The imperial physician lay on it with his legs spread out. His chest and back hurt, and he didn't know which side to look at for a while. He could only curl up and couldn't recover for a long time. As soon as Emojo entered the door with a bowl of medicine, he saw the scene. He was so frightened that his eyebrows jumped. He quickly put the medicine on the table, helped the imperial physician up, and after settling him down, he looked at his furious master and swallowed nervously. Your Highness, the 6th prince has just woken up and needs to rest well. Looking at Shang Wanchong, whose face was pale, Shang Wanji gradually regained his sanity. He relaxed his strength and helped Shang Wanchong lean against the head of the bed. Emojo handed over a cup of warm water at the right time, and then brought the medicine bowl over. After taking a few sips of water, Shang Wanchong suppressed the feeling of nausea and vomiting. Looking at Shang Wanji, he spoke weakly. 5th brother. What exactly do you mean by Luozhou? I haven't been there. Why are you asking me this? Hearing this, Mo Zhou understood why his master was so angry. But he still had a fluke. Thinking, what if this was a prank by the sixth prince? After all, the sixth prince had played such a joke before. Shang Wanji's eyes were terribly gloomy. He clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and his jaw was tight. And he said nothing. Seeing his expression, Mo Zhou looked at Shang Wanchong, who was leaning on the bed, pale, and asked seriously, Sixth Prince, do you really not remember? Shang Wanchong scratched the back of his head, looking confused. Remember what? Hiss. Why does my head hurt so much? When did it get hurt? Shang Wanchong rubbed his head with a grin. Mo Zhou asked again, do you remember what happened before? Shang Wanchong frowned and recalled carefully. I only remember that my fifth brother was on his way with a marriage delegation. Before leaving the capital, he asked me to keep an eye on my second brother. Oh, second brother. At this point, he stopped leaning and sat cross-legged, looking at Shang Wanji seriously. Why did you come back so soon? Is there anything tricky? Do you need my help? It's over. At this moment, Mo Zhou had only this thought in his mind. The sixth prince has lost his memory. Their only clue is broken. He carefully glanced at the fifth prince in front of him. Master, what should I do? Shang Wanji took a deep breath and closed his eyes heavily. When he opened his eyes again, the haze in his eyes dissipated a little. But his face was still as cold, as if a layer of ice had frozen on it. He glanced back. Without him saying anything, Mo Zhou quickly turned around and ran to the imperial physician and helped him up. Dr. Ming, please take a look at the sixth prince. Dr. Ming was almost dragged over by Mo Zhou. He was filled with regret. What is this? If he had known this, he would not have come no matter how much money he was given. Looking at the fifth prince's attitude just now, let alone the money, he was lucky to be able to leave today in one piece. Dr. Ming endured the pain in his back and chest, leaned over to feel Shang Wanchang's pulse, and then checked the wound on his head. After the examination, he looked serious. Your Highnesses, the sixth prince suffered amnesia due to a severe blow to the head. Shang Wanji clenched his fists tighter and tighter. When will he recover? This. Dr. Ming raised his sleeve and wiped his forehead, not knowing whether it was pain or fear of the cold sweat. Speak. Shang Wanji glanced at him fiercely. Dr. Ming shuddered instantly and subconsciously dodged backwards. The acupuncture points on the human head are too complex and important to judge. But if supplemented with acupuncture, it can speed up the recovery. I don't know when it will return to normal. Shang Wanji was very upset, especially when he saw the confused and clear eyes of Shan Laolu that revealed stupidity. He was even more furious. The other people in the room, except Shang Wanchong, who was still in good condition, the other two were so scared that they dared not breathe. Dong dong dong. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Your Highness, the spy who sent the sixth prince back said something that I think is a bit strange. Hearing this, Shang Wanji turned and walked out, and explained before leaving. Then I will trouble Dr. Ming to help my sixth brother with acupuncture. Mo Zhou, after the treatment is over, you must send Dr. Ming back in person. Dr. Ming and Mo Zhou bowed and replied, yes. When Shang Wanji left, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. On the other side, after listening to the spy's report, Shang Wanji was puzzled. Jinyu country gave Daki a piece of land? Chapter 236. The eyes are very similar. Yes, Your Highness. One of them nodded. He was the leader of this group. I also found out that this piece of land was given to Daki by the Emperor of Jinyu Kingdom. Shang Wanji was even more confused now. The Emperor of Jinyu Kingdom? Doesn't he know that he has been bedridden for many years, and is already unconscious? Even if he was not clear-headed when he made the decision, the Emperor of Jinyu Kingdom just let him give the land away. No, this is not right. He asked again. What's special about that piece of land? The captain of the spies shook his head. I went to see it. There is no vegetation there. It's a desert. Shang Wanji murmured softly. Desert? He waved his hand to let the spies retreat, and then looked at Mo Zhou. Go and prepare. We will go find Shi Jingjing. The preparation he mentioned was naturally to let Mo Zhou prepare the soul-bewitching incense. Since he couldn't figure it out, he could only start from Shi Jingjing to see if there were any clues. Yes. Daki Palace. Under the earnest instructions of her grandmother, Chu Yaoyao embarked on the road to study with a small school bag on her back. A half-hour class ended. During the break, she ate some snacks and was suddenly attracted by the person behind her. The scene of the day of selecting a study partner emerged in her mind. She pursed her lips and thought for a while, then walked over with a small dish of pea yellow. "Would you like to eat some? It's delicious." Hearing her voice, the little girl who was immersed in the book quickly stood up and bowed deeply. "Greetings to Her Royal Highness the Princess." No need to be polite. Chu Yaoyao waved her hand and looked at her. "I remember. Your last name is Yu? My name is Yu Qiudong." Compared with that day, her complexion is completely different. Chu Yaoyao nodded with satisfaction. The reason why she remembered Yu Qiudong was that on that day, among all the children who were carefully dressed and delicate, she was the most casual? No. It should be said that she is the most embarrassed and the roughest one. She wears ill-fitting clothes and is thin. She is obviously 6 years old, but she has less flesh than her. Her little face is malnourished and sallow. It is said that she is the granddaughter of Yu Shirlang, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and her biological mother is the maidservant of Yu Shirlang's daughter-in-law. Her surname is not clear, but she is called Yunyang by others. Yu Shirlang's son is a playboy and wants to take concubines every now and then. Madame Yu Shao wants to use Yunyang to help her consolidate her favor. So she gets Yu Gongzi drunk and sends Yunyang, who has been drugged, to Yu Gongzi's bed. Yu Gongzi is naturally angry because he is being plotted against. But he can't do anything to his first wife, who also comes from a wealthy family. He can only vent his resentment on Yunyang, who is also innocent. Madame Yu Shao is jealous of Yunyang's beauty, afraid that she will really take away her husband's favor, and begins to secretly torture Yunyang. Her biological mother is of humble origin and is not favored in the mansion. So the mother and daughter have a very difficult life. Her daily food and clothing expenses are worse than those of servants. Yu Qiudong's clothes were all given away by her elder sister because she was tired of wearing them. If it weren't for the emperor's request that the ministers bring all children under 6 years old into the palace, so that he could choose a study companion, I'm afraid, Minister, you would not have let Yu Qiudong come. Of course, she didn't choose Yu Qiudong because she felt sorry for her. Why? Maybe it was because of her eyes at that time. Those complicated eyes were mixed with nervousness, anxiety, and expectation. They were very similar to her eyes in her previous life, when someone came to the welfare home to adopt a child. Expecting, nervous and anxious, but also a little confused and uneasy. She wanted to show her best self, wanted to be lively and cheerful, confident and generous, but she was afraid of overdoing it, which would make her look deliberate and unpleasant. I have to say that the moment she saw Yu Qiudong's eyes, she empathized with her for a moment. "Princess?" Chu Yaoyao came back to her senses after hearing the voice. She saw her nervous expression. "How are you doing recently?" Yu Qiudong smiled and nodded. "It's pretty good. My father asked someone to make a lot of new clothes for me, and also changed a big yard for me and my mother. My grandfather also asked me about my homework." Of course, she also knew that her grandfather and father did all this just because she was the little princess's companion. In fact, there are many changes. For example, the servants in the mansion are much more respectful to her and her mother. Although her brothers and sisters are still displeased with her, they dare not say anything to her face. Even in front of others, they have to be polite to her. Even her stepmother dare not beat or scold her mother. Thinking of this, she looked at the little figure in front of her with gratitude. All this is because of the little princess. It was the little princess who gave her the opportunity to change her fate. She must study hard and learn skills well, so that she can leave the Yu family with her mother and live a good life in the future. Use all her skills to repay the little princess. Looking at the little girl in front of her, who suddenly burst into tears and was deeply moved, Chu Yaoyao sighed and pushed the snack plate. "Eat some." Yu Qiudong respectfully picked up a piece of snack with both hands, carefully put it to her mouth, bit by bit, chewed slowly, and secretly glanced at her while eating. Seeing this, Chu Yaoyao was helpless. "I'm not a wolf or a tiger, so I don't have to be so cautious. Don't look at me. Continue doing your own thing." "Oh, okay. As you say?" Yu Qiudong nodded hurriedly, then held the snack in one hand, wiped it on the handkerchief with the other hand, and opened the book in front of her again. Seeing this, "Chu Yaoyao, you are a studious person. Okay, I won't disturb you from studying." She sat back in her seat. When she left, Yu Qiudong blinked her eyes belatedly, looking at the figure in front of her. A trace of panic flashed across her face, and a trace of crystal in the corners of her eyes. The little princess came to her just now. She must want her to play with her. But she was only thinking about her own things. Is the little princess angry? Chu Yaoyao just put a candy in her mouth, and she felt a shadow over her head. She looked up. Her face was puzzled, and she still had candy in her mouth, and her words were a little unclear. What's wrong? Yu Qiutong explained with red eyes. Princess, calm down. I didn't mean to ignore you. I just... Stop. 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 Chu Yaoyao chewed the candy with a crunching sound, then swallowed it and interrupted her. Wasn't she fine just now? Why are you crying all of a sudden? I'm not angry. Really? Chu Yaoyao handed her a handkerchief. Really? I'm very happy that you are so eager to learn. To be honest, she has also noticed these days that few of the companions here come for learning. They all come to please her and gild themselves. Seeing that she was so serious, Yu Qiutong was relieved. Mother said that if we women are born in a bad family, we only want to marry into a rich family to get rid of the current situation. Who knows if we are not jumping from a quagmire into a deeper quagmire? It is better to rely on yourself than on anyone else. Learning real skills by yourself is the most important thing. So since the day she was chosen as a companion by the princess, she tried to make some requests to her grandfather. She also found several female masters to teach her piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, knitting and women's needlework. Grandfather not only agreed, but also invited the nanny who used to work in the Shangyi bureau. She was very happy at first. Even if it was not for her, she still felt the feeling of being taken care of by her grandfather and father. But a few days ago, she heard the conversation between her grandfather and father. She is only 6 years old now, and they have already started to plan to use her marriage to gain the greatest benefits. From that moment on, she has completely given up on the Yu family. Mother is right. No one can be trusted. When she learns the skills well, she will take her mother away from the Yu family. She has already thought that when she grows up, she can open a shop by herself. If that doesn't work, she will go to the welfare home run by the little princess to be a female teacher. In the future, even if she gets married, she will only marry someone she likes and who likes her. Otherwise, at worst, she will never marry. Chapter 237, Making Friends Out of Nothing? While Yu Qiutong was distracted, Chu Yaoyao's expression changed again and again. She was shocked at first, then nodded in understanding. According to the information provided by the system, Yun Yang's father was a 7th-rank official and was once the legitimate daughter of the family. But her father offended the powerful and seemed to be involved in a corruption case, and ended up being beheaded. Yun Yang was also demoted to a slave. I think she has experienced a lot since she was a child, and has seen too many of the Yu family's coquettish operations. So she has come to terms with it. And Yu Qiutong, when she thought of the welfare house, couldn't help but think of the female masters there. It was them who made her realize that women can actually make money to support their families, and they can live well alone. Her eyes were sparkling. All this was brought by the little princess. Princess, you are my role model. I will definitely work hard to learn skills, and I will definitely repay you in the future. So, you must not dislike me so quickly. I am still too weak now, and I am not able to leave the Yu family. Thinking of this, a trace of guilt flashed across her face, and the emotions in her eyes became a little complicated. She knew that this was very despicable. The little princess was so good, but she was still thinking of using the little princess. But she had to seize this opportunity. Yu Qiutong secretly swore in her heart that this was the first time and the last time. In the future, she must be loyal to the princess wholeheartedly. Chu Yaoyao was first shocked by her sudden words of loyalty. After a puzzled look, she naturally did not miss the change in her mood. System, oh, I can't tell. You are not big, but you have a lot of thoughts. Don't be afraid. Isn't this still guilty? That means there is still hope. Let's observe. Chu Yaoyao lowered her eyes and looked at the table. She could understand Yu Qiutong's mood, just like a drowning person in despair. Seeing a driftwood, there is no other way except to grab it with all his strength and by any means. But it is one thing for her to be able to empathize and understand. If others want to use themselves again and again, they must be prepared to pay a heavy price. However, being worshipped for no reason, this feeling is quite good. Looking at Yu Qiutong, who was like a sponge, seizing opportunities to absorb knowledge non-stop, Chu Yaoyao began to reflect on herself. She really seemed to be a little ungrateful. System, host. Don't think so. Don't forget our goal, which is to lie down comfortably. You are right. But there is no necessary connection between lying down and illiteracy. Right? Just at this time, Grand Tutor Zhou came in. Chu Yaoyao held his head high and sat upright. No rush for other things. Let's start with listening carefully. Looking at a certain baby who was listening attentively, holding a pocket-sized brush, and writing and drawing on paper from time to time. Grand Tutor Zhou's eyebrows jumped, and he felt something was wrong. Will there be any moss again? As he explained, he walked slowly toward Yaoyao's table. When he came to her table, he glanced at her intentionally or unintentionally, and just one glance made his brows frown. The pen-holding posture is wrong. It doesn't matter if you don't look at the others. He can't see clearly anyway. Thinking of this, he snorted and tapped Yaoyao's table with the ruler. Princess, please answer the question just now. Chu Yaoyao was not panicked when his name was called. He stood up and answered loudly, Bala Bala. Old Master Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. He is really learning? Not bad. Because Old Master Zhou was in a good mood. The half-hour class was delayed for half an hour. In the end, he was interrupted by the rumbling of a group of children. Ahem. Let's stop here today. I have to go to a wedding tomorrow and take a day off. When Chu Yaoyao, who was packing her school bag, heard this, her movements paused slightly. Yes, my second uncle is getting married tomorrow. After returning to her temporary room in Xi'an Palace, she began to look for things in the space. What wedding gift should I give to my second uncle? System, hee. Host, I have a good idea. I will give that. The fertility pill. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao's eyes lit up. Yes. How could I forget this? She took out 2 pills from the space. One for giving birth to a son and one for giving birth to a daughter. This medicine can not only help women conceive healthy babies, but also make delivery smoother for pregnant women. She also specially found 2 small and exquisite glass bottles. One red and one blue. After preparing the wedding gifts, she was relieved to wash and go to bed. She slept until dawn. But many people in the palace, including officials from the Ministry of Rights and the Jinshi Marquis' mansion, started to be busy from the 3rd watch. Because Princess Mingyu came to marry. In order to show the demeanor and majesty of the victorious country of Daqi, and to show the importance of the Li family, Emperor Qishuan ordered Princess Mingyu to get on the sedan chair from the palace where foreign guests were received in the imperial palace. She and Li Wanjing, who came to welcome the bride, paid homage to the emperor and empress outside the Tian palace, and then returned to the Jinshi Marquis' mansion to continue worshipping heaven and earth. Chu Yaoyao didn't know all this because she was sleeping soundly. As soon as the Chen time arrived, Ashur knocked on the door on time. Princess, today is the wedding day of Mr. Li too. You have to go to the banquet. Hearing this voice, Chu Yaoyao opened her eyes suddenly. Yes, we have to go to the banquet today. We can't be late. It was half an hour later when she packed up and followed the prince to get on the carriage out of the palace. Looking at the elder brother in front of her, who was obviously dressed up very carefully, Chu Yaoyao smiled like an ant. Eyebrow trimming, new clothes, and incense. If you don't know, you would think you want to steal the limelight from the groom. Hearing this complaint, the prince's hand holding the teacup shook slightly. Ahem. Yaoyao, you are always smart. Big brother wants to ask you a question. Chu Yaoyao was a little stunned when she first heard this. What? The prince leaned forward and whispered, That's right. I have a friend. Chu Yaoyao's eyebrows rose slightly. Make friends out of nothing? Prince, you are quite smart at this time. Seeing his expression getting more serious, Chu Yaoyao nodded quickly and took over his words. Okay. You have a friend. Then what? Thinking of this, the prince sighed in distress. My friend gave a gift to the girl he liked. But the girl got angry for some reason. Thinking of the first gift his eldest brother gave was ibuprofen. Chu Yaoyao's expression became indescribable. Your friend? What you sent? Isn't it medicine again? The prince's expression froze. Of course not. It's the lip balm that the girl has been longing for a long time. The girl was very happy when she received it. But for some reason, she never used it. I asked her. The prince almost let it slip. And he quickly stopped talking. Ahem. My friend asked her why she didn't use it. And the girl turned around and left in anger. She hasn't talked to my friend for more than a month. Chu Yaoyao touched his chin. Is it the lipstick I sent back? The prince nodded. Yes. That's it. Then what color did you send? The prince's face rarely showed a confused expression. This is divided into different colors? Aren't they all red? Chapter 238 I'm convinced. Why don't you get it? Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao looked at him speechlessly. He leaned back and slapped his forehead heavily. I'm dizzy. Why don't you open it and take a look? Besides, Sister Zhao was just embarrassed and shy. So she said that one lipstick would be enough. Why don't you give her more? Facing her disappointed look, the prince also realized that it was his own problem. But he still defended himself stubbornly. I've already said it. It's a friend of mine. Okay. Okay. Chu Yao fumbled in her small bag. Then your friend. Do you want to make that girl calm down? She even emphasized the word friend. The prince nodded hurriedly. Of course I did. Do you have a way? Chu Yao looked at him meaningfully, asking knowingly and deliberately teasing him. Are we friends? Brother Crown Prince? Why are you so anxious? The Crown Prince couldn't help but blush. Okay. Stop making fun of me. Tell me what you have in mind. Dang 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 dang. Chu Yao took out a delicate little box from her bag, opened the lid, and revealed the bottles and small black tubes inside. What do you mean? Chu Yao pinched her fingers and snapped her fingers with a sound. That's right. The Crown Prince pursed his lips to hold back his laughter. Who snaps their fingers with their mouth? Yao is so funny. Chu Yao obviously didn't notice his expression, and was still helping him analyze seriously. Now in this capital, which girl can resist the charm of cosmetics? Where you fall, you must get up from there. She patted the small box in her hand. We also give this. Thinking back to his mother's daily enjoyment of applying makeup on her face, the Crown Prince nodded seriously. Okay. I'll listen to you. Big brother. Chu Yao waved at him and whispered in his ear. I'll teach you how to use it. And then? She stopped there and winked at him. I've given you so many hints. You should understand. Right? That makes sense. The prince's eyes lit up, and he turned around to take out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone from the secret compartment and sat upright. Yao. I'm ready. Let's get started. Seeing his attitude, Chu Yao gave him a thumbs up. Not bad. Quite serious. This attitude? Full marks. Hearing this compliment, the prince's mouth curled up slightly. In the following time, Chu Yao gestured and described, teaching him all the uses of those bottles and jars. After an incense stick, Chu Yao held a cup and gulped down a large glass of water. After the prince carefully checked the notes, he solemnly put them in an envelope. Chu Yao felt something was wrong. What are you doing? The prince put the envelope away confidently. When the time comes, I will give this box and the envelope to Miss Zhao. Hearing this, Chu Yao curled her lips and stretched out 3 fingers to slide down from her forehead. Oh my god. I'm speechless. I'm convinced. Why can't you get it? Seeing her expression, the prince looked a little helpless. Am I wrong again? Chu Yao sat down and looked at him with a stern face. That's totally wrong. She scratched her cheek. Anxious. Think about it. Take your cosmetics and find a quiet place to teach Sister Zhao how to use them. As you're talking, you can help by putting on lipstick and drawing eyebrows. Chu Yao's 2 little hands kept tossing and turning. Think about it. Think about it in this direction. The prince's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. I understand. On the way, the 2 siblings had a heated discussion on the topic of how can I, who is less than 3 years old, teach my 20-year-old brother to pick up girls? When they arrived at the Marquis of Jinchi mansion, before getting off the car, Chu Yao made a cheering gesture to his eldest brother. Brother Prince? Next. It's up to you. The prince nodded heavily while holding the box. Don't worry. He is no longer the original prince. Now he is Chu Jun, who is familiar with cosmetics knowledge. The brother and sister walked into the gate. The butler at the door hurried forward when he saw them, ready to take the box from his hand. The prince frowned and dodged. This is not a gift. The housekeeper quickly retreated. Yes. Yes. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Your Highness. Chu Yao covered her mouth and laughed. Little princess. Hearing the familiar voice, the prince smiled and turned around. Miss Zhao. Zhao Jingqi bowed to the 2 of them. Greetings to your Highness. Greetings to the little princess. The prince took 2 steps forward and gave a fake hand. No need to be polite. Please stand up quickly. However, after Zhao Jingqi stood up, she did not look at him, but smiled at the little figure next to her, with an inexplicable tone of resentment. It's been so long since we last met. The little princess won't forgive me. Right? How is that possible? Chu Yao grinned, showing her millet teeth, walked up to her and held her hand. Sister Zhao. Long time no see. Yao missed you. Zhao Jingqi scratched the tender flesh on her cheek. Your little mouth is so sweet. Hee. Chu Yaoyao also smiled happily. Zhao Jingqi led her inside. Let's go. Let's go in first. The prince couldn't get a word in, so he could only follow the two of them disappointedly. Along the way, Chu Yaoyao understood that the color number given by her elder brother was the deadly Barbie pink. If he can't find it, just tell me directly. Why bother to perfunctorily treat me like this? After applying that color, the whole person looked very hard to describe. Speaking of this, Zhao Jingqi secretly glared at someone who was following behind not far away. Noticing her sight, the prince smiled and waved the box in his hand, and was about to open it. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jingqi turned her head and didn't look at him. The prince looked at Yao Yao for help. Chu Yaoyao secretly raised his hand and pressed it down, indicating that he should be calm. Yao Yao. Suddenly, today's groom, Li Wanfeng, ran over. Second uncle? Li Wanfeng took out a paper bag from his arms and handed it to her. Chu Yaoyao sniffed after receiving the still warm snack. It smells good. My second uncle is quite considerate. He even specially sent me food. Thank you. Li Wanfeng hurriedly explained, fearing that she would continue to misunderstand. I sneaked out to buy this for Miyu. She loves this Yunpian cake the most. Please help me send it to her. Chu Yaoyao. Okay. I was just being sentimental. Hearing this, Li Wanfeng scratched the back of his head. If you want to eat, there are other snacks in the kitchen. I'll go get some for you. Chu Yaoyao waved her hand quickly. I'm not hungry. I still have to save my stomach for the feast. After that, she ran to the wedding room with her short legs. Second uncle. I'll go find second aunt first. Hearing her call, Li Wanfeng's face flushed. He touched the back of his neck and laughed foolishly. But he was soon called away by the guests. Zhao Jingqi stood there, thinking of what happened just now, smiled, and felt a little envious. On the day of the wedding, he actually went to buy snacks in his wedding dress. She knew that the shop was 3 blocks away from here. Second Master Li is so good to Princess Miyu. The prince who walked to her side heard this murmur, stuffed the box in his hand to her, turned around and strode to the door. Zhao Jingqi shouted quickly, Where are you going? The prince turned around and looked at her, and replied, I'm going to buy you some snacks. Zhao Jingqi. Chapter 239 I can't afford it. Puff. Hearing this, Zhao Jingqi was stunned at first, then blinked her eyes and covered her mouth with a chuckle. This idiot. Seeing her reaction, the prince felt his face instantly heat up, and even his earlobes were red as if blood could drip. Seeing him like this, Zhao Jingqi was not very angry in her heart, and now she had no temper at all. She walked forward and shook the wooden box in front of the prince. Is this a gift for me? The prince looked at her expectantly and nervously. Yes, Miss Zhao. You should like it. Right? Zhao Jingqi didn't rush to open it, but went to a secluded pavilion with the prince. The prince's blushing and shy look. Only she could see it. Not for others. On the other side, on the way to the wedding room, Chu Yaoyao saw the scene from the live broadcast and nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, although there were some minor episodes in the middle, the general direction was still in accordance with the original plan. Come on. My brother. In the bridal chamber, Shangguan Mingyu sat on the bed, holding her stomach and feeling hungry. She had been tossing and turning since the 4th watch, and now she had only drunk a bowl of porridge. The custom of Daki is that from the time of getting on the bridal sedan until the husband lifts the veil, she cannot eat. Even if she drinks water, she can only drink a small sip at a time. I am afraid that the bride will want to go to the toilet during the journey. If I had known earlier, I should have eaten more. Thinking of this in my heart, her eyes fell on the red dates and longans on the bed. There are so many. It should not be noticeable if I eat a few. Right? She was about to reach out, and the door creaked open. Hearing the noise, she quickly sat up straight. If the maids saw her moving around, they would probably start to lecture her again. Second aunt? Hearing this childish little voice, Shangguan Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not a maid. Yao Yao? Why are you here? Shangguan Mingyu lifted her red veil a little and looked at the little guy at the door in confusion. Chu Yaoyao grinned, ran to her and handed her the still warm wallpaper bag. My second uncle asked me to come and bring some snacks. Looking at the cloud cake in front of her, Shangguan Mingyu almost burst into tears with the familiar sweet fragrance. Thank you, Yao Yao. Seeing her eating so happily, Chu Yaoyao touched her belly. She was also hungry. Taking her little action into her eyes, Shang Wanmingyu handed her the paper bag and said with a smile, "It's boring to eat alone. How about Yao Yao accompany your second aunt to eat something?" Chu Yao Yao stretched out her little hand and pushed it, shaking her head. "No. I brought snacks." After that, she began to take food out of her bag. Dried meat, preserved fruits, sugar-fried chestnuts, spiced peanuts, and the most amazing thing was that there were actually 2 fried chicken legs. Shang Wanmingyu stared at the food on the bed in amazement. "Second aunt, let's have one each." As she spoke, she wiped her hands with a wet tissue and stuffed one of the fried chicken legs into Shang Wanmingyu's hands. Holding the golden and crispy fried chicken leg in her hand, Shang Wanmingyu decisively threw the oil paper bag containing the snack aside. The more you eat sweets, the hungrier you get. How can it be as satisfying as eating real meat? After the 2 of them finished the chicken legs and jerky, Chu Yao Yao took out a deck of playing cards. It's still a while before dark. How boring it is to just wait. Just like that, Shang Wanmingyu opened the door to the new world again. The maids and nannies who were guarding outside could vaguely hear wailing and excited shouts from inside from time to time. 2. Bomb. Listening to the noise inside, the nanny wanted to go in and take a look, but was stopped by the maids around her. Nanny Ning. The 2 princesses didn't do anything against the rules. Princess Mingyu has been making trouble since the 5th watch, which is not easy. Nanny Ning muttered in dissatisfaction. "Since you are here to marry, you must abide by the rules of our great Qi." The maid advised again. "Besides, there is a Princess Chiyuan inside." Hearing her say this, Nanny Ning had to give up. Yes, she didn't dare to offend Princess Chiyuan. And inside, Chu Yao Yao, who made the nanny afraid, smashed the playing cards in her hand. "King!" Then, she put the remaining 5 cards in her hand together and waited happily. Shang Wanmingyu showed a meaningful smile and then drew 4 cards. Bomb! Chu Yao Yao's smile froze at the corner of her mouth. Looking at the 4 5s on the king, she looked heartbroken. "I can't afford it." Shang Wanmingyu slowly threw down 2 cards. 3 of a kind. Chu Yao Yao held the straight in her hand, wanting to cry but without tears, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. "I can't afford it." Shang Wanmingyu threw down all the remaining 2 cards. "Haha. I won." System, host. "You lost." "Shut up. I'm not blind." System, "I said it a long time ago. As long as you give me 1 point, I can help you see Shang Wanmingyu's cards." Chu Yao Yao hummed and groaned, watching Shang Wanmingyu shuffle the cards. "What do you know? What's fun about showing cards? It's all about excitement." She rubbed her hands, looking at the other half of the cards with a fierce look on her face. "Come again." The big and the small fought fiercely on the card table. The sky gradually darkened, and the guests at the banquet gradually dispersed. Zhao Jingqi held the wooden box, waved goodbye to the prince with a smile, and then got on her own carriage. After watching his sweetheart leave, the prince was also ready to return to the palace. "What did you say? The little princess has never come out?" Ashur looked anxiously in the direction of the gate. "I have been guarding here, and I didn't see the princess. So the little princess is not with you." The prince suddenly remembered that Li Wanfeng asked Yao Yao to send snacks. Could it be? Thinking of this, he hurried to the direction of the new house. On the other side, Li Wanfeng came back from the wine table and pushed open the door. Hearing this, Shang Wanmingyu, who was sleeping lightly against the head of the bed, sat up quickly and covered her red veil again. But I still felt a little uneasy in my heart, as if I had forgotten something. As soon as they saw the groom, the maids and servants outside had already left. Li Wanfeng came in and closed the door. When he turned around, his nose moved slightly, and he looked around the room. Why is there a smell of spiced dried meat? But the next moment, he stopped worrying. It must be that little guy Yao Yao, eating snacks in the room. Looking at the person sitting on the bed, Li Wanfeng's face, which was tanned by fighting for many years, did not change in color, but his neck and earlobes did turn red. He picked up the wedding scale and jumped up the red veil. Looking at the picturesque eyebrows and eyes, he was lost for a moment. "My wife." Shang Wanmingyu lowered her head and smiled shyly. "My husband? We haven't drunk the wedding wine yet." "Oh, that's right." Li Wanfeng turned and strode to the table and brought 2 cups of wine. The two looked at each other affectionately and drank the wedding wine. Suddenly, Li Wanfeng looked at the piece of paper with strange patterns on the bed and asked, "What is this?" Shang Wanmingyu grabbed her sleeves tightly. "Oh no. She fell asleep while playing before." Did Princess Chiyuan leave? She looked around inconspicuously, but didn't see the little figure. Did Yao Yao take this out? Li Wanfeng put away the playing cards and put them on the table. Then, he turned around and looked at Shangguan Mingyu's silly smile. My wife. Let's. How can I watch such an exciting scene? Chapter 240, I don't want to be a light bulb. What's going on? With this excited shout in his ears, the smell of alcohol and the charming thoughts around Li Wanfeng disappeared instantly. Hearing the rustling sound, he squatted down and looked under the bed. Looking at the pair of bright eyes, he let out a desperate shout. Why are you here? Hee. Chu Yaoyao laughed awkwardly, then used his hands and feet to crawl out from under the bed, holding 2 small medicine bottles in his hand. Second uncle, I'm picking this up. I didn't notice that I crawled under the bed. I just crawled in, and you came in. Li Wanfeng's forehead twitched. So, I shouldn't have come in so early. As soon as the prince ran into the yard, he saw Li Wanfeng carrying Yao Yao out. He hurried forward to take it. Li Wanfeng frowned and arched his hand to him. Greetings, His Royal Highness. With this posture, he could guess what happened without asking. Excuse me. Excuse me. Then the prince hurriedly carried Yao Yao and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Chu Yao Yao raised her hands high and shouted at Li Wanfeng at the door. Second uncle, the pills are for my second aunt. You can't eat them. She put her hands on her mouth and made a trumpet shape. Second aunt, don't worry. There are absolutely no side effects. I'm waiting to be a sister. 1 pill for giving birth to a son and 1 pill for giving birth to a daughter. If you take them, I guarantee that my second aunt will get twins. Don't thank me too much. Hearing this, Li Wanfeng tripped over the threshold and almost fell. Husband. Shangguan Mingyu hurried forward to help. Are you okay? Li Wanfeng shook his head, looking at the person in front of him. Yao Yao's voice just now rang in his mind uncontrollably. Drug for giving birth to a son or a daughter. Twins. Thinking of this, his face instantly looked ripe, and even his dark complexion could not hide the fact that he was blushing. What's wrong with you? Why is your face suddenly so red? Li Wanfeng grabbed her hand that was about to touch his forehead and stared at her with burning eyes. My wife. The wedding wine has been drunk. Should we? The two walked in hand. And Sue? The candle went out, and the room was completely plunged into darkness. The brother and sister who walked to the door of the Jinshi Marquis' mansion happened to see the imperial concubine waiting in front of the carriage. Mother! Chu Yao fluttered her little body down from the prince's arms, abandoned the prince without hesitation, and turned around to hug her mother's thigh. Are you waiting for me, mother? The imperial concubine nodded to the prince first, then frowned, broke away from her hand, and spoke in a serious tone. Stand still. Okay. Sir. Chu Yao immediately put her hands together with 5 fingers, put them on both sides, and stood up straight with her chest and head held high. A wisp of hair stood up on her head, and her chubby cheeks trembled with the movement. Seeing her funny look, the prince clenched his fists to cover the corners of his mouth, trying hard to hold back his laughter. The imperial concubine rubbed her fingers a few times, resisting the urge to rub her. Where did you go just now? Don't you know that everyone is looking for you? Chu Yao rubbed the ground with her toes. Oh my god! There's a bridal chamber disturbance. Hearing those 3 words, the imperial concubine almost burst out laughing. She was so small, but she knew a lot. She reached out and pinched the chubby baby fat. Okay. Go back to the palace quickly. You still have classes tomorrow. Hearing this, Chu Yao's straight shoulders collapsed instantly. Her little head drooped, and even the 2 buns on top of her head seemed to be much flatter than before. Got it. Several people got on their respective carriages and walked towards the palace. After several days of classes, Chu Yao woke up without waiting for Ah Shi to knock on the door, because she was too excited. System, happy birthday. Happy birthday to my host. Chu Yao grinned and hugged the quilt on the bed for a while. System, is there a birthday gift package? System, no. But there is a special birthday lottery event. A birthday limited prize pool. The probability of winning special rewards is twice the usual. Guaranteed to be 20 draws. 100% winning special items. And a certain chance of triggering a critical hit. Come and try it. Chu Yao sat up suddenly, staring at the big turntable that looked like a birthday cake. What are you waiting for? Quick! I want to draw a lottery. I was too unlucky this time, and all the draws were useless. Today, I want to avenge my previous shame. As she reached out and pressed it, the candles on the big cake were instantly lit, and the turntable began to spin rapidly. System. Congratulations to the host for winning. And special items. Plot fragments. Wow. Congratulations to the host for triggering a double critical hit. Looking at the two small diamond-shaped fragments emitting blue light in the space, Chu Yaoyao smiled so hard that her teeth were exposed. The little hand clapped again. Continue. This time, looking at the rewards displayed on the panel, Chu Yaoyao was stunned. This. Am I dazzled? Is this a five-fold critical hit? She was not the only one who was excited. The system was also about to crash. System, host. Don't be too happy too soon. This space symbol is only 10 cubic meters and has a time limit. The spiritual power in it can only be used for 5 years. That's pretty good. Okay. Chu Yaoyao was so excited that she danced on the bed. Damn. Today is a good day. Dong dong dong. Princess. What's wrong with you? Ashur heard the movement in the room and was a little worried. He pushed the door open for fear of accidents. Looking at her movements suspiciously, Chu Yaoyao tried to pretend that nothing had happened, moving her hands and legs. I'm just exercising. Ashur knew about the health-preserving exercises, but he didn't think much about it after hearing her say that. Princess, today is your birthday. His Majesty specifically ordered that you can rest for a day today and don't have to go to class. Chu Yaoyao widened her eyes. Really? Because she didn't have to go to class. Chu Yaoyao had a very comfortable meal. The small birthday peaches made by her mother were small and cute, and tasted soft and sweet. There were also longevity noodles, with specially boiled broth and very thin noodles. There was only one noodle in the full bowl. After breakfast, a group of palace servants began to move boxes in. Ashur introduced, Princess. The innermost one is the birthday gift sent to you by the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, the Empress, the Crown Prince, the Imperial Concubine, the Princess's Mansion, and the Jinchi Marquis' Mansion. Here are the gifts from Consort Liang, Consort Ming, and the ladies from the other palaces. After that, she asked softly, shall I have them deliver them to your storeroom? Wait a minute. Chu Yaoyao jumped off the chair and waved her hand. Open them all. Everyone didn't understand why, but they had to do as she was told. Chu Yaoyao shuttled back and forth between a pile of boxes filled with treasures. She looked as if she was inspecting her own kingdom. The Imperial Concubine smiled and shook her head. Well, this guy needs to have a look first. My lady, Princess, the Crown Prince is here. A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Please come in. Crown Prince. The Imperial Concubine asked someone to make tea, and then waved at Yaoyao. The Emperor allowed the Crown Prince to take you out of the palace today. Are you happy? Chu Yaoyao pouted. What do you mean by taking me out to play? Isn't it for a date with Sister Zhao? They are clearly trying to sneak into Qinsong. I am the plank road. I don't want to be a light bulb.